Chapter 1 The Lord of 10,000 Insects. Dasha Kingdom, Zhangcheng No. 3 High School, Awakening Playground. On the playground, thousands of senior students lined up neatly, their eyes fixed on the awakening device on the podium. Today was the day that decided fate, the Beast Master Talent Awakening Ceremony. In this era of rampant magical beasts and dimensional rifts, Beast Masters are humanity's only guardians and the only privileged class. One step in, and you rise above all others. Fail to awaken, and you can only become an ant with no security in this dangerous world. Next, Senior Class 1, Lin Yu. Step forward to awaken. The Mediterranean-haired dean shouted through a megaphone. The crowded students quickly moved to the sides, making a path. Lin Yu walked out from the end of the line. He was tall and slim, wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts, his face elegant and clean. Among these nervous, sweating classmates, he looked calm, carrying a faint, soothing scent of grass and wood. A summer cicada flew down from a tree, landing precisely on his shoulder, folding its wings, and letting out a very soft chirp. A low murmur spread across the playground. Here comes the theory-perfect top student. 3 whole years, Beast Master Theory, Magical Beast Anatomy, Dimensional Space Matrix, all full marks. Even if he only awakens a D-level talent, he can still become a senior strategist in the war zone, right? Handsome, smart, and if he awakens a high-level combat talent today, pure overwhelming force, will ordinary people even have a chance? Hearing the whispers of the surrounding girls, Zhao Tang, at the front of the line, spat heavily on the ground. Zhao Tang was a famous local rich kid. Half an hour ago, he had just awakened a C-level talent, Furious Fire Element, on stage. Damn, acting so proud. Zhao Tang stared at Lin Yu's back, his gaze dark. Beast Masters deal with life itself. Full marks in theory are useless. Out in the wasteland, do magical beasts sit down and reason with you? A lackey next to Zhao Tang immediately chimed in. Exactly. Brother Tang's family has second-tier potential fire wolf pups ready. Today after school, he can directly contract one. This poor guy, even if awakened, can only grab those free garbage ordinary beasts from the school lab. How can he compete with Tang? Lin Yu heard the mockery behind him, but he did not even turn his head. He walked onto the podium, standing before the 3-meter-high awakening device. Lin Yu, stay calm, place your palm on the sensing crystal. Homeroom teacher Oldly stood beside, rubbing his hands, palms full of sweat. This was the proudest student of his teaching career. Lin Yu nodded, lifted his right hand, and pressed his palm against the diamond-shaped crystal at the center of the awakening device. After a moment, the awakening device had no response. The murmurs from the crowd grew loud, and Oldly's forehead was covered in a fine white sweat. Just when everyone thought Lin Yu would fail to awaken. VRRR. A deep rumbling suddenly exploded from inside the awakening device. The 3-meter-high, several-ton device shook violently. Then, a blinding golden light burst from the center of the crystal, instantly engulfing the entire podium. Within the light was a terrifying, ancient, and domineering pressure that swept across the entire playground in an instant. At the edges of the playground, a dozen school security beast pets lost control on the spot. Bang! A second-tier lower iron-armored rhinoceros, as large as an armored car, legs went weak, collapsing onto the cement, its thick armor trembling wildly. A reconnaissance falcon in midair froze, wings stiff, falling straight into the greenery. On the podium, the principal, who had been sipping tea on a leather sofa, suddenly stood up. Clang! A stainless steel thermos fell to the ground, hot tea spilled on his pants, but the principal didn't notice, his eyes fixed on the golden light on the podium. This pressure, this light, S-rank? No. Absolutely beyond S-rank. Could it be that our small place, John City, is about to see a real dragon? The principal's fat shook all over, his hands gripping the railing tightly. The 3,000 students on the playground were all blinded by the golden strong light, shielding their faces with their hands, looking shocked. Zhao Tang stood below the stage, his face instantly pale, fists clenched tightly. The strong light on the high platform continued to rise, but the crystal suddenly made a cracking sound. Just when everyone thought Lin Yu was about to awaken some earth-shaking god-level talent. Crack! The obsidian on the awakening device suddenly split open, and the harsh sound of electrical short-circuit echoed across the playground. Immediately, a thick black smoke gushed from the heat vent behind the device. The golden strong light quickly disappeared with it. Everything happened too fast. Only thin strands of black smoke remained on the high platform, along with a sharp smell of burning plastic. The playground was completely silent. The holographic screen on top of the awakening device flickered twice, accompanied by stuttering mechanical synthetic sounds of electricity leaking, finally showing a row of black letters. Lin Yu, awakening successful. Talent rating, F. Talent sequence, Lord of all insects. The principal gaped, still holding onto the railing. Oldly's face froze completely at the words of wild joy. 3 seconds later, the playground completely erupted. Ha ha ha. F rank? Lord of all insects? The name sounds powerful, but it's F rank. Lord of all insects, isn't that just the boss of flies and cockroaches? Thunder loud, rain small, all this fuss is just a second-hand low-quality machine catching fire. I was excited for nothing. Amazing, Lin the top student, from now on Jiang City's public toilet fly killing and sewer cockroach work all rely on you, the master. What use is an insect-type pet beast? It's over, Lin Yu is useless for life. Laughter, boos, and mocking whistles instantly surged. Zhao Tang laughed the loudest, pushing through the crowd to the base of the high platform, tilting his head back to look at Lin Yu, not hiding the ridicule and delight in his eyes. Oh, our theoretical god is letting us down? F-rank Lord of all insects? This setup is perfect. Go to the breeding room and get 2 free green-headed flies, make a double fly. Zhao Tang's followers erupted in deafening laughter behind him. Oldly stepped forward, his hand paused in midair, finally patting Lin Yu on the shoulder and sighing heavily. Lin Yu, don't be discouraged, the machine may indeed be old. Even if you can't be a battle beast tamer, all your theoretical scores are full marks, you can become a logistics breeder as a path. Lin Yu still pressed his hand on the shattered crystal. He didn't look at Oldly, nor at Zhao Tang laughing hysterically below. Deep in his mind appeared the talent panel, emitting golden light. Talent, Lord of all insects. Rating, X, unique myth. Because the school's awakening stone was too low and gray to withstand the power of a myth-level talent, it showed as F rank. Rule 1, Absolute Domination. As the supreme master of insects, you have absolute bloodline suppression over any insect, and they will instinctively crave your touch and control. Rule 2, Eye of Divinity. You can see the hidden divine evolution paths of insects, feminine/myth forms. Rule 3, Sympathetic Feedback. As your pet beast grows stronger, it proportionally enhances your physical qualities. Lin Yu withdrew his hand, showing no loss or grievance on his face. He only felt extremely ridiculous. The school's outdated broken awakening device simply couldn't bear the first wave of primal pressure from the arrival of Lord of all insects, and burned the motherboard. To prevent complete explosion and injury, the device automatically cut the power valve, and without power, it displayed the lowest level talent. Just as Lin Yu recovered his mind and prepared to step down, he did not notice that the Lord of all insects had a 4th rule. Law 4, to breed for the king. Hidden after transforming into a female, the beast pet will desperately long to reverse the roles and breed for the king, considering it the highest honor. Move aside. Move aside. Lin Yu descended the high platform along the stairs. Zhao Tang, seeing this, deliberately stepped forward, extending his right leg to block the bottom step, hoping to watch Lin Yu trip and fall publicly. Lin Yu, noticing this, did not avoid the falling step but instead stepped directly on Zhao Tang's foot. The full weight of his body, combined with the inertia from the descent, focused instantly on the heel of his shoe. Zhao Tang's toe and metatarsal bones instantly dislocated and broke. Ah! Zhao Tang let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his right foot and rolling frantically on the ground. The surrounding laughter abruptly stopped. Everyone took a terrified step back, staring at Lin Yu in disbelief. Sorry, but... Thanks for the stepping stone. Lin Yu's tone was calm, without a trace of apology. He didn't even glance at Zhao Tang on the ground and walked straight through the crowd towards the back of the field. That direction led to the school's free breeding room. Pushing open the heavy glass door of the breeding room, a mixture of feed, waste, and disinfectant filled the air. The huge breeding room was bustling with noise. Countless awakened civilian students were packed here, choosing among the low-tier free beast pets in wire cages and glass tanks. Don't push, this wind-blade wolf cub is the one I saw first. Bullshit, it wagged its tail at me just now. There are a few armored pigs over there, who wants them? Ordinary students were scrambling for dog and cat species or beasts with strong defense. However, the insect area in the deepest part of the hall was completely empty. Even the civilian students looked down upon insect-type beasts. Short lifespan, low potential, and they looked disgusting. In their eyes, contracting an insect was equivalent to giving up the identity of a battle beast master. Lin Yu passed through the noisy crowd and walked directly to the deserted insect area. Theoretical knowledge told him that 99% of insects would never break through the limits of high-tier beast pets in their lifetime. But now, he had the divine eye. Lin Yu stopped in front of a cage filled with iron beetles, and a mesmerizing golden light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Target, iron beetle. Rank, ordinary beast. Potential limit, upper first stage. Evolution path, eat large amounts of red iron or to evolve into a red beetle. Divine path, none. Lin Yu shook his head and turned his gaze to a nearby glass tank, where a half-meter-long poisonous centipede was curled up. Target, black poison centipede. Rank, ordinary beast. Potential limit, lower second stage. Evolution path, long-term feeding of poison grass and refining poison glands to evolve into a purple poison centipede. Divine path, none. After scanning through dozens of cages, all with no divine evolution paths, the highest potential moth could only barely reach the lower third stage. Lin Yu wasn't in a hurry. If divine level potential were everywhere, it wouldn't be divine anymore, and he was just trying his luck. He walked towards the deepest and darkest corner of the breeding room, the junk area. Here were stored defective creatures with missing genes, on the verge of death. At the bottom of a row of rusted iron shelves, Lin Yu stopped. On the shelf was a dusty plastic tank. Inside the tank lay a small white spider, about the size of a palm. One of its front legs was completely severed, with black-green blood scabs at the wound. Its once pure white exoskeleton was covered in burn marks and cracks from being torn by other fierce beasts. Its 8 eyes were tightly shut, lying on a dry leaf, and the rise and fall of its chest was barely noticeable. This was a defective creature that couldn't even reach the rank of an ordinary beast, ready to die at any moment. Lin Yu's gaze instantly locked onto it. In the next second, a red light appeared above its head. 2 completely different data panels unfolded in Lin Yu's view. Target, mutated moon shadow spider, dying/genetic defect. Current realm, mortal beast. Attributes, poison, dark, mental. Potential, low tier of 4th grade. Evolution path, devouring dark poison beast core. The low 4th grade, for a beast tamer who just awakened their talent, was already a great choice. But then, a red glow erupted, and the second line of data instantly crushed the first one. Mythic/daughter evolution, blood pact with the Lord of 10,000 insects. Injecting the Lord of 10,000 insects primal blood to fix genetic flaws. Potential, X, unique mythic, heavenly weaver of the celestial net. This is it. Lin Yu's expression hardened. Mythic level potential, 3 attributes combined. He looked at the dying spider with a broken leg inside the plastic tank. It seemed to sense Lin Yu's bloodline power, and the dying moonshadow spider suddenly opened its 8 eyes. Dragging its body leaking green fluids, the spider scraped a trail of blood across the rough plastic tank bottom. It slowly, with great effort, crawled toward the glass edge, finally pressing its broken head firmly where Lin Yu's gaze fell. It yearned for its king. Without hesitation, Lin Yu directly lifted the lid of the plastic tank. He raised his right hand to his mouth, biting hard into his index finger's tip. A drop of crimson blood seeped out. Lin Yu gently touched the bleeding finger to the moon shadow spider's head. Don't be afraid. From today on, you are my beast companion. I will heal you, and make you a myth above all living beings. From now on, your name will be Bai Zhi. The contract was formed. Chapter 2, Contracting the Heavenly Weaver of the Celestial Net. The primal blood of the Lord of 10,000 insects, upon touching the moon shadow spider, directly seeped into its body. Bai Zhi's old, cracked shell rapidly shriveled and peeled off. Under Lin Yu's watch, the severed front leg wound crazily swarmed with granulation tissue, knitting together. A few minutes later, all of Bai Zhi's wounds had healed. Now, she was only the size of a fist, completely snow-white. A few dark red, strange patterns faintly appeared on her abdomen, a sign of highly concentrated dark and poison energy. She slowly opened her 8 eyes. Her 8 eyes turned crimson, and when looking at Lin Yu, they were filled with an almost overwhelming, sickly attachment. Hiss. Bai Zhi let out a low hiss, and her 8 long spider legs suddenly pushed off, leaping onto Lin Yu's outstretched hand. The touch was icy, and Bai Zhi retracted her sharp barbs from her legs. With her head covered in tiny white fur, she repeatedly and greedily rubbed against the fingertip that Lin Yu had bitten to draw blood. Contract successfully formed. Bai Zhi, mortal beast. Status, genetic remodeling complete. Symbiotic feedback triggered, you have gained a small amount of poison resistance and physical enhancement. A weak but pure heat flowed into Lin Yu's meridians from his fingertip. Lin Yu clenched his left hand, feeling a noticeable increase in strength. Just then, a loud metallic crash echoed from the entrance of the cultivation room. Bang! 2 rows of empty, rusty iron racks were kicked over by someone. Damn! Lin Yu, you really are hiding in this garbage collection place. A boy with a buzz cut walked in, followed by 2 lackeys in school uniforms. Lin Yu didn't look up, he just gently comforted Bai Zhi in his palm with his thumb. The newcomer was Sun Chang, Zhao Tang's #1 lackey from class Zhao Tang. Earlier, on the playground, Zhao Tang had his toe broken and was immediately carried away by the school doctor on a stretcher. To show loyalty to the Zhao family, Sun Chang immediately brought people to block the cultivation room. The noise from this side was loud. The common students who were still fighting for regular beast pets in the hall stopped their actions and gathered around, but none dared to get too close. It's Sun Chang, he's here to take revenge for Zhao Tang. Is he crazy? Lin Yu awakened an F-class insect system, and he dares to mess with the Zhao family? Sun Chang has awakened a D-class talent, and he's contracted a top-tier mortal beast, a bloodthirsty macaque, given to him by the Zhao family. Amid the murmurs, Sun Chang had already reached Lin Yu's side. He glanced at the white spider in Lin Yu's hand, the size of a fist, and his contempt on his face was undisguised. I thought you had some courage to step on Brother Tang, but in the end, you just picked a dying broken spider? Sun Chang twisted his neck, joints cracking, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Brother Tang ordered, you stepped on him with your left foot, then today you won't have your 2 legs. By the way, crush that disgusting bug in your hand. Sun Chang suddenly raised his right hand. A gray summoning magic circle lit up behind him. Roar! A macaque over a meter long, covered in messy red hair, jumped out from the magic circle. The bloodthirsty macaque's eyes were full of blood, and its 2 front claws carved deep grooves into the cement floor. The surrounding students shouted in alarm, all retreating backward. Facing the snarling bloodthirsty macaque, Lin Yu still stood in place, showing no defensive stance. Lin Yu lifted his eyelids, glancing at Sun Chang. Go, tear off his left leg first. Sun Chang suddenly pointed at Lin Yu. The bloodthirsty macaque let out a brutal roar, its strong hind legs pushing off the ground, fangs bared, rushing straight at Lin Yu. Lin Yu did not move, but the white on his palm stirred. To Bai Zhi, Lin Yu was the king who gave her new life. Now, a lowly monkey dared to bare its fangs at her king. Bai Zhi's 8 crimson compound eyes instantly shrank. With a pressure belonging to a mythical beast pet, it exploded from Bai Zhi's body. The bloodthirsty macaque in midair, its fierce gaze instantly collapsed. Its forward movement froze in midair, its blood stopped flowing from extreme fear. At the moment the macaque froze, the dark red patterns on Bai Zhi's abdomen suddenly lit up. A half-transparent dark purple poisonous silk shot out from Bai Zhi's tail. Its speed exceeded the limit of human eyes to catch. The dark purple silk pierced the macaque's forehead, penetrated its brain, then exited the back of its head, deeply embedding into the cement beneath Sunshine's feet. The silk tightened. The massive body of the bloodthirsty macaque crashed to the ground less than half a meter from Lin Yu. Bang! At the moment the silk pierced the macaque's brain, the mixed poison on Bai Zhi's silk had already completely corroded its brain. One strike, instant kill. The entire breeding hall fell silent. The students who seconds ago were waiting to see Lin Yu's legs broken all widened their eyes, pupils trembling violently. A top-tier bloodthirsty macaque, killed in one move by a crippled little spider? The cruel smile on Sun Chang's face instantly froze. He stared blankly at the macaque corpse at his feet, black blood seeping from its forehead. A strong spiritual backlash surged into Sun Chang's mind along the broken contract. Put! Sun Chang spat a mouthful of blood, his knees buckled, collapsing to the ground, hands clutching his head. When a contract beast dies, the soul of its tamer suffers a severe blow. The 2 people who came with Sun Chang trembled violently, step by step retreating backward. Lin Yu's expression was calm, he lifted his index finger, gently touching Bai Zhi's head. Bai Zhi quickly cut the poisonous silk, climbing up Lin Yu's arm onto his shoulder. She rubbed against Lin Yu's cheek affectionately, letting out a low hiss as if seeking praise. But immediately, Lin Yu felt an abnormal weakness at his shoulder. He turned his head. Bai Zhi, once crystalline and bright, now had a dull white shell. Her 8 legs trembled slightly, resting on Lin Yu's shoulder, even the red glow in her compound eyes dimmed. Status, extremely weak. Genetic remolding in battle exhausted her energy. Target has conditions to break through first tier, urgently needs dark/poison materials for evolution. Lin Yu's gaze hardened. Just after signing the contract, the source toxin was forcibly activated, and Bai Zhi's current state was extremely poor. Moreover, an evolution with myth-level potential absolutely cannot be exposed in a cultivation room like this, in front of so many people. He immediately and carefully placed the weak Bai Zhi into his pocket. Bai Zhi tightly grasped Lin Yu's finger with her fluffy appendages, finding an absolute sense of security in this pocket filled with Lin Yu's scent. Get lost. Lin Yu glanced at the 2 people blocking the door, who were completely stunned by fear. The crowd immediately scattered to the sides, no one daring to meet Lin Yu's eyes. Chapter 3, Half Human, Half Spider. In the southern district of Jiangcheng, at the beast material trading market. Lin Yu walked through the crowded aisle, with stalls selling things carelessly spread out along both sides of the road. He had no background, nor did he have the financial support of a family. 10 years ago, a small-scale beast tide broke out on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, and the defense line was torn apart for 10 minutes. It was during those 10 minutes that the civilian neighborhood Lin Yu lived in was trampled into ruins by 2 third-tier magical beasts. His parents were crushed under the collapsed buildings and died on the spot. Lin Yu was hiding in a narrow underground water pipe, barely surviving. He knew better than anyone that in this world, weakness is the original sin. Lin Yu walked into a store that specialized in selling low-tier materials. Boss, I want the frog crystal core from the swamp beasts, and some bone powder with dark attributes, get me the cheapest. The boss, a fat man, glanced at Lin Yu's clothes and lazily reached under the counter to pull out 2 crystal cores filled with impurities, along with a small bag of gray-black powder. A total of 2,800 yuan, no bargaining. Lin Yu took out his phone and scanned the payment code. After the payment was successful, his phone balance dropped to just a couple of digits. This was all the savings he had earned from his part-time job at the slaughterhouse, dissecting magical beast carcasses during this year's vacation. With the transaction complete, Lin Yu tucked the materials into his pocket. He clearly felt Bai Zhi's fluffy appendages touch his knuckles inside the pocket, the frequency quick, revealing an impatient hunger. Half an hour later, Lin Yu returned to the old district. This was an old, run-down building, with large patches of peeling walls. Lin Yu pushed open the iron door of his rented room. The room was dim, with only a wooden table and a single bed. He locked the iron door behind him and slid the bolt into place. Then he drew the heavy blackout curtains. The room immediately darkened. Lin Yu opened the pocket and placed Bai Zhi on the wooden table. Bai Zhi's current state was very weak, her snow-white exoskeleton lost its luster, and her 8 legs trembled slightly. Lin Yu poured the 2 frog crystal cores and the dark attribute bone powder onto the table. Eat! As soon as Bai Zhi saw this, she immediately pounced on the materials. Her sharp mandibles easily pierced through the crystal core shell. The gray-green poison energy and black dark attribute energy quickly surged into her small body, not even the size of a fist. Within half a minute, the materials turned into a gray-white powder with no energy fluctuation. After the energy was absorbed, Bai Zhi's body suddenly stiffened. She raised her head and let out an extremely hoarse low growl. A large amount of white spider silk spewed from her tail, weaving in the air to wrap around her. A white silk cocoon quickly took shape on the wooden table. The cocoon continued to expand, eventually reaching the size of a watermelon. Inside the cocoon, red and purple lights alternated, flashing brightly. The sound of bones reassembling, flesh tearing, and growing intertwined together. Lin Yu stood in front of the table, calmly staring at the cocoon. Target, Bai Zhi. Status, in the midst of genetic transformation. 10 minutes later. The red light inside the cocoon reached its peak. Srara. A crack was forcibly torn open at the top of the cocoon from the inside. Lin Yu's gaze slightly sharpened. A pale, slender human girl's hand reached out from the crack, tightly gripping the edge of the cocoon. Next is the second hand. Both hands worked together, tearing apart the tough silk cocoon completely. Bai Zhi walked out of the silk cocoon, her body now a size bigger than before. She was no longer purely a spider. Below her waist, her body remained a white spider's form, with 8 long, sharp spider legs firmly planted on the wooden table. But at the front of the spider's abdomen, a beautiful human girl's upper body grew. Her skin was pale to the point of being almost transparent, and one could even see the bluish veins beneath her skin. Silver long hair fell messily across her white shoulders. She had no clothes, only a few delicate spider silk threads barely covering her towering chest. Bai Zhi, first tier high rank. With Lin Yu's contract, Bai Zhi advanced and directly jumped over 2 small realms in one go. As Bai Zhi advanced, Lin Yu also received a return benefit. Synchronization return benefit triggered, slightly enhances your mental power. Seeing this, Lin Yu was so surprised that his mouth opened slightly. In this world, newly awakened individuals usually start with a young pet beast in its early stage, requiring several months of training to reach the first tier. Yet Bai Zhi, in just one night, covered the distance that others would take half a year to travel. Bai Zhi slowly raised her head. That human girl's face was extremely exquisite, but her eyes were pure scarlet. She looked at Lin Yu. In her scarlet pupils, there was only sickly madness and extreme possessiveness. Bai Zhi's lips parted slightly. Master. This was her first time speaking human language. Her voice was soft, hoarse, and carried an unfamiliar rawness. Her 4 spider legs exerted force, dragging her upper body to the edge of the wooden table, directly pressing against Lin Yu's chest. She used her human arms to tightly embrace Lin Yu's neck. She buried her cheek in Lin Yu's neck, breathing deeply, greedily inhaling Lin Yu's scent. Master's scent, the taste of blood, all belongs to Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi's fingers tightened suddenly, her long nails scratching a few white marks on Lin Yu's nape. She lifted her head, her scarlet eyes staring intensely at Lin Yu's eyes. Master must not give this scent to anyone. If anyone touches Master, Bai Zhi will tear them apart, piece by piece, and melt them away. Lin Yu did not push her away, allowing her to cling to him. Okay. Lin Yu's tone was calm. Upon hearing this, the red light in Bai Zhi's eyes intensified, and a pleased purring sound escaped from her throat. At that moment, Bai Zhi's body suddenly trembled. She suddenly let go of Lin Yu and painfully clasped her white neck with both hands. Ugh! A muffled cry of pain escaped from her mouth. Lin Yu looked down. Above Bai Zhi's collarbone, near her throat, a dark purple lump suddenly bulged, with the surrounding skin almost translucent. Status warning, organ rejection during transformation. The newly formed poison gland and vocal organ energy accumulation needs external guidance or will lead to tissue necrosis. Bai Zhi trembled in pain, her 8 spider legs unconsciously scratching at the wooden table, sending wood chips flying. Lin Yu took a step forward. He extended his right hand, using his thumb and index finger to grip the long, pale neck of Bai Zhi, forcing her constantly twisting head to stay still. Then, Lin Yu placed his left index finger precisely on the dark purple bulge. As soon as his finger touched it, the area was shockingly hot. "Don't move." Lin Yu's voice was deep. He activated the slight spiritual energy he had just received from the return benefit and, using his index finger, pressed down hard. Ugh! Bai Zhi let out an extremely weak cry. The immense pain mixed with an indescribable tingling sensation immediately pierced through her nerves. Lin Yu's finger did not stop, instead following the lines of her collarbone, gently massaging and dispersing the accumulated poison energy little by little. The extreme sensitivity caused by physical pressure made Bai Zhi's body lose all strength. Her human upper body softly collapsed onto Lin Yu's arm. "Master, it hurts, so strange." Bai Zhi gasped heavily, her eyes flushed with a hint of red. The physical pain gradually transformed into a deadly sense of dependence. Her 8 spider legs, originally clawing wildly, suddenly retracted all at once. The sharp spider legs avoided the blade, using their smooth sides to tightly wrap around Lin Yu's arm. Her whole body almost embedded itself into Lin Yu's embrace. "Master, a little heavier, a little heavier." Bai Zhi murmured incoherently, biting Lin Yu's collar, her sickly expression mixed with physiological reactions, revealing an extremely bizarre charm. 2 minutes later. The dark purple lump completely vanished, and the accumulated toxins were successfully guided into Bai Zhi's spider abdomen. Lin Yu withdrew his hand. His left index finger was soaked in sweat, the pad slightly reddened from the intense force. "Done." Bai Zhi weakly collapsed onto the table, her silver hair soaked in sweat, sticking to her pale cheeks. Her bloodshot eyes half-closed, still fixated on Lin Yu's finger, as though she still hadn't had enough. The room was quiet, only Bai Zhi's heavy breathing filled the air. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there came urgent knocking on the door from outside. Lin Yu turned his head to look at the door. "Lin Yu, open the door inside, it's a routine check by the Public Security Bureau." A rough, impatient man's voice came from the corridor outside. Lin Yu's gaze darkened. In the old district, a neglected area, the Public Security Bureau wouldn't come once a year. Now, suddenly showing up and accurately calling out his name. This was definitely not a routine check. Is it the Zhao family, or did the breeding room discover an anomaly in the bloodthirsty monkey's death? Hearing the sound from outside, Bai Zhi, who had been lying limp on the table, suddenly sat up straight. The charming expression on her human face vanished, replaced by an extreme coldness and murderous intent. She let out a low growl from her throat. "Master, the people outside are so noisy." Bai Zhi's 8 spider legs suddenly tensed, and the dark red patterns on her abdomen glowed again. "Bai Zhi, go kill them, then it'll be just me and the master, okay?" Chapter 4, Zhao Tang's Revenge and the Bounty. "Hide." Lin Yu pressed down on Bai Zhi's back and whispered. "Do not make a sound without my command." Hearing this, the blood red in Bai Zhi's eyes flickered for a moment, and with great reluctance, she left Lin Yu's body. But the absolute bloodline dominance made her obediently shut her mouth. Bai Zhi released her hold on Lin Yu's neck and jumped up forcefully, her 8 spider legs hanging from the corners of the ceiling. Dark energy surged, and she completely merged into the shadows of the old room. Bang! 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 The banging on the door grew louder, the iron door denting inward from the hits. "Lin Yu, stop playing dead inside, open the door or I'll break it down." Lin Yu casually grabbed an old coat and put it on, covering the sweat on his collar. He walked over and unlocked the rusty bolt. The door was suddenly pushed open, and 2 men in black uniforms barged in. A strong smell of tobacco and blatant malice flooded the room in an instant. The leader was a burly man with a face full of rough features, wearing a standard shock baton from the Public Security Bureau on his waist. He was holding a half-meter-tall gray-haired hunting dog on a leash. As soon as the gray-haired hunting dog entered the room, it began sniffing the ground frantically. Target, Gray Wind Dog. Realm, Ordinary Beast. This was a low-level beast pet used by the Public Security Bureau to track scents, with an extremely sharp sense of smell. The burly man scanned the simple single room, finally locking eyes with Lin Yu. "You are Lin Yu?" Lin Yu's expression remained calm, and he didn't speak. The burly man sneered and pulled out a wanted poster from his pocket, slamming it onto the table. "Someone reported that you are suspected of murdering a family beast master. Young Master Zhao Tang's bloodthirsty monkey died in the breeding room, and the scene left behind that disgusting smell of yours." The thin, tall man who followed behind casually closed the iron door. Click, the door was locked from the inside. The tall thin man looked at Lin Yu with a sinister glare. "A worthless F-rank awakened, but you sure have guts. The Zhao family paid $1 million to buy your 2 legs and that spider." Come with us, so you won't suffer bodily pain. The strong man pulled out the stun baton from his waist. Blue arcs of electricity crackled in the air, lighting up his cruel smile. Lin Yu glanced at the wanted notice on the table. No official stamp, this wasn't a legal arrest at all. The Zhao family didn't even bother hiding it, they just bought off the corrupt cops to silence him. What if I don't go? Lin Yu's tone was calm and flat. The strong man laughed savagely. Then I'll break your legs right here and drag you along. He waved his hand. The gray-winged dog opened its drooling mouth and lunged at Lin Yu's throat. Lin Yu stood still. Just as the gray-winged dog was half a meter away. From the shadows of the ceiling, an extremely terrifying mental pressure suddenly descended. The gray-winged dog's pupils instantly widened, its body froze mid-air. 2 points of crimson light suddenly opened in the darkness. SSSHH. A faint slicing sound, a semi-transparent dark purple spider thread shot down from above. The thread pierced precisely through the top of Grey-Winged Dog's head, coming out under its jaw, pinning it to the wooden floor. The Grey-Winged Dog didn't even whimper, dying instantly. The strong man and tall thin man froze at the same time, they had no idea where the attack came from. What is that? The strong man shouted, looking up at the ceiling. In the darkness, a strange figure slowly appeared. The upper body of a pale, beautiful human girl connected to the white spider body. Silver hair fell down, her white and red eyes locked on the two men below. Dare to shout at my master. Her voice was hoarse and soft, but carried a chill like falling into an ice pit. You, all will die. The strong man's pupils shrank violently, cold sweat drenched his back instantly. Monster transformation? This is a high-level ferocious beast. He backed away frantically, reaching for the gun at his waist. But it was too late. Bai Zhi's front spider leg shot out sharply. The sharp barbs pierced through the strong man's shoulders, lifting him into the air. Ah! The strong man screamed in agony, dropping the stun baton. Purple-black venom flowed through the spider legs into his body. His muscles and bones began to blacken and dissolve at visible speed. Captain! The tall thin man trembled in fear. He turned to grab the door handle, trying to escape. Bai Zhi snorted coldly. A thin spider thread shot out, instantly wrapping around the tall thin man's neck. The thread tightened sharply. Crack! His cervical vertebrae snapped. The tall thin man's head tilted slowly, finally collapsing limply against the door. Bai Zhi flicked the blood off her spider legs with disgust and descended from the ceiling. Her 8 legs folded skillfully, obediently crouching at Lin Yu's feet. She raised her exquisite little face, looking at Lin Yu with bright eyes. Master, Bai Zhi killed them all. Bai Zhi is awesome. Lin Yu crouched down, stroking her cold silver hair. Awesome. Bai Zhi happily squinted her eyes, rubbing her cheek against Lin Yu's palm. Lin Yu stood up, looking at the corpses on the ground. The venom in the bodies was still working, flesh turning into stinking black liquid quickly. The old city soundproofing is terrible, those screens surely alerted the neighbors. We can't stay here. Since the Zhao family can find this place, tomorrow more will come. Lin Yu walked to the black liquid, using his toe to lift the strong man's fallen tactical backpack. He opened the backpack, inside were 2 bundles of cash and a hexagonal crystal glowing faint green. Lin Yu's pupils constricted. Target, Wood Spirit Crystal Core, Tier 1 Upper. Containing pure life energy, it can greatly enhance the physique of the beast companion. To kill him, the Zhao family even provided these black cops with first-level high-grade crystal cores. This is quite a hefty sum. Lin Yu pocketed the crystal cores and cash, casually taking a few spare clothes from the table. At this moment, Lin Yu's phone screen suddenly lit up. An unsigned encrypted message popped up. The underground black market bounty list has been updated. Your life is worth 500,000. The Zhao family's worshippers have been dispatched. Run. Lin Yu looked at the phone screen. 500,000, Zhao Tang's useless toes are worth quite a bit. With one hand, he exerted force and directly crushed the phone card, throwing the phone to the ground and stomping it into pieces. Since Jiang City no longer had a place for him, he would head to the wasteland area outside the city. That place was full of magical beasts, a forbidden zone for humans. But now that he had awakened his talents, that was a different story. Lin Yu turned his head to look at Bai Zhi, who was cleaning up the blood on the floor. Bai Zhi, we need to leave here. Bai Zhi lifted her blood-red eyes, climbed up Lin Yu's pants leg, and skillfully used her spider silk to secure herself to his back. As long as I'm with my master, I can go anywhere. Lin Yu pushed open the iron door and stepped into the endless night. Chapter 5, The Pursuit of a Mid-Level Beast Master. Outside Jiang City, at the edge of the wasteland. The rusty barbed wire had been torn open in several places. A tilted warning sign was painted with red paint, wasteland area, magical beasts rampant, extremely dangerous, entry prohibited. It was deep in the night, with the moon hidden behind thick clouds. From deep within the wasteland came eerie beast roars that sent chills down the spine. For ordinary beast masters, the wasteland at night was like the gates of hell. But Lin Yu walked past the warning line without a change in his expression. Bai Zhi lay quietly on his back, her human-like upper body pressed tightly against Lin Yu's neck, greedily absorbing his body heat. After walking less than 200 meters, the withered grass in front of them suddenly shook violently. Hiss! A black armored cricket, with 2 pairs of compound eyes, suddenly jumped out. Its mouthparts opened wide, and its sharp serrated teeth glinted coldly in the night, aiming straight at Lin Yu's ankle. This was a mutated cricket, known for its ambushes and jumping abilities. Lin Yu didn't stop walking and didn't even glance at it. Just as the black armored cricket was about to touch Lin Yu's pants leg, it sensed Lin Yu's aura, and the absolute domination skill activated. That was the Supreme King's aura, originating from an ancient bloodline, making all insects submit. The black armored cricket let out an extremely terrified scream in midair, forcibly twisting its body to avoid Lin Yu, crashing heavily onto the gravel ground. It didn't flee, but instead curled up all 6 legs, pressing its head firmly against the ground, its entire body trembling wildly. It was bowing down. Bai Zhi, lying on Lin Yu's shoulder, coldly glanced at the cricket on the ground. A lowly creature. She hummed lightly, dissatisfied that this lowly creature had disturbed her time alone with her master. Lin Yu continued forward. All along the way, countless pairs of spying eyes blinked on and off in the dark. The once loud insect chirps became deathly silent in the area Lin Yu passed through. The poison moths on tree trunks folded their wings. The iron-armored beetles in the soil stopped digging. In the wasteland area, where one could die 9 times out of 10, it now seemed like a garden welcoming the return of a king. Half an hour later, Lin Yu found an abandoned mine cave that was dry and sheltered from the wind. We'll rest here tonight. Lin Yu found a flat stone to sit on, pulling Bai Zhi into his arms. He pulled up his attribute panel to take a quick look. Name, Lin Yu. Realm, Beginner Beast Master. Contract Beast, Bai Zhi, First Level High. Sync Backfeeding Bonus, First Level Poison Resistance, First Level Mental Power, First Level Physical Enhancement. As Bai Zhi advanced to the First Level High grade, Lin Yu officially stepped into the threshold of becoming a Beast Master. Although it was only the lowest beginner level, with the bonus from the harmonious feedback, his physical fitness was already comparable to that of an intermediate Beast Master who exercises regularly. Lin Yu took out the glowing green wood spirit crystal core from his pocket. This was a first-tier high-grade material, worth at least 50,000 yuan. The wood element primarily nourishes life, and Bai Zhi's current half-human, half-spider form was still unstable. Her human body part was too pale and cold, requiring vast amounts of life energy to nourish it. Eat it. Lin Yu brought the crystal core to Bai Zhi's mouth. Bai Zhi obediently opened her small mouth and swallowed the crystal core in one bite. Mum. The moment the crystal core entered her stomach, an overwhelming surge of pure life energy exploded within her body. A faint green glow appeared on Bai Zhi's pale skin surface. The human part of her body began to heat up, and her body temperature rose rapidly. Master, it's so hot. Bai Zhi twisted her body in discomfort. She didn't know how to guide this enormous energy, and her 8 spider legs unconsciously scratched deep grooves in the ground. Don't move around, I'll help guide it. Lin Yu pressed her restless shoulder, his palm gently resting on Bai Zhi's smooth and delicate back. Instead of being cold, it now felt warm, like the touch of a human girl. Lin Yu activated the little spirit power he had left inside and slowly guided the chaotic wood element energy along her spine, smoothing it out and leading it into Bai Zhi's flesh and bones. As the energy merged, Bai Zhi's previously ethereal and translucent skin became more solid, fair, and luminous. Her silver hair also gained more shine. Half an hour later, the green light dissipated. Bai Zhi collapsed weakly in Lin Yu's arms, small beads of sweat forming on her body. At the same time, the harmonious feedback was triggered. A huge surge of wood element vitality flowed through the contract bond and poured into Lin Yu's body. The exhaustion of the past few days was wiped away, and his physical vitality surged again, even the damaged cells were quickly being strengthened. Bai Zhi looked more like a human now. If one ignored her spider lower body, she now looked like a perfect little girl. Sleep. Lin Yu leaned back against the rock wall, closing his eyes to rest. Bai Zhi found a comfortable position in his arms, rubbing her cheek against Lin Yu's chest. Soon, she fell into a steady, rhythmic breathing. At the same time, outside the wire fence on the edge of the wasteland area, a black off-road vehicle suddenly stopped with a screech. The door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing black combat gear stepped out. His gaze was cold, and there was a sinister knife scar on the left side of his cheek. His name was Wang Lai, a hired thug heavily funded by the Zhao family, a genuine intermediate beast master. Wang Lai glanced at the torn wire fence, a sneer of disdain appeared on his lips. A brat who just awakened F-level powers dares to break into the wasteland at night? He really doesn't know when to quit. He originally thought this mission was just to crush an ant in the old city, but it turned out to be a bust, and 2 useless black cops had died. Come out, Wind Chaser Wolf. Wang Lai waved his hand carelessly. A giant wolf, 2 meters long with dark green fur, appeared behind him. Target, Wind Chaser Wolf. Rank, 2nd tier lower level. Traits, sharp sense of smell, skilled in wind acceleration. Sniff around, that little brat definitely didn't run far. Wang Lai lit a cigarette and instructed lazily. The Wind Chaser Wolf sniffed around the wire fence and quickly locked onto Lin Yu's scent. It let out a low growl towards the depths of the wasteland. Oh? He really dares to run inside. Wang Lai exhaled a puff of smoke, tossing the cigarette but stomping it out with his foot. Let's go, quick battle, quick decision. Young Master Zhao is waiting to see that kid's head. He crossed the security line, walking leisurely with the Wind Chaser Wolf into the perilous night. In his eyes, hunting down a high school student who had just awakened his Beastmaster ability was no different from stepping on a bug. Let alone the fact that he had awakened the insect element. Outside the mine, the cold wind howled. Wang Lai stood 20 meters away from the mine entrance, stepping on the gravel, holding a short dagger in his hand. A 2nd-tier lower-level wind-chasing wolf crouched by his side, its throat growling threateningly, its green glowing eyes locked onto the pitch-black entrance. Having found this place, Wang Lai's patience had already run out. Lin Yu, I know you're in there. That spider of yours is indeed a little creepy, able to kill 2 worthless black police officers. But in the face of absolute power, this kind of little trick is nothing. Wang Lai spat out the cigarette but in his mouth and crushed it under his foot. Come out and kneel obediently, so I can break your limbs and bring you back to young Master Zhao. Otherwise, I'll send the wind-chasing wolf in to slowly pull your guts out. His voice echoed across the desolate wasteland's edge, filled with the arrogance of a mid-level beastmaster. However, inside the mine, it was completely silent, only the rustling sound of wind blowing through the vines at the entrance. This disregard made Wang Lai feel a deep sense of humiliation. Refusing a toast and forcing a punishment. Wang Lai's eyes flashed with violent fury. Wind-chasing wolf, go in and drag him out. Awah! The wind-chasing wolf, upon receiving the order, pushed off the ground with its hind legs. Blue wind elements gathered around it, and its massive wolf body turned into a swift afterimage as it dove into the pitch-black mine. Wang Lai stood outside, a cruel smile on his face. In his mind, a 2nd-tier wind-chasing wolf easily crushed an ordinary beast. He could almost hear Lin Yu's shrill screams of misery. 3 minutes later. There was still no sound of battle from the mine. After the wind-chasing wolf charged in, it was as if it had disappeared into thin air, without even causing a ripple. Wang Lai's smile slowly froze, and the instinct of a mid-level beastmaster made him feel something was wrong. Wind-chasing wolf? He called out tentatively. Deep in the mine, a faint sound suddenly came. Crack, crack. It was the sound of sharp mandibles chewing through a hard skull. Then, a round, furry object rolled out of the dark entrance, coming to a stop by Wang Lai's mud-covered combat boots. Wang Lai looked down, his pupils instantly shrinking. It was the head of the wind-chasing wolf. The massive wolf's head still had its green eyes wide open, frozen in an expression of intense fear and confusion before death. How is this possible? Wang Lai froze, a chill running straight up his spine. A 2nd-tier wind-chasing wolf, known for its speed, had been decapitated in one glance, without even a scream. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from the deep, dark mine. Lin Yu walked out calmly from the darkness, one hand in his pocket. Bai Zhi was crouched on his back. Her human form had a stunningly beautiful face with no expression, her crimson eyes coldly staring at Wang Lai outside the cave. At her slender, pale fingertips, a semi-transparent dark purple spider silk, stained with wolf blood, was slowly coiling back in circles. Lin Yu looked at the pale-faced Wang Lai, his tone completely emotionless. A mid-level beastmaster, and this is all you can do? Put. The mental backlash from the death of his contracted beast made Wang Lai spit out a mouthful of blood. It felt like countless steel needles were stabbing into his brain, and blood kept flowing from his nose. Bastard, you, what kind of monster is that spider of yours? Wang Lai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He couldn't accept that a dignified mid-level beastmaster had been defeated by a newly awakened rookie. Extreme anger and fear made him lose his sanity. So what if you're good at beast taming? A beastmaster's body is just a newly awakened bug-type talent, a waste. I'll kill you first, and then we'll see what your beast can do to me. Wang Lai roared, enduring the intense pain of the mental backlash, gripping the short dagger with both hands, his mid-level beastmaster-enhanced body speed exploding as he charged at Lin Yu. He wanted to use the beastmaster's frail body as a weakness and directly cut the back row. The sharp short dagger whistled through the air, stabbing fiercely toward Lin Yu's head. The strike was powerful and heavy, enough to pierce stone. Facing this deadly blow, Lin Yu stood in place, neither dodging nor retreating. His eyes even carried a hint of pity, just as the blade was about to touch his hair. Lin Yu raised his right hand, and a massive clash of metal and gold erupted at the entrance of the mine. The cruel smile on Wang Lai's face froze instantly. He saw in horror that the dagger he had stabbed with all his strength was lightly pinched by Lin Yu's 2 fingers, the blade held effortlessly. This strength, how is this possible? Wang Lai tried desperately to pull back the dagger, but no matter how he exerted force, the knife did not move an inch. Lin Yu felt the surging power inside him. This was the nourishment given by the laws themselves. In the future, when he had more beast pets, he could crush a myth-level ferocious beast with one hand using this nourishment. By then, even without beast pets, Lin Yu alone would be the supreme king. Every enhancement of Bai Zhi, whether gene remodeling or devouring the wood spirit crystal core, would feed back to strengthen Lin Yu. Too weak. Lin Yu slightly pressed with 2 fingers and twisted. The short dagger made of refined steel broke with a sharp snap. The next second, Lin Yu kicked, hitting Wang Lai's lower abdomen directly. Bang! Wang Lai flew backward more than 10 meters, crashing heavily against a dead tree, breaking the trunk. He slowly slumped to the ground, vomiting blood, ribs broken in countless places. He looked at Lin Yu walking step by step toward him in terror, as if seeing a primeval beast in human skin. You're not the high school student who just awakened the talent. Who exactly are you? Lin Yu stopped in front of him, looking down from above. What plans does the Zhao family have next? Where is Zhao Tang? Wang Lai was scared out of his mind, unable to hide, trembling as he confessed everything. Zhao young master is healing in a private hospital in the city. He offered a bounty of 50,000 for your life and set people to watch the outskirts of the wasteland. Every move of yours has already been bribed to him. Good. Lin Yu nodded. He got the information he wanted, so now he had no value. Bai Zhi, kill him. Bai Zhi behind him perked up excitedly at the words, a sickly smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Yes, master. She jumped off Lin Yu's back, her spider lower body crawling swiftly toward Wang Lai. And no. I already told you everything, you can't kill me. Wang Lai's desperate screams echoed through the night. Bai Zhi's sharp spider legs pierced his body, injecting purple-black digestive venom. 1 minute later. On the ground remained only a stinking black puddle, along with a set of black combat clothes and a tactical backpack. Lin Yu walked forward and picked up the backpack. Opening it, there was only a palm-sized black iron box inside. Lin Yu opened the box. Inside were 3 vials of pale blue liquid. Beginner Spirit Power Recovery Potion, quickly restores the spirit power consumed by beast masters. Good stuff. Lin Yu put the potions away and turned to look deep into the wasteland, darker and more dangerous, but also full of opportunities. With these resources, his and Bai Zhi's upgrade speed would be faster. Let's go Bai Zhi, tonight's hunt is just beginning. Lin Yu stepped over the black puddle, taking Bai Zhi with him into the endless night of the wasteland. Chapter 7, Hit with a Stick, Give a Sweet Date. Deep in the wasteland, black rock forest. The air was thick with the smell of blood and rotting dead leaves. The ground began to shake violently, twisted and dead trees in the forest were smashed roughly, with chips flying everywhere. Over 30 ferocious wild boars, the size of armored cars, with red eyes, snorting white breath, formed a dense charging formation and ran forward. Target, group of furious wild boars. Realm, first tier upper. Traits, group living, hard leather armor, collective charge with weak earth shock. Even a small team of mid-level beast masters, when facing a boar herd of this size, can only avoid the brunt of it. Once caught in the torrent of a charge, one would instantly be trampled into minced meat. Lin Yu stood on a 3-meter-high black boulder, calmly overlooking below. Leave none alive, Bai Zhi, Lin Yu said in a flat tone. Yes, master. Bai Zhi, who had always obediently lain on Lin Yu's back, instantly lifted her head. In those crimson eyes, a sickly desire for killing overflowed as if it were solid. She leapt down from the boulder. In midair, her silver hair wildly danced in the night wind. The moment Bai Zhi landed, she slammed both hands on the ground. A sharp, piercing shriek burst from her throat. This was the pressure of a high-tier bloodline. The few most violent boars at the front stiffened briefly under the shriek. But that half-second of stiffness was enough. The dark red patterns on Bai Zhi's abdomen suddenly flared with dazzling light. Skill, Heaven's Net. A large number of translucent dark purple threads quickly wove and spread in midair. A huge web covering 100 meters instantly formed. The 10 boars at the very front could not break in time and ran straight into the web. The threads were extremely thin, almost invisible to the naked eye, but 100 times stronger than steel wire, with strong stickiness. The boar's huge momentum slammed them onto the web, stretching it to a terrifying arc, but it did not break. The incredibly tough threads dug deep into the thick leather armor of the boars. Skill, Toxic Slice. Bai Zhi's 8 spider legs hooked sharply on the ground. The elastic web instantly stretched straight, accompanied by a dense sound of flesh being cut. The boar's leather armor, hard enough to resist normal bullets, was fragile like paper before the corroding, poisonous threads. The dozen or so leading boars were instantly sliced into pieces. Heads, limbs, and innards fell neatly to the ground like rain. Scalding blood gushed out, instantly staining the black stones dark red, and thick blood mist rose into the air. Roar! The 20 or so boars behind finally reacted. They tried to stop in panic, attempting to turn and flee. But it was already too late. Bai Zhi landed in the middle of the blood-soaked web, her 8 long sharp spider legs like the sickles of death. Her body flickered on the web. Each leap of the spider's body, each swing of the sharp legs, pierced precisely through a boar's skull or heart. Purple-black poison flowed through the legs into the boars, ending their screams. The hit boar's muscles and bones melted into a puddle of black water within seconds. In just 3 minutes, over 30 first-tier upper ferocious boars were wiped out. The edges of the black rock forest became a slaughtered battlefield, scattered with limbs and corroded pits. Bai Zhi stepped over the bloody remains and walked back under the boulder elegantly. Not a drop of blood stained her, her pale skin radiated a strange beauty under the moonlight. She folded her 8 spider legs neatly, obediently lying on the edge of the boulder, lifting her exquisitely delicate face. Her crimson eyes were full of proud excitement and longing. Master, Bai Zhi killed them all. Bai Zhi sliced them all, did not let them dirty master's clothes. Lin Yu jumped down from the boulder, calmly walked to Bai Zhi, and reached out to ruffle her head. Well done. Bai Zhi, pleased by the praise, squinted happily and rubbed her cheek against Lin Yu's palm. A comfortable gurgling sound came from his throat. Lin Yu pulled out his dagger and walked toward the wreckage of the wild boars. He lifted the knife and fell, skillfully cutting open the wild boars' bodies and picking out each crystal core. A first-rank upper crystal core could sell for around 50,000 on the black market. These more than 30 crystal cores were a fortune of over $1 million. For a high-level beast master, money was always just a number. Just as Lin Yu dug out the 10th crystal core. Boom! From a rocky beach hundreds of meters ahead, a terrible sound of fighting suddenly came. Along with it, a desperate, death-willed insect cry tore through the night sky. Lin Yu's hand paused slightly while wiping the crystal core. Whoever could make such a noise deep in the wasteland was definitely not an ordinary low-rank magic beast. He threw all the crystal cores in his hand into his beast space, stood up, and patted Bai Zhi on the back. Go check it out. Bai Zhi immediately climbed along Lin Yu's pants, fixing herself steadily on his back with her silk. The two used the cover of the night to quickly sneak toward the direction of the sound. 5 minutes later, Lin Yu climbed a tall rock wall and peeked over to look down. The hollow below had already become a bloody hell. Dozens of giant rats over 1 meter long, covered in black steel needle fur, formed a circle. Target, frenzied blade-tooth rat pack. Rank, 2nd rank lower. Features, extremely fast, teeth contain neurotoxin, extremely bloodthirsty. Their sharp claws left deep scratches on the rocks, saliva dripping from poison fangs onto the ground. They attacked the target in the center of the circle, one after another, crazily. That target was a purple shadow, soaked in blood. A slender purple mantis about 1.7 meters tall. Its current state was extremely miserable. Its whole body was covered in deep claw and bite marks, purple shell shattered in large areas, purple liquid oozing out constantly. Most deadly, its forearms were twin blades, the right one already broken in the middle, only half the blade remaining. But it still stood firm, not retreating a single step. The ground around was full of halved blade-tooth rat corpses, piled into a small mountain of bodies. Squeak! 3 blade-tooth rats pounced from 3 directions at the same time. A cold light flashed in the mantis's compound eyes, its left arm scythe turning into a sharp purple beam, instantly cutting the throat of the front rat. At the same time, it forced its broken body to twist, stabbing the remaining blade of its broken right arm into the eye socket of the right-side rat. But the left rat seized the chance to bite its thigh joint. Poison injected. The purple mantis shook violently, but it made no cry, instead ruthlessly swinging its left arm, cutting off the head of the rat biting it. Lin Yu pressed against the rock wall, golden light instantly flashing in the depths of his pupils. Divine Eye. Target, purple wing-blade mantis, near death. Current rank, 2nd rank lower. Potential, X, unique myth, fatal blade princess. Divine contract condition, life essence blood of the master of all insects. Lin Yu was stunned at the sight. A second mythic potential, appearing already at 2nd rank lower. More importantly, that refusal to die, ultimate cold-blooded combat instinct, was a perfect weapon born to kill. If he could contract it, he would not only gain terrifying close combat power, but also immediately experience a 2nd rank rebirth of his body. Just as Lin Yu's gaze burned, ready to leap down to the battlefield. The clothes on his back tightened suddenly. Bai Zhi, who had just killed the wild boars, trembled violently. She sharply sensed the shift in her master's gaze, noticed his heart racing. Jealousy immediately began to wildly grow in Bai Zhi's mind. Hiss! Bai Zhi let out a dangerously low growl from her throat. Her 8 spider legs suddenly wrapped tightly around Lin Yu's waist and arms. The force was immense, and the sharp barbs pressed against Lin Yu's skin even through his clothes, causing a very slight pain. Master! Bai Zhi buried her cold cheek in the hollow of Lin Yu's neck, forcefully smelling his scent. Her voice was hoarse and trembling, carrying a chilling eeriness. What are you looking at? Her crimson eyes fixed firmly on the purple-winged mantis below, hiding none of the murderous intent in them. Ugly insect, it does not deserve the master's attention. It is almost dead, it is useless. Bai Zhi's fingers clutched Lin Yu's shoulders tightly, her nails almost digging into flesh. Master only needs Bai Zhi, give all your love to Bai Zhi, no need for other trash. As long as the master commands, all enemies will be killed by Bai Zhi can tear them all apart. Master, don't give it blood, Bai Zhi will melt it now, along with those rats, okay? As she spoke, Bai Zhi's tail suddenly glowed red, and a dark purple thread full of her poison aimed directly at the purple-winged mantis on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yu stopped moving, his eyes instantly cold. Yandere, possessive, this was Bai Zhi's nature. He could indulge her in acting cute and clinging normally, even showing cruel brutality when killing enemies. But that absolutely did not mean she could interfere with the master's will. Bai Zhi. Lin Yu's voice was low, without any emotional fluctuation. Boom! A pressure unique to the Lord of all insects pressed heavily into Bai Zhi's soul without reservation. This was absolute dominion from the source of bloodline, an unbreakable rule of hierarchy. Bai Zhi's body suddenly went soft, and the poison thread about to shoot from her tail instantly dissolved. Instinct from her bloodline made her feel extreme awe and fear toward Lin Yu, her 8 tightly wrapped spider legs uncontrollably loosened, trembling against Lin Yu's side. You! Bai Zhi let out a whimper filled with grievance and panic. She dared not look at the purple-winged mantis below and buried her head tightly against Lin Yu's back, a tear escaping from the corner of her eye. Master, I'm sorry, Bai Zhi was wrong. Lin Yu reached behind him, not continuing the pressure, but gently rubbed her head. Hit with a stick, give a sweet date. This was the only way to control such an extreme-tempered beast. Be good. Lin Yu's tone softened a bit. Feeling the warmth and comfort of the master's hand, Bai Zhi's heart was still jealous, but she dared not resist. She could only reluctantly suppress this murderous intent deep inside. Yes, master. She rubbed her face on Lin Yu's clothes, then lifted her head, staring firmly at the purple-winged mantis below, her eyes filled almost to overflowing with hostility. After calming Bai Zhi, Lin Yu lowered his head to look at the battlefield again. The purple-winged mantis below was completely exhausted. Its compound eyes dimmed, its body swayed unsteadily. 3 of the largest blade-toothed rats saw the opportunity and leapt high from the mantis's blind spot. They opened their fangs dripping with neurotoxin, attacking the mantis's fragile neck. It was already too weak to swing its blades in defense. Lin Yu's gaze tightened slightly. Without hesitation, he leapt, diving from the towering cliff straight toward the rat swarm below. Chapter 8, Submission and Rebirth. The night wind howled. Lin Yu leapt down from the towering cliff, landing heavily in the bloodied hollow. Bang! Rocks scattered, and the huge impact caused the surrounding ground to tremble slightly. The 3 second-tier blade-toothed rats, midair and about to bite the mantis's neck, froze at the sudden disturbance. Bai Zhi, kill them all. Lin Yu's tone was icy. Bai Zhi, who had long been burning with jealousy and anger, finally found the outlet for her rage. Dare to dirty my master's eyes, all of you will die. She violently sprung from Lin Yu's back, directly charging toward the group of second-tier lower-level savage saber-toothed rats. Dark red patterns burst with unprecedented brilliance in the night. Countless dark purple spider silk threads, infused with high concentrations of venom, turned into sharp cutting nets, instantly covering an area of several meters around. The 3 saber-toothed rats midair were instantly sliced into neat chunks of meat by the web. Extreme fury, combined with the massive energy accumulated from the continuous slaughter, exploded at this moment. Bai Zhi threw her head back and let out a satisfying hiss. Reminder, Contract Beast Bai Zhi has experienced high-intensity killing and successfully broke through to the peak of the first tier. As the reminder sounded, Lin Yu's steps paused slightly. Synchronization rebound triggered. A highly pure energy surged through the soul contract, flooding into Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu's muscle density increased again, and his single-arm explosive strength instantly crossed the limits of an ordinary person. Lin Yu clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. He didn't care about Bai Zhi, who was massacring the rats on her own, but instead walked directly to the purple-winged mantis lying in a pool of blood. The purple-winged mantis's dull compound eyes quietly stared at Lin Yu as he approached. It was heavily injured, its right arm's broken blade hung uselessly on the ground, purple body fluids leaked continuously, and its life was already as faint as a flickering candle. But even so, it still fixed its gaze on Lin Yu, its compound eyes filled with bone-deep pride and defiance. Lin Yu stopped half a meter in front of it. He looked down at the dying battle machine, not immediately biting his finger but quietly staring at it for a few seconds. Your blade is broken. Lin Yu's voice was calm. The purple-winged mantis trembled slightly. It felt the supreme bloodline on Lin Yu that made all insects bow down, but its pride deep in its bones made it struggle not to collapse. If you fall here, you'll just become the feces of those rats. Your proud double blades will turn into mud in the wasteland. Lin Yu stared into its eyes, his tone direct. I don't take in trash, but I need the sharpest weapon. Surrender to me. I grant you the sharpness of rebirth, and the power to cut through everything. From now on, your blades will only be wielded for me. Lin Yu stretched out his right hand, hovering above the purple-winged mantis's head. The choice is yours. Die with broken pride, or be reborn as my sharp blade? The dull compound eyes of the purple-winged mantis suddenly erupted with an intense desire to survive and an extreme craving for power. It struggled to drag its broken body. Slowly, yet with unwavering determination, it crossed its remaining left scythe and broken right blade over its chest. Then, it deeply lowered its proud head, exposing the most vulnerable part of its carapace, its crown, completely under Lin Yu's palm. It chose to surrender. Seeing this, Lin Yu didn't hesitate and bit his index finger. A drop of golden origin blood oozed from his fingertip and fell onto the shattered carapace of the purple-winged mantis. Boom! The moment the blood touched, a violent wind and space law, combined with the killing aura, erupted in the hollow center. The blinding purple light transformed into a giant cocoon, enveloping the purple-winged mantis's broken body. Contract established. Lin Yu stood in front of the cocoon, and the contract panel popped up in his mind. Target, purple-winged mantis, Rin. Current rank, 2nd tier lower level. In the next second, a terrifying energy, 10 times greater than Bai Zhi's breakthrough, violently surged into Lin Yu's limbs and bones. Synchronic feedback activated. You have obtained 2nd tier dynamic vision, primary wind perception, 2nd tier physical explosion strength enhancement. Ugh! Lin Yu groaned softly, clenching his fists tightly. The pain and pleasure brought by the feedback across the 2nd tier were intensely extreme. His heart thumped wildly like a heavy drum, muscle fibers being forcibly torn, then instantly reformed in a tougher shape. A sharp purplish-blue light flickered deep in Lin Yu's eyes. The world suddenly slowed down in his sight. Blood droplets sprayed by Bai Zhi when cutting the neck of the blade-toothed rat dozens of meters away, even the faint tracks of falling leaves stirred by the night wind, became extremely clear and slow under Lin Yu's dynamic vision. With the contract of the 2nd-tier purple wing mantis, Lin Yu officially stepped onto the threshold of a mid-level beast master. According to rules and mental constraints, from primary to advanced beast masters, only one beast companion can be contracted. But Lin Yu was different, he was not bound by this rule. As the lord of 10,000 insects, any insect-type magical beast could be contracted infinitely by Lin Yu. Crack! The purple light cocoon ahead suddenly split into two from the inside. A sharp cutting sensation hit him, even the air was sliced with an explosive sound. The light faded. The brand new figure of the purple wing mantis appeared before Lin Yu. Her insect form had changed greatly. Her height was still about 1.7 meters, but she became more flowing and slender. The previously broken purple shell now transformed into a crystalline armor like deep purple crystal, with flowing cyan wind patterns. The pair of twin blades on her forelimbs. The broken remnants had been reshaped by spatial force into two semi-transparent purple-black sickles with a cold gleam. Even just naturally hanging, the sharpness of the blades carved fine cracks in the ground. Lin slowly opened her eyes, an icy glow flickering. She looked at Lin Yu, her twin blades elegantly crossed over her chest in a submissive gesture. Master. A cold voice sounded in Lin Yu's ear. My twin blades will cut through all obstacles for you. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Very good. At that moment, whoosh. Bai Zhi, having killed all the blade-toothed rats, turned into a white shadow and dashed back. Her 8 spider legs landed steadily by Lin Yu's side, and without hesitation crawled up his back along his pants, locking her arms tightly around his neck. Bai Zhi looked down at the newly contracted Lin with crimson eyes full of hostility and disdain. Ugly insect. Bai Zhi pressed her cheek against Lin Yu's side, as if claiming ownership, her voice dripping with sick arrogance. The master's back is mine, you are only fit to be the bait in front. Lin slowly raised her head. Coldly glancing at Bai Zhi, her sickle slightly tilted, reflecting a chilling gleam. Noisy spider. Lin's cold voice echoed in Lin Yu and Bai Zhi's ears, a waste that only hides behind the master has no right to judge my blades. The gunpowder scent in the air instantly thickened to the extreme. Chapter 9, Competing for Favor. Deep in the black rock forest, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Bai Zhi held Lin Yu's neck tightly, the murderous intent in her eyes almost becoming tangible. Her 8 spider legs below were stiffened, the sharp barbs aimed at Lin ahead. Lin did not retreat at all. Her twin blades slightly crossed, the blade tips reflecting a cold, deadly light. The internal war between two myth-level monster girls was about to erupt. Enough! Lin Yu shouted coldly. The Lord of 10,000 Insects' pressure suddenly burst from his body. The pressure heavily struck deep into both their souls. Bai Zhi shivered all over, her 8 legs instantly softening, sulkingly burying her face in the hollow of Lin Yu's neck. Lin also immediately retracted her twin blades, respectfully lowering her head. In my harem cough, among my warriors, meaningless internal fighting is not needed. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the two of them. Prove who is stronger, who is more useful. Report to me with the enemy's crystal cores and heads. At Lin Yu's words, Bai Zhi's crimson eyes suddenly shone brightly. Yes, master. Bai Zhi will tear all the prey to pieces to show you. Lin remained silent. She only quietly tightened her grip on the twin blades, a cold light flashing in her eyes. The best way to compete for favor is through slaughter. Lin Yu stopped wasting words and led the two deeper into the wasteland. With Lin of second-tier lower rank joining, the team's pace increased significantly. Half an hour later, Lin Yu's steps suddenly halted. The wind perception he had just obtained sensed an extremely faint change in the airflow above the treetops. A faint, almost invisible stench of blood came from the blind spot directly above. Shwa! A huge black shadow leapt down from a tree dozens of meters high. Its target was directly at the back of Lin Yu's head. Target, Shadow Leopard. Level, second tier middle rank. Features, Ultimate Stealth, Shadow Strike, Astonishing Bite Force. Bai Zhi reacted extremely fast, her belly glowing red, the dark purple venom threads about to shoot out instantly. At the same time, Lin's legs powered up, her twin blades turning into two afterimages, ready to cut the Shadow Leopard in midair into pieces. Both wanted to claim the head in front of Lin Yu. Step back. Lin Yu said in a low voice. Bai Zhi and Lin forcibly stopped their attacks, retracting their spiritual power. The master's order was above all else. Lin Yu stood still, slowly placing his right hand on the hilt of the dagger at his waist. Seeing this, the Shadow Leopard instantly leapt to attack. Its claws were less than half a meter from Lin Yu's head. To ordinary people, this was an unavoidable attack. But in Lin Yu's eyes, a violet blue light shone deep in his eyes. Second-tier dynamic vision. The Shadow Leopard's lightning-fast attack slowed infinitely in his vision, broken down into frame-by-frame slow motion. He clearly saw the muscles contract as it leapt and the deadly gap exposed at its neck. Second-tier physical explosive power flowed from Lin Yu's thighs into his feet. Bang! The black rock beneath his feet cracked in a wide web pattern. Using this reaction force, Lin Yu's body disappeared instantly from the spot. A sharp cold light flashed through the air. Lin Yu appeared 10 meters behind the spot where the Shadow Leopard was supposed to land. Blood slowly dripped from the refined steel dagger in his hand. Behind him, the massive Shadow Leopard's body crashed heavily to the ground, sliding forward several meters from inertia. Its body went rigid. At its neck, a bloodline rapidly expanded. Hot blood spurted like a fountain, the Shadow Leopard's head rolling off its neck. A single strike decapitated it. Bai Zhi clung to Lin Yu's back, her crimson eyes wide, the sick obsession and worship almost overflowing. Master so strong. Lin stood not far away, cold compound eyes flashing with extreme shock. She had thought Lin Yu was just noble in bloodline. But the speed and power of that strike chilled even her. Lin Yu wiped the blood off his dagger and walked over to extract the second-tier middle-rank dark element crystal core. The moment he put the crystal core away, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. The tremor far exceeded the previous wild boar charge, even the surrounding dead trees collapsed in clusters. Using his second-tier dynamic vision, Lin Yu suddenly looked up toward the core area of the wasteland. Through the thick miasma and dead trees, a thick, glaring blood-red spiritual light pillar shot straight into the sky. The heavy dark clouds were pierced by the pillar, the entire night sky bathed in blood red. Accompanying it were the dense, terrifying roars of high-tier beasts. Those sounds were full of madness and fear. Beast tide uprising? Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The spot where the light pillar burst forth must be hiding a world-shaking relic or an extremely rare high-level exotic treasure. Let's go. Lin Yu sheathed the dagger at his waist. Let's check the core area. Bai Zhi clung tightly to Lin Yu, Rin's twin blades crossed, closely following behind. The three of them ran straight toward the blood-red light pillar, against the fleeing direction of countless beasts. Chapter 10, A True Hunter Must Learn to Choose the Right Fight. The core area of the wasteland. With the blood-red pillar shooting straight into the sky, the depths of the wasteland seemed to greet the end of days. A massive tide of beasts surged madly from the core, forming an unstoppable flood of flesh and blood. First-level iron beetles, raging wild boars, second-level earth-splitting bears, shadow leopards, even flocks of poisonous miasma birds circling in the sky. At this moment, all of them seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying, completely losing their territorial awareness and hunting instincts, fleeing recklessly to the outskirts. Giant trees along the way were broken in large patches, the ground trembled, and the roar was deafening. If an ordinary mid-level beast tamer team faced a beast tide of this scale, their only ending would be being crushed into a puddle of meat in an instant. In this destructive reverse tide, the three of them did not dodge, but treated it as a grand hunting feast. To prove her value to Lin Yu, Bai Zhi and Rin turned the reverse march into a one-sided killing race. Shwa! A sound burst through the air. Rin's figure became a blue-purple spatial afterimage, charging directly at a second-level lower iron rhinoceros the size of a heavy truck. The rhino, in extreme fear and rage, lowered its horn capable of piercing steel plates and charged forward. Rin did not dodge. At the moment of collision, her crystal twin blades suddenly twisted. A sharp purple-black crescent-shaped blade flash streaked through the night. The rhino's huge body, driven by inertia, ran forward over 10 meters before collapsing at Lin Yu's feet. From its brow to tailbone, a purple line pierced through. Then its extremely hard armor, along with flesh and bone inside, was split symmetrically into two halves. Bang! A bloodstained second-level earth crystal core was precisely flicked into Lin Yu's hand by Rin's blade tip. Rin turned, her crystal scythe angled at the ground, her compound eyes coldly glancing at Bai Zhi behind her, unspoken, but full of provocation. Only knows brute force, idiot. Bai Zhi snorted, a sickly competitive desire flaring in her crimson eyes. She would never allow a newcomer bug to steal the spotlight in front of her master. Master, watch Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi leapt high from beside Lin Yu, her white spider lower body stretching in midair, dark red patterns on her abdomen suddenly flaring with dazzling light. Facing dozens of fleeing first and second level beasts surging like a tide ahead, Bai Zhi slammed both hands down. Skill, Heaven's Net, Earth's Trap. Massive semi-transparent dark purple silk shot out, carried by the wasteland wind, weaving and expanding rapidly, instantly forming a death net covering hundreds of meters. The beasts, too busy fleeing, had no time to react and collided headfirst into the tough web. In an instant, the beast group erupted with extremely cruel screams. Their huge momentum stretched the web to its limit, the tough silk instantly cutting into flesh and scales. The more they struggled, the tighter it wrapped. Shatter them all, Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi landed at the top of the web, 8 long spider legs hooking and pulling at the silk nodes. Skill, Deadly Poison Cutting. The already tense spiderweb, under the terrifying force of Bai Zhi's pull, instantly turned into the sharpest meat grinder. The sound of flesh being cut echoed, dense and rapid, like firecrackers. No matter the tough wild boar hide or the thick bear armor, before the spider silk imbued with dark corrosion and poison-based cutting powers, it was easily torn apart like fragile paper. Dozens of enormous magical beasts were reduced to countless tiny neat chunks in an incredibly short time. A torrential rain of blood mixed with bits of organs poured down like a waterfall, completely dyeing the black frozen ground beneath in dark red. The intense smell of blood and the purple-black poison mist surged violently in the air. Bai Zhi stepped on a strand of spider silk and lightly swung back to Lin Yu's side, a hint of bloodstain on her pale skin. She tilted her delicate little face upward, looking smugly at Lin Yi, then proudly brought a large handful of colorful crystal cores to him. Well done. Lin Yu calmly collected their spoils into the beast master space. In just half an hour of reversed killing, conservatively estimating, the value of the crystal cores here had already surpassed the million level. The three of them continued their killing spree, finally approaching the edge of the core area where the light pillar erupted. Ahead was a steep black rock ridge. Lin Yu raised his hand, making a concealed tactical stop gesture. Bai Zhi and Lin immediately retracted all their killing intent and spiritual energy fluctuations, their bodies pressed against the rocks, hiding in the shadows on either side of Lin Yu. Lin Yu lay prone on the rocks, using his basic wind system perception and second-level dynamic vision to peer through the dense poisonous fog, looking down at the vast basin below. After seeing the scene before him, Lin Yu furrowed his brows in confusion. In the center of the basin, the earth had cracked open, forming a massive rift over 1,000 meters long. The blood-red light pillar was surging up from deep within the rift. In the red light, large areas of dark red shimmering crystal veins were exposed on both sides of the rift. It seemed like blood was flowing through the crystals, emitting an extremely powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. Blood pattern spirit mine. Lin Yu silently muttered this name in his heart. He had seen it in the school's Advanced Resource Encyclopedia. This was an extremely rare high-level companion vein, used as a material to forge high-level spiritual weapons. In the core of the vein, there was often a rare spirit herb that could allow beast pets to break through barriers and advance. Even casually mining one piece could be enough to exchange for a luxury villa in Jiangcheng. But what made Lin Yu stop was not the temptation of the mine itself, but the war setup around the basin. Around the blood-red light pillar, it was not chaotic due to the beast wave. Instead, a tightly secured steel defense line had already been set up. Hundreds of fully armed beast masters, wearing custom-made combat uniforms, were operating various heavy spiritual energy machine guns and large-caliber spiritual energy cannons from behind temporary barricades. Thick blue spiritual energy beams continuously shot out from the cannon barrels, intercepting the magical beasts. Behind the defense line, several war flags were fluttering high in the wind. One of the flags, black with golden patterns, clearly embroidered a large Zhao character. In addition, there were flags from 2 other top families in Jiangcheng, the Li and Zhou families. So that's it. Lin Yu's gaze turned cold as he instantly understood the situation. The major families of Jiangcheng had clearly received news, through extremely secret channels, that high-level mines deep in the wasteland were about to emerge. They secretly formed an alliance, prepared for a long time, and sent out the most elite pioneering teams and heavy firepower to forcibly clear the area and seal the information, intending to monopolize this earth-shattering wealth. The beast wave that was triggered was probably half due to them using heavy spiritual energy bombs to forcibly blast open the rift. At the most critical 3 positions of the defense line, Lin Yu even saw several terrifying giant beasts, their size comparable to small mountains. One of them was a hellhound with 3 heads, its body engulfed in ghostly blue flames. Another was a rock giant snake, over 30 meters long, coiled on a mountain. The third was a heavily armored iron-winged dragon with dual wings. These 3 guardian beasts emitted spiritual power waves that distorted the surrounding air. At least at the peak of the 3rd level, even perhaps the terrifying 4th level existence. They tore apart any beast that dared to approach the core mineral vein. Faced with such immense wealth and temptation. Master! A cold voice rang in Lin Yu's ear. She stared intently at a high platform on the Zhao family's position below, where the commander was giving orders. The dual knives in Rin's front limbs trembled slightly, emitting an extremely faint humming sound. I sensed the position of their commander. If you give the order, I can cut off his head within 10 seconds, causing their defense line to fall into chaos, allowing you to seize that mineral vein. Rin's tone was calm. Bai Zhi can do it too. Bai Zhi, not willing to be outdone, leaned into Lin Yu's ear, her blood-red eyes filled with madness and murderous greed. Bai Zhi's venom can seep into their ventilation system and water supply, melting those pitiful humans and their beast companions into blood. That mineral vein, it will all be yours, master. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu calmly turned around. He extended his hands, pressing down on Bai Zhi and Rin's shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. Reel in your killing intent and spiritual power fluctuations. Look at those 3 4th-level guardian beasts below, then look at the dozens of heavy-caliber spiritual energy cannons. Lin Yu's gaze was profound and cold. Your divine bloodline indeed surpasses all beings, invincible within the same tier, even able to kill enemies of higher tiers. But right now, one of you just stepped into the peak of the 1st level, and the other is at the lower 2nd level. Beasts only follow their instincts, rushing blindly to fight upon seeing bloodied flesh. But true hunters know how to assess the power gap between both sides, know how to lie in wait, and wait for the most deadly opportunity with the least cost. Lin Yu's eyes swept over the 2 of them. We are not yet capable of swallowing the elite forces of the 3 major families of Jiangcheng in one bite. If we force ourselves into this, even if we manage to kill their commander, we will end up as live targets for dozens of heavy cannons and 4th-level giant beasts. I won't waste my trump cards on such a meaningless gamble. Bai Zhi and Rin's hearts jolted violently. They stared blankly at Lin Yu, who had just realized these points. They had only been thinking of showing off in front of Lin Yu, completely ignoring these most deadly factors. Yes, master. Rin has learned. Rin lowered her head deeply, completely retracting her twin knives and blending back into the darkness. Bai Zhi listens to the master. Bai Zhi will not go. Bai Zhi obediently pressed her face against Lin Yu's back, retracting the venom brewing in her abdomen, no longer voicing any objections. Let's go. Lin Yu took one last deep look at the blood-vein spirit mine below, engraving the layout of the 3 major families' camps, their fire points, and the characteristics of the 3 4th-level giant beasts in his mind. This mineral vein is not getting away. Lin Yu turned around. The 3 of them made no further stops. Taking advantage of the fact that the major families were in a fierce battle with the high-level beast waves and had no time to care about the surrounding dark corners, Lin Yu led Bai Zhi and Rin, retreating along the original route. Along the way, they avoided the main forces of the beast waves, specifically targeting 2nd-level magical beasts that had fallen behind due to fear. Under Lin Yu's coordination, Bai Zhi's crowd control paired with Rin's perfect assassination skills reached peak efficiency. By the time dawn arrived, and the artillery sounds from deep in the wasteland gradually became faint. The 3 of them had already left the wasteland zone. Let's return to the city, go to the black market and cash out. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Facing the rising sun, his gaze gradually became sharp. Chapter 11, Testing and Temptation. Morning. Lin Yu knew he couldn't go back to the rental house. He stopped in a deserted dark alley, took off his jacket stained with dark red blood and foul-smelling mud, and changed into a clean black windbreaker. He had just bought a black half-face mask and put it on his face. Lin Yu pressed the tiny switch behind his ear, activating the voice changer module. Hello. He tried to speak. Originally, the clear voice of an 18-year-old boy, after being processed by the mask's frequency modulator, turned into a deep, hoarse middle-aged man's voice. Lin Yu pressed the brim of his cap down, settled Bai Zhi and Linen in the beast space, and turned to blend into the morning rush hour crowd in Jiangchang, heading straight for the Dark Star Black Market, the most strictly guarded and deepest place in Jiangqing's underground order. The Dark Star Black Market was not underground but located above a group of abandoned air raid shelters in the old city of Jiangchang. On the surface, it was a massive second-hand machinery trading market. But as long as you showed proof of funds and passed through numerous hidden doors, inside was Jiangqing's largest black market for stolen goods, intelligence, and high-level resources. Lin Yu smoothly passed through the noisy stalls of miscellaneous goods on the outskirts, directly arriving at the luxurious Dark Star commercial building in the center of the black market. As soon as he entered, 2 security personnel, each over 2 meters tall, holding a first-tier, high-ranking split-toothed dog, looked over. Lin Yu didn't waste words. He directly took out a second-tier lower-level crystal core with fresh bloodstains from his pocket and casually tossed it in the air. The security guards' pupils shrank, and they immediately changed their expression to one of respect, bowing deeply. "Honorable sir, please follow me. The chief appraiser is waiting for you in the VIP room on the 2nd floor." Stepping on the soft, luxurious carpet, Lin Yu was invited into a spacious, private VIP room, faintly scented with delicate incense. The security personnel respectfully withdrew and closed the thick soundproof door. "Sorry to keep you waiting, sir." A lazy and sultry mature female voice came from the inner door of the reception room. Accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels tapping on the wooden floor, a highly seductive woman walked out. Her name was Song Yun, the chief appraiser of Dark Star Commercial. She was wearing a dark red, high-slit qipao, tailored so perfectly that it almost burst open, outlining her full curves to perfection. The slit of the qipao was extremely high, and with each graceful step she took, a pair of long, slender legs wrapped in half-transparent black stockings appeared and disappeared, exuding a deadly mature charm. Song Yun walked to the large yellow Huali wood appraisal table, sat down opposite, and naturally crossed her beautiful legs, still in black stockings. She rested one hand on her fragrant cheek, and her peach blossom eyes scanned the man before her, wearing a half-face mask, with a smile that was both professional and alluring at the corners of her mouth. "I am Song Yun. By the looks of your outfit, you must be someone who survived last night's riot in the wasteland." Song Yun's voice held a hint of curiosity. "I wonder if you're here today for some big business to take care of this little girl?" Lin Yu sat on the large leather sofa, his gaze not lingering on Song Yun's stunning curves or her black stockings for even half a second. His eyes were calm and indifferent. "Liquidation." Lin Yu's voice, disguised to sound low and hoarse, rang out. He waved his hand, and more than a dozen crystal cores of various colors rolled out behind him. Song Yun casually picked one up. Her smile hadn't faded, but her eyes slightly narrowed. "Second-tier lower level, a crystal core from a raging blade-tooth rat? It's in excellent condition, and the strong smell of blood suggests it was just dug up last night." "There's more," Lin Yu said calmly. He moved his mind and directly communicated with the beast space. "During the beast tide last night, the 3 of them, Lin Yu and his companions, fought their way against the beast tide, killing beasts along the way. The beasts, running for their lives, were like moving ATM machines under the cold blade of Lin Yu and Bai Zhi's poison net. Lin Yu's backpack had long been filled to the brim, and the remaining massive amount of crystal cores were stacked in the corner of the Beastmaster's space. With a rustling sound, guided by Lin Yu's mental power, the spatial gate of the Beastmaster's space opened above the desk. A large number of crystal cores fell down, quickly forming a small mountain. The overwhelming stench of blood and the chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy immediately filled the luxurious reception room. Song Yun, in her lazy posture, instantly froze. She suddenly stood up, her hand, which had been supporting her delicate cheek, now pressed hard against the table. Her chest heaved violently from the extreme shock, causing a dizzying wave of motion. How is this possible?" Song Yun's peach blossom eyes were filled with unbelievable horror. As the chief appraiser, she had handled countless large transactions, but the scene in front of her still left her stunned. She quickly scanned the mountain of crystal cores with her divine sense. Hundreds of first-tier crystal cores. 70 second-tier crystal cores, among which were even several top-quality second-tier mid-level cores. These crystal cores had an extremely fresh aura, clearly harvested within a very short period of time using terrifying methods to kill the beasts. To have survived such a devastating beast tide last night, and even slaughtered so many second-tier beasts. This was not something a mid-level beast master team could accomplish, it must have been a high-level beast master. In fact, it could even be an elite beast master who possessed large-scale, destructive skills. Realizing this, Song Yun's gaze towards Lin Yu instantly changed. Shock, awe, and a trace of intense desire for conquest and curiosity filled her eyes. Powerful, decisive, top-tier experts like this often possessed incredible resources. If she could win him over, it would definitely be an immeasurable fortune for both her and Dark Star Trading. Song Yun took a deep breath, trying to suppress the shock in her heart. She sat back down in her chair but intentionally leaned forward, making her already exposed assets even more apparent to Lin Yu. Her long fingers lightly traced the crystal cores on the table, her fingertips subtly releasing a very secretive pink spiritual energy. Beast Master Talent, Mental Enchantment. This was her trump card that never failed. As long as the man was normal, under her intentional seduction and the enhancement of her talent, even if he didn't immediately fall, he would certainly show signs of wavering, allowing her to seize control of the transaction. Sir, you truly are a top-tier figure, hiding your power so deeply. Song Yun's voice turned extremely sweet and soft, like a feather brushing against the heart. Her beautiful legs, clad in black stockings, subtly shifted positions under the table, her high-heeled shoes intentionally or unintentionally pointing towards Lin Yu. So many fresh crystal cores, even our dark star trading would need to gather a large amount of funds to acquire them. May I ask, what is your esteemed name? If such a big deal comes up again in the future, Song Yun will personally serve you. Her eyes fluttered, her seductive gaze fixed on Lin Yu's eyes under the mask, trying to capture a hint of greed and desire in him. However, Lin Yu sat on the sofa, his gaze as cold as an ancient block of ice. Even facing this temptress who was doing everything to seduce him, his heartbeat didn't even quicken a single beat. Not only that. In Lin Yu's Beastmaster space, Bai Zhi had completely gone mad due to the seductive aura released by Song Yun. Dirty fox spirit, how dare you try to seduce the master? The master belongs to Bai Zhi is going out to rip her face apart and chop off her legs. Chapter 12, Gathering Information. If it weren't for Lin Yu tightly sealing off the Beastmaster's space, Bai Zhi has now rushed out and used a poisonous net to turn Song Yun into bloodwater. Facing the temptation outside and the rampage of the sickly youth inside, Lin Yu's rationality is extremely terrifying. Not only was he not charmed by Song Yun, but his gaze also turned cold. Put away your boring tricks. From Lin Yu's hoarse middle-aged voice, there was an unmistakable chilling warning. Boom! As the words fell, an incredibly terrifying pressure suddenly burst out from Lin Yu's body. Song Yun's flirtatious smile instantly froze, and she felt as though she was being tightly stared at by an ancient fierce beast, her blood freezing at that moment. The enchanting pink spiritual energy was instantly crushed by this murderous aura. I apologize for my abruptness, sir, please forgive me. Song Yun's face turned pale, and she quickly withdrew her crossed black silk legs, sitting upright with grace, a layer of fine cold sweat forming on her forehead. This mysterious man is too terrifying. There was no emotion in his eyes, only indifference to life. If she dared to test him again, Song Yun had no doubt that the man would snap her neck without hesitation. But at the same time, when Song Yun looked at Lin Yu, a glimmer of interest in her eyes grew brighter. Extreme strength, absolute coldness, and no temptation from beauty. A man like this has a deadly attraction. Let's settle the account. Lin Yu coldly spat out 2 words. Yes, sir, please wait. Song Yun immediately regained her professional composure, took out a high-precision scanner, and quickly counted the crystal cores on the table. 10 minutes later. Sir, the count is complete. Song Yun respectfully pushed a black gold card in front of Lin Yu. More than 100 first-grade crystal cores, at market premium, worth 450,000. 70 second-grade crystal cores, including 5 top-tier second-grade mid-position cores, worth 530,000. After deducting a small processing fee, this card contains a total of 970,000. Nearly 10 million. For Lin Yu, who had been worrying about a few $100s for living expenses just a few days ago, this was like stepping to the top in an instant. But Lin Yu's gaze remained calm, simply stuffing the black gold card into his pocket. I still need to buy some things. Lin Yu leaned on the sofa, his fingers gently tapping on the table. Dark System Poison Sacs, Second Grade Wood Spirit Marrow, High Grade Wind Blade Grass, Space System Emptiness Stones. If there are any second grade or higher deadly poison beast bloods, I'll take as much as you have. Upon hearing the material list, Song Yun was shocked again. Dark, poison, wood, wind, space. These materials spanned 5 completely different attributes, and they definitely didn't seem like they were prepared for a beast pet. Could it be that this big shot not only has profound cultivation but has also contracted multiple high-level beast pets with different attributes? What you're asking for is extremely rare and in high demand. Song Yun smiled professionally, but dark star trading has deep roots. We'll take your order. The total cost will be around 400,000. I'll personally go to the warehouse to retrieve them for you. Go ahead. Lin Yu nodded. As Song Yun was about to get up to retrieve the materials, Lin Yu casually asked. By the way, has anything interesting happened recently in Zheng City? Song Yun paused, turned around, and smiled seductively. You've asked the right person, sir. Dark Star Trading's intelligence network is unmatched in Zheng City. She walked back to the table and lowered her voice. The biggest gossip recently is the young master of the Zhao family in Zheng City, Zhao Tang. A trace of mockery flashed in Song Yun's eyes. I heard that this always arrogant young Master Zhao was ambushed the other day by a poor student who had just awakened a low-level F-rank insect-based talent. Lin Yu's eyes behind the mask slightly flashed. Oh? A high school student with an F-rank insect talent? Who would have thought? Song Yun covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Zhao Tang was so embarrassed that he hired an intermediate beast master for a large sum to hunt down the high school student. Wan Lai completely disappeared last night, neither alive nor dead. Now the Zhao family has offered a 2 million reward for that high school student called Lin Yu. But I think, Wan Lai probably ran into some high-level magic beast and was eaten as a snack. Lin Yu sneered coldly in his heart. Looks like I'm getting more and more valuable. Zhao Tang, I'm very curious how much your life is worth. There's one more thing, it also happened last night. Song Yun's expression suddenly became extremely serious, lowering her voice. That blood-colored light pillar deep in the wasteland last night, you came out from there, sir, you must have seen it, right? Lin Yu non-committally hummed. The top 3 families in Jiangcheng, Zhao, Li, and Zhou, obviously had the intelligence early. Song Yun's tone carried a trace of gravity. They deployed their core pioneer troops and heavy firepower, even used 4th-level mountain taming beasts to clear the area. It said that under the light pillar, an extremely rare blood vein spirit or vein appeared. However, they obviously underestimated the terror of the core wasteland. Song Yun shook her head with Schadenfreude. That terrifying beast tide that triggered the full map riot last night directly crushed most of their defenses. I heard one of the Zhao family's 4th-level mountain taming beasts was seriously injured. The 3 families suffered heavy losses and were forced to fully retreat back to Jiangcheng. Lin Yu's eyes slightly narrowed. Retreated? Looks like the hidden danger in the core wasteland is far more terrifying than what I saw with dynamic vision. Now, that or vein has become a truly ownerless land. Song Yun looked at Lin Yu deeply, her tone full of temptation. The 3 families are crazily recruiting high-level mercenaries and lone strong ones in the city, preparing for a second total attack. Powerful people like you, sir, if you participate, can definitely get the biggest share. Got it. Lin Yu's tone was calm, not accepting Song Yun's solicitation. A few minutes later, Song Yun handed Lin Yu a package of top-grade materials and a new card with a balance of 5.7 million. Sir, we look forward to your next visit. Song Yun stood at the door, slightly bowing, her deep career line and straight black silk legs showing a perfect farewell posture. Lin Yu did not look back, carrying the box full of materials, disappearing directly at the end of the black market corridor. Watching Lin Yu's departing back, Song Yun leaned on the doorframe, lightly licking her fiery red lips. Her eyes had no anger from being rejected, instead glimmering with extremely strong desire to conquer and frenzy. Absolute rationality, extreme coldness, and that terrifying pressure that even makes my heart shake. Song Yun murmured, her jade leg lightly rubbing. Truly a top-quality man. In this Jiangcheng, I will definitely investigate you thoroughly. Chapter 13, Moonless Windy Night Killing. When leaving the Dark Star Black Market, the sun in Jiangcheng had fully risen. Lin Yu carried the temperature-controlled box full of materials, strolling on the bustling street. He walked straight into a top high-end real estate agency in Jiangcheng. Half an hour later, Lin Yu happily swiped his card, signing a house purchase contract. 5.5 million full payment. He bought a ready villa with a fully enclosed underground training room in the upscale suburb of Jiangcheng. Money, in the beast taming era, was just worthless paper used to exchange for resources and safety. As long as he wanted, countless crystal cores were waiting for him to harvest deep in the wasteland. At 10 in the morning, Lin Yu walked alone into the spacious, luxuriously decorated new villa. He took the elevator down to a wide training room 10 meters underground, made of special alloy. After turning on soundproof mode, Lin Yu released the seal of the beast taming space. Whoosh! As soon as the beast taming space opened, a white afterimage rushed out with extremely violent resentment. That dirty woman. Fox spirit. Bai Zhi didn't care where this was at all, her 8 spider legs tightly wrapped around Lin Yu's waist, her stunningly pale face buried deeply in his chest. She opened her mouth, revealing 2 sharp little tiger teeth, and bit into the shoulder of Lin Yu's jacket. Although she didn't bite hard enough to tear his flesh, the sickly growl coming from her throat sent chills down one's spine. Why did the master not let me kill her? She dared to look at the master with such a lowly gaze. She even used her black stocking-covered legs to tempt the master. Bai Zhi's legs are more, and they are whiter. Bai Zhi can also let the master touch them. Master, don't look at her. In the Beastmaster space, Bai Zhi not only felt Song Yun's seduction but also saw Song Yun's every move clearly. It was almost enough to drive her crazy. Quiet. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Hearing this, Bai Zhi loosened her mouth, her eyes red, and she looked up at Lin Yu with a pitiful gaze, tears still hanging at the corners of her eyes. Master. Bai Zhi was wrong, but Bai Zhi is so jealous, I'm going crazy. Lin Yu reached out and pinched her delicate little chin. Bai Zhi is very beautiful, there's no need to envy others. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi immediately became ecstatic, and all her grievances vanished in an instant. She smiled through her tears, affectionately rubbing her cheek against Lin Yu's palm. Not far away, Rin, who had just been let out, crossed her arms and stood in the corner, coldly sneering. A useless thing that only knows how to wag its tail. Even if it's in a new cage, it can't change its weak nature. Bai Zhi suddenly turned her head, her blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. Seeing that the two were about to start their usual argument, Lin Yu interrupted them directly. Lin Yu walked to the metallic table in the center of the training room and opened the thermal box in his hand. In an instant, thick, dark, and toxic energy spread throughout the basement. Bai Zhi, come over here. Lin Yu's expression became serious. Prepare for the breakthrough. Upon hearing the words breakthrough, Bai Zhi's expression immediately turned serious. Bai Zhi obediently climbed onto the metallic table. Eat this. Without any hesitation, Bai Zhi opened her mouth and swallowed the dark poison pouch and the wood spirit marrow directly. Boom! Two massive violent energies exploded within Bai Zhi's body. Bai Zhi let out a painful scream. Her body instantly became covered in a layer of purple-black poison, and terrifying black veins bulged under her human skin. Dark purple spider silk uncontrollably sprayed out of her body, and within just a few seconds, her entire body was wrapped in a giant purple cocoon over 2 meters in diameter. The temperature in the underground training room plummeted, and the air was filled with a toxic miasma powerful enough to instantly kill a group of first-tier magic beasts. Lin Yu stood outside the cocoon, his gaze fixed tightly on Bai Zhi. Rin also stopped mocking, her eyes fixed on the cocoon. 2 hours later. Crack! A crack appeared on the surface of the purple cocoon. Immediately after, a series of cracking sounds began to intensify. Bang! The cocoon exploded with a loud sound, turning into countless purple light spots in the air. A brand new figure, exuding a terrifying aura of oppression, appeared in Lin Yu's sight. Bai Zhi still maintained a half-human, half-spider form, but her size had expanded dramatically from the previous melon-sized body to about 1.60 m in height. Her spider-like lower body and 8 legs became longer and sharper. Meanwhile, her human upper body had become even fairer, with silver hair cascading down to her waist. Though her beautiful little face still carried a sickly pale look, her brows now held the charm and majesty of a high-tier magical creature. Reminder, Contract Beast Bai Zhi has successfully broken through to second-tier low rank. Unlocked new skills, Toxic Nova, Wide Area Toxic Burst, Shadow Stealth, briefly merge into shadows, but... Master! Bai Zhi slowly opened her eyes, her blood-red pupils now like 2 blood-colored crescent moons. She stepped with dark golden spider legs, appearing instantly in front of Lin Yu, the pressure of a myth-level beast making even Lin a short distance away feel a trace of threat. At the exact moment Bai Zhi broke through, a series of alerts sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Synchronic feedback activated. Your Contract Beast Bai Zhi has broken through to second rank lower tier. You have gained complete immunity to second rank poisons. You have gained skill, Shadow Concealment, greatly reduces your aura and figure, blending into darkness, but... Boom! Vast energy once again poured into Lin Yu's limbs and bones. He felt his bones becoming even harder. More importantly, from now on, poisons below the third rank would no longer affect him. Lin Yu closed his eyes, feeling the terrifying power surging within him again, and the strange sense of merging with surrounding shadows. Good. Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, a trace of killing intent flashing in his deep pupils. He walked to the coat rack, tore off the black jacket, put it on, and then put the voice-changing mask back on his face. He looked up at the clock nearby. 11 at night. Moonless and windy. Lin Yu turned and walked toward the elevator, reaching the living room, gazing at the endless moonlight outside the window. Zhao Tang, soon I'll know how much you are really worth. I am 2 million, don't let me be too disappointed. Chapter 14 Night Visit. Downtown Jiang City, Congroi Private Hospital. This is a medical sanctuary reserved for Jiang City's powerful and wealthy, built entirely of bulletproof glass and special alloy, brightly lit. Usually, those who come here are either rich or noble, with security levels even higher than some government buildings. Late at night, 11:30. A black ghost appeared in the greenery around the hospital. Lin Yu wore the black half-face mask, a black jacket perfectly blending into the night. He looked up at the VIP monitoring room on the top floor, still lit. Zhao Tang was up there. Shadow Concealment. With a faint ripple spreading, Lin Yu's figure suddenly became unreal. From now on, in human eyes or high-precision infrared sensors, he was just a piece of non-existent air. Lin Yu stepped forward, walking leisurely toward the hospital's main entrance. 2 mid-level security guards patrolling with first-rank upper-tier Riftfang dogs brushed past him. The 2 keen-nosed dogs only sniffed in confusion, without even turning to look at the spot where Lin Yu had been, continuing forward. As expected, the myth-level feedback skill is indeed overbearing. Lin Yu silently praised in his heart. He didn't take the main elevator but entered the secure passage. Second-rank physical burst allowed him to go upstairs quickly without making a sound. All the surveillance cameras and laser detectors along the way became mere decorations in front of him. 2 minutes later, Lin Yu easily passed all defenses, standing at the door of the top-floor VIP ward. Through the observation window on the door, Lin Yu saw the scene inside. Zhao Tang's VIP ward was as luxurious as a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, over 100 square meters, with a small open-air garden. Inside, Zhao Tang sat wrapped in bandages on the large electric care bed. "Get out, all of you, get out!" Zhao Tang angrily smashed an expensive imported testing device from the bedside table onto the floor, making a loud crash. Bang! A young, beautiful nurse knelt on the ground, crying, trembling as she cleaned up the mess. Earlier, she had accidentally heard Zhao Tang while changing his dressing, and he had slapped her hard, leaving her cheek swollen and red. "Young master, please calm down, the director means." Outside the door, 2 mid-level beast masters, originally assigned to guard duty, awkwardly pushed open the door and, with helpless expressions, tried to persuade him. After Wang Lai went missing, they had been temporarily reassigned to protect Zhao Tang. "Get lost. You're useless too. You can't even contact Wang Lai. 2 million. A full 2 million reward." Zhao Tang roared madly, his eyes bloodshot. "Are all the black market assassins in Zheng City useless? Not a single one dares to take the job. I want that Lin Yu dead, I want his whole family to die." Faced with Zhao Tang's insults, the two bodyguards exchanged glances, sighed, and closed the door again, standing guard outside. They too wished someone would hurry up and take the job to kill Lin Yu, so they could be freed. The nurse cried as she cleaned up the shattered pieces, lowered her head, covered her face, and quickly ran out of the ward. Bang! As the ward door closed again, only Zhao Tang was left, panting heavily inside the large VIP room. He stared at the endless moonlight outside the window, his eyes flickering with venomous light. "Lowly scum, wait until you fall into my hands. I will make you wish you were never born." Just then. Zzzzzzz. The crystal chandelier above suddenly flickered violently. "Ha? What's going on?" Zhao Tang suddenly looked up, his brow furrowing. "Doesn't Conrui Hospital have an independent power supply? Why would?" Before he could finish his sentence, the temperature in the entire room dropped sharply. Zhao Tang could clearly see his breath turning into white mist at that moment. In this summer night at 11:30, a thin layer of frost eerily spread across the ward. The air was filled with a pungent, purple-black poisonous miasma. A terror from the depths of his soul instantly enveloped Zhao Tang's heart. After all, he had already entered the ranks of junior beast masters and could keenly sense the source of this energy. Poison type, high-level pressure from a tier 2 or higher poisonous magical beast. Bodyguards. Come in theirs. Zhao Tang screamed in terror, trying to call out to the 2 mid-level beast master bodyguards outside. But he despairingly realized that no sound came from his mouth. Not only that, when he tried to press the emergency call button next to his bed, he found that he couldn't move at all. The poison had already silently infiltrated his central nervous system. "Zhao Tang, are you waiting for them?" A low, deep voice suddenly echoed through the room. Zhao Tang turned his head in fear. On the sofa by his bed, a man had already sat down at some unknown time. A mysterious man dressed in a black tactical jacket, wearing a black mask. He sat with his legs crossed, looking extremely casual. Zhao Tang trembled violently all over, trying to turn his head to look at the door, hoping that if it opened even a crack, the bodyguards outside would notice something was wrong. But at this moment, he couldn't do anything. Zhao Tang watched in terror as the shadow under the door, which should have been cast by the moonlight, suddenly moved. A mass of black shadow slowly crawled out from the shadow, and then it rapidly expanded and rose. With the moonlight shining, Zhao Tang finally saw what the black shadow was. A figure with long, white silver hair fluttering in the poisonous mist, a sickly pale face looking at Zhao Tang with disdain, and eyes filled with a thirst for slaughter and blood. She moved with spider-like legs, and her ghostly form instantly appeared around the bed. Accompanied by a faint buzzing sound, countless poisonous and corrosive spider silk instantly spread throughout the entire VIP room. Not to mention Zhao Tang, even if the mid-level beast masters outside arrived, they would instantly be melted into a pool of blood upon stepping into this deadly web. A sharp spider leg from the white figure now hovered less than 10 centimeters from Zhao Tang's forehead. A drop of purple-black venom dripped from the spider leg, landing on Zhao Tang's blanket, instantly corroding a large hole that smoked white fumes. At that moment, a flash of purple light streaked past Zhao Tang's bedside. Lin broke through the space and appeared instantly in front of Zhao Tang. 2 purple sickles, now crossed in a strangling posture, rested on Zhao Tang's neck. The sharp blades naturally hung, just cutting thin cracks on Zhao Tang's clothes, blood sliding down the edges. "Master, should I cut off his head now?" "No hurry," Lin Yu said calmly. Watching Zhao Tang, trapped by the two and unable to move. Lin Yu coldly stood up. He pulled over a chair with his hand and sat in front of Zhao Tang's bed. Lin Yu leaned slightly forward, his pupils reflecting Zhao Tang's face full of fear. Lin Yu's voice was calm, yet it sent chills down the spine. No need to look for Wang Lai anymore, I have already killed him. You will soon join him. Chapter 15, 10 million for a life. Zhao Tang's bloodshot eyes widened instantly, staring fixedly at the man wearing a black mask with a hoarse voice. No need to look for Wang Lai anymore, I have already killed him. This sentence was like a thunderbolt, exploding in Zhao Tang's mind. An absurd thought rose in his head. You are Lin Yu? You are still alive. Zhao Tang's voice became sharp and broken from extreme fear. Impossible. You were just a slum lowlife with an awakened F-level talent, how could you kill Wang Lai, a mid-level beast tamer? This is impossible. Facing Zhao Tang's collapse, Lin Yu quietly watched him. Confirming the suspicion in his heart, Zhao Tang's fear instantly turned into frantic bluster. He straightened suddenly, trying to use his family's prestige to cover his inner terror. Lin Yu, you dare to attack me. I am the young master of the Zhao family in Jiangcheng, do you know who my father is? If you dare touch a hair on me, the Zhao family will skin you and break your tendons, leaving you and your people with no burial place. Noisy. Lin Yu's eyes turned cold. Hiss. The spider leg hanging above Zhao Tang's forehead pressed down half a centimeter, its sharp tip piercing his skin. A drop of purple-black venom seeped into the wound. Aha! Zhao Tang screamed in a terribly piercing way. His whole body convulsed as he collapsed on the bed, tears and snot flowing uncontrollably. Don't kill me. Lin Yu, brother Lin, I was wrong. I should not have provoked you. Zhao Tang's mental defense collapsed instantly, he frantically kowtowed to beg, never imagining Lin Yu would actively come and attack him. What do you want? Money? Resources? I can give you all. Wang Lai took 50,000 from me, I will give you 10 times. 500,000. Just let me go, I promise never to trouble you again. Seeing Zhao Tang, who moments ago was high and mighty, now like a dog wagging its tail and begging, Lin Yu showed no pity in his eyes. Relax, I will not just kill you like this. Lin Yu slowly stood up, looking down at him from above. Your value in my eyes is far more than 500,000. After all, the proud young master Zhao should not sell himself for too cheap. Lin Yu turned his head, looking at Lin, shut him up. Yes, master. A cold light flashed in Lin's eyes, the back of the purple sickle became a blur and struck Zhao Tang's neck fiercely. Bang! Zhao Tang's eyes rolled up, passing out immediately. Bai Zhi, take him. We will talk business somewhere else. Okay, Master Bai Zhi let out a coquettish yet creepy laugh. Several dark purple spider threads shot from her fingertips, wrapping the unconscious Zhao Tang into a cocoon, hanging behind her. Then the three, with Zhao Tang, blended into the night, disappearing from the ward. Half an hour later, on the edge of the wasteland, in the black rock forest. The cold night wind blew through the dead trees, making wailing sounds. Bang! The silk-wrapped Zhao Tang was thrown heavily onto the ground. The intense pain and coldness jolted him awake. Zhao Tang opened his eyes, and what he saw was a pitch-black twisted with withered trees, and an endless moonlight. In the distance, there were occasional bone-chilling roars of magical beasts. Is this the wasteland? Zhao Tang was stunned by fear. For someone like him, a delicate flower sheltered from the world, the wasteland's night was nothing short of hell. Lin Yu stood on a giant rock in front of him, ignoring Zhao Tang's terror, and pulled a phone out of Zhao Tang's pocket. He opened the contacts, found the number labeled as father, and without hesitation, pressed the dial button. Beep. Beep. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Tanger, it's so late, what is it? A deep, authoritative voice of a middle-aged man came through the phone. It was none other than the current head of the Zhao family, Zhao Li. Lin Yu switched to speaker mode, casually throwing the communicator next to Zhao Tang's face, and then stamped on Zhao Tang's foot, which had just begun to heal. Crack. Ah. Dad, come save me, he's crazy. He's going to kill me, he really dares to kill me. A shrill scream echoed throughout the black rock forest, clearly reaching the other end of the phone. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Li's breath faltered, and immediately, a terrifying anger could be felt even through the screen. Tanger, what happened? Zhao Li roared in fury, who are you? How dare you touch my Zhao Li's son? Do you know who you've provoked? Let my son go immediately, or I guarantee that there will be no place for you in Jiang City, I will make you die a horrible death. In the face of Zhao Li's threat, Lin Yu was completely unafraid. His voice, altered to sound like a hoarse middle-aged man, came calmly and slowly, carrying an unsettling and chilling composure. Zhao family head, it seems you haven't quite understood the current situation. Lin Yu's voice dripped with mockery, right now, you have no right to negotiate with me, and even less to threaten me. Who are you? What do you want? Zhao Li suppressed his fury, realizing that the other party was likely a desperate person. Moreover, someone who could quietly take Zhao Tang away must have considerable power. Who I am doesn't matter, Lin Yu said coldly. What matters is, if you want your precious son to live, it depends on how much sincerity Zhao family head can offer. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. As the head of a family, Zhao Li had seen all kinds of storms. He took a deep breath, his tone softening slightly, attempting to regain control of the situation. You want money, right? Fine, I'll give it to you. Zhao Li gritted his teeth, speaking every word slowly, 10 million. As long as you guarantee my son's safety, I can give you 10 million right now. But, we must make the deal in person. You choose a place, money in hand, and my son in hand. That is my bottom line. In person? At these words, the corner of Lin Yu's mouth beneath his mask slightly lifted. Although the Zhao family had suffered a setback in the heart of the wasteland core area last night, they still retained an extremely terrifying foundation. As long as Lin Yu dared to show himself, what awaited him was the Zhao family's elite forces and high-level mountain beasts' lightning siege. Zhao family head, put away your ridiculous schemes. Lin Yu's voice suddenly turned cold. I told you, you have no right to bargain with me. Lin Yu took out the anonymous black card he had obtained from Song Yun from his pocket. Write down this account. Lin Yu quickly recited a string of numbers. I'm giving you 1 minute. Transfer 10 million into this account. Impossible. Zhao Li immediately rejected. This kind of underground black account, if I transfer the money, what if you just tear up the ticket directly? I won't even be able to find your people. I must meet in person. 10 seconds have already passed. Lin Yu mercilessly interrupted him. I'm not asking for your opinion, Zhao family head. I'm issuing a notification. If I don't see the money in 1 minute, every second after that, I'll take apart a piece of him. Lin Yu slightly tilted his head, looking at Lin. Lin, wake young Master Zhao up. At once. In the darkness, Lin's figure flashed. Whoosh. A streak of purple light cut across. Ah. Zhao Tang's left ear was cut off. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the dry leaves on the ground red. Zhao Tang writhed wildly on the ground, letting out heart-wrenching screams. Dad, quickly give him money. My ear, I don't want to die, Dad, he will really kill me. Listening to Zhao Tang's screams through the phone, Zhao Li, sitting in the luxurious study of the Zhao family in Jiangchang, eyes instantly turned red, veins on his hand gripping the phone bulged, almost crushing it. Stop, don't touch him. I'll call now. Zhao Li let out a roar of humiliation and anger, rushing to the desk. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Tang twitching in a pool of blood, eyes calm and unshaken. Ding. 55 seconds later. Lin Yu looked at the notification on the card. Deposit 10 million alliance coins. Current balance, 10,200,000 alliance coins. Lin Yu glanced at the balance, satisfied, and closed the terminal. He bent down, picked up the phone from the ground, listening to Zhao Li's heavy, angry breathing inside. The money is here. Zhao family head, pleasant cooperation. The money is already given, quickly release my son, Zhao Li roared on the other end. Don't worry, I am a person of my word. Lin Yu stood up, his black jacket flapping in the wind. The person will stay here in the Black Rock Forest. As for whether young Master Zhao can survive the wasteland night until you find him. Lin Yu let out a faint cold laugh, that depends on young Master Zhao's fate. Wait, who exactly are you? You. After speaking, Lin Yu crushed the phone in his hand and turned toward Jiangchang. Leaving only Zhao Tang, who had lost one ear, bound by spider silk, and exuding a strong smell of blood. He listened in despair to the roars of bloodthirsty beasts quickly approaching in the surrounding darkness. Chapter 16, Ultimate Despair. As blood continued to pour from Zhao Tang's ear, the strong smell of blood quickly spread in the wind. No, I cannot die here, I absolutely cannot die here. Zhao Tang's survival instinct overcame the pain and extreme fear. He knew in the wasteland night, this blood smell would soon attract swarms of bloodthirsty beasts. He gritted his teeth, enduring the splitting pain in his mind, mobilizing the remaining spirit power of his beast-controlling space. Come out, blazing firewolf. With a faint summoning circle lighting up, a 2-meter-long, red-furred first-stage lower, blazing firewolf, was summoned. This was Zhao Tang's contracted blazing firewolf cub, just evolved to first-stage lower. Though only first-stage lower, among high school students it was a decent combat power. Quick, bite these webs, carry me back to the city. Zhao Tang frantically gave orders to the blazing firewolf. The wolf let out a low growl, opened its flame-burning fangs, moving closer to bite the webs. At that moment, as the wolf approached. Shoo shoo shoo. From deep underground came dense faint tremors, as if countless terrifying things were waking. The blazing fire wolf's sharp instinct made its fur stand on end. It backed away fearfully, letting out uneasy whines. "What's wrong, blazing fire wolf? Hurry up!" Zhao Tang panicked. The next second, the black frozen soil beneath and around Zhao Tang suddenly burst open. Countless dark brown shelled insects with jagged jaws crazily emerged from underground. First stage middle tier group beasts, sawtooth burial insects. Even second stage beasts would avoid this terrifying swarm. "No, stop!" Zhao Tang screamed in terror. "Blazing fire wolf, use fire, burn them to death." The blazing fire wolf opened its mouth, spraying a scorching fire column. But the sawtooth burial insects did not fear ordinary flames at all. They directly charged into the fire pillars, instantly engulfing the massive body of the firewolf in flames. "Awah!" The firewolf let out a series of agonizing howls. The sound of bones and flesh being chewed echoed in Zhao Tang's ears as he watched the sawtooth burial worm slowly devour the firewolf. 10 minutes later, the first-tier lower-level firewolf was left with not a single bone fragment, completely devoured by the swarm of worms. Due to excessive blood loss, Zhao Tang's vision began to blur. He desperately closed his eyes, waiting for the worms to finish devouring him as well. However, 10 seconds later, the anticipated pain did not come. Zhao Tang shakily opened his eyes and found that the sawtooth burial worms, having finished with the firewolf, turned in unison and quickly burrowed back into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ground was left with countless deep pits. This is impossible. Zhao Tang stared in a daze at everything happening around him. These sawtooth burial worms were controlled by Lin Yu before he left. They were meant to prevent Zhao Tang from escaping by a stroke of luck. These worms wouldn't eat him, only the firewolf, in order to cut off his last hope and make him truly experience the ultimate fear of being unable to live or die. Put. With the death of the firewolf, the backlash of the soul contract being forcefully torn apart immediately struck. Zhao Tang spat out a large mouthful of blood, his head throbbing in intense pain, completely losing the last bit of strength to move. At this moment, he could no longer move even a single finger. True despair had only just begun. "Awah!" Low, mournful wolf howls drifted on the wind from the darkness ahead. Zhao Tang turned his eyes in horror, staring intently at the withered trees ahead. In the darkness, 1 pair, 2 pairs, 10 pairs. Countless pairs of eyes, glowing with eerie green light, were slowly approaching. First-tier lower-level pack beasts, bloodthirsty swift wolves. They were attracted by the strong scent of blood on Zhao Tang's body. Looking at the slowly advancing wolf pack, Zhao Tang's eyes were filled with unwillingness. "I am Zhao family's young master. I will not die. Lin Yu, you're a demon, a demon." The wolf pack instantly pounced on Zhao Tang, beginning to tear him apart. Ah! The next morning, Blackrock Forest. The smell of blood in the air had already faded. Zhao Li arrived in Blackrock Forest with a dozen high-ranking beast tamers. The sight before them was one of utter chaos. "Head of the family, over here." A trembling voice of a guard pointed to a large stone. Zhao Li stumbled toward it. By the stone, there was nothing but a pile of shredded clothes, soaked with dried blood and torn to pieces. Among the dirt and withered leaves, there was also half of a skull, gnawed and pitted, stained with dark red earth. "Tanger, my Tanger." Looking at the incomplete skull, Zhao Li's legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees in the mud, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. 2 streams of tears, mixed with intense rage and humiliation, slid down his stern face. His son, Zhao Li's son, had been used as bait and eaten alive by the beasts of the wasteland. "Search! Search every corner of Jiang City, search the entire wasteland." Zhao Li suddenly stood up, and the terrifying spiritual energy emanating from him caused several nearby withered trees to snap. "Issue the highest wanted order in the city, immediately seal all city gates. Whether it's the underworld or the legitimate world, anyone who can provide information about who killed Tanger will be rewarded with 10 million. If someone brings back their head, I will reward them 30 million, plus a high-level spiritual energy weapon. I want him torn to pieces." At 8 o'clock in the morning, 3rd Beast Taming High School of Jiang City. Lin Yu calmly walked into the classroom as the bell rang. The usually noisy classroom immediately fell silent for a second as soon as they saw Lin Yu enter. At the blackboard, a few of the lackeys who usually followed Zhao Tang around, bullying Lin Yu, were gathered together, their faces looking extremely grim as they discussed something. One of them, a boy named Lu Chang, who had often helped Zhao Tang bully Lin Yu, now saw Lin Yu walking in, unharmed and intact, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, along with an unmistakable hint of panic. After all, they had just received insider information that could shatter their entire worldview. Zhao Tang was dead in the wasteland, and his death was gruesome. "Oh, isn't this our class's F-level genius, Lin Yu?" Lu Chang saw Lin Yu's calm face, and a wave of unexplained anger surged inside him. He couldn't help but mock him in a sarcastic tone. "Young Master Zhao had an accident in the wasteland last night. You, a worthless piece of trash, must be lucky. If young Master Zhao hadn't had an accident, would you still be able to stand and walk into the classroom today? Consider it a blessing from the heavens that you somehow saved your worthless life. In the eyes of Lu Chang and most of the class, Lin Yu's survival was purely due to luck. Hearing Lu Chang's mockery, a few self-important students in the classroom also let out a burst of laughter. In their eyes, Lin Yu was no longer that high and mighty top student, he was just a useless bug-type waste. Lin Yu stopped walking, slightly turned his head, and his gaze fell on Lu Chang's face. Under Lin Yu's stare, Lu Chang's laughter abruptly stopped, and an uncontrollable chill crept up his back. Lin Yu said nothing. He averted his gaze, pulled out his chair from the corner, and calmly sat down. Then he took out a book titled Advanced Beast Anatomy from his backpack and opened its pages. In the Beastmaster space, a cold voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. If they disturb the master's peace, should I go out and cut off all their tongues? Bai Zhi thinks it would be more fun to spit venom on their faces. Bai Zhi excitedly joined in the fun. No need, a bunch of trash aren't worth the effort. Chapter 17, A Psychotic Murderer? Sitting right in the classroom. The bell for class rang. The classroom, which had been somewhat noisy, fell completely silent the moment the homeroom teacher, Li Hai, entered the door. Today, Li Hai's face was unusually serious. He didn't carry the usual thick teaching plan, nor did he pick up a chalk to write the spirit power theory formulas for the day on the blackboard. He pressed his hands firmly on the edge of the podium, his gaze carrying a chilling seriousness, and one could even faintly detect a trace of unhidden fear, slowly scanning the students below. Before we start class, I must inform you all of an extremely serious and sudden incident. Li Hai took a deep breath. Last night, at the outskirts of Zheng City near the wasteland area, specifically the Black Rock Forest region, an extremely brutal murder occurred. Our classmate Zhao Tang has been confirmed to be the victim. Although some well-informed sycophants in the class had already spread rumors, hearing the homeroom teacher confirm it in person still made the whole class gasp in shock. Lu Chang, sitting in the front row, turned pale, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Just yesterday after class, he had gone to see Zhao Tang with a flattering face. How could Zhao Tang, who was so arrogant, be gone after just one night? Not only that. Wan Hai knocked on the solid wooden surface of the podium, emphasizing the tone, a deep sense of fear flashing in his eyes. After an on-site investigation by Zhao Tang's high-level beast master, it has been confirmed that this was not a simple accident caused by a monster attack in the wasteland, but rather a deliberate murder. The murderer is extremely cunning and cruel. Not only did he kill Zhao Tang, but he also used a monster to destroy the body. The only thing left at the scene was just half a skull. Upon hearing half a skull, several timid girls in the classroom immediately covered their mouths, their faces turning pale, almost gagging. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Li, has been thoroughly enraged. Just this morning, the Zhao family used all their connections and offered a bounty of 30 million. Plus, a rare high-level spirit energy weapon. The whole city is now on the lookout for that mysterious killer. Li Hai sternly scanned the students below. It is said that the outlaw is ruthless, with strength that is unfathomable. Now, even the official guard squad of Jiangcheng has mobilized all its members, cooperating with the Zhao family to seal off the major city gates and the entrances to the underground black market. So, I am issuing a death order to all of you here. From today on, everyone must go straight home after school in groups. Under no circumstances is anyone allowed to go anywhere near the wasteland's edge, even by a single step. If anyone dares to joke with their life, there will be no one left to collect the bodies. Understand? Yes. Yes, we understand. The students below looked pale, nodding repeatedly. Lu Chang shrank his neck, murmuring nervously to his deskmate. So terrifying. A murderer with a 30 million bounty. This killer even dared to attack young Master Zhao, it's truly insane. We should hurry home after school these days. What if the killer is some kind of indiscriminate murderer? The entire classroom was overshadowed by the terrifying shadow of the 30 million bounty killer, the air thick with suppression and fear. Lin Yu, sitting in the corner by the window, propped his chin with one hand, while absent-mindedly spinning a black water-based pen with the other. Ha! Lin Yu slightly opened his mouth and yawned. Last night, he had infiltrated the private hospital, then extorted Zhao Li for 10 million, and finally spent half the night in the cold wind of the wasteland. Although Lin Yu's physical body was already comparable to a second-tier magical beast, the continuous high-intensity mental tension still left him feeling slightly tired. Listening to Li Hai on the podium embellishing the terrifying details of the cold-blooded murderer, and hearing the whispers of his classmates shivering with fear, Lin Yu looked indifferent, even finding it somewhat absurdly amusing. Zhao Li's influence is quite large, my value has unknowingly increased so much. Lin Yu chuckled lightly in his heart. Just as Lin Yu was absent-mindedly lost in thought, Li Hai on the podium changed his tone. Alright, the outside danger is naturally being handled by the city defense army and high-level beast masters, this should not be something you high schoolers need to worry about. Next, I have an important announcement that truly concerns your future in Destiny. Next month, it's the annual Jiangqing Senior Year Beast Master League. This is not only crucial for the early attention of top universities' admissions offices, but more importantly. Wang Hai deliberately paused, emphasizing each word. The city council and the military have jointly decided that the top 10 elite students selected from this league, in addition to receiving generous alliance currency rewards, will also gain the right to explore the first-tier dimensional rift. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire class erupted in excitement. First-tier dimensional rift? Oh my god, they're actually opening the access to the first-tier dimensional rift. Doesn't that require at least an official Beast Master team to enter? What are you dreaming of? That's a rift that's been swept clean countless times by the military and large guilds. The high-level magical beasts and core resources have long been cleared out. It's just an abandoned dungeon for students to practice. But still, it's amazing. Even though it's been swept, the low-tier spirit herbs and ores left inside can still sell for quite a bit outside. This is an absolutely safe opportunity to make money. Listening to the excited discussions of his classmates around him, Lin Yu, who had been spinning his pen, suddenly stopped. A flash of curiosity flickered in his eyes. After the military and guilds swept it, the first-tier dimensional rift? Lin Yu quickly flipped through his mental knowledge of dimensional rifts. Dimensional rifts are independent small worlds formed after the space laws of this world became chaotic, possessing a unique ecosystem and spiritual energy environment that differs from the native blue star. Dimensional rifts can form anywhere on Blue Star, and magical beasts will appear inside. Once a dimensional rift appears, the military and guilds will organize people to enter the rift to sweep it. If the dimensional rift is not swept in time, the monsters inside will break through the rift and enter Blue Star. But once the boss inside the dimensional rift is killed, the rift will disappear accordingly. The entry permission for this rift reward was granted after the military swept it and suppressed the boss inside. This kind of dimensional rift is specially used for novice training, very safe, but requires a special pass to enter. Although it is F-level and swept by the military, meaning there generally are no high-level monsters that can threaten life, it also means the high-value treasures displayed openly have long been plundered. For ordinary students, entering is just picking up leftovers, collecting some common low-level spirit herbs, earning some hard money. But for Lin Yu, it is a once-in-a-lifetime perfect opportunity. Military and large guild sweeps usually only target the surface, shallow caves, and resources with obvious energy fluctuations. But Lin Yu has the master of all insects talent. Insect-type monsters can enter tiny gaps, poisonous soil, and deep veins that human beast tamers cannot reach. Lin Yu might pick up unexpected leftovers. And there might even be a chance to find materials helpful for Bai Zhi and Lin to advance, so no matter what, it won't be a loss. It seems, I must get this spot to enter the rift. Lin Yu originally planned to stay low-key at school, be invisible. But now, the plan has changed. Everyone stand up. Now, all people go to school training ground 1. Li Hai looked at his watch and announced loudly. The school will immediately conduct a pre-league comprehensive ability screening. Whether you can get the competition qualification depends on your daily accumulation. The classroom immediately erupted with the sound of desks and chairs colliding, students both nervous and excited rushing outside. Lin Yu calmly stuffed the advanced exotic beast anatomy on the desk into his bag and followed at the very end of the crowd out of the classroom. The #1 training ground of Jiangqing 3rd Beast Taming High School is very large, enough to hold thousands of people practicing at the same time. When Senior 3 Class 2 arrived, the entire field was already full of voices. 30 senior classes of students arranged neatly in their respective formations. At the front testing desk, dozens of Beast Tamer comprehensive ability measuring monuments were placed side by side. These measuring monuments can accurately calculate a tamer's comprehensive value of spiritual power and physical strength without summoning a contracted beast. Lin Yu stood at the end of the line, hands in his uniform pockets. At that moment, the originally noisy field suddenly went quiet. Then, a commotion broke out in the crowd. The crowded student group in front automatically opened a wide passage in the middle. Look, it's Song Wanqing from Class 1. The undisputed #1 school beauty of Jiangqing 3rd. So beautiful, her temperament is perfect. I heard her B-level talent Ice Descent is already mastered, she has long entered the junior beast tamer stage. Following the crowd's enthusiastic gaze, Lin Yu slightly lifted his head. At the end of the field passage, a girl was walking slowly. She wore a pure white dress, the hem swaying lightly in the breeze, simple yet perfectly showing her tall and slender figure. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall, casually draped over her shoulders. Her skin was whiter than snow, her features extremely delicate, especially her eyes, clear and bright like autumn water. Different from heavily made-up beauties, Song Wanqing exuded a kind of clean, pure and innocent aura. A faint, polite smile hung at the corner of her lips, beautiful with no aggression, as if it could instantly touch the softest corner of every boy's heart, perfectly embodying all the definitions of first love. Beneath this gentle and pure appearance, as she approached, the temperature of the surrounding air quietly dropped. It was the natural ice-type spiritual fluctuation emitted by her B-rank talent, Ice Descent. At her side floated a light-bodied, first-rank upper-level beast pet, Frost's snow spirit fox, glowing with an icy blue aura. This spirit fox had snow-white fur and lively eyes, complementing Song Wanqing's aura perfectly. Boys watched her walk by, their eyes full of fervent admiration and reverence. Lin Yu looked at Song Wanqing walking like she was the center of the stars, his eyes showing no ripple of emotion. He calmly sized her up with one glance. Undeniably, she was indeed an extremely beautiful girl, and a B-rank talent in a small place like Zhangcheng was considered outstanding. But Lin Yu only glanced once and withdrew his gaze with extreme indifference. No matter how much she resembled First Love, no matter how dazzling her talent, in Lin Yu's current eyes, she was nothing more than a slightly prettier passerby in this beginner village. A greenhouse flower that had never been baptized by the blood of the wasteland could not stir any wave in his heart. With childhood experiences, compared to beauty, Lin Yu desired power more, power so absolute that no one could influence him. Initial screening test now officially begins. Chapter 18, Controlling Scores. Initial screening test now officially begins. The deep voice of the director of instruction rang over the playground through the loudspeaker. The formations of 30 senior classes stirred instantly, all eyes turning to the front where a dozen high-precision, Beast Master comprehensive ability measuring stones stood. At the front of the playground, in Class 1's team. As the school's focus, Song Wanqing stood quietly in place waiting for her number to be called. The fervent gazes of surrounding boys did not make her uneasy, she just lowered her head slightly and checked her phone that had just vibrated. It was a message, with only one word in the note, Sis. Wanqing, the situation in Zhangcheng is extremely unstable. That young master of the Zhao family died terribly. Zhao Li is going crazy, offering 30 million in the whole city to catch a mysterious killer. Stay at school, go home immediately after class. Do not go to the wasteland edges, and never go near places like the underground black market. Understand? Protect yourself. Reading the long message on the screen, a helpless smile appeared on Song Wanqing's pure and beautiful face, and she gently shook her head. My sister has been in the black market, a place full of all kinds of people, so her nerves are always this tense. Zhao Tang is arrogant, such events are not surprising. Song Wanqing's delicate fingers tapped lightly on the screen, replying with got it, and then put the phone back into her pocket. Next, Class 1, Song Wanqing. The director of instruction's voice rose a few decibels deliberately. The training ground, which had been noisy, instantly fell silent upon hearing this name. Song Wanqing walked slowly to the central testing platform. She stood before the 3-meter-high black measuring stone, raising her right hand, and the spiritual power of her B-rank talent, Ice Descent, surged violently in her palm. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and fine ice crystals instantly formed in the air. Bang! The seemingly gentle palm strike carried extremely thick ice-type spiritual power, pressing steadily on the measuring stone. Hum! Runes on the measuring stone instantly erupted in dazzling ice blue light, and the top number panel began to jump wildly. 10,000, 30,000, 80,000. Finally, the number froze at a value that astonished the entire school. Comprehensive ability score, 100,000 points. Seeing the score, everyone first rubbed their eyes in disbelief. 100,000 points? My god, she did not even use beast control, only relied on her own spirit power foundation to hit 100,000 points. Is this damn data something a just awakened high school student can hit? Many newly registered beginner beast tamers cannot reach the score, right? As expected of B-level talent, this is definitely a seeded contestant to steadily take top 3 in this league, too strong. Hearing the crowd's shocked cries, Song Wanqing's expression stayed calm, she only politely nodded slightly to the dean, turned around and walked down the testing platform, preparing to leave the field early. For her, getting the spot was already something nailed to the board, staying here to watch others test was just wasting time. Next, Class 2 Lu Chang. Lu Chang took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and walked onto the testing platform. As the usual bragging young Master Zhao's follower, he was also a troublemaker in Class 2. He stood in front of the strength measuring monument, roared loudly, gathered all the spirit power inside his body onto his fist, even used the strength of feeding milk, and smashed a punch hard onto it. Bang! The strength measuring monument made a dull sound. Comprehensive quality score, 3,800 points. Seeing this score, Lu Chang's face instantly turned red. Although this score reached the passing line, in front of Song Wanqing's earth-shaking 100,000 points just now, these 3,000 points were not worth mentioning at all. Around him immediately came a burst of undisguised sneering laughter. Lu Chang wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and walk down the platform in shame. Just when his face was full of anger, he lifted his head and happened to meet Lin Yu, who stood at the end of the line with a cold expression. To cover his embarrassment, Lu Chang habitually vented his anger at Lin Yu. He sneered, deliberately raised his voice and mocked in a strange tone. Yo, isn't this our F-level great genius Lin Yu? It will be your turn soon, don't be so nervous that you pee your pants. Your insect king talent is so strong, you usually cannot even let out a fart. If later you cannot even reach the minimum starting score of the strength monument, don't blame the monument for being broken, haha. Several lackeys of Class 2 also laughed along, waiting to see Lin Yu make a fool of himself. Lin Yu slightly turned his head and looked at Lu Chang's clown-like face. His eyes were calm, he had already thought of Lu Chang's way of death. Next, Class 2 Lin Yu. Hearing the name, Lin Yu walked onto the testing platform unhurriedly. Everyone's gaze immediately looked at Lin Yu with curiosity. Lin Yu stood in front of the black strength measuring monument and slowly raised his right hand. Lin Yu calculated the force in his heart. Cannot be too high, to avoid causing suspicion. Enough to get a qualification to participate in the league is fine. 50,000 points, just right. Lin Yu's eyes focused, without any charging action, he only casually threw a punch forward. Bang! The moment the fist touched the strength measuring monument, the sound was not loud. But in the next second, the entire expensive strength measuring monument suddenly shook violently. The runes on the monument body burst out extremely blinding white light. The numbers on the panel jumped crazily. 10,000, 20,000, 40,000. Comprehensive quality score, 50,000 points. All the people who were waiting to see Lin Yu's joke, their eyeballs almost popped out of their eye sockets, their jaws all dropped to the ground together. 50,000 points? Am I seeing things? The machine is broken, right? He does not even have a bit of spirit power fluctuation. He just casually threw a punch. Purely relying on body strength to hit 50,000 points? Is this a demon beast wearing human skin? Lu Chang, who originally planned to watch Lin Yu's joke, now his legs went soft, he almost sat on the ground. He looked at Lin Yu on the stage, a fear that could not be stopped surged in his heart. A person who can hit 50,000 points with one punch, if he makes a move on himself, he would probably be smashed into meat paste. This shocked cry also quickly spread through the entire number 1 training field. Song Wanqing, who had already walked to the edge of the field and was preparing to leave, heard the shocked cries of 50,000 points and no spirit power fluctuation. Her footsteps suddenly halted. She turned her head and looked at the person on the stage. That boy, is Lin Yu from Class 2? Song Wanqing's memory held that name, the infamous F-class insect system talent, the lowest of the low. But how could an F-class insect beast master possibly possess such terrifying physical strength? Even some D-class talents focused on physical enhancement couldn't possibly reach 50,000 points. A trace of shock and curiosity appeared on Song Wanqing's pure face. Under the shocked gaze of thousands, Song Wanqing stared intently at Lin Yu. This was the first time anyone had seen her so interested in a boy. Lin Yu, standing on the stage, simply glanced at his score, then casually put his hands back in his pockets. He didn't even look at the astonished crowd or Song Wanqing. Chapter 19, Qualifying for the League. After the preliminary tests ended, many students from the regular classes still stared at the power testing stone, feeling as if what had just happened was an absurd dream. Silence. The head teacher stood on the high platform, his powerful spiritual energy enveloping his voice, instantly silencing the entire crowd. He held a freshly printed report card in his hand, his expression somewhat complex. The results of this school-wide comprehensive quality screening test have been fully compiled. Now, I will announce the list of 10 students who will represent Jiangcheng No. 3 High School in the Jiangcheng Senior High School Beastmaster League 1 month later. The thousands of students in the crowd immediately held their breath. First place, Class 1, Song Wanqing. Comprehensive score, 100,000 points. Even though everyone already knew the result, when the head teacher personally announced it, a wave of fervent cheers erupted from the field. Song Wanqing stood at the front of the crowd, her expression calm. Second place, Class 1, Zhang Hao. Comprehensive score, 72,000 points. Third place, Class 1. Seventh place. When the head teacher read out this name, he clearly paused, even pushing up his glasses, as if double-checking the name on the list, and then read it out in an incredulous tone. Seventh place, Class 2, Lin Yu. Comprehensive score, 50,000 points. Although everyone had witnessed Lin Yu's score, when he truly made it into the top 10 with 7th place, the teachers and students at the school still listened to this announcement with incredibly complex expressions. An acknowledged F-class insect system failure had, with pure physical strength, trampled over the talents of the entire school. This intense feeling of disruption made many students who usually held themselves in high regard feel a wave of embarrassment. 8th place. Once the list of 10 was fully announced, the head teacher waved his hand and declared the dismissal. The crowd began to disperse, but countless eyes still glanced intentionally or unintentionally at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, with his hands in his pockets, looked indifferent as he prepared to leave the field. At that moment, a faint fragrance entered his nose. The originally crowded students suddenly began to part, and Song Wanqing walked up to Lin Yu, blocking his way. the entire field gasped in surprise. Song Wanqing looked at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Yu, right? Song Wanqing's voice was pleasant to hear, with a touch of coldness, yet still polite. Can I ask you a question? You didn't use any spiritual power, yet an F-class insect beast master. How did you achieve such a physical strength score of 50,000 points with just one punch? This was the first time in her 18 years that she felt such strong curiosity toward a male. She had thought that with her status and beauty, initiating a conversation would at least cause him to explain a few things, even if he was aloof. However, Lin Yu merely looked up at her indifferently. He didn't show any sign of being surprised or flattered. Just do more physical labor, eat more, and you'll train it out. Lin Yu casually shrugged it off with a perfunctory response. Hearing this, Song Wanqing froze. Do more physical labor? Eat more? What kind of nonsense excuse is this? If eating more could score 50,000 points, wouldn't the Jiangcheng Guard team have already conquered the wasteland? You? Song Wanqing furrowed her delicate brows, about to ask further. Is there anything else? Lin Yu's tone was indifferent. If not, move aside. You're blocking my way. As soon as these words were spoken, the boys who had been secretly watching dropped their jaws. Make way for the school beauty? Lin Yu has gone mad. Song Wanqing's delicate body stiffened slightly, a trace of astonishment appearing on her pale face. She had grown up without ever being treated with such a dismissive attitude by any boy. A sense of unprecedented frustration and absurdity surged into her heart in an instant. Nothing. Song Wanqing instinctively moved aside. Lin Yu did not look at her again and directly brushed past her, disappearing into the crowd on the playground. Song Wanqing stood there, watching Lin Yu's back as he left, her pure face full of unwillingness and even deeper confusion. At 5 p.m, the school bell rang. Lu Chang's hands trembled uncontrollably as he packed his bag. Since Lin Yu scored 50,000 points, Lu Chang didn't dare look at Lin Yu even once throughout the entire afternoon. His mind was filled with the images of how he used to mock Lin Yu, and he knew that if Lin Yu threw a punch, he would definitely be killed on the spot. Chang. Brother Chang, let's go? Two of Lu Chang's lackeys, who usually followed him around, came up, their faces also looking quite bad. Let's go, hurry up. These days, I have to get my dad to hire a few bodyguards. Lu Chang quickly grabbed his bag and pulled his two lackeys out of the school through the side door, heading toward the busy streets on their way home. On another tree-lined road 2 streets away from the school, Lin Yu was walking slowly, his eyes slightly lowered, a golden gleam flashing in the depths of his pupils. At this moment, Lu Chang, walking with his lackeys on the street, passed by a slightly rusty sewer cover. Hiss. A 30-centimeter long, brightly toxic-colored first-level lower-tier rainbow centipede quietly crawled out along the edge of the sewer cover after receiving the command of absolute domination. The rainbow centipede's movements were swift, and it crawled directly up Lu Chang's pant leg. Its sharp venomous jaws instantly bit into Lu Chang's calf, injecting a neurotoxin from its poison gland strong enough to paralyze a full-grown bull directly into his bloodstream. Ah! On the street, Lu Chang suddenly let out a scream of agony. His whole body stiffened like he had been electrocuted, his eyes rolled back instantly, foam gushing from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground, his body uncontrollably convulsing. Brother Chang, what's wrong with you? The two lackeys beside him were scared out of their wits. They fumbled to pull Lu Chang but saw a large, colorful, poisonous centipede crawl out from his pant leg, swiftly crawling back into the sewer and disappearing without a trace. It's a rainbow centipede, quick! Call an ambulance! Hearing the distant shouts and commotion from 2 streets away, Lin Yu's steps did not falter in the slightest. He knew that the toxin wasn't fatal, but it was enough to completely destroy Lu Chang's motor nerves. From today onward, Lu Chang would live his miserable life drooling on a wheelchair, unable to control his bodily functions. Nightfall arrived, at the luxurious villa on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Lin Yu sat on a spacious, luxurious leather sofa and released Bai Zhi and Lin from the beast space. Bai Zhi affectionately brushed her spider legs against Lin Yu's calf, while Lin stood quietly by the sofa, guarding. Master, those students were too noisy. Bai Zhi's face carried a touch of sickly obsession. Bai Zhi prefers places with only the master around. Lin Yu reached out and rubbed Bai Zhi's head, his gaze deepening. Although he successfully secured his spot in the league today, Lin Yu was very clear in his heart that the league between the 3 top high schools in Jiangcheng gathered the city's true top talents. The other 2 schools undoubtedly had hidden cards like Song Wanqing, or even stronger ones. To avoid revealing his trump cards in the league and still secure a spot in the top 10, Lin Yu needed an extra layer of insurance. Lin Yu took out an anonymous black card from his pocket. A 1-month buffer time, that's enough. Chapter 20, The Annual Auction. Night. Because of the 30 million bounty offered by the Zhao family, the entire underground world of Jiangcheng was in an extremely excited and tense state. On the streets and alleys, there were many bounty hunters and mercenaries probing for information. But in Jiangcheng's largest underground trading center, Dark Star Auction House, it still maintained absolute order and luxury. This place had a terrifying background that even the three major families dared not provoke easily. In the supreme VIP box on the top floor of the auction house, the lights were dim and ambiguous. The air was filled with the scent of expensive special incense, which not only calmed the Beastmaster's restless spiritual power but also had a subtle aphrodisiac effect. The heavy door of the box was gently pushed open from the outside. With the sound of high heels tapping the carpet seductively, Song Yun entered, holding 2 glasses of red wine, her steps swaying. Song Yun today was breathtakingly beautiful. She wore a dark purple high-slit, form-fitting cheongsam that perfectly outlined her mature, almost dripping, voluptuous curves. Under the cheongsam, her long legs, wrapped in premium black stockings, were faintly visible, and every step she took exuded the irresistible charm of a mature woman. "Sir, you have indeed come again." Song Yun's enchanting peach blossom eyes looked softly like water towards Lin Yu, who was sitting on the sofa. Lin Yu wore his signature black half-mask. He relaxedly leaned against the sofa, his deep, cold gaze sweeping across Song Yun's overwhelmingly oppressive body without hesitation. "Is the thing I wanted ready?" Lin Yu's hoarse voice spoke. Song Yun walked to the sofa, slightly bent down, and handed 1 glass of red wine to Lin Yu. As she bent, the stunning white cleavage at her neckline was fully exposed to Lin Yu's eyes, along with her body scent mixed with perfume, which drifted into Lin Yu's nose. "How could Song Yun dare to slack off on what you instructed, sir?" Song Yun smiled seductively and sat beside Lin Yu. "However, the materials you wanted, our Dark Star Trading House only has a few scraps in stock. I'm afraid they won't satisfy your appetite." Hearing this, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly under his mask. Seeing this, Song Yun quickly smiled and threw out the real bait. "But don't worry, although we don't have them in regular stock, in 3 days, our Dark Star Auction House will hold the annual top auction." Song Yun exhaled softly, her voice gentle. "At that time, the final auction items will not only include the materials you need, but also an extremely rare voidworm king egg. I wonder, sir, are you interested?" Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. "Annual auction?" "Exactly." Song Yun observed Lin Yu's reaction. "This auction is very high level. The top members of the 3 major families in Jiangcheng will personally attend and bid." Hearing that the 3 major families would be attending, Lin Yu immediately became interested. "Sounds interesting. Then, please reserve a good spot for me, Chief Song." Lin Yu casually threw the black card with 1 million inside onto Song Yun's voluptuous thigh wrapped in black stockings. Song Yun felt the icy touch from the crystal card on her thigh, and her body froze for a moment. Looking at Lin Yu's actions and behavior, Song Yun's eyes became increasingly more lustful, not hiding her desire to conquer and admiration for strength. She slowly put away the crystal card, then, with a bold heart, pressed her delicate body closer to Lin Yu again. Her full chest almost brushed against Lin Yu's arm. "Sir's request, Song Yun will personally arrange everything for you." Song Yun looked up, gazing at Lin Yu's cold mask, her voice laced with a charm and hint of testing that would make one's bones shiver. "But, every time you come, Song Yun can only address you as sir, it really feels a bit distant." She extended her delicate fingers, clad in black lace gloves, boldly drawing circles on Lin Yu's chest. "Song Yun dares to ask for a title. I wonder, sir, what is your name?" The atmosphere in the private room instantly became ambiguous. Lin Yu did not push her away, instead, he reached out and gently pinched Song Yun's smooth, jade-like chin, applying slight force. Song Yun winced in pain but did not dare resist, forced to look up into Lin Yu's eyes. Her heart raced wildly, a tremor of mixed fear and extreme excitement spread throughout her body. "Lin Yu." Lin Yu let go of her chin. "Lin Yu." Song Yun rubbed her reddened chin, repeatedly chewing on these 2 words in her mouth. "Mr. Lin." Song Yun seductively changed the title, her eyes filled with hints. "There are 3 days until the auction. If you have no other plans tonight, Song Yun can provide you with some personal appraisal services that are more relaxing than purchasing materials." Lin Yu stood up and looked at Song Yun beside him. I have to admit, Song Yun indeed has impressive assets. Whether it's her figure or her aura, Chief Song really knows how to joke. Lin Yu, of course, knew what kind of service Song Yun was referring to. But he had other plans for now. 3 days later, I will await good news from Chief Song. Saying this, Lin Yu turned, pushed open the door of the private room, and disappeared into the dark corridor of the Dark Star Auction House, leaving only Song Yun, sitting limply on the sofa, staring at the back of Lin Yu as he left. Her legs unconsciously crossed tightly, her eyes filled with uncontrollable obsession and loss. Chapter 21, The Same Person? Late at night, in the center of Jiang City, in a quiet yet luxurious high-end apartment. With the soft sound of the fingerprint lock beep, Song Yun stepped in, her high heels clicking on the floor. She casually threw her limited edition handbag on the cabinet, kicked off her high heels, and slipped into soft slippers. Even though she had left the Dark Star auction house, there was still a trace of blush on her face that she couldn't hide. A warm-colored floor lamp was left on in the living room. Wearing a pure cotton white home dress, Song Wanqing was curled up on the large sofa, holding a cup of hot milk, lost in thought. She didn't even notice the milk was almost spilling over the edge of the cup. Her face was filled with disbelief and deep confusion. Wanqing? What are you spacing out about? The milk is about to spill. Song Yun changed into her clothes and walked over to the sofa, quickly noticing her sister's abnormal behavior. Her younger sister, normally known as the ice-cold campus beauty, who was never moved by anything at school, why was she so absent-minded today? Come on, honestly tell me, did you meet any guy at school who caught your heart? Song Yun asked, teasingly. Huh? No. Song Wanqing suddenly snapped back to reality, her hand trembling, hurriedly covering it up. A trace of awkwardness flashed across her cool face. Today, the school held the preliminary lead test. I was just thinking about the competition, and I'm a bit tired. After covering up, Song Wanqing raised her head and looked at Song Yun, her eyes narrowing slightly. But you, sis. Song Wanqing looked Song Yun up and down. You usually come back from socializing looking exhausted, but today your cheeks are so red? Your eyes are sparkling, you look like a lovesick girl. Who did you meet at the black market? Ahem, what nonsense are you saying? Song Yun's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously touched his chin, which had been pinched red just now, his eyes flickering slightly. What kind of good people can you meet in the black market? I just closed a big deal today, and the heating in the private room was too strong, suffocating. The two of them sat on the sofa, looking at each other, both with clear minds. The other definitely has something hidden from me. But neither of them was willing to let go. To change the subject, Song Yun picked up her cup of water, took a sip, and casually sighed. By the way, I did meet an interesting person today. He said his name was Lin Yu. Bang! The glass cup in Song Wanqing's hand hit the coffee table heavily. Lin Yu? Song Wanqing's pupils suddenly shrank. What's wrong? Why such a big reaction? Song Yun suspiciously stared at her sister. Do you know him? No. I don't know him. Song Wanqing bit her lip tightly, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart, her gaze flickering as she moved her eyes away. I just slipped. Lin Yu, this name is quite common, just a normal name. It must be a namesake. Song Wanqing desperately comforted herself in her heart. Lin Yu is just an ordinary high school student, how could he possibly go to the black market, and even have my sister personally entertain him? Is that so? Song Yun narrowed her alluring peach blossom eyes, looking at her sister's evasive gaze. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep first. Song Wanqing couldn't stand her sister's scrutinizing gaze, stood up, and fled in a hurry. I'm going to take a bath too. Song Yun looked at her sister's back, and Lin Yu's figure once again appeared in her mind, her legs instinctively closing slightly. Meanwhile, outside Jiangcheng, in the wasteland area, the wind howled. Although the school repeatedly warned that students were strictly forbidden to approach the wasteland area, under the cover of night, Lin Yu had already ventured deep into the wasteland. Although I already have 10 million, the three major families have deep foundations. If the Void Worm Emperor egg really appears at the auction, I must get it. Lin Yu stood on a high place, overlooking below. In the depths of his pupils, a golden light suddenly shone. Absolute domination spread from Lin Yu in all directions. The next second, the rustling sound echoed in the forest. The earth began to tremble, countless soil mounds were pushed aside. Second tier, ironclad centipedes, third tier, ghost-faced poison spiders, and swarms of rotten bone beetles. They poured in from all directions, stopping just 10 meters from Lin Yu. Come out, Bai Zhi, Lin. The beast taming space behind Lin Yu opened. Master, the air here smells terrible, but these prey, Bai Zhi really likes them. Bai Zhi's red pupils flickered with a sickly, bloodthirsty glow. The insect swarm on the left is yours, dig out all the crystal nuclei. Lin Yu ordered. Boom! Lin rushed straight into the insect-type magical beasts lying on the left. Because of the suppression of absolute domination, all the insect-type magical beasts were just lying on the ground, not resisting. As for the insect swarm on the right, Lin Yu's right hand suddenly pointed forward. Go, tear apart those bloodthirsty wolves and earth-shattering wild boars. Hiss hiss hiss. On the right side, tens of thousands of rotten bone beetles, flying poison moths, and hidden winged insects instantly fell into a frenzied rampage state. They turned into a black insect tide that blotted out the sky, sweeping towards the non-insect-type magical beast territory several kilometers away. Soon, the distant wasteland echoed with the howls of wolves and the screams of wild boars. A second-tier mid-rank earth-shattering wild boar was struggling desperately, but its body was already covered with dense rotten bone beetles. The rotten bone beetles burrowed into its eyes, ears, and the seams of its armor, secreting acidic liquid that corroded its internal organs into a puddle of blood in just a few seconds. Meanwhile, a group of second-tier lower-ranked bloodthirsty wolves was trying to break through with wind blades, but the flying poison moths in the sky scattered blinding poison powder. Immediately after, countless poisonous scorpions drilled out from underground, accurately inserting their venomous tails into the bloodthirsty wolves' joints. In the blink of an eye, the bloodthirsty mad wolf was devoured by the massive swarm of insects, leaving only a skeleton behind, and the crystal nuclei inside it were carried back to Lin Yu's feet by several worker ants. The next morning, in front of Lin Yu, a small mountain made up of colorful magical beast crystal nuclei had already piled up. A quick glance showed there were over 1,000 crystal nuclei. The cleanup is done, master. Lin shook off the last drop of blood from the purple crystal sickle, his posture straight as he returned to Lin Yu's side. Bai Zhi, extremely obedient, bundled all the crystal nuclei into several large packages, even thoughtfully wiping the bloodstains off the nuclei with spider silk until they were spotless. Lin Yu walked forward and casually picked up a second-tier crystal nucleus emitting a strong wind-based energy, smiling in satisfaction. Throughout the rest of the day, Lin Yu, wearing a mask, carefully sold the crystal nuclei in batches in the black market. When all the crystal nuclei were sold, Lin Yu made another 30 million. Now, everything is ready. Lin Yu sat on the sofa in the villa, looking at the black card in his hand. Chapter 22, The Void Insect Egg. The day of the auction. In Jiang City, at the headquarters of the Dark Star Auction House. Outside the auction house tonight, luxury cars were everywhere, and security was tight. Countless prominent beast masters from Jiang City, high-ranking executives from financial conglomerates, and leaders of underground factions gathered here. Accompanied by a fully armed security team, the heads of the three major families walked into the venue one after another. Walking in the front was Li Zong, the head of the Li family, a burly man whose mere presence exuded authority. Right behind him was Zhou Boyuan, the head of the Zhou family, his expression calm and reserved. Finally, there was Zhao Li, the head of the Zhao family, who had recently caused a stir in the underground world of Jiang City. Because of the pain of losing his son, Zhao Li looked somewhat haggard, but his bloodshot eyes carried an unsettling, murderous intensity. As soon as the heads of the three families entered, they were respectfully escorted to the highest-level Tian exclusive VIP boxes. These 3 boxes symbolized the supreme power in Jiang City, and no one else had the right to step inside. Not long after the three families entered, Lin Yu walked into the auction house doors, unhurriedly. "Mr. Lin, you're here." A seductive fragrance hit Lin Yu. Song Yun, who had specially changed into a black backless gown with a high slit, gracefully greeted him. As the chief appraiser, she was supposed to be backstage overseeing the event, but at this moment, she personally led Lin Yu toward the VIP area on the second floor. "Mr. Lin, I apologize." Song Yun brought Lin Yu to the D1 box, which was just below the Tian boxes, and spoke with a tone full of apology. The 3 Tian boxes have been bought out by the 3 families since the establishment of Dark Star, and even I cannot change that. I can only apologize for the lower position in the D1 box. Lin Yu sat on the luxurious sofa in the box, his gaze through the one-way glass overlooking the auction hall below, now completely full. "No problem," Lin Yu rasped, his tone flat. For him, sitting there didn't affect his plans for the auction. Song Yun quickly left the box after pouring a glass of red wine for Lin Yu. Soon, with the auctioneer's hammer striking, the annual grand auction officially began. The first item up for auction, a third-tier high-level fire-based magical beast crystal nucleus. The 5th item up for auction, a psychic armor crafted by a master blacksmith. The 12th item up for auction, the poison sac of a 1,000-year-old ghost serpent. The atmosphere at the auction was extremely heated, with bidding noises coming one after another. But as time passed, the ordinary buyers in the hall gradually became onlookers, and the real competition completely turned into a stage for the 3 Tian boxes above. 8 million, the Li family takes it. 12 million, this one goes to the Zhou family. 15 million. Zhao Li's hoarse and aggressive voice occasionally echoed, full of murderous intent. Most of the top-tier resources and advanced materials were ruthlessly taken by the 3 major families, who used their immense financial power without hesitation. But Lin Yu, sitting in the number 1 box in the D section, never once touched the bidding device in front of him. He held his wine glass and coldly observed each item being auctioned. It wasn't until the auction entered the latter half, during the final stage, that things began to change. The lights in the auction hall suddenly dimmed, and a spotlight shone on the display platform. 4 strong men carefully lifted a display stand sealed with high-strength psychic glass and brought it forward. At the center of the display stand, a mysterious silver spirit pattern-covered insect egg hovered, warping the surrounding space and causing a faint distortion in the air. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction is one of the star treasures of this event." The auctioneer's voice carried a strong sense of excitement. This is a supreme item brought back by a high-level beast master who risked his life deep in the wasteland. The Void Insect King Egg. It possesses an extremely rare space attribute, with its life signs intact. Once hatched, it will immediately give birth to an insect-type leader with boundless potential. Starting price, 10 million alliance coins. The minimum raise is 500,000 per bid. However, contrary to the auctioneer's expectations, the auction hall, which had just been filled with frenzied bidding for resources, fell into complete silence. What a joke, starting at 10 million for an insect egg. Sure, the space attribute is impressive, but its essence is an insect. Who would spend 10 million to hatch a high-level insect? The three major families aren't stupid. There's no way they'll buy something so lowly in the hierarchy. The three boxes in the Tian section were silent. Zhao Li, Li Zong, and Zhou Boyuan all showed no interest in the insect king egg. In their families, the talents that awakened were all of high-level dragon, elemental, or powerful attack attributes. No one would ever value insects. Just as the auctioneer was about to reluctantly announce the item unsold. In box number 1 in the D section, the bidding light suddenly turned on. 10 million. The entire hall erupted in surprise, and countless gazes immediately turned toward box number 1 in the D section. However, before anyone could react, the adjacent box number 2 in the D section also lit up its bidding light. 11 million. A rough voice came from box number 2. Ha ha ha. Sorry, my friend in box number 1. My useless son just awakened his insect attribute the other day, and I was worried I wouldn't have a worthy beast to show off. I'll buy this insect egg as his birthday gift today. Give me some face. Upon hearing this rough voice, many in the hall recognized the identity of the speaker. He was the biggest mine owner in the eastern district of Jiangcheng. In box number 1 in the D section, Lin Yu put down his wine glass. He paid no attention to the man's attempt to make friends and casually pressed the bidding device. 15 million. The price has gone up again. Who exactly is this mysterious person in box number 1? The mine boss in box number 2 froze for a moment, feeling that he had lost face in front of the influential figures. His anger flared immediately. Damn it, you're trying to compete with me in wealth, huh? 18 million. The nouveau riche shouted into the microphone. 20 million. Lin Yu's voice was calm. TW, 22 million. The nouveau riche's voice clearly began to falter. Although he was rich, he wasn't stupid. Spending over 20 million on an insect-type monster egg was far beyond his psychological expectations. And this price had already far surpassed the actual worth of the insect egg. 30 million. Upon hearing this, the entire auction hall exploded in commotion. Even the three heads of the major families in the Tian section frowned and stared in shock at box number 1. 30 million? Spending 30 million on an insect egg? In box number 2, the mine boss gritted his teeth, finally slamming the table in frustration and turning off his bidding light. Is there a higher price? With the auctioneer's call, after waiting for a few seconds without a response. 30 million, once. 30 million, twice. 30 million, 3 times. Sold. With the auctioneer's excited hammering sound. Congratulations, number 1 of D for securing the Void Worm egg. Chapter 23, just enough spent, the ATM arrives. The auction for the Void Worm King's egg ended at 30 million, but the atmosphere in the entire auction hall remained unsettled for a long time. Everyone occasionally glanced up at the D number 1 booth, secretly guessing who the mysterious benefactor was who spent 30 million on a worm egg. In the Tian booth, Zhao Li snorted coldly, pulling his gaze away from the D number 1 booth. Spending 30 million on a worm egg with no future, it seems this is not some hidden master. Zhao Li rubbed his brow and stopped paying attention to this side story. His goal tonight was the high-level resources that could directly improve his family's combat power and help him track down the assassin. The auction continued. The next lot is the heart of a 4th-tier lesser death demon tiger. Starting bid, 500,000. With the auctioneer's loud voice, the hall was once again plunged into a new round of crazy bidding. In the end, the heart was forcibly acquired by the Li family for 13 million. Then came another item, a potion that could instantly restore a high-level beast tamer's mental strength, which was acquired by the Zhou family. The three major families fought fiercely over these mainstream resources, and the atmosphere in the hall reached a fever pitch. However, Lin Yu, sitting in the D number 1 booth, looked on like watching a play, holding a glass of red wine, his expression unchanged. These so-called treasures that everyone saw as invaluable were of no interest to him even for a glance. It wasn't until the auction entered the final phase. Ladies and gentlemen, the next 2 lots will be sold as a bundle. The auctioneer had 2 exquisite jade boxes brought out, and as they were opened, a wave of energy instantly swept through the front row. On the left, we have the poison gland of a 100-year dark gold demon spider. On the right, an extremely rare dark element mutated material, abyssal illusion demon stone. Although these 2 materials are not of high grade, the dark and poison energies contained in them are extremely pure. They are the best materials for cultivating special beast tamers. Starting bid, 200,000. Seeing these two items, Lin Yu, who had been leaning on the sofa, immediately sat up straight. These materials might be marginal to the three major families, but for Lin Yu now, they were perfect materials for Bai Zhi. 300,000. A middle-aged man, who specialized in cultivating poison-type beasts, tentatively raised his paddle. 400,000. Someone in another corner followed. Just as these two men were about to bid tens of thousands higher. Ding! The bidding light for D number 1 booth lit up again. 10 million. The hall, which had just settled down, exploded once more. What the hell? It's D number 1 again, directly raising the bid from 400,000 to 10 million? Is this person's money blown in by the wind? Bought a 30 million worm egg, and now spent 10 million on some poisonous waste material? The two poison beast tamers who had just been bidding looked at the high and mighty D number 1 booth, swallowed, and bitterly put down their paddles. Jolly, in the Tian booth, also frowned and stared deeply at D number 1 but did not raise his bid. 10 million, once. 10 million, twice. 10 million, 3 times, sold. With the auctioneers hammering, Lin Yu spent the last 10 million cleanly. Half an hour later, the auction concluded successfully. The people from the three major families, surrounded by a group of guards, hurriedly left with the treasures they had won. In the D number 1 booth, the door was gently knocked on. A senior male butler from Dark Star Auction House walked in. Behind him were two solemn-faced security personnel. He was holding 3 specially crafted psychic-coated boxes. Sir, these are the Voidworm Emperor eggs you won tonight at the auction, along with the bundled century-old dark gold spider venom gland and abyssal phantom stone. Please check. The butler respectfully opened the boxes. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the items inside, confirming there were no doubts before nodding. He took out a black card and placed it on the tray. Beep. With a soft beep from the card machine, the balance of 40 million was instantly deducted. Lin Yu directly stored the 3 boxes into the Beast Master space and stood up, leaving the private room. When he left the Dark Star Auction House, the night in Jiang City had already fallen deep. Because of the 30 million bounty on his head, the patrol teams on the streets were doubled compared to usual. Lin Yu walked leisurely into a dim alley. His steps were light, but his eyes gradually turned cold. Just as he passed an intersection. V-room. Accompanied by the harsh roar of modified engines, 3 black SUVs suddenly rushed out of the darkness. The dazzling high beams instantly lit up, locking onto Lin Yu's figure. The SUVs immediately blocked his path. The car doors opened, and more than a dozen hired mercenary beast masters jumped out, surrounding Lin Yu in an instant. Around them were several second-tier beast pets, baring their teeth and growling uneasily in their throats. Then, the door of the SUV in the middle opened. A stocky man, with a large gold chain hanging around his neck and a luxury cigar in his mouth, stepped out. It was the mine boss from the East District of Jiang City, who had been sitting in box number 2 at the auction. Ha 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 ha. Friend from box number 1, we meet again. The mine boss exhaled a thick cloud of cigar smoke, staring greedily at Lin Yu with the same look as a butcher eyeing a fat sheep, his tone dripping with arrogance and pride. At the auction, you were quite bold. You dared to ignore my face, throwing 30 million at me? Do you think you're from one of the 3 major families? The mine boss sneered and pointed a thick, fat finger at Lin Yu, his eyes turning ferocious. You really think that just because you bid at the Dark Star Auction House, the items are yours? When I was ruling the East District of Jiang City, you didn't even know where to play in the mud. Look at you, hiding behind a veil, without even a bodyguard, looking like a poor bastard who just hit a lucky streak. The mine boss spat out the cigar in his mouth and crushed it under his foot. Today, I'm in a good mood and don't want to see blood. Hand over the Voidworm Emperor eggs and leave your bank card password as an apology. I can show mercy and spare your life, like a dog. As the mine boss finished speaking, the surrounding mercenaries took a step forward, their spiritual power surging. In their eyes, Lin Yu was alone, barely daring to show his face, clearly not a strong figure. Facing the dozen or so fierce mercenaries, Lin Yu, standing under the high beam of light, furrowed his brows. He slightly tilted his head, looking at the mine boss. He had initially thought that after spending 40 million, he would feel uneasy with an empty pocket. But unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out, the ATM had come to him directly. Spare me like a dog? Lin Yu's hoarse voice rang out. With you bunch of trash? Facing everyone, Lin Yu didn't rush to summon his beast or take immediate action. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the high parts of the alley. He was confirming if there were any cameras around. After all, he still needed to stay at Jiang City No. 3 High School as an ordinary senior student for a few more months. He couldn't afford to expose his identity just for killing a few common thugs. This cautious behavior, searching for surveillance and confirming his surroundings, was noticed by the mine boss and the mercenaries. but it turned into complete guilt and looking for a way out. Ha 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 ha. Stop looking, kid. The mind boss looked at Lin Yu's looking around expression, and instantly let out an arrogant mad laugh, the fat on his face trembling along. This ruined alley has not even a ghost, let alone any security cameras. Even if you die here today, tomorrow you will only be eaten clean by wild dogs running on the wasteland. The mind boss raised his wrist, looked at his diamond-studded limited edition watch, his tone cold. My patience is limited, I will count to 3, hand over the Void Worm Emperor egg and bank card password. Otherwise, I will let you taste what it means to be worse than dead. 3. 2. Facing the mind boss's countdown, Lin Yu withdrew his gaze. After confirming there were no cameras around, the eyes under his mask instantly lost all warmth, completely turning into the coldness of looking at a pile of dead people. 1. Lin Yu calmly said the last number for him. Immediately, behind Lin Yu, a terrifying spatial rift tore open with a roar. Hum. Lin emerged from the spatial rift. When the mercenaries saw the beast summoned by Lin Yu, those who were on high alert were all stunned, then burst into a deafening roar of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Did I see it wrong? A bug? A scar-faced mercenary laughed so hard he could barely hold his knife. No wonder he spent 30 million to buy a useless insect egg. Turns out, this kid himself is just a waste beast tamer who plays with bugs. The mind boss also laughed until he could not straighten his waist, the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground. Damn, you scared me, I thought I hit a wall. Even a mantis dares to show up and embarrass himself. Attack. Crush this bug, break that kid's limbs. Yes, boss. More than 10 mercenaries had cruel smiles on their faces, and their second-tier lower and mid-level beasts, Rift Rock Dog, and Bloodthirsty Mad Wolf, let out excited roars, opening their bloody mouths, turning into more than 10 afterimages rushing at Lin Yu. In their eyes, a bug at the bottom of the hierarchy could not withstand even a paw of their beast pets. Looking at these ants rushing with mad laughter, Lin Yu's eyes did not move a bit. Lin, leave none alive. Yes, master. As Lin's cold voice fell, it instantly transformed into a purple lightning, piercing into the formation of the more than 10 mercenaries. The laughter stopped immediately at that moment. The scar-faced mercenary at the front did not even react in time, just saw a brilliant purple light flash in front of his eyes. He instinctively raised his shield. A sharp blade slicing sound rang out. The shield, along with the scar-faced mercenary's strong arm and half of his body, instantly split in two. Blood gushed out, instantly dyeing half of the wall red. What? The remaining mercenaries' pupils shrank sharply. But Lin gave them no time for fear or thought. In this narrow dark alley, every swing of the purple scythe lifted a head into the sky. Those second-tier beast pets did not even have time to scream, instantly cut into pieces. Limbs flew, guts spilled. The hot blood turned into a rain of blood, scattered wildly in the alley. At this time, Lin Yu's mind received Bai Zhi's coquettish voice. Staying in the beast space, Bai Zhi looked at Lin's carnage outside, extremely unhappy, complaining and jealous to Lin Yu. Master is biased. Master is biased. These trash could clearly be handled by Bai Zhi. Why did Master only send that cold guy out? Bai Zhi is unhappy. Listening to Bai Zhi's complaints, Lin Yu sighed helplessly. 30 seconds later. Lin elegantly shook off the last drop of dirty blood from the purple crystal scythe, standing tall, returning to Lin Yu's side. The more than 10 mercenaries and beast pets who were just arrogant. It has already turned into a pile of broken pieces. The strong smell of blood instantly filled the entire alley. Thud. Beside the SUV, the mind boss's legs gave way, and he heavily knelt in the blood-soaked mud. His entire body of fat was trembling uncontrollably. He looked terrified at the man in front of him, who looked like the Grim Reaper wearing a mask. A bug-type beast pet had slaughtered more than a dozen battle-hardened intermediate beastmasters in just a few seconds. Big brother. I didn't recognize the Great Mountain before, please forgive me, just let me go. I have money, please spare my life. Lin Yu looked down from above at the mind boss kneeling in the pool of blood, his eyes flashing with a hint of mockery. Lin. Yes. Lin raised his purple crystal scythe, the blade aimed at the mind boss's neck. No. Please don't. Just as Lin Yu was about to give the signal for Lin to strike the final blow. A sudden, hurried sound of high heels striking the ground came from the alley's entrance. Then, with a trace of urgency and concern in her soft voice, Song Yun's voice came from around the corner. Mr. Lin, you were in such a hurry just now, I still have something I want to discuss. The next second. Song Yun's words suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the scene before her. Broken pieces of corpse everywhere, blood-drenched walls, the mind boss frantically kowtowing. And standing in the center of the blood pool, the indifferent Lin Yu. Their eyes met. Song Yun stood frozen at the alley corner, her usual sharp and charming peach blossom eyes now wide open in shock. As the chief appraiser of Dark Star Auction House, she had seen countless treasures, and her vision was extremely keen. Almost the moment she understood the situation, her gaze passed over the blood and flesh on the ground and instinctively locked onto the figure of Lin standing beside Lin Yu. What kind of beast pet is that? Her professional habit made her mind race, searching for information about the corresponding beast pet. It looks like a humanoid praying mantis, with 6 wings on its back, and its arms are sides with a purple crystal hue. Wait. Song Yun gasped, her red lips slightly parted, her face filled with disbelief. A bug-type magical beast? And judging by the strength of its spiritual power, it's a low-level second tier. Song Yun shook her head in disbelief. Lin Yu's beast pet was actually a bug type. Before she could fully process it, her eyes dropped down, landing on the man kneeling at Lin Yu's feet. With the help of the SUV's headlights, when Song Yun saw the mud-soaked fat face, her pupils trembled violently once again. That's Lai Huaxiong, the biggest mine boss in the East District of Zhongcheng? A storm surged inside Song Yun's heart. Lai Huaxiong was notorious in the East District of Jiangcheng for being ruthless, with a group of deadly thugs under his command. Now he was kneeling at Lin Yu's feet begging for mercy. Just as Song Yun was almost losing her ability to think due to the shock of the scene before her, Lin Yu, standing in the blood pool, slowly withdrew his gaze from her. He remained calm the whole time. He looked down at Lai Huaxiong and took out an anonymous black card from his pocket. Smack! Lin Yu casually threw the black card, and it landed in the blood in front of Lai Huaxiong. Transfer all the usable funds you have. Lin Yu's hoarse voice echoed in the dark alley. Transfer everything onto this card. Upon hearing this, Lai Huaxiong, who was in extreme fear, trembled all over, suddenly lifting his head. His eyes instantly exploded with a strong desire to survive. Want money? Want money, huh? Yes. Yes, yes. I'll transfer it. I'll transfer it right now. All of it, to you. Lai Huaxiong rolled and crawled towards the black card, fumbling around his body, trembling as he took out his phone. His hands shook so much he could hardly press the password correctly, entering the wrong code several times, panically slapping his own face. Ding, transfer successful. With the sound of the phone, Lai Huaxiong transferred all the funds he could currently mobilize into the account. Big brother, it's done. Lai Huaxiong held the black card with both hands, lifting it high over his head, his face full of sycophantic and ecstatic joy as if he'd narrowly escaped death. A total of 33 million in liquid assets, not a single cent left, all the money is yours, you see. Can I leave now? I promise I won't say a word about what happened tonight, and I'll never cause trouble for you afterward. Lin Yu calmly extended his hand to take the black card, leisurely tucking it back into his pocket. Just when money was needed, now it was here. This ATM's last bit of value had now been completely squeezed out. Lin Yu slightly turned his head and quietly uttered a word. Lin. Yes, master. The ever-still Lin, standing quietly beside, suddenly raised the purple crystal sickle, the blade instantly locking onto Lai Huaxiong's neck. Seeing the raised blade again, Lai Huaxiong's sycophantic smile froze in place. His mind went blank, but then he immediately realized. From the very beginning, there was never any intention to let him leave this alley alive. You motherfucker, you're not keeping your word. Lai Huaxiong's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. I gave you everything. You still want to kill me? If you kill me, you won't be able to live either. Hearing this, Lin Yu smiled faintly, relieved. He had already offended the Zhao family, so whether one more person lived or died didn't matter. And from the moment Lai Huaxiong decided to make a move against him, he had to die. The purple crystal sickle swept through the air, leaving a ghostly shadow behind as it fell. Lai Huaxiong's head shot up into the air in an instant, blood spraying in a lavish fountain onto the moss-covered wall. Lai Huaxiong's head, now rolling in the muddy water, still had its eyes wide open, filled with the anger and unwillingness from his last moment. Bang! The headless, fat body crashed heavily into the blood pool, splashing a red water spray. Seeing this with her own eyes, Song Yun felt a churn in her stomach, her delicate body trembling fiercely as her high heels instinctively took a half-step back. This man was even more terrifying, even colder than she had imagined, 1,000 times over. Lin Yu did not pay any more attention to the corpse on the ground. With a thought, he called Lin back into the beast space, then turned around. His gaze landed on Song Yun's pale but still stunningly beautiful face. You're looking for me. What's the matter? Lin Yu's voice was flat to the point of being chilling, as if the bloody massacre had never happened. Facing Lin Yu's calm inquiry, Song Yun suppressed the weakness in her legs and the violent trembling in her heart. She took a deep breath, her full chest rising and falling violently. She lowered her head, her voice respectful. Mr. Lin, Song Yun dares to ask you for a favor. My pet has reached a bottleneck. I need to go to the wasteland to hunt a tier 3 magical beast, to get its crystal core to help with the breakthrough. Song Yun raised her head, her eyes filled with sincerity. But with my own strength, I don't have absolute confidence in killing it. After witnessing Mr. Lin's methods, Song Yun would like to ask you for help. At this point, Song Yun added, if you are willing to help, I will make sure to repay you generously afterward. Hearing Song Yun's request, Lin Yu's eyes under his mask flickered slightly. If it were someone else, he definitely would not agree. But Song Yun was different. She was the chief appraiser of the Dark Star auction house, controlling the largest material channels and intelligence network in Zheng City's underground. And she had helped him quite a lot. Giving Song Yun a favor. Bind her completely to his chariot of interests, this is a deal that guarantees profit without loss. Moreover, he also needed to go deep into the wasteland once more to check on how the three major families' mining operations were going. After a brief moment of consideration, Lin Yu gave his answer. All right. Upon hearing this, Song Yun's tense nerves immediately relaxed. Thank you, Mr. Lin. However, I need some time to deal with personal matters. 5 days from now, at the entrance on the outskirts of Jiangqing's wasteland. No problem, 5 days from now, Song Yun will await Mr. Lin's arrival. After speaking, Lin Yu stepped through the blood-soaked floor, brushing past Song Yun, and disappeared into the night of Jiangchang. Chapter 26, Battle Power Enhancement. On the outskirts of Jiangcheng, Lin Yu's villa. Lin Yu pushed open the large door and collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a long sigh. He casually threw his blood-stained clothes on the sofa, his upper body exposed. For the next 5 days, he planned to go nowhere. He was going to turn all the materials he bought last night at the Dark Star auction into tangible battle power. Come out. With a thought, Lin Yu caused 2 massive spatial rifts to tear open in the air behind him. Bai Zhi was the first to crawl out, obediently lying at Lin Yu's feet, gently rubbing her furry spider legs against his calf. Next, Lin Yu turned his gaze and saw Rin stepping out of the spatial rift. Master. In the next 5 days, I hope you can surprise me. He raised his hand and lined up the 3 special password boxes he had brought back in front of him. Click. The locks popped open. The first box he opened was the largest, containing the Void Insect Emperor egg. Buzz. As the box opened, the air around them distorted with subtle spatial fluctuations. Lin Yu turned his head and calmly looked at Rin, who stood beside him. Rin, eat it. Upon hearing this, Rin's cold eyes suddenly brightened. In fact, from the moment this insect emperor egg was exposed to the air, a frenzied desire to devour it surged from the depths of her bloodline. The spatial essence contained in this egg was perfect for her. Thank you, Master, for this grace. Without hesitation, Rin took a step forward, raised her right arm high with her purple crystal sickle, and with a snap, pierced the void insect emperor egg. The silver spatial essence inside surged out through the crack, and Rin lowered her head, devouring it in large gulps. Boom! When the last drop of essence entered her stomach, a violent burst of spatial energy exploded inside Rin's body. Her entire purple crystal armor erupted with a dazzling, radiant glow, and her purple 6 wings fully spread out. Under the high-frequency vibrations, the tips of the wings even tore open visible black spatial rifts. Second tier mid-level. Second tier upper level. Rin's spiritual power fluctuations stopped just as they were about to reach the threshold of the 3rd tier. Peak of the 2nd tier. Only 1 step away from the 3rd tier transformation. Master is biased, Bai Zhi is unhappy, Bai Zhi also wants to eat. Seeing Rin's transformation, Lin Yu suddenly heard Bai Zhi's complaint. You won't be left out. Lin Yu helplessly reassured her, then skillfully opened the other 2 boxes. 100-year dark gold spider venom gland and abyssal illusion demon stone. Seeing this, Bai Zhi let out an excited hiss, immediately pouncing on them. The sound of crunching filled the entire room. After devouring the 100-year dark gold spider venom gland and the abyssal illusion demon stone. Boom! A dark purple poisonous mist instantly erupted from Bai Zhi's body, enveloping her form. Her spider eyes deepened into a bloody crimson, and the barbed spines on her spider legs grew once more. The energy of the abyssal illusion demon stone caused the surrounding space to twist, creating soul-chilling illusions. With the catalyst of these 2 materials, Bai Zhi's aura surged violently, breaking through her bottleneck and reaching the upper-level 2nd tier. Watching as both of them experienced breakthroughs, Lin Yu was about to let out a sigh of relief. But in the next second, his face suddenly turned pale. The synchronization backlash began. Ugh! Lin Yu groaned softly, his legs giving way, and he fell to one knee heavily on the ground. 2 huge and violent primordial energies rushed into Lin Yu's body through the soul contract. One came from Rin's pure space energy. It was like countless tiny, sharp blades, crazily cutting through Lin Yu's body. His muscles were torn, his blood vessels exploded, and even his bones were about to shatter under the crushing force of space power. It was the extreme pain of his body being repeatedly cut and reassembled. The other came from Bai Zhi's toxins and mental impact. In Lin Yu's brain, a massive spiritual power forcefully expanded his sea of consciousness. At the same time, the toxins were altering his blood's resistance. The intense pain made Lin Yu's forehead veins bulge instantly, and sweat and blood quickly soaked his whole body. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, forcing himself to stay awake. He didn't want this little pain to break him. He knew clearly that this was the cost of transformation. The stronger the Beast Master, the more violent the backlash energy, and the greater the benefits he would receive, the more incredible it would be. 5 days later, at dusk, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. He stood up and moved his muscles and bones slightly. His physical strength, under the repeated reshaping of space energy, had already become so powerful that it could withstand attacks from a third-tier lower-level beast. But what shocked him even more were the 2 core transformations brought about by this synchronization backlash. His mental strength skyrocketed. After absorbing the portion of backlash from Bai Zhi, which had the characteristics of abyssal illusion demon stones, Lin Yu felt that his mind had become wider than ever before. He didn't even need to use his eyes to see, his massive spiritual power instantly covered the entire villa. Within 100 meters, he could clearly see even the tiniest trace of an ant's crawling path or the faintest flow of spiritual energy in the air. Now, relying solely on his mental power, he could directly launch a mental thrust against a low-level beastmaster, instantly turning their soul into an idiot. And the other ability. Spatial perception. This came from Rin's backlash after devouring the Void Worm Emperor's egg. Lin Yu raised his hand, his gaze calmly looking into the void in front of him. In his sight, the air, which had originally been transparent and empty, now had ripples and patterns. That was the fundamental structure of space. Now, he was extremely sensitive to every fluctuation in the surrounding space. Any skills like invisibility, stealth, or even spatial folding, he could perceive. The absolute control over his mental power, combined with the absolute insight into spatial perception. These 2 abilities together had caused Lin Yu's overall combat power to make a terrifying leap. Huff. Lin Yu exhaled a breath of stale air, retracting all his energy, then with a thought, he recalled Bai Zhi and Rin into the Beastmaster space. He walked to the couch, changed into clean clothes, and then calmly put his mask back on. Chapter 27, Mental Thrust. Outside Jiangcheng, on the edge of the wasteland area. At the entrance to Black Wind Valley, the sun had already set by most. A black heavy-duty off-road vehicle was parked behind a rock sheltered from the wind. The vehicle was equipped with heavy collision steel beams, the tires were caked in dried black mud, and there were scratches from wild beasts on the steel plates. Songyan stood beside the car door. She wore a dark gray tracksuit, and her long hair was tied into a high ponytail with an elastic band. 2 men stood about 2 meters away from her, one on the left and the other on the right. The bald man on the left wore a tactical vest, and his thick arms were covered in crisscrossed scars. The man on the right was slender, with a scar running across his nose. They were mid-level beastmasters hired by the Dark Star auction house, Wang Meng and Li Xiao. Both of them had been scraping through life on the edge of the wasteland for many years, responsible for the outer perimeter security before Song Yan entered the valley. The bald man, Wang Meng, lowered his head and glanced at his watch. The clock points to 4:55. Supervisor Song. Wang Meng spoke. It's almost 5. Once the sun sets, the poison gas in the valley will sink. Then visibility will be less than 5 meters, and the poisonous insects hiding underground during the day will come out. He spat a mouthful of sandy saliva onto the ground and glanced at the empty Gobi stretch. Is that person coming or not? Entering the valley at this hour, if it's an inexperienced rookie, he will only drag everyone to death. Li Xiao leaned on the hood of the SUV, silent, but his right hand stayed on the knife at his waist, fingers tapping the sheath rhythmically. Song Yan's eyes looked toward the depths of the wind and sand, her tone calm. Shut up. When he arrives, hide your manners. If you anger him, if you die here, the auction house won't care. Hearing this, Wang Meng froze for a moment, frowning. He was about to retort when suddenly the sound of footsteps on gravel came from afar. The 3 of them turned their eyes forward at the same time. Through the endless yellow sand, a tall figure appeared. Lin Yu carried no backpack, no weapons, and had not summoned any beasts around him. His hands were in his pockets, walking steadily. Wang Meng squinted, seeing the others completely unguarded, casual posture, letting out a cold snort through his nose. He released his crossed arms at his chest, ready to step forward to question him. When the distance closed to 30 meters, an invisible heavy pressure crashed down. Wang Meng's knees went soft, slamming onto the rocky ground with a loud sound as his kneecaps hit stones, cracking sharply. He pushed his hands into the earth, fingers digging in, gasping heavily. His lungs felt drained of air, each breath tearing pain through his chest. Cold sweat poured from his bald head, running down his cheeks, hitting the sand and leaving dark little pits. Next to him, Li Xiao also could not withstand it, sliding down against the SUV, dropping his knife. He pressed his hands tightly against his chest, eyes bulging, bloodshot. These two mid-level beast masters, who had fought long in the wasteland, could not even summon their beasts now. Lin Yu had just ended 5 days of seclusion. The spiritual power surge from the mutual return was too strong, and he had not fully adapted to controlling this massive force inside. Even a small unconscious leak of spiritual energy became unbearable pressure for these low-level beast masters. Song Yun, being farther away, felt less direct impact. But she still felt her chest tight, heart racing uncontrollably, legs weak. She had to hold onto the car to barely keep standing. She looked up at Lin Yu, walking closer. In just 5 days, Lin Yu's aura had changed drastically, looking increasingly unfathomable. Song Yun took a deep breath, calmed her heartbeat, and bowed her head. "Mr. Lin." Lin Yu stopped, scanning the two gasping men on the ground, then resting his gaze on Song Yun. Just in time, Lin Yu said, his voice hoarse. Wang Meng finally caught a breath, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. He lifted his head with effort, looking at the black mask, voice trembling. Master. The poison gas inside the two of us were scouting ahead for you." "No need," Lin Yu refused. Song Yun immediately turned, staring at the two men. "Go back to the car and wait, no one is allowed into the valley." The two felt as if pardoned, crawling into the SUV and closing the doors tightly. Song Yun turned and walked to the side rear of Lin Yu. "Mr. Lin, let's go." One in front, one behind, they entered the entrance of Black Wind Valley. Sunlight was blocked by towering mountains on both sides, the valley filled with dark purple poison gas. The soil on the ground turned dark brown, soft underfoot. It was like stepping on a sponge soaked with water. Song Yun unzipped the pocket at the front of her tracksuit and pulled out a tablet-sized device. Advanced Psychic Detector. The screen lit up green, with concentric radar grid lines radiating from the center. "The magnetic field here is chaotic, the detector's error will increase." Song Yun stared at the screen and slowed her pace. "Many magical beasts can change their body temperature and spiritual frequency to blend with the environment. Follow my footprints and try to avoid those puddles and swamps." Lin Yu walked behind her. He glanced around at the thick fog. To Song Yun, the way ahead was a purple mist and unknown swamp she could not see through. To Lin Yu, the world had a different structure. Spatial awareness activated. Transparent ripples appeared in the air. Where there was airflow resistance, where the terrain broke, these spatial textures outlined the environment ahead clearly. Psychic coverage. His psychic power expanded outward, with a radius of 100 meters. 20 meters to the left, half a meter underground, a hollow rotten log contained 3 venomous centipedes. 12 meters to the right, at the bottom of a mud pit, a first-rank mid-level scavenger slowly chewed broken bones. The wind's flow, the soil's moisture, the breathing of living beings. All physical and life information merged in Lin Yu's mind into a clear three-dimensional map. He could not only see traps, he could also see how the radar waves from Song Yun's detector were deflected by a magnetic stone, creating blind spots. Song Yun walked very slowly, the green dots on the screen flickering and disappearing quickly, accompanied by a zzz of electrical interference. Strange, the signal is getting worse. Song Yun stopped and tapped the edge of the device. Lin Yu also stopped. He turned his head and looked at a spot 8 meters to the right front. There was a puddle with a few blackened leaves floating on the surface, murky mud at the bottom, and occasional bubbles rising. On the detector screen, that location was blank. Lin Yu quietly stared at the leaf, frowning. Psychic spike. Following Lin Yu's gaze, psychic power plunged directly into the mud beneath the leaf. Bang! A dull explosion, the mud in the puddle splashed up half a meter. Song Yun jumped, instinctively stepping back. As the mud fell, a 1-meter-long leaf-like poisonous toad flipped out of the water, belly up. Its back skin was identical to the leaf, perfectly blended with the mud moments ago. Now, its body had no external wounds. But its head had collapsed, dark red blood mixed with white brain matter flowing from its eyes, staining half the puddle red. Its hind legs twitched twice unconsciously, then stopped. It was a first-rank upper-level camouflaged poisonous beast. If approached too closely, its venom could corrode the shields of mid-level beast masters. Song Yun stared at the dead toad, then looked down at the detector in her hand. The screen was still a green grid, with no alert. The device had completely failed to detect the living creature that had just been there, and no trace of spiritual waves. She turned to look at Lin Yu. He stood in place, keeping the same posture as before. He did not summon a beast, just glanced once. A first-rank upper-level poisonous beast, its head exploded in the mud. Song Yun's fingers pressed the detector's edge, her nails scraping metal with a harsh sound. She watched Lin Yu's method with growing curiosity, wondering how strong he really was. Let's go. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze. Song Yun nodded, turned off the detector, put it back in her backpack, and hurried to follow Lin Yu. Chapter 28, Red Lotus Phantom Tiger. Deep inside Black Wind Valley. The miasma grew thicker, the purple-black mist almost condensing into solid droplets. The visibility has been compressed to less than 3 meters, and the sludgy mud beneath her feet makes a squelching sound as it is stepped on. Song Yun walked with difficulty. Although she was wearing sportswear, her forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. With each breath, a slight burning pain would spread through her lungs. The miasma here was not only corrosive but also mixed with hallucinogenic toxins that could numb the nerves. Take 2 steps to the left. Lin Yu's hoarse voice came from ahead. Song Yun bit her red lips, enduring dizziness and unsteadily following the instructions. As soon as she stepped over, she heard a harsh chewing sound from the seemingly calm mud on her right. Several half-foot-long, bloodthirsty earth dragons, with mouths full of backward-facing barbs, stirred violently. If she had made a wrong step just now, these creatures would have instantly bitten through her legs. Song Yun took a deep breath, and double vision began to appear at the edge of her sight. The tall figure of Lin Yu ahead also started to sway in her eyes. She stopped, extending her hand to steady herself against a blackened, dead tree trunk. "Mr. Lin, wait a moment." Lin Yu stopped, turned, and looked at her. Song Yun let go of the tree trunk, and a pink summoning formation lit up behind her. "Come out, Shui Bao." With a crisp fox cry, a 2-meter-long fox with soft snow-white fur leaped gracefully out of the light formation. It had 3 fluffy tails, and a pair of pink fox eyes that gleamed with a mesmerizing halo. As soon as the white fox appeared, it opened its mouth and released a circle of pink spiritual power. The light circle rapidly expanded, covering both Song Yun and itself. The hallucinogenic miasma around them that tried to invade sizzled faintly as it touched the pink light circle and was forcefully pushed away. Tier 3 lower rank, 3-tailed illusion fox. Lin Yu's gaze beneath his mask shifted slightly. His eyes lingered on the white fox, which emitted powerful spiritual energy, for 2 seconds. Tier 3 lower rank. Lin Yu looked up and examined Song Yun, who was panting heavily. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. An advanced beast master. In a place like Jiangcheng, an advanced beast master was absolutely at the top of the pyramid. Even most core elders of the 3 major families would only reach this level. He truly didn't expect that the chief appraiser, who was adept at manipulating the Dark Star auction house, had such a hidden trump card. Song Yun keenly caught the surprise in Lin Yu's eyes. A sense of satisfaction inexplicably rose in her heart. This mysterious, cold man, who didn't even care for 30 million, finally showed some different emotions toward her. "Mr. Lin, please don't laugh." Song Yun calmed her breathing and took the initiative to explain. "My awakened talent is B-grade, mental enchantment, focusing on illusions and perception. This is my contracted beast, the Tier 3 lower rank 3-tailed illusion fox. This illusionary light shield can block most mental toxins and miasma." She paused, and a serious expression appeared on her face. "The prey we are looking for is in the deepest part of Blackwind Valley. A Tier 3 middle rank Red Lotus illusion tiger. It's not only physically strong, but its beast flame also contains a potent mental hallucinatory poison. Shui Bao has been stuck at the Tier 3 lower rank for almost 2 years now, and I need to obtain the Red Lotus illusion tiger's crystal core. Using its poison, which is of the same origin, I can help Shui Bao break through its bottleneck." After listening, Lin Yu's surprise quickly disappeared, and he returned to his usual indifferent demeanor. Tier 3 middle rank. In the outer regions of this wasteland, this was already an absolutely dominant life form. Even a single territory patrol could trigger a small-scale beast tide. Although Song Yun was an advanced beast master, her talent and the 3-tailed illusion fox were more focused on support and control. Facing the Red Lotus illusion tiger, which had a higher rank and focused on violent assault, she was naturally at a disadvantage, completely outmatched. "No wonder she asked me to help. Keep up." Lin Yu didn't say anything more, turning around to continue leading the way. The 2 of them walked deeper for almost 40 minutes. The dense purple-black miasma around them began to fade, eventually disappearing completely. The muddy ground beneath their feet gradually turned into hard reddish-brown rock, and the air started to dry up. Stepping on the rock, waves of heat could be felt piercing through the soles of their shoes straight into the soles of their feet. Song Yun pulled open the zipper of her tracksuit collar, revealing a large, fair, and delicate collarbone. Sweat trickled down her long neck, soaking the black sports bra inside. The tight fabric, soaked in sweat, clung tightly to her skin, outlining breathtaking curves of fullness. The 3-tailed illusion fox at her feet let out a low, uneasy growl. It lowered its body, its pink eyes fixed firmly on the front, continuously shrinking back behind Song Yun's legs. The pressure of rank. The terrifying aura of a mid-level 3rd-tier predator had already robbed the 3-tailed illusion fox of the courage to continue forward. "We're here." Lin Yu stopped. The 2 of them passed through a forest of towering red-brown weathered rocks, and the view ahead suddenly opened up. A huge sunken basin appeared before them. The rocks in the center of the basin were burned black by intense heat, and the edges even showed signs of melting into black glass shards. A beast over 6 meters in length was lying in the center of the basin, sleeping. Its body was covered in dark red short fur, with faint red flames flickering between the gaps in its coat. With each breath, 2 streams of white high-temperature steam were expelled from its large nostrils. The surrounding air was severely distorted due to the heat, and layers of pink afterimages appeared. A third-tier mid-level predator, the Red Lotus Illusion Tiger. Songyun hid behind a giant rock and glanced at it just once. The solidified heat waves hit her face. Even from hundreds of meters away, she could still feel the stinging pain on her exposed skin. She instinctively looked at Lin Yu beside her. Lin Yu didn't hide, stepping directly out of the shadow of the giant rock and standing in the open space at the edge of the basin. In the center of the basin, the Red Lotus Illusion Tiger suddenly opened its eyes. Its golden pupils, burning with flames, instantly locked onto Lin Yu, who was standing at the high ground. Roar! The Red Lotus Illusion Tiger stood up, its massive 6-meter-long body fully stretching out, opening its blood-red mouth, letting out a deafening roar. The red sound waves, mixed with violent sparks and pink hallucinogenic poison powder, swept outward. The scorching wind blew on Lin Yu, making his clothes rustle. Lin Yu stood still, his mind stirring, and a piercing hum suddenly came from the void beside him. A black spatial rift was forcibly torn open, with silver chaotic streams flashing along the edges. Lin walked out from the rift, her long legs stepping gracefully. Her 6 purple wings fully spread behind her, and 2 semi-transparent purple-black sickles crossed in front of her chest, their blades pointing directly at the Red Lotus Illusion Tiger below. The fluctuations of peak second-tier spiritual energy were released without any reservation. In terms of size, Lin was only the size of a human girl, which made her seem tiny in front of the 6-meter-long giant beast. But the pure spatial killing aura she exuded forcibly tore open a gap in the Red Lotus Illusion Tiger's territorial pressure. The Red Lotus Illusion Tiger let out a low rumble from its throat, and its front paws scraped deep grooves in the hard rock. From this tiny purple creature, it sensed a deadly threat. Lin, kill it. As you command, master. Songyun, hidden behind the giant rock at the edge of the basin, was now stunned. She stared fixedly at the purple figure in the center of the battlefield, her delicate body frozen in place. This spiritual energy fluctuation. Second tier, peak? Impossible. Songyun screamed incredulously in her heart. She clearly remembered, 5 days ago, in the dark alley. The mantis-like beast summoned by Lin Yu clearly had a second-tier lower-level fluctuation in spiritual energy. In just 5 days, it crossed the middle and upper levels, soaring straight to the peak of second tier. This terrifying speed of advancement completely shattered the beast-taming knowledge that Songyun had built over 20 years. It's that void insect emperor egg. In an instant, the insect egg from the auction flashed through Songyun's mind, and she knew that Lin Yu must have used it on this beast. But this conclusion left her even more stunned. The void insect emperor egg contains a violently chaotic spatial essence. Even the 3 major families, if they want a second-tier beast to fully digest it, would need at least half a year, and even a small mistake could cause an explosion in death. Yet Lin Yu not only used it in 5 days, but from the current state of the beast, its spiritual energy was solid and its breath stable, showing no signs of unstable foundation. Mr. Lin, not only does he possess terrifying strength, but he must also be holding some unheard-of breeding secrets. Songyun looked at Lin Yu, his hands in his pockets, his back calm and indifferent, and the awe in her eyes reached its peak. In the center of the basin. Roar! As the ruler of this basin, the monster felt the pure killing aura from Lin, and this provocation sent it into a fit of extreme rage. The massive body of the Red Lotus Phantom Tiger shook violently, and the red flames on its back shot up several meters. The next second, its hind leg muscles tightened instantly, like a dark red lightning bolt burning with flames, opening its bloody maw and lunging at Lin's head. The speed was so fast that Songyun could only see a blurry red shadow. Standing still, Lin Yu, in that moment, a golden light flickered deep in his eyes. Second-tier dynamic vision, activated. Spatial perception, activated. In that instant, the Red Lotus Phantom Tiger, once as fast as lightning, had its movements slowed down dozens of times in Lin Yu's vision. Lin Yu could clearly see every contraction of its muscles, the exertion of its bones, and even easily spot the flaws hidden beneath its massive body. If it were simply left to Lin to fight, facing the Red Lotus Phantom Tiger, which was of a higher tier and had a stronger physique, he would have to exert more effort. Lin, move to its back. When it pounces, its right hind leg is unguarded, sever its mobility. The purple wings behind Lin trembled at a high frequency, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The unstoppable pounce of the Red Lotus Phantom Tiger missed entirely, and before it could turn around, a black crack suddenly appeared in the void to the right. Lin's figure flashed out from the crack, and 2 semi-transparent purple-black sides crossed in midair, chopping fiercely toward the base of the tiger's right hind leg. The tough tiger skin was instantly cut open. But the beast's physical strength as a middle-tier third-stage monster was formidable. Though the strike went deep to the bone and severed most of its muscle fibers, it didn't completely cut it off. Roar! The intense pain drove the Red Lotus Phantom Tiger into a frenzy. It didn't retreat, and its giant tail, like a steel whip burning with flames, lashed back with the sound of air being torn apart. Above, teleport. Lin's wings fluttered, and he instantly teleported to mid-air, just above the tiger's tail. The Red Lotus Phantom Tiger went completely mad when its strike missed. It howled toward the sky, and the red flames on its body exploded with a roar, turning into a rain of fire that filled the sky. Next, its massive body split into three in a strange pink light. Three identical Red Lotus Phantom Tigers, stepping on lava-like flames, rushed at Lin, who was suspended in mid-air, from three different directions. Red Lotus Phantom. Three bloody maws simultaneously spewed out high-temperature fire columns, completely sealing off all of Lin's evasion space. Hiding behind a boulder, Song Yun's face turned pale. This was the terror of a third-tier middle-stage lord. In her perception, the spiritual energy fluctuations of these three illusions were completely identical, and it was impossible to distinguish which one was real. Which one is fake? But in Lin Yu's eyes that had activated spatial perception, this trick could not fool him at all. Illusions can imitate shape and heat, but they can never cause real spatial collapse. The front and the left are fake. Lin Yu's gaze locked onto the Red Lotus Phantom Tiger lurking on the right. Lin, the one on the right is real, use spatial tear. Facing three fire pillars rushing at them, Lin did not even glance at the attacks from the front and left. 6 violet wings burst from her back, glowing brilliantly, her figure like a purple meteor. She rushed at the Red Lotus Phantom Tiger on the right. Clang! In the terrified eyes of the Red Lotus Phantom Tiger, 2 violet crystal scythes precisely avoided its hardest skull, stabbed deep into its unguarded jaw, and pierced through its crown of the head. Boom! The other 2 illusions instantly collapsed. The real Red Lotus Phantom Tiger was pinned by Lin's huge force against the reddened rocks, letting out a mournful howl as blood and brain matter sprayed wildly. Suffering consecutive heavy injuries, its right leg half-damaged, jaw pierced. The Red Lotus Phantom Tiger finally realized it was no match for this beast in human. It knew it would not survive, a hint of madness flashed in its golden eyes. It stopped struggling and took a deep breath, its broken chest and belly swelling high. The flames that were originally bright red on its body instantly turned into an eerie deep pink. The surrounding air did not heat up, instead, a stench emerged. It was triggering the origin of its life-fire poison. Retreat! Lin Yu's eyes hardened. Lin did not hesitate, instantly performing 2 consecutive spatial jumps, returning in front of Lin Yu. Violet crystal scythes retracted, assuming a defensive stance. The next moment, the Red Lotus Phantom Tiger lying in the center of the basin exploded with its massive body. A circle of deep pink terrifying shockwaves swept violently in all directions. High-concentration Red Lotus fire poison, mixed with searing heat waves, spread instantly. This was not just hallucinogenic miasma, but a tyrannical fire poison that could ignite the most primitive desires of living beings. Lin Yu stood in place, the pink poisonous mist instantly engulfing him. But his body had second-tier full immunity to poisons, plus physical strength comparable to a third-tier magical beast. Inhaling this level of poisonous mist only made him feel slightly warmer, without producing a single hallucination. But Song Yun, hiding dozens of meters behind, was in extreme danger. The shockwave spread too fast, the range too wide. The pink aura raised by the three-tailed phantom fox could only last 1 second against this origin-level fire poison equivalent to mid-third tier. The shield instantly shattered. The three-tailed phantom fox let out a mournful cry, overwhelmed by the high-concentration fire poison. Song Yun quickly retracted it into the beast-controlling space. Unprotected, Song Yun was hit head-on by the dense pink mist. Cough cough. Song Yun covered her mouth and nose, coughing violently. But the all-pervading fire poison already crawled through her pores and respiratory tract, rushing wildly into her blood. Her pale skin turned an extremely abnormal flush visibly. An indescribable heat surged from the deepest part of her body, as if a fire burned in her lower abdomen, instantly breaking all her rational defenses. Song Yun's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the scorching rocks. She gasped heavily, her gaze beginning to blur. Her peach blossom eyes filled with mist, her hands uncontrollably grabbed her collar, tearing the already open sports jacket zipper, trying to let her burning skin touch even a bit of cool air. Extreme emptiness and heat made her bite her red lips until they bled. In the center of the basin, after releasing the original fire poison, the Red Lotus Phantom Tiger turned into a pile of charcoal. Lin Yu's figure flashed and appeared above the body, his purple crystal scythe flicking. A third-tier middle-level crystal core, burning with pink flames, fell steadily into Lin Yu's hand. The battle was over. Lin Yu gripped the crystal core, turned around, and walked towards the back. Song Yun was curled up on the ground, tightly hugging her shoulders, her long, smooth legs rubbing anxiously against the rough rock. Her black sports bra was completely soaked with sweat, sticking tightly to her body. When she saw Lin Yu stop in front of her, it was like seeing the antidote. She struggled to extend her hand, grabbing Lin Yu's ankle. Lin. Mr. Lin. Song Yun's voice had completely lost its usual sharpness and grace, now filled with a sweet, syrupy, and pleading tone that could melt one's bones. I feel so hot. Chapter 30, Song Yun's Fierce Reversal. Lin Yu looked down at Song Yun, who was desperately holding onto his ankle. The usually poised and clever chief appraiser of the Dark Star auction house now resembled a melting spring water. The zipper of her sportswear had been pulled all the way down by herself, exposing large areas of smooth, white skin to the air, rising and falling with her intense gasps. Hot. So hot. Song Yun's peach blossom eyes were filled with dreamy moisture, her mind completely shattered by the third-tier middle-level red lotus fire poison, leaving only the most primal instincts of life. Lin Yu slightly furrowed his brows. He bent down, one hand wrapping around her delicate waist, lifting her up. So cool. Upon touching Lin Yu, Song Yun let out a satisfied moan. Instinctively, she pressed her burning cheek against Lin Yu's chest, both hands clinging tightly to his neck, unwilling to let go. Lin Yu ignored her movements and quickly walked out of the Black Wind Valley, holding her. Outside the Black Wind Valley, the night breeze was slightly cool, but it couldn't disperse the incredible heat emanating from Song Yun's body. By the off-road vehicle, Wang Mang and Li Xiao, who were anxiously waiting, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Yu return safely. Then, their eyes landed on Song Yun, who was being carried by Lin Yu, and they were startled. At this moment, the zipper of Song Yun's sportswear had been pulled down halfway, large patches of smooth, white skin exposed to the air, her body twisting uncontrollably. Supervisor Song. What happened? Did she get poisoned by the miasma? Wang Mang quickly extinguished his cigarette and hurried over, reaching out to take Song Yun from Lin Yu's arms. Master, please hand the supervisor over to us. We'll take her to our exclusive hospital at Dark Star immediately. Okay. Lin Yu nodded. He had no intention of getting too involved. Although the third-tier original fire poison was tricky, the large hospital in Jiang City could definitely handle it. Saying that, Lin Yu bent down slightly, preparing to hand Song Yun over to Wang Mang. However, just as Wang Mang's fingers were about to touch Song Yun's shoulder, she suddenly started to struggle violently in Lin Yu's arms. Don't touch me. With all her strength, Song Yun pulled herself back into Lin Yu's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. As a high-level executive of the Dark Star auction house and a famous socialite in Jiang City, Song Yun's last bit of rationality was frantically warning her. The third-tier fire poison was erupting in full force, combined with her own B-grade, mental charm, running out of control. If she went to the hospital now, she would definitely lose composure in front of countless doctors and nurses. She absolutely couldn't allow anyone to see her like this. Mr. Lin, don't give me to them. I don't want to go to the hospital. Song Yun raised her flushed face, her eyes filled with pleading. Her scorching breath hit Lin Yu's neck, and her voice had completely turned into a soft, seductive moan. Take me home, please, just take me home. Lin Yu looked down at Song Yun in his arms, her eyes full of desperation, and finally gave in. Okay, we won't go to the hospital. I'll take you home. After reassuring Song Yun, Lin Yu lifted his head and looked at Wang Mang and Li Xiao, frozen on the spot. Give me the car keys, you find your own way back to the city. Wang Mang and Li Xiao exchanged a glance, quickly handed the car keys to Lin Yu with respect, and turned to walk toward the outskirts of the wasteland. Lin Yu gently placed Song Yun on the passenger seat, helped her fasten the seatbelt, got into the driver's seat, pressed the gas pedal, and the SUV drove toward the center of Jiang City in the night. The car was filled with the sweet, heavy fragrance from Song Yun. In Lin Yu's mind, the Beast Master space had already exploded with activity. Bad woman. Dirty fox spirit. Let go of Master, Master belongs to Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi waved 8 spider legs wildly in the Beast Master space, tears of jealousy covering her cheeks, looking extremely roaned. She actually dared to kiss Master's neck. Bai Zhi will go out and melt her into blood, whoa. Listening to Bai Zhi's crazy complaints in his mind, Lin Yu smiled helplessly. Enough, Bai Zhi, don't make a scene. She is poisoned, now just a patient, also our current partner. Stay inside, when we return, I will feed you crystal cores alone, let you eat until full, okay? Hearing Lin Yu's soothing words, Bai Zhi pouted, looking very wronged. Humph. Then Master's words count. And don't let her take too much advantage of Master. Lin Yu smiled and focused on driving. Half an hour later. Jiang City Center, a luxurious flat apartment. Lin Yu used Song Yun's finger to unlock the fingerprint lock and pushed the door open. He bent down, gently placed the burning hot, soft as mud Song Yun on the wide, soft leather sofa, and softly said, You lie down first, I'll get a cold towel from the bathroom to cool you physically. Lin Yu had just turned around. I don't want a towel, I feel so bad. A sweet, cloying cry suddenly came from the sofa behind. Before Lin Yu could react, a fragrant wind suddenly hit his back. Song Yun, with unknown strength, jumped directly onto him from behind. The momentum made Lin Yu's feet pause slightly, and both fell onto the wide sofa. Bang! Lin Yu was pressed on his back, experiencing the heat of her body. The fire poison fully erupted at that moment. Song Yun's mental seduction released without reservation. She leaned down, her burning lips clumsily kissing Lin Yu's lips, chin, and throat. Feeling her astonishing fullness and hot skin, Lin Yu's body stiffened suddenly. He was just a newly adult, passionate high school senior, suddenly pushed so wildly by a top-mature beauty of Zheng City, he felt a little shy panic. Song Yun calmed down first. Lin Yu's ears warmed, instinctively reaching to hold her slim waist, trying to push her away temporarily. But the shocking softness and heat in his hand made his movement stop. I don't want calm Lin Yu, I want you. Song Yun had lost all sense of reason. Looking at Lin Yu beneath her, her desire to dominate and her inner emptiness reached its peak. She suddenly leaned down, extremely forcefully and awkwardly continuing to kiss Lin Yu's lips, while using both hands to pull his clothes open. Lin Yu was not a saint with pure desires. Facing Song Yun's violent push, he had nothing to refuse. Moreover, she was not only top in body and looks, but also a high-value advanced beast master. He took the initiative back. Chapter 31, Sister's Shock, Younger Sister's Mistake. The next morning. Sunlight streamed through the apartment's huge floor-to-ceiling windows, falling on the messy living room carpet. The dark fragrance in the air, mixed with the violent panting from midnight, had completely faded. On the wide, soft leather sofa, Song Yun's long eyelashes twitched slightly. She woke up from a deep, sound sleep. As the last trace of fire poison in her body was completely neutralized, her body temperature returned to normal. As soon as Song Yun moved, her bones felt like they were being disassembled and reorganized, bringing a wave of soreness and weakness. The coolness on her skin instantly woke her up. She lowered her head and glanced at her naked body, along with the clothes scattered all over the floor. Last night's fragmented memories flooded her mind in an instant. Song Yun's face instantly turned bright red, and the blush spread all the way to her ears and neck. She, the chief appraiser of the Dark Star auction house, had actually crazily reversed a man. Song Yun took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart. She turned her head awkwardly and looked at the mysterious man lying beside her. At the moment she looked, Song Yun froze, as if struck by lightning. Last night, when the mask had become too bothersome, Lin Yu casually took it off and threw it aside. What met Song Yun's eyes now was not the middle-aged man she had imagined, full of scars and weathered by life, but a handsome, chiseled face with a trace of youthful naivety. This was clearly the face of an 18-year-old high school student. Song Yun's eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted, and her mind went blank. High school student? A storm surged in Song Yun's heart, filled with disbelief and shock. Listening to Lin Yu's deep, hoarse voice, she had originally thought Lin Yu was a middle-aged man, but she never expected him to be so young. This was not just admiration for his almost perverse combat power, but also for the terrifying physical strength he displayed last night. She, a high-level beast master who had used spiritual power to nourish her body, far stronger than ordinary people, had actually been tossed around on the sofa by an 18-year-old teenager, helpless and begging for mercy, unable to even lift a finger. Such power made Song Yun's mood complex to the extreme at this moment. I actually slept with someone so much younger than me. Song Yun bit her red lips tightly, a strong sense of absurdity flooding her mind, mixed with a hint of shame. Just as she was annoyed and conflicted, staring blankly at Lin Yu's face with a complex look in her eyes. Lin Yu woke up. As soon as Lin Yu opened his eyes, he noticed Song Yun was staring at him blankly, propping herself up with one hand. He immediately sensed something was wrong, and also felt the coolness on his cheek. Lin Yu glanced at the mask on the carpet and immediately realized what had happened. Last night, the battle had been intense, and he had casually taken off the mask. However, he was not in the least bit flustered. Since the person was already asleep, and he knew her background very clearly, Lin Yu leaned back comfortably against the sofa, facing Song Yun's shocked gaze with ease. You're awake. Is the fire poison cleared? Lin Yu spoke. This time, he didn't purposely disguise his voice and returned to his original clear, youthful tone. Hearing this completely different real voice, Song Yun froze again, and in her extreme shock, she stammered out her biggest question. Was that hoarse voice fake? Are you really a high school student? Song Yun instinctively pulled a blanket to cover her chest, her eyes filled with disbelief. But, how is this possible? A high school student who just awakened his talent, how could he possibly defeat a tier 3 mid-level monster? And your beast pet? Seeing her reaction, Lin Yu looked at her and admitted openly. Because I awakened the insect-type talent. So, my beast pet is an insect type. What? Upon hearing this, Song Yun's pupils shrank violently. This answer shocked her 10 times more than finding out Lin Yu was a high school student. Insect type? Insect-type monsters have short lifespans, low potential, and limited growth. This is an iron law written in the Human Beast Master textbook. But the young man in front of her had used the insect-type talent, universally regarded as the weakest, to cultivate a terrifying monster capable of killing a tier 3 lord monster alone. Lin Yu awakened his insect-type ability, and it was surprisingly powerful. This realization only made the mystery and value of Lin Yu and Song Yun's eyes rise even further, reaching an unreachable height. But how can an insect type be? Song Yun was about to continue asking. At that moment. Click. The door to a secondary bedroom at the far end of the hallway in the apartment was suddenly turned open from the inside. Accompanied by the sound of slippers dragging on the floor, a lazy and sleep-filled voice came. Sis? Who are you talking to so early in the morning? Just a second ago, Song Yun was still immersed in shock and admiration, but the next moment her face turned completely pale. Wan Xing. Hearing footsteps slowly coming toward the living room, and seeing the mess of clothes scattered all over the floor, as well as two people naked and leaning on the sofa. It's over. Song Yun was in a panic. If her younger sister saw this, her dignity as an older sister would be completely ruined. She hurriedly grabbed the huge cashmere blanket nearby and quickly covered both herself and Lin Yu with it. Her body was tightly pressed against Lin Yu's, and she forced both of them to lie low in the deepest corner of the shadow on the sofa. As the footsteps grew closer, Song Wan Xing, wearing a white semi-transparent gauze dress, appeared, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she walked into the dimly lit living room. Meanwhile, hidden under the blanket, Lin Yu, upon hearing the clear sis, was momentarily stunned. This voice. In his mind, the icy school beauty from Training Field 1 suddenly appeared. Song Wan Xing? She's actually Song Yun's younger sister. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Zheng City really is ridiculously small. Just before, he had ignored the icy school beauty's attempt to strike up a conversation on the school field, and the next night, he had ended up with her older sister on the sofa. Sis, are you in the living room? Song Wan Xing yawned, her voice still full of drowsiness. I was half asleep earlier and think I heard a man's voice. Sis, did a thief break into the house? At this moment, Song Yun, under the blanket, felt her heart pounding loudly. Because they were so tightly pressed together, she could even feel Lin Yu's breathing. No, no thieves. Song Yun suppressed the trembling in her voice and spoke unnaturally. Wan Xing, I'm fine. I was just watching a movie. Yes, a movie about battles between beast tamers. Maybe I had the volume up too high. You heard wrong, there's no man here, you must have misheard because you're still half asleep. Song Yun tightly grabbed Lin Yu's arm, afraid he might make the slightest noise. Song Wan Xing, still half asleep, could barely open her eyes as she rubbed them, giving a big yawn. In her mind, her sister had always been the strong and decisive type of woman, who never even had a rumored boyfriend, let alone bringing a man home. Oh, watching a movie. Well, sis, turn down the volume, I'm going back to sleep, I'm so tired. Song Wan Xing didn't suspect a thing, turned around, and slowly walked back to her bedroom in her slippers. Bang! The sound of a door closing echoed. Upon hearing the door close, Song Yun's body went limp, collapsing onto Lin Yu, breathing heavily. The crisis was temporarily averted. But just 2 seconds later, Song Yun's body tensed up again. It was as if she had been electrocuted, suddenly throwing off the blanket, her eyes filled with panic and fear. No, you have to leave quickly. Song Yun whispered, hurriedly adjusting the blanket to cover her exposed white skin while frantically picking up Lin Yu's clothes from the floor and stuffing them into his arms. Wan Xing sleeps lightly, if she comes out later to drink water or use the bathroom and sees you, I'll never be able to explain myself. Looking at Song Yun in such a panic, Lin Yu smiled. He calmly stood up from the sofa. Put on your clothes. Song Yun was anxiously pacing by the side, her heart racing like ants on a hot pan, fearing that Lin Yu was moving too slowly. Unable to resist, she reached out with a slightly trembling hand, gently helping him adjust the hem of his clothes. Mr. Lin, what happened last night, I will personally come to thank you another day. Song Yun urged in a low voice while picking up the black mask from the carpet and handing it to Lin Yu. She then gently pushed his back, quietly guiding him toward the door. Lin Yu casually walked toward the door. Since the fire poison is cleared, I will leave now. All right. Song Yun let out a sigh of relief, pulling the blanket tightly around her chest. Lin Yu did not linger and turned to leave the room. Click. The door was carefully closed by Song Yun, and Lin Yu's figure vanished outside, leaving only Song Yun, wrapped in a blanket, leaning against the door. She took a long breath, recalling Lin Yu's youthful and handsome face from earlier, as well as his terrifying strength. The moisture in her eyes gradually turned into a deep, obsessive gaze. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Zhao family's luxurious mansion in Zhangcheng. Bang! An antique teacup worth a fortune was violently smashed onto the marble floor, shattering into pieces. Zhao Li's eyes were bloodshot, and his gaze was fixed on the intelligence director kneeling before him. How much time have I given you? Zhao Li's voice was hoarse from extreme anger. I offered a 30 million reward from the Zhao family, we have searched every city gate and underground black market in Jiangcheng, yet you still haven't found even a single hair of that masked killer? Master, please calm down. An old man with one blind eye stepped forward, bracing himself. He was the Zhao family's intelligence chief and an experienced high-level beast master. Master, the enemy is extremely cunning. Not only does he have strong anti-surveillance capabilities, but he also left no traces of spiritual energy that we could track. However, we changed our investigation approach and started checking people the young master recently had conflicts with. We found a very strange lead. Speak. Zhao Li suddenly turned around. The one-eyed old man swallowed, pulling out a paper file and handing it to Zhao Li. On the file was a photo ID of Lin Yu wearing the Jiangcheng 3rd High School uniform. Lin Yu, a senior at Jiangcheng 3rd High School, recently awakened F-class insect-based abilities. The one-eyed old man pointed at the photo, his voice low. Master, according to the young master's followers, on the day of the awakening ceremony, the young master tried to trip this person, but Lin Yu countered and broke the young master's toe. Shortly after, the young master's bloodthirsty macaque, which had been left in the school cultivation room, mysteriously died, and there were traces of venom corrosion at the scene. An F-class insect-based waste broke Tanger's toe? Zhao Li's brows furrowed sharply. Not only that. The one-eyed old man took a deep breath and continued. On the night the young master was attacked, a high-level beast master, Wan Lai, was sent with a large sum of money to kill Lin Yu in the slums. But Wan Lai went missing, and the young master was kidnapped and killed at the hospital. However, Lin Yu returned to school the next day completely unharmed. And according to our informants in 3rd High, just a few days ago, he scored 50,000 points on the strength test stone without summoning a beast. He earned a spot to participate in the Senior Beast Master League. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li's pupils contracted sharply. Wan Lai went to kill him, Wan Lai disappeared. Tiger was kidnapped and died in the wasteland. Yet he didn't die, and suddenly unleashed terrifying physical power? Zhao Li immediately pieced together these seemingly unrelated fragments. Hiding his strength? Zhao Li's face twisted into a grimace, and the terrifying spiritual energy of the high-level beast master uncontrollably exploded from his body, shattering the redwood furniture in the hall. Even if he's not the killer, he is definitely involved in this. Zhao Li let out a shrill roar of anger. Should I immediately bring a team of elite forces in charge into Jiangcheng No. 3 High School to grab this kid back? The one-eyed old man's eyes flashed with a trace of murderous intent. No. Zhao Li clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the urge to kill immediately. Jiangcheng No. 3 High School is a prestigious academy. If we go to the school directly and grab someone, we'll give others a reason to talk. Moreover, this kid managed to kill Wan Lai and dared to abduct Tanger. He's not simple. Perhaps there are big figures behind him. Zhao Li's gaze turned to the invitation for the Jiangcheng Senior Year Beast Master League on the desk. Didn't he get a spot for the league? The league is a real-world selection under the attention of the entire city. Let's observe a little more. There might be some unexpected surprises. Yes. Hearing this, the one-eyed old man bent slightly and slowly retreated. Zhao Li raised his head, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and his eyes gradually turned sharp. Chapter 32, League Rules. At 10 a.m., Jiangcheng No. 3 Beast Master High School. In the conference room on the top floor of the administration building, the atmosphere felt unusually quiet and eerie. This was a training room specially prepared for the 10 elite students who had earned spots in this year's Jiangcheng Senior Year Beast Master League. Around the large oval conference table, the other 8 students had already arrived early. But at this moment, they were all quietly huddled on the right side of the table, their eyes occasionally filled with awe and caution, stealing glances at the solitary figure sitting in the far left corner. Lin Yu was casually leaning in the leather chair, his chin resting on one hand, eyes closed as he rested. The image of him delivering a terrifying 5,000 points with one punch had been deeply imprinted in the minds of these students, who considered themselves geniuses. In this era that revered power, absolute strength was the best pass to everything. Even though Lin Yu awakened the insect system, which was considered the most useless by the public, no one dared to show even the slightest hint of disrespect in front of him. At this moment, the door of the conference room was gently pushed open, and light footsteps could be heard. A faint, cool breeze immediately swept through the somewhat tense room. Song Wanqing walked in, wearing a white skirt, her pure face exuding the usual cold, distant aura that kept others away. It's Song Wanqing. The school flower is here. I wonder which side she will sit on. The few boys on the right immediately straightened their backs, their eyes flashing with a trace of expectation. However, Song Wanqing only gave them a casual glance, then walked directly to the left side. In everyone's astonished gaze, she pulled out a chair next to Lin Yu and naturally sat down. A faint fragrance of a young girl instantly filled Lin Yu's nostrils. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, turned his head, and calmly glanced at Song Wanqing beside him. No one's sitting next to you, right? Song Wanqing met Lin Yu's gaze. Her tone was cold, but there was no hiding the curiosity in her beautiful eyes. No. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and leaned back in his chair again. Seeing Lin Yu's indifferent and cold demeanor, Song Wanqing wasn't angry. Instead, her curiosity was fully piqued. The reason she sat next to him today was to test what secret this boy, who had struck 5,000 points with a single punch, was hiding. Lin Yu, about the power measurement stone. Song Wanqing slightly turned her body, about to ask Lin Yu about it. But just as she moved closer to him, she suddenly caught a familiar scent. Song Wanqing's words froze, her delicate nose slightly twitching, and she couldn't help but lean a little closer to Lin Yu's shoulder. This scent. There's only one person in Jiangcheng who would use it. And this morning, before she left, her sister, wrapped in a blanket and flustered in the living room, was giving off the exact same smell. Moreover, this scent was the same as the strange fragrance she had smelled in the living room. Song Wanqing suddenly turned his head, staring at Lin Yu with all his might. Song Wanqing asked in a volume only the two of them could hear, "On you, how could there be my sister's scent?" Hearing this, a flicker of surprise passed through Lin Yu's originally calm eyes. He did not expect Song Wanqing's nose to be so sharp. Just getting close once, she could accurately sense Song Yun's scent. Lin Yu's heart stirred slightly, but his strong mental control immediately hid this trace of surprise. He turned his head, looking at Song Wanqing's face full of suspicion and tension, not angry at all, instead showing a gentle and helpless smile. "Your sister's scent?" Lin Yu's voice was very soft, with a tone of proper doubt and calmness. "Song classmate, you might have misunderstood. I do not know who your sister is." He paused slightly, giving an explanation. "These past few nights, I have been doing part-time odd jobs at a high-end spirit material appraisal shop in the city center. That kind of place often lights expensive calming incense and deodorants. Maybe the smell there is similar to your sister's perfume, accidentally stuck on my clothes." Hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Song Wanqing was stunned for a moment. High-end spirit material appraisal shop? Her sister Song Yun was the chief appraiser at Dark Star Auction House, dealing every day with high-grade spirit materials and incense. Lin Yu, as an ordinary civilian student, working part-time odd jobs there to earn living expenses, made perfect sense. The similarity in incense smell was also reasonable. Thinking of this, the tight string in Song Wanqing's heart relaxed immediately. Yes, Lin Yu is just a senior high student. How could he have any connection with my sister? It must be that I didn't sleep well last night, nerves too sensitive, actually connecting a high school student with my sister. Ah, so that's it. Song Wanqing bit her red lips slightly, a trace of embarrassed blush appearing on her fair cheeks. "Sorry, my nose is too sensitive, I made a mistake. I thought." "It's okay." Lin Yu smiled lightly, naturally moving past the topic. Seeing this ice-cold school beauty feel apologetic over a little imagination, Lin Yu for the first time felt she was a bit cute, not just cold. At that moment, the conference room door was pushed open. Homeroom teacher Li Hai and the dean entered with serious expressions, walking quickly to the podium. "Quiet." The dean looked around at the 10 students below, cleared his throat, and went straight to the point. "We gathered you here today to officially announce the rules for the Jiangcheng City Senior Beast Tamer League, happening in half a month. This year's league, like every year, will be held at the city center's largest open-air stadium. At that time, Jiangcheng High Schools, number 1, number 2, and our number 3, will send their top elites for brutal 1v1 single elimination matches." The dean's voice echoed in the conference room, carrying a killing intent. "Do not think this is just an ordinary spar. On the arena, blades and swords have no mercy. High-level magical beasts' instinct is killing, and their killing moves often strike in a single moment. Although official high-level beast tamers are present, in past leagues, many students have been seriously injured, disabled, even torn apart by magical beasts on the spot. So, before you step onto the arena, you must sign a life and death pledge. The teachers warn all of you, you must be ready to see blood." The conference room was silent, except for Song Wanqing and Lin Yu. The other students' faces became serious. Lin Yu leaned on his chair, listening to the rules, expression calm, but his mind was working fast. 1v1 arena matches, ha! For him, a one-on-one battle was nothing more than a crushing victory. But the problem was that once Bai Zhi and Lin appeared, their extremely rare half-human, half-insect form would instantly explode the entire Jiang city, even attracting the covetous eyes of countless high-level beastmasters. He wasn't strong enough yet, and it wasn't the time to expose his humanoid beast companions. "Looks like this league won't be too calm after all." Lin Yu lightly tapped the desk with his fingertips, already formulating a plan in his mind. At the same time, in Jiang City's top Beastmaster High School cultivation room. Roar! A second-level high-ranked shadow bloodlion, over 3 meters long and covered in dark red flames, let out a deafening roar, slamming a first-level magic beast into a puddle of meat with one claw. Next to the shadow bloodlion stood a young man in a short haircut, his eyes filled with arrogance, dressed in the school uniform of Jiang City No. 1 High School. His name was Zhao Kuang, the cousin of Zhao Tang, and a rare combat genius born in the Zhao family's side branch in 100 years. He was the undisputed ace of Jiang City #1 high school this year. Bang! The thick, alloy door to the cultivation room was pushed open. The blind Zhao family's chief of intelligence slowly walked in. Grandpa One Eye, why are you here? Zhao Kuang casually threw a piece of raw meat to the shadow blood lion and turned to look at the elder approaching him. The family head has a secret order. The one-eyed elder's expression grew serious. Young Master Zhao Tang is dead. The family head suspects that the boy named Lin Yu from #3 high school, even if he isn't the killer, is definitely involved. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuang raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Zhao Tang, that useless playboy, is dead? Good riddance. But Lin Yu? Is that the joke who awakened an F-level insect ability? Don't underestimate him, he achieved a physical score of 50,000 on the strength monument. The one-eyed elder's tone was chilling. The family head said, in the 1v1 league in half a month, to give you an absolute order. If you draw him in the lottery, no matter the method, even if you get punished after the match, you must force him to reveal his true background. If he really is a hidden killer. Upon hearing this, a cruel and sinister smile appeared on Zhao Kuang's face. Don't worry, Grandpa One Eye. Tell the family head that Zhao Kuang will not let him down. Zhao Kuang patted the giant head of the shadow blood lion beside him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. A mere insect controlling waste, as long as he encounters me in the arena, I'll make my shadow blood lion chew his bones one by one. Chapter 33, Mimicry and Disguise. At noon, on the outskirts of Jiang City, in Lin Yu's detached villa. Pushing open the heavy alloy door, Lin Yu went straight to the spacious underground training room. In preparation for the school's upcoming closed combat training that would last for half a month, he needed to make some preparations in advance. Come out. Lin Yu made a mental gesture, and the space behind him suddenly ripped open with two spatial rifts. Whoosh! As soon as the space opened, a white shadow eagerly rushed out. Bai Zhi almost flew into Lin Yu's arms, her 8 long spider legs tightly wrapping around him, her face pressed close to his chest. Woo! Master! Bai Zhi looked up, her crimson eyes now filled with tears of grievance, large teardrops falling down her pale cheeks one after another. She had seen everything clearly from within the Beastmaster's space. She had watched a Song Yun, how she threw the high and mighty master onto the sofa, how she had used her filthy lips to taint the master. That bad woman touched the master. Bai Zhi saw it all. Bai Zhi's voice was trembling with intense grief, full of a crying accusation, her fingers clutching tightly at Lin Yu's clothes. She pressed on the master, she dirted the master. Woo-woo, does the master think she's beautiful and doesn't want Bai Zhi anymore? Bai Zhi wants to kill her, Bai Zhi wants to melt her into blood bit by bit. Looking at Bai Zhi crying like a flower, her face filled with sorrow. Blazingly jealous Bai Zhi was about to go mad, Lin Yu's gaze softened. He reached out his hand, gently embraced Bai Zhi's slender waist, while the other hand tenderly stroked her head, lightly wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. What are you imagining? His voice was gentle. You are the first beast pet of my contract, the god I personally gave new life to. Even if everyone in this world betrays me, you will not. In my heart, no one can replace your position. Listening to Lin Yu's utmost gentle comfort, feeling the warmth of his palm, Bai Zhi's panic and jealousy slowly filled with immense happiness. Really? Bai Zhi sobbed, looking at Lin Yu with pleading eyes. Of course. Lin Yu smiled faintly, letting Bai Zhi rub her cheeks wildly against his neck and side of his face, trying to completely cover the scent left by Song Yun with her own. Under Lin Yu's gentle comfort, Bai Zhi finally stopped crying and smiled. She lay in Lin Yu's arms like a small cat guarding her food, her sickly possessiveness fully satisfied. Standing aside, Lin crossed his arms over his chest, looking coldly at the scene, though he said nothing, a hidden envy flashed in his compound eyes. After calming Bai Zhi's emotions, Lin Yu's expression gradually became serious. Bai Zhi, during the next half-month of intensive training in the following league, you must not appear in public in this half-human, half-insect form. A myth-level beast pet appearing in the world would be a nuclear-level shock in Jiang City. Before he had absolute invincible strength, this trump card must be tightly hidden. Master, I can change my form. Having received his promise, Bai Zhi was extremely obedient now. In her bloodline talent, she also had the ability of mimicry camouflage. Under Lin Yu's gaze, although Bai Zhi was reluctant to put away her human body that could touch her master's skin, she still obediently closed her eyes. Buzz. With a contraction of spiritual power, the pressure on Bai Zhi quickly shrank. Her human upper body gradually blurred and disappeared, and her 8 spider legs also shortened. In just a few seconds, a small snow-white spider, no bigger than a palm, appeared in Lin Yu's hand. Not only her appearance, Bai Zhi even compressed her second-stage higher-level spiritual power, disguising it as a weak aura. Current mimicry level, first stage mid-level. Lin Yu looked at the small white spider lying in his palm, ordinary and unchanged from when they first contracted, and nodded in satisfaction. Good. During these half months of training, stay in this state. Lin, you stay in the Beast Master space as the final trump card. Although the mimicry camouflage suppressed part of Bai Zhi's strength, in the high school league, even a myth-level spider that could ignore defense and instantly poison, even at half strength, was enough to be overwhelming. 2 days later. In Jiang City's 3rd Beast Master High School, in the vast, fully enclosed special training field. The half-month elite practical training officially began. On the wide field, 10 top elite students representing the 3rd high school had lined up. The instructor and coach for this training, Chen Tao, looked at them seriously. In the next half-month, I will put you through the highest intensity hell-level practical training. Chen Tao shouted loudly, but before we start, I need to know all your real abilities. Now, everyone, summon your beast pets. Yes. With their unified response, 10 summoning arrays of different colors lit up the field at once. Roar. Hiss. Powerful spiritual waves exploded violently across the field. On the far left of the line, 2 boys summoned a huge, rock-armored bear and a gale-blade falcon hovering in midair from their arrays. A deep, powerful spiritual pressure spread out. They were all beast pets of the lower 2nd rank. The other 7 students summoned beast pets that were all high-potential magical beasts of the peak 1st rank and upper 1st rank. However, the most eye-catching was still Song Wanqing standing in the center of the group. Woo! With a storm sweeping across the scene, a graceful, frost snow spirit fox, radiating a pale blue light, appeared at Song Wanqing's feet. The frost snow spirit fox proudly lifted its head, a cold pressure far exceeding all surrounding beast pets instantly covering the entire training ground. Middle 2nd rank. Seeing Song Wanqing's beast pet, all the teachers and students couldn't help but gasp. How long has it been since awakening? The school beauty Song actually raised her beast pet to middle 2nd rank. Chen Tao watched the scene and nodded in satisfaction repeatedly. This batch from 3rd middle school this year, the quality is quite good. Then, everyone, including the instructor Chen Tao and Song Wanqing, all turned their eyes to Lin Yu, standing at the far right of the group. Previously, the terrifying scene of Lin Yu punching out 50,000 points was still vivid in everyone's mind, filling all with awe and curiosity. If his body was already so abnormal, then his beast pet must not be simple either, even if it was an insect type. Under the entire crowd's breath-held gaze, Lin Yu raised his right hand indifferently. A faint summoning array flashed in his palm and disappeared. Then, a tiny, palm-sized, pure white little spider slowly crawled onto Lin Yu's shoulder. It lay there motionless, looking like an ordinary pet anyone could have. Seeing this, the whole training ground fell into silence for 10 seconds. Everyone widened their eyes, staring blankly at the tiny, pitiful white spider on Lin Yu's shoulder, their minds momentarily unable to process. This is his beast pet? Am middle 1st rank? I didn't see wrong, right? This spiritual fluctuation, it doesn't even reach upper 1st rank? After the brief silence, a restless commotion erupted among the crowd. Those students who were originally wary of Lin Yu because of his 50,000 points now felt a heavy weight lift from their hearts after seeing the spider's rank and size. Even in their eyes, a trace of superiority and hidden mockery began to rise. So after all, just a paper tiger that looks good but is useless. A boy with a peak 1st rank beast pet sneered in his heart. What's the use of a strong body? The real power of a beast tamer is the beast pet. On the arena, everyone fights with the combat power and skill combos of their pets. Carrying a low-level 1st rank insect, it can't even break my defense. What can he use to fight me on the arena? Looks like that 50,000 points probably came from putting all his resources into himself to gain brute strength. This kind of abnormal training is definitely a fatal flaw in real beast battles. Everyone's gaze quickly turned from respect to contempt. Even Song Wanqing in the center, looking at the spider on Lin Yu's shoulder, had a flicker of surprise and confusion in her cold eyes. How is this possible? Song Wanqing slightly frowned. He clearly has such terrifying physical ability, why is his beast pet so weak? For some reason, seeing Lin Yu secretly mocked in everyone's hearts made Song Wanqing feel a trace of pity. Facing the stark contemptuous eyes around him, Lin Yu remained indifferent. Later they would realize, some chasms, they could never cross in their lifetime. Chapter 34, Testing the Tactics. On the wide field, they stood in a line. In front of them, their beast pets emitted spiritual power fluctuations of varying strength. Team-leading coach Chen Tao held a tactical record board in his hand, his gaze like fire sweeping across this group of young faces. In real arena life and death fights, pure realm crushing is only one part. A deep understanding of your own beast pet traits to the extreme, and a reasonable match of skills, are the key that decides life and death. Chen Tao's voice was loud, echoing over the empty field. The next baseline test, I do not need you to do meaningless collisions. From left to right, each person come forward in order, show me your beast pet's core ability, and explain in detail your understanding of these traits and your tactical arrangement. I will point out your deadly weaknesses based on your display. First one, Zhang Hao. A tall boy standing at the far left of the team immediately became spirited, bringing his huge-sized, second-tier lower-level, rock armor bear, and strode to the center of the field. Report Teacher Chen, my rock armor bear, its core attribute is Earth type. The main abilities are Rock Armor and Gravity Stomp. Zhang Hao reported loudly, while commanding the rock armor bear to activate its skills. Along with a deep dull bear roar, the fur all over the rock armor bear's body was instantly covered by a thick and hard layer of rock, then its hind legs slammed the ground fiercely, and the entire special training ground shook violently for a moment. In tactical arrangement, I plan to use the rock armor bear's excellent physical defense as an absolute shield to hard resist the opponent's burst skills, then find the gap during the opponent's skill cooldown, use Gravity Stomp to limit the opponent's movement, and close in for a one-hit kill. Zhang Hao said, full of confidence. Chen Tao looked at the defense shown by the rock armor bear, slightly nodded, but then his expression became serious, pointing out the problem. The idea is not bad, as a heavy armored warrior, defense and counterattack is a classic tactic. But your understanding is still too shallow. Chen Tao quickly walked to the side of the rock armor bear, using the tactical pen in his hand to tap the gap of the rock armor at the joints. You only saw that its defense is strong, but you ignored that when the rock armor forms, it will greatly slow down the flexibility of the rock armor bear's joints and its own speed. If on the arena you meet a wind-type or thunder-type assassin-type magical beast that is good at extreme speed, the opponent will not clash with you head-on at all, but will use the speed advantage to keep consuming your stamina, and finally drain you to death alive. Hearing this, a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on Zhang Hao's forehead, and he suddenly understood. Teacher, then what should I do? Tactical adjustment. Chen Tao showed the quality of a professional famous teacher. Chen Tao was not only an instructor, but also a high-level beast tamer. Do not open full coverage rock armor as soon as you step onto the stage, learn partial petrification. Only at the moment when the enemy's attack is about to land, condense rock armor on the part that will be hit. This way you can keep mobility, and also save a large amount of Earth's spiritual power. Do you understand? Understood, thank you Teacher Chen for the guidance. Zhang Hao bowed excitedly, and brought the rock armor bear back. Next, Li Chang. Li Chang had a first-tier peak, Flame Wolf. Upon hearing this he raised his head and chest and walked out. Report Teacher, my Flame Wolf's core abilities are Fireline Sprint and Tearing Bite. The tactical arrangement is to use extreme burst power to seize the initiative. Too impatient. The startup of Fireline Sprint has too obvious a pre-motion. It is easy to be interrupted by roadblocks set by Earth-type or Ice-type. You need to cooperate with feints, use the visual blind spot left by flames on the ground. In the next more than half an hour, the several students in front went up one after another to display. As the team leading coach, Chen Tao indeed had extremely deep theoretical foundation and practical combat experience. No matter how flashy the skills the students showed, he could always see through the flaws at a glance, and give detailed tactical supplements and skill optimization suggestions. Under Chen Tao's careful teaching, other students listened intently, occasionally pulling out their notebooks to feverishly jot down notes. The training field was thick with a focused atmosphere, every person's eyes shining with a desire to improve their strength. Next, Song Wanqing. When it was Song Wanqing's turn, all eyes in the room instantly focused on her. Woo! The second-tier middle-ranked Frost Snow Spirit Fox gracefully leapt into the arena, its fluffy tail gently swaying, causing the surrounding moisture in the air to instantly crystallize into ice, and the temperature plummeted. Teacher Chen, my Frost Snow Spirit Fox's core abilities are Extreme Cold Domain and Ice Spirit Mirage. Song Wanqing's cold voice rang out as she calmly analyzed. My strategy is to directly release the Extreme Cold Domain at the start, changing the terrain of the arena and using the low temperature to greatly slow down the opponent's nerve response speed and muscle explosiveness. At the same time, I will use the principle of light refraction through the ice layer and combine it with Ice Spirit Mirage to create visual errors, consuming the opponent from a distance without taking any damage, until they lose their fighting ability. As her voice fell, the Frost Snow Spirit Fox emitted a soft, ethereal cry. Centered on it, a layer of frost instantly spread out for more than 10 meters, with 3 identical snow mirages flickering in and out within the domain, making it hard to distinguish real from fake. Seeing this, even Chen Tao couldn't help but flash a look of appreciation in his eyes. Not bad. Chen Tao did not hesitate to praise her, nodding repeatedly. A good kite strategy, using the massive spiritual energy foundation of the second-tier middle rank to suppress the opponent. This is a very clever approach. However, I have a small suggestion for improvement. Chen Tao walked to the edge of the extreme cold domain and said seriously. Your extreme cold domain spreads fast, but in the corners of the arena, the coldness of the domain will decrease due to air circulation. I suggest that before the match, you focus on training the Frost Snow Spirit Fox's precise control over the ice barrier. Don't blindly cover the entire field, but rather compress the cold air to the paths the opponent must take. This will not only improve the freezing effect but also further conserve your spiritual energy. I'll remember that, thank you, Teacher Chen. Song Wanqing nodded slightly and led the Frost Snow Spirit Fox back to the line. Everyone looked at Song Wanqing's back with awe and amazement in their eyes. No wonder she's the top genius from the third high, her tactical thinking is almost flawless. Alright, the last one. Chen Tao glanced at the list in his hand, his gaze landing on Lin Yu, who stood at the far right of the line. With Chen Tao's gaze, the eyes of the entire room shifted to Lin Yu. Lin Yu calmly walked out of the line, Bai Zhi quietly lying on his shoulder. There were no dazzling spiritual energy fluctuations, no overwhelming physical presence. Compared to the violent beasts from earlier, Bai Zhi seemed insignificant. Lin Yu walked to the center of the arena and showed no sign of dismissing or dissatisfaction from the previous contempt shown by others. With a very professional tone, he simply introduced Bai Zhi on his shoulder. My beast, Bai Yu Spider, currently at the first tier middle rank. Lin Yu's voice was calm and steady. Its core attributes are poison and darkness. Its main combat ability is setting traps using its silk. In terms of tactics, it is not suited for direct confrontation. I plan to use the terrain of the arena to lay down nearly invisible webs, restricting the enemy beastmaster's movement space. Upon contact, I will inject a paralyzing neurotoxin through the silk, focusing on field control and slow consumption, gradually wearing down the opponent. Lin Yu's introduction precisely summarized how an ordinary poison-type spider beast would fight at the lower tiers. After hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Chen Tao, who had been enthusiastically guiding and patiently instructing, was clearly stunned for a moment. He looked at the small spider on Lin Yu's shoulder that carried no intimidation, and his brows furrowed slightly, and the high spirits and professional enthusiasm he had when guiding Songwatching just moments ago vanished without a trace. Ahem. Chen Tao cleared his throat a couple of times, trying to cover up the awkwardness, then waved his hand dismissively. Well, Lin Yu, the tactic you mentioned theoretically works. Webbing control, toxin consumption, these are indeed the only methods available for insect-type beasts. Chen Tao casually tucked the tactical record board under his armpit, his tone carrying a sense of stereotype and helplessness. But, insect-type beasts, their lifespan is too short, their limits too low, and their bodies are too fragile. In actual high-intensity combat, those fire-type or wind-type beasts with explosive power can easily burn your web to ashes or directly tear your trap apart with sheer physical strength. That first-tier mid-level neurotoxin of yours might not even be able to pierce through the tough skin of many second-tier beasts. Chen Tao sighed and shook his head. As your guiding coach, I mainly study mainstream elemental systems and strong offensive systems. As for low-tier insect types, I really haven't delved much into them and can't offer any particularly useful tactical optimization suggestions. At this point, Chen Tao gave Lin Yu a deep look and patted his shoulder. Lin Yu, you scored 50,000 points on the strength stone, proving that your physical talent is extraordinary. Since your beast companion can't offer much help in battle and might even become a target for the enemy to focus on, during battles, try to rely on your physical advantage to protect yourself. If it gets too tough, just surrender in time, stay safe, and don't hurt your foundation. Although Chen Tao's words were polite, the meaning couldn't be clearer. In Chen Tao's eyes, Lin Yu's beast companion was nothing but a useless burden in such high-level leagues. Hearing the coach's blunt assessment, the other students in the team instantly changed their expressions. If they had previously mocked him quietly in their hearts, now, that disdain was completely out in the open. Those students with first-tier peak or second-tier beast companions couldn't even be bothered to glance at Lin Yu, completely kicking him out of the ranks of competitors. Standing not far away, Song Wanqing looked at Lin Yu's indifferent face, which seemed like he didn't care no matter what happened, and the strange sense of regret in her heart grew stronger. He clearly has such good physical qualities. If only he had contracted even an ordinary strong offensive beast, combined with his physical strength, he could have truly shined. Song Wanqing gently bit her red lips and silently sighed in her heart. What a pity, he awakened to the insect system, and it's even a poorly developed little spider. How helpless will he be in the arena? However, in the face of Chen Tao's disdain and the scorn of others, Lin Yu simply nodded indifferently and said, I understand, thank you, Coach Chen. Then he retreated back to the corner with Bai Zhi. Lin Yu turned his head and glanced at Bai Zhi, who was trembling slightly from anger because she was called useless, and was now desperately complaining to him through their mental link. He gently patted her back with his finger to comfort her. Chen Tao's disregard was exactly the result Lin Yu wanted. If Chen Tao had insisted on digging deeper and asked him to demonstrate the power of the toxin silk on the spot, Bai Zhi, even if she only released a tiny bit of her core toxin, could have exposed their secret. Now, this kind of ignorance was perfectly saving Lin Yu from the trouble of exposing his disguise. The following time passed quickly. A half-month of closed training was like a hellish torment and transformation for them. The training field was filled every day with the roars of beasts, the collision of spiritual energy, and the sweat being poured out. Zhang Hao's rock armor bear endured countless beatings. Learned precise local petrification. Song Wanqing's frost snow spirit fox compressed the extreme cold of its domain to the utmost, multiplying its power. Li Cheng's blazing flame wolf also learned to make deadly ambushes under the cover of fire. Everyone's combat strength underwent a rebirth-like increase in this half-month. But on this blazing hot training field, Lin Yu became invisible. He never started trouble, nor participated in any student real combat practice. Every day of training, he just walked through the motions with Bai Zhi step by step. In the eyes of others, Lin Yu had completely given up. But no one knew. When Lin Yu stood quietly alone under the shade at the edge of the training field, seeming to close his eyes and rest, actually his mind was immersed in the Beastmaster space, training wildly with Bai Zhi and Lin. Before, Lin Yu mostly let Bai Zhi and Lin fight by themselves, but under Chen Tao's guidance, Lin Yu gradually realized he could not let the beasts fight completely alone. A Beastmaster and their beasts are one. Only by fighting together can they show the greatest power. With proper commands from the Beastmaster, the beast's combat strength also greatly increases. Finally, the half-month training period ended. Early morning, on the playground of Jiangcheng 3rd Beastmaster High School. An armored bus had already stopped beside it. 10 students representing 3rd High stood in line before the bus. In each person's eyes burned strong fighting spirit and desire for honor. Head coach Chen Tao stood at the front of the line, his expression unusually grave. Students. Chen Tao took a deep breath, giving the final pre-battle motivation. Today is the day to test the results of your half-month hellish training. The annual Beastmaster League of Jiangcheng will open soon at the city center stadium. Remember what I said on the first day. On the arena, only victory or defeat matters, even life and death. Show no mercy, keep no cards in hand. Crush your opponents under your feet, for 3rd High, and for yourselves, fight for a bright future. Go! With Chen Tao's roar, everyone boarded the bus one by one. Lin Yu walked at the back of the line, slightly raising his head to glance at the slightly gloomy sky of Jiangcheng. The bus slowly started, leaving the campus, heading toward the huge stadium in the city center. In Jiangcheng 1st High's preparation room, Zhao Kuang was grinning as he stroked the shadow blood lion's head, a black iron box visible in his pocket. On the high platform of a luxurious manner, Zhao Li stood with his hands behind his back, eyes fixed on the city center stadium. Jiangcheng's High 3 Beast Master League officially begins. Chapter 36, Win Without Fighting. City center of Jiangcheng, holographic open-air stadium. When the bus of Jiangcheng 3rd High slowly entered the player channel, an ear-splitting cheer instantly erupted. The site was crowded, the circular stands holding 100,000 people were full. Colorful support banners and holographic projections intertwined in midair, pushing the stadium's excitement to the peak. On the best visibility VIP stand, symbolizing Jiangcheng's highest power, the city's council leaders and military generals took their seats one by one. Next to them, the heads of Jiangcheng's 3 major families also sat. Zhao family's head, Zhao Li, dressed in black formal wear, stood with hands behind his back at the edge of the stand. He looked down at the entering school teams, finally locking his gaze on Lin Yu at the back of 3rd High's team. At exactly 9 in the morning, the lights suddenly dimmed. Spotlights shone on the center of the arena, a host in a suit holding a microphone, his voice booming across the stadium. Citizens of Jiangcheng. The annual High 3 Beast Master League officially begins. Before the match starts, let me remind you of the rules of this league. 30 top elites from Jiangcheng 1st, 2nd, and 3rd high schools will completely mix up the list and fight in a brutal 1v1 random draw elimination match. On the arena, swords and blades have no eyes. Except being defeated, giving up willingly, or losing fighting power, there is one absolute rule: if either the Beast Master or the Beast Pet falls off the arena, it is considered a loss. The host's voice paused for a moment, then suddenly rose sharply. To honor the best young generation of Jiangcheng, the officials and military announced the big reward for this league. The top 10 students finally decided will directly get permission to explore the first-order dimensional rift. Also, from 10th to 1st place, they will each get huge cash prizes from 1 million to 10 million alliance coins. As these words came out, the whole audience of 100,000 instantly boiled, and the atmosphere was completely ignited. Next, please watch the big screen. The first round opening match, random draw begins. Above the gym, a huge holographic screen started to wildly scroll the portraits and information of the 30 contestants. Stop! With the host's loud shout, the screen froze, and 2 young faces appeared in the vision of the 100,000 people. The host glanced at the data card in his hand, his voice suddenly stuck, paused for 2 seconds, then read out with slight astonishment. Opening match first game, Jiangcheng 3rd High School, Lin Yu, Junior Beast Master, F-level talent vs. Jiangcheng 2nd High School, Wang Chang, Intermediate Beast Master. As the details of the two were displayed on the big screen, the audience first felt puzzled, then erupted in strange laughter. On a stage that praises high-level elements, giant beasts, and dragon bloodlines, this first opening match surprisingly appeared as insect versus insect. Wang Chang from 2nd High had contracted a second-order lower, poison stinger giant mantis. Lin Yu, according to the data, had a first-order mid-jade spider. Ha ha ha, I'm dying laughing. Did the officials do this on purpose? Put 2 insects in the opening match to fight? That Lin Yu is even weirder, Junior Beast Master, F-level talent? How did he get into the 30-person list? 3rd High really has no one left. Amid the endless discussion and laughter in the audience, Lin Yu calmly walked up the steps, slowly ascending the huge arena made of high-strength alloy. On the other side, Wang Chang from Second High was already eager to summon his beast pet. Hiss. With the sound of insects, a 2-meter-long poison stinger giant mantis, covered in dark green hard shell with 2 big claws on its front limbs, appeared in front of him. Wang Chang stood behind the poison stinger giant mantis, glanced at Lin Yu, and laughed with disdain. Hey, Third High. Where is your broken spider? Hurry up and release it. Wang Chang provoked, lifting his chin. What, you really think because you are a bit stronger, you can rely on your body to personally fight my second-order magical beast? Mortal flesh, my poison stinger mantis can cut you in half with one strike. Lin Yu looked at the clawing poison stinger giant mantis and suddenly had a spark of inspiration in his mind. Both sides ready. The referee flew into the air, his arm swinging down sharply. Match start. Poison stinger giant mantis, show him your power, use cross-poison slash. Wang Chang shouted excitedly, ready to win the first victory in front of 100,000 people. However, Lin Yu had no intention of summoning Bai Zhi. As all the audience prepared to see Lin Yu instantly killed, Lin Yu quietly watched the poison stinger giant mantis ready to pounce, and silently activated absolute domination deep in his eyes. Buzz. An invisible terrifying wave, centered on Lin Yu, instantly locked onto the poison stinger giant mantis. A pressure from the deepest bloodline, surpassing all mortal things, the Lord of 10,000 insects, instantly invaded the mind of the poison stinger giant mantis. In the poisonous sting giant mantis's perceptual world, the seemingly weak human teenager in front of him disappeared. Instead, an unparalleled god sitting atop a mountain of corpses and blood, overlooking the abyss, appeared in his place. Lin Yu's eyes were indifferent, and he spoke softly. Go down. Just 2 words. The previously ferocious and evil-looking poisonous sting giant mantis, with its forelegs raised high, froze in place. The next moment, its entire body began to uncontrollably shake violently, and extreme fear erupted in its compound eyes. Poisonous sting giant mantis, what are you doing? Why are you dazed? Go! King Chang, who was behind, sensed something was wrong and shouted anxiously. But the poisonous sting giant mantis could not hear any of King Chang's commands, its mind only filled with Lin Yu and his orders. Hiss, hiss. In a series of terrified hissing screams, the poisonous sting giant mantis suddenly turned around, its 8 legs wildly scrambling, rushing towards the edge of the arena without hesitation. Under the confused gaze of the audience of 100,000. The poisonous sting giant mantis leaped into the air, jumping off the stage. The entire stadium, countless people witnessing this, stood with their mouths open, unable to speak. The referee in midair rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't mistaken, then hesitantly raised the flag in his hand. The beast pet of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School has fallen out of the ring. Jiangcheng No. 3 High School's Lin Yu wins. It was only when the referee announced the result that the entire stadium finally snapped out of it. Holy crap? What's going on? Why did the mantis jump down by itself? King Chang, on the stage, was also full of question marks, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He rushed to the edge of the arena, angrily cursing. Poisonous sting giant mantis, are you crazy? Why did you jump down? Come back here. But the poisonous sting giant mantis just shook its head frantically below the stage, unwilling to go near the arena even a step further. The audience in the stands exchanged glances, and then the entire stadium erupted in deafening, uproarious laughter. Ha, I'm dying of laughter, that bug must have acrophobia. Sudden illness, it's definitely a sudden illness. Damn, this kid from No. 3 High School is unbelievably lucky. He didn't even summon his beast pet, just stood there for a few seconds, and the opponent jumped off to surrender? The luckiest person in this year's league has been born. Listening to the mockery of 100,000 people treating him as a joke of having luck, Lin Yu walked down the stage slowly under the gazes of the referee and his opponent. Chapter 37, Elite Level Mental Power? The roar of laughter from the 100,000 spectators echoed like a tsunami above the stadium. But from the higher stands, the atmosphere was entirely different. Several high-ranking military officials in military uniforms did not laugh along with the crowd, instead, they frowned slightly. As battle-hardened beast masters, they vaguely sensed something was wrong, yet couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. That feeling was fleeting, and even they couldn't identify what it was, but it made them curious about Lin Yu. On the other side of the stands, Zhao Li stared intently at the stage, his face darkening. Lucky? Zhao Li coldly snorted in his heart. As a veteran fox in both business and the underworld, he never believed in such absurd coincidences in the world. How could a second-tier, bloodthirsty, violent insect-type magical beast suddenly jump off the arena for no reason? Lin Yu, what exactly are you hiding? Zhao Li's brows tightened, a murderous intent boiling in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Yu, who was walking down the stairs from the stage, keenly sensed something. He instantly caught the murderous and probing gaze from the high platform. Lin Yu slightly raised his eyes and stopped his steps. Through the transparent glass, Lin Yu's indifferent eyes met Zhao Li's vicious and ruthless gaze. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu simply withdrew his gaze and continued walking toward the waiting area. He understood in his heart. Zhao Li had already set his sights on him. Time left for me is short, I must become strong quickly, Lin Yu silently calculated in his heart. At the same time, in the center of Zhang City, in a large flat apartment, Song Yun wore a black real silk robe, lazily leaning on the leather sofa, her figure swaying under the silk robe. She held a cup of expensive red wine, watching the giant holographic screen that covered the entire wall. Because it was a live broadcast, her original intention was to see her sister Song Wanqing's performance in the league. However, the director, to create a topic, coincidentally gave a close-up of the lucky one Lin Yu, who had just left the stage. The moment she saw the delicate face clearly on the screen, Song Yun's pupil shrank sharply, her hand trembled, and the red wine cup almost fell, the crimson wine spilling over her fair hand. At the bottom of the screen, a line of words appeared clearly: Zhang City No. 3 High School, Senior Student, Lin Yu, Junior Beast Tamer. Impossible. In Song Yun's charming peach blossom eyes, there was now an unbelievable shock. Lin Yu was actually the insect-type classmate her sister had mentioned at home, the one with 50,000 physical points. Song Yun's chest heaved violently, the silk robe almost bursting. But immediately, a greater shock flashed in her mind. No! Song Yun stared tightly at the screen showing Lin Yu's Beast Companion introduction, first level mid, White Jade Spider. She clearly remembered that Lin Yu's previous Beast Companion was a second level Peak Purple Mantis. Now, he brought a spider to participate in the match? That means Lin Yu not only hid his strength, he contracted two Beast Companions at the same time. Double contract. Song Yun drew in a cold breath. In the common knowledge of beast tamers, the human soul's carrying capacity is limited. To contract a second beast companion, the tamer's own spirit power must reach the elite threshold. He, an 18-year-old high school student, actually possessed terrifying elite-level spirit power. How did he manage this? Lin Yu, what kind of monster are you? Whether it is strength, or you make me so fascinated. Song Yun covered her red lips, a trace of fanaticism appearing in her eyes. In the gym, No. 3 high school waiting area, Lin Yu walked back to the team. At this moment, the classmates of No. 3 looked at him as if he were a ridiculous freak. Even Song Wanqing standing aside, a trace of deep doubt flashed in her cold eyes. Facing the strange gazes around him, Lin Yu chose to ignore them. He walked to a chair in the corner and sat down, closing his eyes to rest. The match continued. With the first farcical opening match over, the real bloody elimination match showed its cruel fangs to all the citizens of Zhang City. Third match, Zhang City No. 3 High School Song Wanqing versus Zhang City No. 1 High School Lin Yu. With the announcer's words, Song Wanqing appeared with a second-level mid-frost snow spirit fox. Her opponent was a burly man from No. 1 High School, contracted with a first-level peak, Raging Iron Bull. The school beauty of No. 3? Looks not bad, but I don't know if this little fox can take a hit. Lin Yu sneered, commanding the Raging Iron Bull like a heavy tank to charge forward, trying to break Song Wanqing's defense in one hit. Facing the earth-shaking charge, Song Wanqing's face showed no panic, just her red lips opening slightly. Frost Snow Spirit Fox, Extreme Cold Domain, Freeze. Woo! The Frost Snow Spirit Fox responded, a visible ice blue storm instantly sweeping half the arena. The Raging Iron Bull entered the storm, its limbs covered in thick frost, speed dropping sharply. Then, countless ice spirit illusions attacked from all directions. Not even half a minute passed, the Raging Iron Bull and Lin Yu behind it were frozen into two lifelike ice sculptures. If the referee had not smashed the ice to rescue them, Lin Yu probably would have died on the spot. Even so, Lin Yu was seriously injured and unconscious, urgently carried off the stage by the medical staff. The Ice Mountain School's beauty's thunderous tactics stunned the entire crowd. Half an hour later, it was Zhao Kuang's turn to appear. His opponent was a talented individual from the second school, strong in his own right. Zhao Kuang arrogantly stepped onto the stage. Beside him, the shadow blood lion, engulfed in dark red flames, emitted a bloodthirsty growl. From the second school? I advise you to kneel and surrender now, then crawl off the stage. Zhao Kuang's gaze was defiant as he contemptuously pointed his thumb at his opponent, slowly lowering it. Otherwise, even if the referee is here, I can't guarantee your life. You're too arrogant. The result isn't certain yet. Wind Blade Wolf, attack. Li Xiong from the second school was enraged, commanding his Wind Blade Wolf at its peak first stage level to pounce, sending a storm of wind blades slicing through the air. You useless fool. A smile on Zhao Kuang's face grew wider as he suddenly waved his hand. Shadow Blood Lion, tear it apart. Roar! The Shadow Blood Lion turned into a shadow of burning blood-red flames, enduring the wind blade's cutting force, and in a savage manner, immediately pounced on the Wind Blade Wolf in midair, knocking it down to the ground. Crack! With the sound of bones shattering, the Shadow Blood Lion opened its massive bloody mouth and bit down tightly on the Wind Blade Wolf's throat. Gore! The Wind Blade Wolf struggled wildly, but against the absolute power of the second-tier high level, all resistance seemed feeble and futile. Put some force into it, tear its neck off. Zhao Kuan stood on the stage, hearing the beast's agonizing cries, his face showing an excited expression. Scalding blood spurted like a fountain from the Wind Blade Wolf's carotid artery, instantly staining the floor of the stage, even splashing onto Zhao Kuan's shoes. The Wind Blade Wolf was killed on the spot. Ah! My pet! Li Xiong was mentally shattered, collapsing to the ground and letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Zhao Kuan, however, just disdainfully kicked the corpse at his feet, coldly surveying the entire arena. Such trash, daring to stand on the same stage as me? Truly wasting my time. Watching this bloody scene, and listening to Zhao Kuan's extremely arrogant words, the entire audience of the 100,000-seat stadium immediately stopped feeling the lightheartedness they had earlier when they mocked Lin Yu. The air began to fill with the pungent scent of blood. The geniuses who had just been through bloody battles and were drenched in murderous aura looked at Lin Yu with eyes cold as if they were staring at a dead man. In everyone's hearts, the same conclusion was reached. When the second round came, relying on luck, Lin Yu would definitely be torn apart without a doubt. Chapter 38, Winning by Luck. As the last battle of the first round came to an end, the bloodstains on the arena were quickly cleaned up by the staff. The first round of the elimination matches officially ended, and the list of 15 qualifiers appeared one by one on the giant holographic screen above the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, the first round of elimination has ended, and 15 elites have emerged. The host's voice echoed once again across the stadium. Next, we will begin the second round of random drawing. Since 15 have advanced, one lucky person will directly skip this round and advance to the top 8. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire audience erupted into a loud uproar. Skipping? Could it be that Lin Yu from the third school is the lucky one? Haha, if he really skips, his luck is beyond belief. He should go buy lottery tickets for the alliance after the match. Amidst the raucous jeering of the crowd, the avatars on the holographic screen started to roll rapidly. Ding! The image froze. When they saw the matchup list on the screen, the whole arena fell silent at first, then erupted in an overwhelming wave of noise and sneers. Lin Yu did not get a bye. On the big screen, Lin Yu's avatar was paired with a strong, burly student with red hair from Jiangcheng No. 1 school. Jiangcheng No. 3, Lin Yu vs Jiangcheng No. 1, Cheng Kuan. And below Cheng Kuan's avatar, his profile was clearly displayed, Intermediate Beast Master. Second tier lower rank, Blazing Porcupine, Fire type. Fire type, and a second tier lower rank Pure Violent Fire type. It's over, that boy's luck is completely finished. Fire overcomes bug types, this is an unchanging law in the beast taming world. In front of a second tier fire type magical beast, that first tier mid-level broken spider won't even last a second before being burned to ashes. Now let's see how he pretends to be clever. A second-tier fire-type magical beast won't step into the arena without reason. Hearing the overwhelming doubt from the audience, in the waiting area of the third middle school, Song Wanqing couldn't help but feel worried. After witnessing the fight in the arena just now, she felt a touch of pity. She walked over to sit beside Lin Yu, who was in the corner. Lin Yu. Song Wanqing's cold voice carried a serious reminder. Cheng Kuan's blazing porcupine has a bad temper and extremely high flame temperature. Fire completely suppresses your white jade spider. This is not something you can resist with your body. She paused, her tone slightly slowing, like a sincere advice between classmates. If the situation turns bad, don't be stubborn. Jump down and admit defeat immediately. Life is more important than face, understand? Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, seeing the genuine concern in Song Wanqing's eyes. Seeing someone truly care about him, he naturally appreciated it. Thank you for the reminder, school bell song. Lin Yu stood up, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If it really gets too much, I will jump down immediately to save my life. I won't gamble with my life. Hearing Lin Yu say this, Song Wanqing's worry slightly eased, and she nodded gently, stay safe. Lin Yu smiled at her, then turned around and slowly walked onto the arena. On the other side, Cheng Kuan was already impatiently waiting. Boom! With a wave of scorching fire, Cheng Kuan summoned his beast pet. Blazing Porcupine was 1 meter long, 1 meter high, with 2 huge curved tusks, and its body covered in steel needle-like crimson bristles. Boy, I heard you were lucky in the last round? Cheng Kuan's face full of fat and menace, grinning as he looked at Lin Yu. But in front of me, Cheng Kuan, all luck is useless. Today, I will roast you and your broken bug into charcoal. Lin Yu's expression remained indifferent. Facing the incoming heat wave, he slowly raised his right hand. Come out, Bai Zhi. A faint summoning light flashed. The next second, Bai Zhi slowly appeared in Lin Yu's palm, then crawled up his arm onto his shoulder. Seeing Lin Yu finally summon this much talked about first-tier mid-level useless beast pet, the crowd of 100,000 erupted into laughter again. Ha ha, he really dares to release this little spider. This size, it can't even fill the tusks of that blazing porcupine. Chen Kuan laughed uncontrollably, pointing at Bai Zhi on Lin Yu's shoulder, loudly mocking. You plan to use this little thing to fight my second-tier fire-type magical beast? Are you out of your mind? However, none of the 100,000 in the arena noticed. Just at the brief moment when Bai Zhi appeared from the beast taming space and lay on Lin Yu's shoulder. A completely transparent spider thread, with no spiritual energy fluctuation, under Lin Yu's perfect body cover, instantly pierced into the nose of the blazing porcupine. A tiny drop of neurotoxin traveled through the transparent thread directly into the blazing porcupine's brain center, then quickly withdrew. After completing this, Bai Zhi obediently lay on Lin Yu's shoulder as if nothing had happened. It lazily curled its legs and gently rubbed Lin Yu's cheek. Both sides ready. The referee in midair suddenly waved his arm. The match begins. Blazing porcupine, use your flames to charge and burn him to ashes. Chen Kuan shouted excitedly, ready to watch Lin Yu burn in flames. The explosive flame porcupine let out a low growl, its forehoof suddenly pushing hard, and the flames all over its body surged violently, preparing to charge. Just as it was gathering its strength and accumulating spiritual power, it suddenly froze in place. Then, the flames on its body quickly extinguished, its eyes rolled up, and it spat out a large amount of white foam from its mouth. Its four limbs went limp. With a dull thud, the explosive flame porcupine crashed down onto the arena, twitching violently twice before falling unconscious. Seeing this, everyone was once again filled with familiar surprise and confusion. What the hell is going on again? Chen Kuan's smile instantly froze, and as he looked at the explosive flame porcupine that had suddenly fallen to the ground, his mind went blank. The referee in midair quickly descended to check the life signs of the explosive flame porcupine, and found that it had only fainted. The referee swallowed a mouthful of saliva and gave Lin Yu, who was standing opposite, a very strange look before slowly raising the flag. Chen Kuan from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, the beast pet has lost its combat ability. Lin Yu from Jiangcheng No. 3 High School, victory. With the referee's announcement, some spectators finally snapped out of their shock, and the stadium immediately erupted into chaos. What the hell, did I just see wrong? How did the explosive flame porcupine faint by itself? This is unbelievable, this is just insane. In the last round, the opponent jumped off, and now this round, the opponent suddenly faints? This kid is totally winning by luck. Hearing the crowd around him scream winning by luck, Lin Yu gently stroked the white woven head on his shoulder, then put on a I'm also surprised expression and turned to walk down the arena. Chapter 39, Luck is also a part of strength. Winning by luck, this is purely winning by luck. This is too ridiculous, 2 rounds in a row where the opponent suddenly falls ill. This kid must be having smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. The 100,000 spectators below the arena were still immersed in excitement and bewilderment, and the noise echoed through the stadium. Amidst the noisy atmosphere, however, the mood in the upper stands suddenly changed. Thud, thud, thud. A crisp, rhythmic sound of military boots hitting the ground slowly came from the exclusive passageway at the back of the stands. Accompanied by the footsteps, a terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire high platform. The high-ranking officials from Jiangcheng City Council, military commanders, and the heads of the 3 major families, who had been sitting upright, suddenly changed their expressions upon feeling this aura. These influential figures in Jiangcheng, who could command the winds and rains, immediately stood up straight, facing the passageway, their expressions respectful. At the end of the passage, a tall and slender figure slowly entered the sight of everyone. She wore a dark green military coat, with a black high-level combat uniform underneath, which perfectly outlined her impressive curves and slender waist. Her long black hair was tied up in a clean and neat ponytail, gently swaying with her steps. Her cold and stunningly beautiful face held a look of ruthless decisiveness, one that could only be honed in a sea of corpses and blood. Especially her deep and narrow eyes, paired with her bright red lips, displayed an aura of a mature, cold, and highly aggressive big sister to the fullest. Minister Lin. Greetings, Minister Lin. The various big shots from the political world all bowed their heads in greeting, not even daring to meet her eyes. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yu, who was about to walk back to the waiting area along the stairs, suddenly paused in his steps. His keen sense immediately detected a powerful aura. Lin Yu's muscles instinctively tensed, and he lifted his head to look towards the high platform. When he saw the person surrounded by others in awe, Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. The other party was very strong. Even from 100 meters away, Lin Yu could still clearly feel that under that woman's stunning body, there was a terrifying spiritual power lurking, unfathomable. She was stronger than everyone present. If the opponent acted against him now, he would never be a match. Jiangcheng, there really is someone of this level. Lin Yu took a deep breath and quietly withdrew his gaze, the ease he had felt from 2 consecutive easy victories instantly tightening to the extreme. On the high platform, Minister Lin slightly nodded, acknowledging the greetings of the crowd. She walked to the edge of the viewing glass, her fingers lightly touching the railing, listening to the deafening shouts of luck from the audience below, raising her eyebrows slightly. What is all the noise about? Minister Lin's voice was cold and carried a slight magnetic tone. A senior military officer quickly stepped forward, respectfully reporting the absurd arena matches in which Lin Yu had won without fighting twice. Oh? Scaring off a second-level magical beast with luck, knocking out a fire-type magical beast? Hearing this, Minister Lin's gaze fell on Lin Yu, who was preparing to leave the stage. Then, her eyes locked on Bai Zhi, lying on Lin Yu's shoulder. Just a glance. A faint trace of surprise passed quietly in Minister Lin's calm eyes. At her level, the city council leaders in Jiaoli could not see it, but she could sharply sense that inside the seemingly weak first-level middle-rank spider, there was compressed a huge presence. Interesting. Minister Lin's red lips parted slightly, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She instantly saw that this boy named Lin Yu was pretending to be weak, but she had no intention of exposing him publicly. This kind of person, knowing patience, having cunning methods, even playing all 10,000 spectators in his hands, was far more interesting than those so-called geniuses who only knew to fight. She looked deeply at Lin Yu's back and quietly memorized the name in her heart. On the arena, as time passed, the second round of elimination ended. On the huge holographic screen, the list of the 8 players directly advancing appeared. The host held a microphone and loudly announced the adjustment of the competition system to give players enough preparation time. Dear audience, after fierce competition, the 8 finalists have been decided. But to select the top 10 strongest in Jiangcheng, entering the precious first-level dimensional rift exploration. The remaining 2 top 10 spots will be left for the players just eliminated, to compete in the revival match this afternoon. And the highly anticipated top 10 ranking battle, which decides the final huge prize of millions or even tens of millions, will be held tomorrow morning. All 8 finalists, go back and rest well, recover your state. Tomorrow, we will not miss each other. Hearing this arrangement, the audience, though a bit reluctant, erupted in enthusiastic applause. In the waiting area of 3rd Middle School, the head coach, Chen Tao, was so excited his face was red, his voice trembling as he spoke. Because in the 8 finalist list displayed on the holographic screen, Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School had, unprecedentedly, secured 4 seats. Besides Song Wanqing and Lin Yu, there were 2 other strong students. Good. Wonderful. You are all the pride of 3rd Middle School. Chen Tao praised everyone without reservation, but when his eyes swept over Lin Yu, his excitement paused slightly, his expression turning complicated. Recalling Lin Yu's 2 absurd victories, Chen Tao held back for a while, coughed twice, walked forward, patted Lin Yu's shoulder, and earnestly advised. Lin Yu, luck is also part of strength, hope you keep it tomorrow. The 4 who advanced today can now disband and rest. You don't need to watch the revival match. Go back and replenish your spiritual potions if needed, sleep if needed. But remember, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, absolutely do not be late. Yes, everyone replied in unison. Amidst the noisy crowd, Lin Yu was the first to walk out of the gym carrying his backpack. At this moment, in Jiang City, a gentle breeze blew, and the sky was gradually darkening. Lin Yu stood on the main street outside the gym, recalling the stunning yet terrifyingly powerful Minister Lin in the stands. His desire to become stronger grew even more intense. Lin Yu calculated in his mind, reached out, hailed a taxi, and opened the door to get in. Driver, take me to the old district of Jiang City. Chapter 40, Compensation? Sister wants you. Night fell, and the neon lights in the old district of Jiang City flickered in a mix of decay and luxury. A taxi stopped at the entrance of a hidden alley. Lin Yu pushed the door open, took a black mask from his pocket, and put it on his face. At the front of the Dark Star auction house, 2 security guards immediately stepped forward, eyes stern, reaching out to stop him. Stop. Lin Yu said nothing, flicking his fingers lightly. A black card emitting a dark golden glow arced under the dim light. Seeing the mark on the card, the 2 guards suddenly bowed 90 degrees. Master, please come in. With the exclusive VIP elevator reaching the top floor, the luxury of the large flat hit him immediately. Inside the apartment, the main lights were off, only a few dim, intimate lights glowed. Song Yun leaned lazily by the floor-to-ceiling window, wearing a sexy black deep V evening gown tonight. The silky fabric clung to her mature, full figure like rippling water, showing her snowy skin, proud curves, and perfect proportions vividly. She held a glass of red wine in her hand, swirling it gently, her eyes full of unspoken longing. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Lin Yu, seen earlier today on the holographic screen. At this moment, the intercom outside the door carried the respectful voice of a guard. Supervisor, a master wearing a black mask requests to see you. Song Yun paused slightly with the wine glass in her hand, then her red lips curved into a small smile. She knew her prey had voluntarily come to her. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Lin Yu, wearing the black mask, strode in. As soon as he entered, his gaze landed on Song Yun's extremely provocative deep V gown. Even with his strong will, facing such a visual shock stirred a ripple in his heart. But he controlled his emotions, eyes deep, giving nothing away under the mask. Since Song Yun already knew Lin Yu's real identity, she naturally wouldn't miss this chance. She put down the wine glass, walked seductively with a fragrant allure, slowly approaching Lin Yu. "Mr. Lin, why do you have time to see me tonight? Did the match end so quickly?" Song Yun exhaled softly, her body almost brushing Lin Yu's chest, her peach blossom eyes stretched, deliberately dragging the tone to test. "Or should I call you, Zhang City No. 3 High School's Lin classmate?" She stared at Lin Yu expectantly, trying to break his mental defenses with the ultimate charm of a mature woman, hoping to see this 18-year-old hot-blooded boy flustered or struggling to hide his identity. However, Lin Yu did not follow the expected script. Facing the close-range deep V temptation and the exposure of his identity, Lin Yu showed no change in expression. He smiled lightly, walked past Song Yun, and sat down calmly on the sofa. "Since Supervisor Song watched the live broadcast today, there's no need for me to hide anything," Lin Yu said casually. "I came to see you for serious matters. I want you to help me check the current progress of Zhao Li's investigation. Also, regarding Lai Huaxiong's death, has it caused any chain reactions?" Saying this, Lin Yu placed the black card on the coffee table, speaking seriously. "I understand the rules. How much do these intelligence reports cost?" "I will pay the full price." Hearing Lin Yu's question, Song Yun was first stunned for a moment, then her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. "Lai Huaxiong died at your hands, and you want to understand the aftermath of his death. That's normal." Song Yun looked at Lin Yu, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked in confusion, "But Zhao Li? Recently, he's been crazily investigating the cause of his son Zhao Tang's death like a mad dog. Why would a student from the 3rd high school like you suddenly care about Zhao Tang's case?" As soon as her words fell, a flash of disbelief passed through Song Yun's mind. She suddenly remembered the tragic scene when Lai Huaxiong died at Lin Yu's hands, and Zhao Tang was also a student from the 3rd high school. "You?" Song Yun suddenly covered her red lips, her eyes now filled with unbelievable shock, and her voice slightly trembled from extreme astonishment. "Zhao Tang, did you kill him too?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu leaned back on the sofa, neither confirming nor denying it. He simply sat quietly, his deep, indifferent eyes behind the mask calmly watching Song Yun. Looking at Lin Yu's calm demeanor, Song Yun felt a chill run through her body, followed immediately by excitement. An 18-year-old high school student, calmly slaughtering the heir of one of Jiangqing's 3 major families, and then going to school every day as if nothing happened, even coming here to trade information with her coldly. How decisive and ruthless. "Don't worry." Song Yun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves inside her heart. "I will never reveal a word of this to anyone, and I will help you investigate Zhao Li's every move in detail." After speaking, she stepped forward and shoved the black card back into Lin Yu's arms. Then, under Lin Yu's somewhat surprised gaze, Song Yun unreservedly straddled his lap and wrapped her hands around his neck. "Bad little brother, you're really a heartless man." Song Yun's eyes sparkled, a trace of resentment mixed with seduction, and her long fingers gently traced the edge of Lin Yu's mask. "Earlier, when you were at my house, you were so domineering, so unreasonable. Now that you're wearing pants, you're suddenly so polite with me? You want to use money to distance yourself from me?" Lin Yu felt the shocking softness and incredible curve on his legs, his Adam's apple moving slightly, and he sighed helplessly. "Supervisor Song, about last time. I can compensate you. Whether it's high-level cultivation resources or the magical beast materials you need, name your price." Upon hearing Lin Yu speak seriously about making a deal, Song Yun chuckled lightly. "What would I do with cold, lifeless materials?" Song Yun bent down, her red lips almost touching Lin Yu's earlobe, and her voice was a soft, tingling whisper. "Sister doesn't want your verbal promises or your resources. If you really want to make amends, then take some real action. I can give you the information for free, even help you investigate everything, but I don't want money." Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she whispered in Lin Yu's ear, "I want you." Feeling the warm breath in his ear and the provocative friction in his lap, the fire in Lin Yu's eyes could no longer be contained. He stopped speaking. Lin Yu raised one hand, wrapping it around Song Yun's slender waist, while his other hand decisively grabbed his black mask and yanked it off, casually tossing it onto the thick wool carpet. A flicker of intense fire flashed in Lin Yu's deep eyes. After a moment of suggestive, hormonally charged back and forth, Lin Yu shifted from passive to active, suddenly pressing Song Yun onto the wide leather sofa. "Mum." Song Yun let out a satisfied, delicate cry, obediently closing her eyes. Soon, in the luxurious penthouse, spring flourished. Song Yun, thoroughly satisfied, received the compensation she desired. While the world outside was in chaos, with intense battles unfolding, inside Lin Yu's beast-controlling space, things were boiling over. Sensing the drastic emotional fluctuations from his master and the soul link shared, some indescribable, mosaic-like images came through. She anxiously scrambled with all 8 legs inside the beast space. It ran frantically through the beast space in a fit of rage, spitting silk and weaving webs as it moved. "It's that wicked woman again. Damn, that wicked woman. Let go of my master, and let me come." Ah! I will tie her up with venomous silk and hang her from a tree, beating her relentlessly. In a corner of the beast space, Lin was covered in the silk Bai Zhi had spun. Always cold and aloof, Lin could no longer maintain his calm at this moment. Lin's two sharp purple crystal sickles carved deep furrows in the ground as he restlessly slashed the earth. In his compound eyes, a strong sense of unwillingness flashed through. Listening to the sounds from outside, Lin swung his sickles down fiercely, angrily protesting in his mind. This is too much, that sly human female. I came first. I haven't even had my time with the master. If anyone should come first, it should be me, not that stupid spider. Chapter 41, A Night of Madness Leads to a Blocked Point. The next morning. Sunlight poured through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling into the luxurious penthouse on the top floor of Dark Star Auction House. On the large bed, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, feeling the soreness all over his body. He reached back, trying to ease the pain in his lower back, and sighed deeply. Last night's battle had been far too wild and intense. Song Yun, a perfectly ripened beauty, once she dropped her guard, unleashed a passion and demand that was almost impossible to resist. The worst part was, Lin Yu not only had to deal with the storm from the outside world, but also had to divide his enormous mental energy to calm two little troublemakers in the beast space, who were about to tear the space apart. All night long, Bai Zhi had been furiously spitting silk inside the beast space, weaving the space into something like a spider's den, constantly muttering about hanging that wicked woman to dry on a tree. Meanwhile, the usually cold and proud Lin rarely showed jealousy, but last night he flipped over the vinegar jar. His sharp purple crystal sickles hacked deep ruts into the ground, his mind consumed with thoughts of I want to. Between the external storm and internal chaos, Lin Yu, despite his strong physique, felt a rare weariness. As the crisp sound of high heels echoed, the frosted glass bathroom door was pushed open. Song Yun, wrapped in a wine-red silk nightgown, gracefully stepped out. After a night of nourishment, her already cold and seductive face now radiated a glowing, refreshed look. Her fair skin had a tempting flush, her eyes and brows filled with an unshakable spring-like tenderness, and the mature woman's charm was enough to drive any man in Jiangcheng mad. Awake, little troublemaker. Song Yun swayed over to the bed with her seductive catwalk, her eyes openly filled with deep affection and the thrill of indulgence. She leaned down and placed a warm kiss on Lin Yu's cheek, her red lips curving slightly as she smiled and praised. I have to say, your 18-year-old physique, truly astonishing. As for the compensation you gave last night, sister is very, very satisfied. Lin Yu leisurely put on his clothes, looking at Song Yun in front of him. As long as you're satisfied. Since I took your information, I naturally had to make it worth your while. You really are an unsentimental brat, talking about business at this time. Song Yun playfully rolled her eyes at him, but her expression gradually became serious. She walked to the bedside, opened a drawer, and took out a black phone, handing it to Lin Yu. This is the highest level encrypted communicator within Dark Star. It only stores my private direct line. Even the military's Skynet system can't track or locate it. Song Yun put away her seductive demeanor and said seriously. Zhao Li, that mad dog, will eventually track you down. From today onwards, as soon as I catch any hint of Zhao Li's investigation progress, or if the Zhao family makes any secret moves against you, I will notify you immediately through this number. Hearing this, Lin Yu put his phone back in his pocket and looked at Song Yun with deep eyes. They nodded at each other, understanding without words. It's about time. I should go to the gym. Lin Yu glanced at the clock on the wall, then turned and walked toward the elevator. Lin Yu. Song Yun softly called after him from behind. Don't call me Supervisor Song from now on, it feels distant. Call me Sister Yun. I'll call you Brother Lin. Hearing this, Lin Yu just waved casually, then disappeared behind the closing elevator doors. 8 a.m., Central Jiang City, open-air holographic stadium. After yesterday afternoon's revival matches, the top 10 strongest players of this year's Senior Beast Master League finally gathered. The circular stands, big enough for 100,000 people, were fully packed and buzzing with voices. But in the waiting area of Jiang City No. 3 High School, the atmosphere was unusually tense and oppressive. Team coach Chen Tao clutched the player list tightly, pacing back and forth like ants on a hot pan. Where is Lin Yu? What time is it now? What time is it? How many times did I warn him yesterday? Absolutely cannot be late. And today this kid just disappears, not even answering his phone. Besides Lin Yu, the other 3 students from No. 3 High School who advanced were already lined up, ready for battle. Coach, I think you shouldn't wait. Let's just say our school only has 3 people advancing. Li Chang, standing in the lineup, sneered, full of mockery and disdain. Everyone knows how Lin Yu won the first 2 rounds. Isn't it just crazy luck at its peak? Li Chang glanced at the big screen, curling his lips in contempt. This is the top 10 ranking match. Anyone standing here is a ruthless fighter who has seen blood. Even if Lin Yu is lucky, facing those killers from number 1 high school, his first stage middle rank spider probably won't last a second. It will be crushed into meat. I think he probably knows his luck is used up, afraid of being beaten alive in the arena, so he turned into a hiding turtle, running away without fighting. These words immediately drew agreement from several students around. Exactly, Li Chang is right. Facing someone as brutal as Zhao Kuang, not coming is wise. At least he can keep his life. Getting into the top 10 by luck is already a miracle. Would he really go on stage to die? Amid the rising cold ridicule, only Song Wanqing at the front of the lineup remained silent. She kept looking back toward the entrance of the player channel, her face full of worry and anxiety. In her heart, Song Wanqing quietly rejected everyone's ridicule. Although she had little contact with Lin Yu these days on the field, his calm in front of collapsing mountains and his deep composure facing strong enemies were definitely not fake. If it's not fear, then why hasn't he appeared? Song Wanqing's heart sank sharply. Could it be that he met some accident on the way, making it impossible for him to reach the arena? Thinking this, Song Wanqing's face turned slightly pale. At this moment, the giant holographic screen above the stadium suddenly lit up, emitting a loud electronic sound. Top 10 to 5. First round ranking group, random draw begins. The eyes of 100,000 people were instantly drawn to it. On the big screen, the avatars of 10 players began spinning and mixing wildly. Ding! 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 With a few alert sounds, the image froze, showing 5 groups of match lists to everyone. Zhao Kuang, standing in the number 1 high school waiting area, immediately lifted his head, searching for Lin Yu's name on the screen. When he saw that his opponent was a student from number 2 high school, Zhao Kuang snorted coldly, clearly annoyed. This loser just got lucky today. But fine, let him go this time. When we meet in the later ranking match, I'll make Shadow Blood Lion chew every bone in his body, bit by bit. Meanwhile, in the waiting area of 3rd middle school, when everyone saw Lin Yu's group, they were first stunned, then burst into laughter. Jiangcheng 3rd middle school, Lin Yu versus Jiangcheng 3rd middle school, Song Wanqing. It's an internal battle. Li Chang immediately laughed, slapping his thigh in delight. Great, now it doesn't matter if he comes or not. Facing Song the school beauty's Frost Snow Spirit Fox in extreme cold domain at mid-second rank, his broken spider would be instantly killed on stage. Not coming actually saves him from public shame. Song Wanqing looked at the match list on the big screen, her eyes more complicated. At this moment, the host held the microphone and stood in the very center of the stage. His expression was excited, his voice carried through the speakers and echoed loudly. Citizens of Jiangcheng. The most exciting top 10 ranking battles are about to begin. Allow me to announce the rules for this 10 to 5 round. To test the player's stress resistance and on-the-spot reactions, these 5 battles will happen at the same time on 5 separate holographic stages. Remember, in these 5 simultaneous battles, the first player to lose fighting power and be eliminated will be ranked 10th in this league, and so on. The 5 winners will advance to the next round to compete for the top 3. As the host finished speaking, the other 4 groups of players, along with Song Wanqing, climbed the steps to their assigned stage areas one by one. There were 10 players, but only 9 appeared. The position opposite Song Wanqing was empty. The host looked at the participant list, then at the empty stage, frowning slightly. He raised his voice, with a hint of urgency. Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School, player Lin Yu. Please step on stage immediately and prepare. The crowd of 100,000 erupted in laughter at the empty spot where no one appeared. He ran. That kid definitely ran. Ahaha, I knew it. All that so-called heaven-defying luck is just a joke against real strength. The Luck King is finally exposed, too scared even to step on stage. Meanwhile, the city council and major families atop the high platform shook their heads with cold smiles. Zhao Li held his teacup, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Trash is always trash. Even a lowly bloodline crawling out of the slums, no matter a bit of lucky chance, in a big scene like this, will show its true self, too scared to stand on a top 10 stage. Amid all the disdain and mockery aimed at Lin Yu, only Minister Lin, sitting in the center of the stands, slightly narrowed his eyes, tapping the armrest rhythmically with his fingers. Could he really be scared off by such a scene? Minister Lin thought silently, recalling Bai Zhi, and how Lin Yu, when facing her terrifying pressure, had a first reaction of not backing down at all, muscles tensed. That boy's gaze doesn't look like someone who would be afraid and retreat in battle. Minister Lin's lips curved slightly. What secret are you hiding? Don't disappoint me, Lin Yu. On the stage, the host, still waiting for the player, looked increasingly displeased. He raised the microphone and loudly announced the final rule of the match. According to the Jiangcheng League Committee, if the countdown reaches 0 and the beast tamer has not entered the stage, it will be considered a forfeit. Now, the countdown begins. On the big screen, the numbers started jumping. 60. 59. Amid the mechanical countdown, everyone watched with anticipation and curiosity. Song Wanqing stood alone on the stage as a breeze blew past. Lin Yu, where are you? Are you really not coming? Time passed second by second, but still, there was no sign of Lin Yu at the entrance of the player tunnel. The boos and jeers from the crowd had reached their peak. Everyone was waiting to see this so-called lucky win become the biggest joke in Jiangqing's history. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. As the countdown neared 0, the host shook his head. He raised the microphone, took a deep breath, and prepared to announce. The countdown is about to end, and since Lin Yu has failed to arrive on time, I regret to announce that. Wait. I don't think I've completely missed the time, right? Just as the host was about to say the words forfeit, a clear voice came from the deep shadows of the player tunnel. 100,000 gazes turned in unison toward the sound, staring at the tunnel entrance. Lin Yu stepped onto the stage in the last second of the countdown, slowly walking up amidst the stunned and shocked gazes of the entire crowd of 100,000. Chapter 42, Since everyone thinks I'm lucky, I won't pretend anymore, I'm giving up. Tap, tap, tap. On the holographic screen, the countdown 0 was still flashing. The host stood frozen with the microphone, not moving. He blankly watched Lin Yu walk out of the shadows of the player tunnel, subconsciously glancing at the countdown. I don't think I've completely missed the time, right? Lin Yu calmly looked at the host. The host swallowed, although he was extremely dissatisfied with this last-minute timing. In front of so many people, rules were rules. He could only brace himself and loudly announce to the crowd, Lin Yu has arrived on the stage within the allotted time, his qualification for the match is valid, and he is allowed to compete. With the host's declaration, the stadium, which had been calm for a moment, erupted with an even more intense roar than before. But this roar was not of cheering, it was filled with overwhelming mockery and boos. Damn, did this kid not wake up from yesterday's sleep? He actually dares to come up? He's a last-second maniac. I really thought he was going to chicken out, but this lucky guy actually dares to die today. His opponent is a second-tier Frost Snow Spirit Fox. Does he really think he can win with luck after stepping onto the stage? Today, we'll see this lucky king freeze into an ice sculpture. The audience was in an uproar. Meanwhile, on the stage, Li Chang and the others' faces were ashen. He's simply looking for death. Li Chang gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Yu stepping onto the stage, cursing furiously. He's just here to embarrass us. Does he even understand the value of a second-tier beast? When he gets killed, let's see what face he has left to stay at school. At the same time, in the high seats, the senior members of the Jiangcheng Council and the heads of various families sneered coldly at the face of Lin Yu on the big screen. To them, this was just a lower-class poor guy desperately making a final struggle for his pathetic pride. Only sitting in the center, Minister Lin, her eyes gleamed with intense interest. She lazily propped her chin with one hand, her body slightly leaned forward, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu. This is really interesting. Minister Lin thought silently to herself. She had seen countless people and geniuses. When those people faced a set death trap, they were either angry, terrified, or pretending to stay calm. But in Lin Yu's eyes, she saw nothing. No waves, no fear, not even a hint of a desire to prove himself. Facing an inevitable defeat and the entire crowd's mockery, what gives him this confidence? Minister Lin's red lips curved slightly. Does he still have an unknown trump card, or is he scheming something? On the stage, Song Wanqing looked at Lin Yu standing across from her, sighing deeply. I'm glad you're okay, Song Wanqing said softly, looking at Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded slightly. But, since I've stepped onto this stage, out of respect for the competition and for you, I won't hold back. Song Wanqing's eyes instantly became serious and sharp. As a beastmaster, her pride wouldn't allow her to go easy on the stage. She suddenly raised her slender arm, and her fingertips erupted with a dazzling ice blue summoning light. Come out, Frost Snow Spirit Fox. With a crisp fox cry, the Frost Snow Spirit Fox leaped out from the summoning array. Its three fluffy fox tails swayed in the wind, each movement scattering ice crystals in the air. The terrifying pressure of a mid-tier second-rank magical beast instantly swept across the entire arena. Frost Snow Spirit Fox, Extreme Cold Domain. Song Wanqing showed no mercy. The Frost Snow Spirit Fox raised its head and let out a lone howl. In an instant, centered on it, deep blue frost wildly spread across the stage. The temperature of the surrounding air dropped at a terrifying speed, below freezing point, and visible ice crystals and snowflakes began to form and dance in the air. Song Wanqing stood in the snowstorm, her expression serious. She looked at Lin Yu, who hadn't even summoned his beast yet, and thought that if this were a real battle, Lin Yu would already be dead. Lin Yu, you managed to stand here despite the mockery of the entire arena, proving you're not a coward. But the extreme cold domain of a second-rank beast is something you cannot resist with just your body. It's best to withdraw now before your core is frozen. Hearing Song Wanqing's advice and feeling the growing chill around him, Lin Yu stood still. At this moment, the host in the air had already raised the red flag in his hand. The top 10 into 5 ranking battle officially begins. At the moment the host's words fell, in the other 4 separated holographic arenas, the sounds of magical beasts clashing erupted, and colorful spiritual energy soared into the sky. But among the 100,000 spectators, at least half had their eyes fixed on the number 5 arena where Lin Yu was. They craned their necks, eyes wide. Everyone wanted to see if the lucky contestant would still have his luck or if he would be directly frozen into an ice sculpture. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the frost from the extreme cold domain had already rapidly spread across the ground, reaching just in front of Lin Yu's toes. In one more second, it would completely freeze his legs. At this moment, Lin Yu's mind was weighing the pros and cons. Winning against Songwonching means nothing to me. Lin Yu was running the calculations in his mind. If he summoned Bai Zhi now, or directly used his body to withstand the second-rank magical beast, he could undoubtedly impress the audience and win loud applause. But at what cost? The cost would be exposing his true trump cards and strength too early. Once he revealed his combat abilities far beyond that of a high school student, not only would Zhao Li lock onto him sooner, but the higher-ups would also take notice of him. The rules of the competition are that the first to lose their combat ability is ranked 10th. Lin Yu had a sudden flash of insight. There is no difference between 10th and 1st when it comes to qualifying for the first-ranked dimensional rift. My goal now is simply to get that ticket. As for the prize money, I don't need it right now. Just as the frost of the extreme cold domain was about to touch his pants leg, Lin Yu calmly raised his right hand high. Under the expectant gazes of 100,000 people, and the watchful eyes of Songwonching, Lin Yu remained unfazed, speaking plainly to the referee in the air. I surrender. At these words, everyone opened their mouths in disbelief, questioning if their ears were malfunctioning. There was no heated, dramatic challenge, no bizarre, absurd luck. Only a quick, crisp, and decisive I surrender without a second of hesitation. What the hell? 3 seconds later, the crowd finally reacted. Damn! I already took off my pants. You just want me to look at this? What the hell, he's like a cowardly turtle, surrendering without even fighting? He doesn't even have the guts to summon a beast? The face of Jiangcheng No. 3 High School has been completely ruined by this guy, useless, utterly useless. The referee froze in midair for a moment before hastily raising the red flag and stammering into the microphone to announce. On Arena 5. Lin Yu, the contestant, has voluntarily surrendered. He is the first to be eliminated. According to the rules, Lin Yu is directly ranked as 10th place in this league. This announcement sparked an even more dramatic scene on Arena 1 next door. On Arena 1, Zhao Kuang from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School was grinning savagely, commanding his shadow bloodlion to tear his opponent, Kai Yi, into pieces, intending to establish his unbeatable reputation. Kai Yi was still struggling desperately when suddenly the broadcast announced, Lin Yu was ranked as 10th place. Kai Yi's mind went blank for a moment, and then he snapped back to reality. Wait, the first person to surrender is ranked 10th, and there's a guaranteed spot in the dimensional rift. A burst of wild joy exploded in his eyes. Shit, since someone has surrendered, I can't possibly be the last one anymore. If I surrender now, I'll be in 9th place. After all, I wasn't the first to surrender, I don't have any shame left, so why should I keep taking this madman's beating? Having figured out this logic, Kai Yi didn't hesitate for a second. Referee, I surrender, I admit defeat. I'm done. Without a second thought, he raised both hands high, shouting at the top of his lungs, and scrambled toward the edge of the arena. Leaving behind only Zhao Kuang and his shadow bloodlion, who were frozen in place, ready to start their killing spree. You get your ass back here. Zhao Kuang watched as his opponent jumped off the arena and ran away. His carefully planned killing show ended just like that. Lin Yu. Zhao Kuang realized that it was Lin Yu's surrender that triggered this chain reaction, his eyes turning bloodshot, veins popping on his neck, and he let out a helpless roar toward the sky. I'll fuck your grandpa. Don't let me see you again, or I will make you wish you were dead. From the high seats, Zhao Li was holding a teacup, originally waiting to see Lin Yu being forced to reveal his true strength. After all, in the previous 2 rounds, Lin Yu had not made a move. But now, Lin Yu had surrendered and secured the 10th place spot, leaving the arena unscathed. Naturally suspicious, Zhao Li frowned, and the water in his teacup slightly shook. First that strange stroke of luck, now this shameless surrender. Zhao Li narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Lin Yu's back. This kid. What is he hiding? Tanger's death, it definitely has something to do with you. Minister Lin sat in the center, watching as Lin Yu calmly walked off the stage on the big screen. Not burdened by fame, with a clear goal, smooth methods that can even be described as shameless, whatever it takes to achieve the ultimate goal, face, and mockery be damned. Such terrifying pragmatism. This 18-year-old boy is more clear-headed and frightening than these old foxes who have been in the political field for decades. Minister Lin leaned slightly against his chair, flipping through Lin Yu's file. Insect type, huh? Chapter 43, Chaos, the End of the League. The match on the arena had reached a boiling point. In order to secure the remaining 4 spots in the top 5, the contestants were pulling out all the stops. With the tragic roars of the magical beasts and the crashing sounds of spiritual energy colliding, the arena quickly became stained with bright red. Half an hour later, the elimination round from 10 to 5 concluded. On the holographic screen, the top 5 of this year's Zhongqing Senior High School Beast Master League were fixed. The host stepped back onto the stage, his hand shaking slightly as he held the microphone, his voice booming throughout the entire sports center. Ladies and gentlemen of Zhongqing, after fierce competition, the 5 strongest of Zhongqing have been born. Next up, the first battle for the highest honor of this league. To test the players' comprehensive combat skills, tactical judgment, and pressure resistance to the fullest, this final showdown will no longer follow the one-on-one format. The host took a deep breath and suddenly pointed to the massive arena behind him. Instead, 5 players will compete on the same stage, and the last one standing on the arena will be the undisputed king of this league. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd of 100,000 erupted into cheers and screams. A melee means there will be no luck, only the most extreme chaos and the toughest strength clashing together. Boom, the enormous roar of mechanical gears turning echoed, and the originally split 5-segment holographic arena quickly merged into a giant arena, over 100 meters in diameter. 5 figures stepped onto the arena from 5 directions. Zhongqing No. 3 Middle School, Songwanqing, 2nd Tier Middle Level Frost Snow Spirit Fox. Zhongqing No. 1 Middle School, Zhao Kuang, 2nd Tier High Level Shadow Blood Lion. Zhongqing No. 2 Middle School, Wang Meng, 2nd Tier Low Level Rock Armored Giant Rhinoceros. Zhongqing No. 3 Middle School, Chen Shui, 2nd Tier Low Level Toxic Swamp Frog. Zhongqing No. 1 Middle School, Li Feng, 2nd Tier Low Level Storm Mantis. 5 massive beasts, exuding terrifying pressure, roared softly on the arena, 5 distinct spiritual energy fluctuations clashing violently in the air. Now, I announce. The match starts. With the referee's furious shout in mid-air, the red flag swung down sharply. On the edge of the arena, Wang Meng, Chen Shui, and Li Feng did not attack each other, but silently exchanged a look. They made it to the top 5, not because they were mindless brutes. They knew better than anyone that, whether it was Songwanqing's large-scale control domain of extreme cold or Zhao Kuang's high-level second-tier Shadow Blood Lion, both had the terrifying power to crush them. If they fought individually, the 3 of them would definitely be picked off one by the 2, and they wouldn't even be able to reach the top 3. To win, the only way was for the weaker ones to form an alliance and kick these 2 giants out first. Attack! Wang Meng from No. 2 Middle School took the first action. He widened his eyes, roaring. Rock-armored giant rhinoceros, earth-shattering wild charge. Roar! The rock-armored giant rhinoceros let out a deafening roar, its hooves smashing into the metal floor. Its entire body was covered in heavy rock armor, carrying the momentum of destruction as it rushed toward Songwanqing, creating a deep trench in its wake. At the same time, Chen Shui from No. 3 Middle School immediately followed up. Toxic swamp frog, corrosive toxic mist, cover the entire arena. The toxic swamp frog opened its mouth wide, releasing a wave of purple-black toxic mist that rushed toward the area where Zhao Kuang was located. Li Feng, positioned behind, commanded the Storm Mantis, Gale Blade. Dozens of crescent-shaped wind blades ripped through the air, creating a sharp sonic boom as they rained down on Songwanqing and Zhao Kuang from above. The 3 of them coordinated perfectly in their joint assault. Whether it was the ground attack, large-scale control, or air firepower suppression, they almost sealed off all escape routes. The crowd erupted into an astonished gasp, and everyone broke into a cold sweat. Facing the ferocious attack, Songwanqing's cold face showed no fear. Frost Snow Spirit Fox, Extreme Ice Wall. The 3 tails of the Frost Snow Spirit Fox rose in unison, its ice-blue eyes glowing brightly. Boom! A 2-meter-thick ice wall suddenly rose from the ground in front of Songwanqing. The next second, the rock-armored giant rhinoceros terrifying charge slammed into the ice wall. Bang! Crack! The deafening collision sound filled the arena, ice fragments flying everywhere, the extreme ice wall cracked with countless fissures, but still held up against the impact of the rock-armored giant rhinoceros. The rock-armored giant rhinoceros body was shaken back by the recoil, stumbling backward. A sudden dizziness hit the head. On the other side of the arena, facing the rushing corrosive poisonous mist and flying wind blades, Zhao Kuang sneered disdainfully. You trash, do you really think you can team up against me? Zhao Kuang's eyes sharpened, Shadow Blood Lion, Shadow Stealth. The Shadow Blood Lion, originally standing still, suddenly erupted with intense black-red light, its massive body turning into a blood-colored afterimage without substance, moving forward instead of retreating, merging directly into the poisonous mist. What? Chen Shui was shocked, looking around frantically. Above. A lion's roar suddenly exploded above Chen Shui's head. The Shadow Blood Lion appeared instantly above the poisoned swamp frog, its claws tearing through the air with a terrifying sonic boom, slashing down hard. The lower second-tier poison swamp frog's back was ripped open, finally being slammed out of the arena with a heavy crash against the protective wall, unconscious on the spot. Just one clash, and the three-person alliance had a gap torn open. Song Wanqing looked at the rock armor giant rhino swaying before the ice wall, her gaze icy cold, frozen. The extreme cold field instantly contracted, and ice wrapped around the rock armor giant rhino. Starting from its four hooves, solid ice spread upward at a speed visible to the naked eye. No matter how the rock armor giant rhino struggled and roared, in less than 5 seconds, it and its beast master Wang Meng were turned into two crystal-clear ice sculptures. The referee immediately raised the flag, Wang Meng, eliminated. The remaining Li Feng, seeing the danger, hurriedly commanded the storm mantis to try to flap away and escape. Trying to run? Too late. Zhao Kuang's eyes were full of cruelty. The shadow blood lion suddenly opened its bloody maw and spat out several scarlet chains. Blood shadow bind. The chains instantly wrapped around the storm mantis's legs in midair, and the shadow blood lion pulled hard. Bang! The storm mantis was forcibly dragged from the air, crashing heavily to the ground. In less than 5 minutes, the three-person alliance was quickly broken by the two. On the vast arena, ice shards and blood intermingled. Now, on the wide battlefield, only Song Wanqing and Zhao Kuang remained. The crowd of 100,000, after a brief shock, erupted into even crazier cheers. Go, goddess! Defeat Zhao Kuang! Song Wanqing, your frost snow spirit fox is really well trained. Zhao Kuang licked his lips, his eyes flashing with madness. But today, the first place can only be mine, Zhao Kuang. Give up now, or suffer physical pain. Upon hearing this, Song Wanqing's cold eyes flashed with killing intent, directly commanding the frost snow spirit fox to unleash its strongest move. Frost snow spirit fox, Wrath of Winter. The arena's temperature instantly dropped to a terrifying extreme, forming a small blizzard. Countless ice and snow rapidly gathered in midair, forming hundreds of ice spears raining down on Zhao Kuang. With this power, any ordinary second-tier beast would be instantly pierced like a porcupine. However, Zhao Kuang threw his head back and laughed arrogantly. Let me show you what true power is. Shadow Blood Lion, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Roar! The Shadow Blood Lion roared to the sky, its size instantly swelling, fur dyed red by blood seeping from its veins, flames of blood burning across its body. In its frenzied state, the Shadow Blood Lion did not dodge, charging straight through the falling ice spears. Countless ice spears pierced the blood flames, cutting deep wounds into its body. But the blood only fueled the Shadow Blood Lion's madness, and with a do-or-die force, it tore through Song Wanqing's extreme cold field. No! Song Wanqing's face changed drastically. The frenzied Shadow Blood Lion became a blood-colored lightning, appearing instantly in front of the Frost Snow Spirit Fox. Its massive paw burning with blood flames slammed down, shattering the hastily formed ice shield in front of the Spirit Fox. The enormous impact force slammed the Frost Snow Spirit Fox firmly onto the arena. The Spirit Fox let out a painful, sorrowful cry. Song Wanqing was also sent flying by the shockwave, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, her body weakly half-kneeling on the ground, gasping for air. The bloodshot-eyed Zhao Kuang had no intention of stopping. He looked at Song Wanqing, who was kneeling on the ground, and a flash of cruelty flickered in his eyes. The Shadow Blood Lion, under his command, opened its bloody jaws, sharp fangs aiming directly at the Frost Snow Spirit Fox's neck. He wanted to kill the Frost Snow Spirit Fox. Zhao Kuang, stop! Just as everyone thought the Frost Snow Spirit Fox was doomed, a furious shout suddenly rang out. The entire crowd of 100,000 people was startled. Up in the stands, Jelly tightly gripped the glass railing, roaring at the arena below with a voice that almost shattered. On the arena, Zhao Kuang, who was about to give the fatal order, trembled violently from the roar. He lifted his head in disbelief and looked toward the family head in the high stands. In Zhao Kuang's impression, the family head was always a ruthless hero who remained unfazed even when a mountain collapsed before him. He had never seen the family head so disheveled, even with deep fear in his eyes. Though unwilling, Zhao Kuang withdrew the violent Shadow Blood Lion under Zhao Li's imposing gaze. The Shadow Blood Lion let out an unwilling low growl, released its claws, and retreated back to Zhao Kuang's side. In the waiting area, Lin Yu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Song Wanqing, who was half-kneeling on the stage, a trace of unusual emotion flashing in his eyes. With the referee's whistle signaling the end of the match, the Senior High School Beastmaster League came to a complete close. Zhao Kuang won first place with overwhelming strength, while Song Wanqing settled for second. As the host loudly invited, the top 10 talents of the league climbed onto the central podium one by one. Spotlights shone down. The top 9 contestants, even the champion Zhao Kuang, were all gasping heavily, still wearing the disheveled appearance of a battle. Only Lin Yu, standing at the 10th position, exuded a lazy demeanor as if just waking up. Among a group of talented individuals who were covered in wounds, having exhausted all their strength for honor, Lin Yu's untouched, indifferent appearance stood out sharply, once again drawing a wave of discontent from the audience. The mayor of Jiang City personally walked onto the stage, acting as the award presenter, handing out the league coin prize cards to each of the 10. After the prize distribution, Mayor Jiang took the microphone. Congratulations, you've earned the ticket to explore more secrets of this world. The huge reward is just an ornament, the real reward lies ahead of you. Prepare well when you return. In 3 days, the military will personally escort you 10 to enter the first-tier dimensional rift outside Jiang City. Jiang City, Zhao Family Estate. Slap. A heavy, resounding slap echoed abruptly through the room. Zhao Quan, who had just won first place in the Jiang City League, was sent staggering back 2 steps from the slap. He covered his swollen left cheek, lowering his head, not daring to breathe too loudly. Zhao Li's face was ashen, his eyes filled with deep caution as he coldly stared at him. I warn you, once you enter the dimensional rift, absolutely do not provoke song-launching. Yes. Zhao Kuang responded in a low voice. Although there was confusion in his eyes, there was even more fear towards Zhao Li. He knew that something about Song Wanqing's background was beyond his imagination if it made Zhao Li so cautious. The matter with Song Wanqing ends here. Zhao Li took a deep breath and withdrew his gaze. What you really need to handle now is that kid named Lin Yu. Zhao Quan lifted his head and listened quietly. I originally wanted to use this league to force him to reveal his true cards, to see if he was responsible for Tanger's death. Zhao Li suddenly clenched his fist. The result is that the kid was extremely cautious, and actually directly admitted defeat, but I couldn't wait any longer. I've arranged for Luo Kai and Cheng Feng to watch him outside the gym. A murderous look flashed in Zhao Li's eyes. As soon as he's alone, bring him back to me immediately. I'll personally pry open his mouth and see who's hiding behind him. Meanwhile, outside the Jiangcheng City Center gym. The competition had ended, and the dense crowd was gradually dispersing. Lin Yu walked alone out of the gym through a secluded side door. Just as he stepped outside the gate, a cold reminder echoed in his mind. Master, someone is following us. I know. Lin Yu responded calmly. He had already sensed that faint gaze from behind. At this critical moment, the person following him was most likely someone arranged by Zhao Li. Lin Yu didn't turn around. He walked to the roadside, casually hailed a taxi, gave an obscure location, and got in. In a black sedan not far behind him, Luo Kai and Cheng Feng exchanged a glance, immediately started the engine, and followed. After the two groups left, a man in a trench coat slowly stepped out from the shadows near the gym's side door. He watched Lin Yu and the pursuers leave, then took out a communicator and reported in a low voice, "The target has left, should we continue surveillance?" A cold female voice came from the other end of the communicator. Continue surveillance. The taxi drove away from the bustling city and finally stopped in an abandoned slum area rarely visited by people. There were ruins everywhere, overgrown with weeds, and the dim lighting made the surroundings feel especially desolate. Lin Yu paid the fare and got out of the car. He walked a few steps forward and stopped in an open area filled with rubble. He turned around and looked at the black sedan that had just stopped 100 meters away, speaking in a usual tone. You've been following me the whole way, are you not going to come out? The black sedan's door opened, and Luo Kai and Cheng Feng stepped out. Both of them were high-level beast masters, their bodies radiating strong spiritual energy fluctuations. Kid, your anti-surveillance awareness is quite good. Luo Kai sized up Lin Yu, who was alone. Who sent you here? Lin Yu asked calmly. Cheng Feng twisted his neck, making a cracking sound. If you're smart, come with us willingly. When we get there, you'll naturally know who wants to see you. If you force us to take action, don't blame us for being rough if you end up missing an arm or a leg. Lin Yu glanced at them, showing no intention of responding. Seeing Lin Yu's uncooperative attitude, Luo Kai's gaze turned cold. Move, take him directly. With the light of 2 summoning arrays, 2 massive Tier 3 low-level magical beasts landed with a loud thud. One was a bone-spiked wolf with sharp bone spurs all over its body and glowing green eyes, a Tier 3 low-level bone-blade demon wolf. The other was a thick-armed ape with heavy armor on its chest, a Tier 3 low-level ironback monkey. The 2 Tier 3 magical beasts let out ear-splitting roars, their murderous aura instantly sweeping across the entire abandoned slum, causing the surrounding rubble to shake slightly. Kid, you're refusing to drink the wine, so you'll have to drink the punishment wine. Today, I'm going to cripple you. Facing the 2 Tier 3 magical beasts, Lin Yu didn't hesitate at all and immediately raised his hand. 2 beams of light, one purple and one white, flashed by, and Rin and Bai Zhi appeared in front of Lin Yu in an instant. What? Dual contracts? You're a high school student, and you've contracted 2 magical beasts at the same time? Luo Kai and Cheng Feng's faces changed, and they immediately realized that this high school student was far from ordinary. They had never heard of any student, who had just awakened not long ago, being able to control 2 magical beasts at once. This kid is suspicious, no wonder the master wanted us to handle it personally. Luo Kai's eyes narrowed, making a quick judgment. Don't delay, end this quickly, capture the leader first. Boneblade Demon Wolf, Ironback Monkey, go tie down those two beasts, we'll go capture that kid. In their eyes, no matter how monstrous Lin Yu's talent was, or how many contracts he had, his body was still just that of a weak 18-year-old high school student. As long as they avoided the beasts, with their superior physical strength as senior beast masters, they could easily subdue Lin Yu in an instant. Roar! Two third-tier magical beasts immediately obeyed the command, roaring as they pounced toward Rin and Bai Zhi, trying to hold them in place. Meanwhile, Luo Kai and Changfeng moved in from the left and right, turning into two afterimages, rushing straight toward Lin Yu. Want to capture the thief, capture the king first? Seeing the two charging from both sides, Lin Yu didn't dodge at all. Instead, he moved directly toward their attack. Just in time. Lin Yu suddenly reached out with both hands. Just as Luo Kai and Changfeng were about to grab his shoulders, Lin Yu was faster and seized both their wrists. Got them? No, something's wrong. Luo Kai felt a sudden, intense warning of danger rise in his heart. Before he could react, an overwhelming and terrifying force exploded from the palms of Lin Yu's hands. At this moment, Lin Yu's physical strength was on par with that of a lower third-tier magical beast. Crack! Lin Yu exerted force suddenly, and a crisp bone-cracking sound rang out. Luo Kai and Changfeng both cried out in pain. Their bodies, honed through countless trials as high-level beast masters, had their wrist bones shattered with just a casual grip from Lin Yu. This is impossible? You're a high school student, how can your strength be greater than a third-tier beast's? Ironback Ape, come help. Changfeng gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain. The Ironback Ape, which was originally preparing to attack Rin, roared and suddenly turned around. Its huge paws shattered the ground as it swung its powerful iron arms, aiming a heavy blow at Lin Yu's back. Lin Yu released their wrists, spun sharply, and clenched his fist. He met the Ironback Ape's punch head-on. Boom! A large and small fist collided with a deafening sound, causing an explosion that reverberated across the slums. A visible circular shockwave exploded from the center of the collision, instantly tearing through the surrounding grass and rubble, turning them into dust. Under the terrified gazes of Luo Kai and Changfeng. Crack, crack! The Ironback Ape, renowned for its strength, had its arm bones snap one by one. Its massive body was sent flying by Lin Yu's punch, crashing heavily into an abandoned brick wall and dying on impact. This is impossible, this absolutely cannot be. Luo Kai and Changfeng collapsed to the ground from the backlash caused by the death of their beast. Looking at the slowly approaching Lin Yu, both of them were filled with fear. On the other side, the Boneblade Demon Wolf, having lost its fighting spirit, was unable to hold out for even 10 seconds under Rin and Bai Zhi's siege. A purple blade of light flashed, and the Boneblade Demon Wolf's throat was sliced open, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Yu looked down at the two of them. I'll ask one last time. Who sent you? Luo Kai swallowed, his eyes filled with shock, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to say. We won't say anything. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yu's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly extended his right hand, grabbing Luo Kai's head and lifting him into the air. Luo Kai's feet dangled, and he struggled violently with both hands. Won't speak? Then die. Lin Yu coldly stared at him, his right hand tightening suddenly. With a muffled sound, Luo Kai's head was crushed with brutal force. Blood and brain matter immediately sprayed out, splattering the ground. The headless corpse convulsed twice in midair, then dropped heavily to the ground as Lin Yu released his grip. Seeing his comrade's head crushed by bare hands, the warm blood and a few drops of white brain matter splattering across his face, Changfeng trembled all over in fear. Demon, you're a demon. Changfeng braced himself with his hands, desperately trying to crawl backward, leaving a long trail of water on the ground. Lin Yu shook the blood off his hand, calmly turned his gaze towards Changfeng, and slowly extended his hand. What about you? Speak, or not speak? I'll speak. I'll speak. I confess everything. It's the Zhao family. It's Zhao Li who sent us. He ordered us to capture you and force you to reveal the truth about Master Zhao Tang's death. Please, don't kill me, I've confessed everything. Having obtained the answer he wanted, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Lin Yu whispered something under his breath, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Thank you for your cooperation. The next second, another headless corpse fell into a pool of blood. Lin Yu looked down at the two bodies on the ground, knowing that his time was running out. Right now, Zhao Li had only sent people to secretly test and capture him, still holding some respect for the high-ups and rules of Zhang City. But once the dimensional rift journey ended in 3 days, Zhao Li's patience would be completely exhausted, and he would no longer hold back. As the crystal cores disappeared from the bodies, Lin Yu's figure also vanished into the night. Chapter 45, Dimensional Rift. The next morning. Zhang City, Zhao Family Manor. Bang! A priceless blue and white porcelain vase was smashed hard onto the floor, instantly shattering into countless pieces. The large living room was in chaos, with precious antique paintings and calligraphy torn to pieces. The surrounding servants and bodyguards were silent as mice, not daring to even breathe, afraid to offend the master of the house. Zhao Li's eyes were bloodshot, glaring intensely at the TV screen in front of him. On the TV, Jiang City's morning news was playing. Although the critical parts of the footage were censored, Zhao Li recognized them immediately. The two headless corpses on the screen were none other than Luo Kai and Chang Feng, whom he had personally sent to follow Lin Yu yesterday. The two men's deaths were horrifyingly grotesque, their heads seemingly crushed by some terrifying, monstrous force. Even through the screen, one could feel the bloodiness and brutality of the scene. According to the latest report from the Jiang City Security Bureau, a heinous incident occurred last night in the abandoned slums in the southern part of the city. The news anchor reported solemnly, after an on-site inspection by high-level officials and experts from the Spirit Power Appraisal Department, traces of extremely violent and human spiritual energy were detected at the scene. This incident has been classified as a result of a wasteland monster infiltrating the city. In addition, the spokesperson of the Security Bureau stated that the method of the attack and the level of destruction at the scene closely resembled the death of businessman Lai Huaxiong in the East District of Jiang City not long ago. It is highly likely that the same or a group of high-level wasteland monsters was involved. The Security Bureau solemnly reminds citizens to minimize going out at night, lock their doors and windows, and be vigilant of monster attacks. Listening to the official report on the TV, Zhao Li smiled angrily, his chest heaving violently, and he kicked the last remaining glass coffee table in front of him with force. Wasteland monsters? Damn wasteland monsters! Zhao Li's anger turned to a cold, biting laugh. Who the hell are they fooling? Jiang City is surrounded by a military net, how could any high-level wasteland monster sneak into the city? And why the hell would it go to the slums, specifically targeting and killing the two advanced beast masters I sent to follow Lin Yu? At this moment, Zhao Li was absolutely certain Zhao Tang's death was undoubtedly caused by Lin Yu. This 18-year-old high school student hid a strength that even he found surprising. But what truly sent a chill down Zhao Li's spine was the attitude of the Security Bureau. Why? Zhao Li gritted his teeth, utterly puzzled. Why would those money-grubbing bastards in the Security Bureau cover for a high school student from the slums? They even packed up Lai Huaxiong's death and blamed it on some phantom monster? For the Jiang City Security Bureau to speak with one voice and mislead the public like this, it was definitely not something that could be achieved with just a little money or ordinary connections. Behind this, there must be an immense power, one that even the director of the Public Security Bureau dares not defy, applying pressure. Lin Yu. Two senior beastmasters have fallen into your hands. What secret are you hiding? Who is standing behind you? Zhao Li stared intensely at the two headless corpses on the TV screen, his eyes filled with unprecedented murderous intent. No matter what secret you're hiding, no matter who stands behind you, the grudge of killing my son cannot be forgiven. I will make you pay, and make Teng'er accompany you in death. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment in the city center, Song Yun, dressed in a light purple gauze dress, the semi-transparent fabric faintly revealing her curves, yet the misty effect only added more charm. She held a cup of steaming black coffee, lazily leaning on the sofa, watching the news report on the TV. Others might not know how Lai Huaxiong died, but she knew very clearly. Watching the gruesome scene of Luo Kai and Chang Feng without heads, the brutal method of murder, Song Yun's mind instantly conjured up the image of Lin Yu. But then, she realized the same question that Zhao Li had. This was obviously a man-made killing. Why would the Public Security Bureau use such a clumsy excuse and so blatantly cover up Lin Yu's whereabouts? Song Yun put down her coffee cup and took a deep breath. She suddenly realized that Lin Yu must have already been targeted by a major figure in Jiang City and secretly protected. Lin, little brother, how many surprises are you still hiding? Song Yun chuckled lightly, her chest heaving with the movement. 3 days later. In the morning, the sun shone brightly. Lin Yu woke up in the villa, washed up, and then sat on the sofa, calmly eating his breakfast. The TV in the living room was on, broadcasting the morning news. Apart from the usual repeated announcement about Zhao Li's 30 million bounty to find the murderer of Zhao Tang, another news report caught Lin Yu's attention. The Public Security Bureau once again reminds that recent sightings of wasteland magical beasts in the southern slums. Looking at the screen showing the crime scene with mosaics, Lin Yu slightly narrowed his eyes. That was the place where he had crushed Luo Kai and Cheng Feng's heads. Wasteland magical beasts? Lin Yu swallowed the food in his mouth, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. He knew very well what traces were left at the scene. As long as the Public Security Bureau sent people to investigate, they would have no trouble finding human-made clues. But the authorities used such a clumsy excuse and combined it with the Lai Huaxiong case, directly forcing the matter into a conclusion. Someone is helping me? Lin Yu's mind raced. But, why report it this way? Could it be that I've already attracted the attention of some big shot, and they are either trying to curry favor with me or have other intentions? No matter which scenario it was, it meant that the waters of Jiang City were deeper than he had imagined. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Yu turned off the TV, opened the door, and headed to school. When Lin Yu arrived at the school, he found that the usually noisy campus was now under strict martial law. There were no students on the playground, only several military armored vehicles painted with camouflage. Dozens of fully armed military beastmasters were on guard around the area. After confirming their identities, Lin Yu and Song Wanqing were guided onto the armored vehicles. With the heavy rumble of the engine, the armored vehicle drove out of the city center, speeding toward the wilderness outside the city. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was oppressive, no one spoke, and everyone rested with their eyes closed, adjusting their states. About 2 hours later, the armored vehicle passed through Jiang City's towering steel walls and slowly stopped within a highly guarded military blockade zone, surrounded by heavy artillery. Everyone, disembark, line up. With the cold shout of the officer, Lin Yu and the others jumped off the armored vehicle one by one. As soon as they raised their heads, everyone was deeply shocked by the sight before them. At the very center of the military blockade zone, floating in mid-air, was a massive circular vortex. The dimensional rift appeared in deep, profound blue, its edges radiating with shimmering waves, like a massive black hole. The edges of the dimensional rift continuously flickered with violent silver spatial turbulence, emitting a terrifying, heart-thumping oppressive force. This is the other major challenge that Blue Star must face, the dimensional rift. In front of the dimensional rift, 10 people had already gathered. Lin Yu stood at the back of the line, his eyes sweeping across the front, his gaze suddenly freezing. He saw her again, the woman he had seen on the platform. Today, she was dressed in military uniform, the stars on her shoulder epaulets gleaming brightly under the sun. When Lin Yu faced the woman up close, he felt a chilling aura. Such a terrifying presence. Lin Yu's pupils contracted slightly. On the surface, this woman appeared to just stand there casually, but Lin Yu could clearly feel the terrifying spiritual power contained within her. This woman is stronger than I imagined. Director Lin's gaze slowly swept over the people in front of him, finally pausing for a second on Lin Yu. Time's up. Director Lin's voice was cold and stern, with no unnecessary pleasantries, directly getting to the point. Before you enter this dimensional rift, as the highest commander of the Jiangqing Defense Zone, I need to tell you a few things. Your exploration time in the dimensional rift is limited to 3 days. Everything you acquire within these 3 days belongs to you, but you must exit after 3 days. Also, once you cross this gate, you will no longer be students protected by the school and the Alliance. Inside, there is no law, no morality, no surveillance, only the primal law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak. Each dimensional rift has a different environment. It could be one similar to Blue Star, or one you have never seen before. These are all things you will have to adapt to and overcome once you enter. Director Lin's tone suddenly turned sharp. Inside, you must guard not only against the interdimensional beasts that could leap out of the shadows and tear you apart at any moment, but also, sometimes, humans are even more terrifying than beasts. Upon hearing these words, many in the group changed their expressions slightly, instinctively pulling away from the people next to them. To prevent you from encountering unexpected situations right when you enter, the military has set up a spatial disturbance array at the rift's entrance. Director Lin extended his hand, pointing to the dimensional rift. At the moment you enter the rift, you will be randomly transported to different areas, with life and death left to fate. Good luck. Come back alive. Now, everyone, enter one by one. With Director Lin's command, Zhao Kuang, who was at the front, was the first to step into the rift. Soon, the 10 people entered the dimensional rift one by one. Buzz. As soon as Lin Yu entered the rift, a strong sense of weightlessness and spatial distortion instantly engulfed his entire body. The scene in front of him turned into countless beams of light, rapidly retreating behind him. In just a few seconds, the weightlessness suddenly disappeared. Lin Yu steadied himself, his feet firmly planted on some slightly damp soil. He immediately opened his eyes, his body tense and ready for battle at any moment. However, the scene before him caused him to pause for a moment. There was no barren wasteland or deadly poisonous mists as he had expected. What appeared in front of him was a grand, ancient, and vibrant primordial forest. Towering trees reached into the sky, their dense canopies blocking the sun, casting dappled light on the ground, while the air was filled with the scent of earth and the fresh fragrance of plants. Drip. Dew from the leaves fell onto Lin Yu's shoulder. Roar. Lin Yu had just ventured a short distance into the forest when a few deep growls echoed from the surrounding dark bushes. Accompanied by the rustling sound of branches, 3 shadow leopards, their bodies covered in black scales, and 2 ironclad pigs with tusks jutting outward, appeared. Slowly stepping out from different directions, they surrounded Lin Yu tightly. Their beastly eyes, glowing with a bloodthirsty gleam, clearly regarded Lin Yu as the perfect prey. Because this was a first-level dimensional rift, bound by spatial law suppression, the highest strength of the native beasts here could only reach the peak of first level. For the 10 people who entered the dimensional rift this time, except for Lin Yu, they each had at least a peak-level first-stage beast companion. Therefore, before entering the dimensional rift, everyone believed that as long as they didn't encounter a large-scale beast tide, the native beasts here posed no real death threats. Looking at the approaching first-level beasts, Lin Yu's steps didn't pause for a moment. First level lower. Lin Yu glanced at the drooling beasts, shaking his head slightly in his heart. The cores of first-level beasts were not his target. Since you like to team up so much, let me show you what a real group fight looks like. As more and more beasts were drawn to the smell of blood and flesh, Lin Yu stopped. In the next second, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Absolute domination. A few seconds later. In the uncertain gazes of the shadow leopard and iron armor pig, countless first-level insect-type beasts hidden in the treetops, underground, and decayed wood, surged out like a tide. Acid liquid centipede, poison blade mantis, ghost face spider. Hundreds and thousands of insect-type beasts gathered into a dense swarm, surrounding the few non-insect-type beasts. All the insect-type beasts bowed respectfully, emitting frenzied screeches toward Lin Yu, waiting for the king's command. Lin Yu stood in the center of the insect swarm, calmly gazing forward. Clear the way. Hiss. The moment the command was given, the swarm went berserk. They swarmed over the shadow leopard and iron armor pig like fearless warriors, immediately engulfing them. The tragic screams of the beasts and the sounds of flesh being torn apart intertwined into a bloody symphony in the forest. Lin Yu walked leisurely through the broken blood and flesh, following the path cleared by the insect swarm, heading deeper into the forest. With the insect swarm relentlessly advancing without caring about casualties, Lin Yu moved smoothly forward. About half an hour later, he arrived at the edge of a hidden cliff. On the cliff wall, there was a shadowy tree hole covered by dense vines. Standing here, Lin Yu's keen sense of smell caught a faint, strange fragrance. This is... Lin Yu's eyes lit up slightly. He waved away the insect swarm clearing the path and stepped forward alone, brushing aside the vines to enter the tree hole. At the deepest part of the tree hole, on a damp black rock, there was a strange plant emitting a faint bluish glow. This plant had no leaves, only a fruit the size of an egg, its surface shimmering with the glow of venomous liquid. Venom drool fruit. Lin Yu instantly recognized it. This poisonous spirit fruit was worth around 5 million alliance coins in the market, but it had always been out of stock. If Bai Zhi consumed this fruit, her poison web control and lethality would definitely undergo a qualitative leap. Just as Lin Yu felt a hint of joy and was about to approach to harvest the spirit fruit. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of a branch breaking came from the forest behind. Then, a mocking cold laugh echoed from the open cliff edge. Oh, isn't this the famous Lucky King from Jiancheng No. 3 High School, Lin Yu? Lin Yu withdrew his hand, which had been reaching for the venom drool fruit, and calmly turned around. Through the dappled light filtering through the treetops, he looked outside. Kai Yi from Jiancheng No. 1 High School. At this moment, Kai Yi's eyes nearly sparkled with greed as he stared at the venom drool fruit deep in the tree hole. When his gaze shifted from the fruit to Lin Yu, he couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, what a perfect coincidence, really. Got it without any effort. Been inside all day, everywhere are first-rank monsters, haven't seen any good stuff. As expected of the Luck King, seeing you makes my luck better. Kai Yi's face full of petty triumph, in his eyes, Lin Yu was a complete useless person. He advanced in the first 2 matches with pure luck, and when reaching the top 10, faced a real tough one, not even daring to summon a pet, directly scared into surrendering. On an outside arena, with 100,000 spectators, he might still care about rules. But now, this is the dimensional rift. Come out, Rift Wind Demon Wolf. A sleek, second-rank lower-level Rift Wind Demon Wolf, limbs wrapped with wind elements, appeared instantly beside him, throat making a low threatening growl, blocking Lin Yu's only way out of the tree hole. Lin Yu, for the sake of us surrendering together on the arena, I'll give you a chance. Kai Yi stroked the wolf's fur, arrogantly lifting his chin, his tone full of condescending mercy. Offer the spiritual fruit behind you with both hands, and then hand over all your supply items. Kai Yi sneered and stepped closer, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. You need to understand the situation, Lin Yu. This is not an arena with referees protecting you, there's no monitoring here. Even if I now let my Rift Wind Demon Wolf tear you to pieces and take all your things, no one outside will know. The army will just think you, a useless person, were eliminated by a first-rank monster. I advise you to be smart, hand over your stuff, at least you can keep your worthless life. Hearing Kai Yi's words, Lin Yu stood in the tree hole, silently sighing in his heart. He didn't summon Bai Zhi, nor summon Lin. He just quietly watched this fellow, who, for a little gain, revealed the most primitive, ugly fangs in an instant. I see. At this moment, he deeply understood the weight of Minister Lin's words before entering the rift. Humans can sometimes be scarier than monsters. In this lawless land without legal restraint or moral judgment, once humans lose the chains of rules, once they believe their evil deeds will go unpunished, then they are no longer human. They become beasts, more greedy, more cruel, more bottomless than monsters. Since you can no longer be counted as human. Lin Yu slightly lowered his eyelids, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Since the other had turned into a beast, dealing with a beast naturally requires beast rules. Not speaking? Looks like you're too scared to even call surrender. Kai saw Lin Yu silent, standing still, thinking he was completely hopeless, a cruel excitement flickering in his eyes. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant it. Riftwind Demon Wolf, tear him apart. Awah! The Riftwind Demon Wolf howled, limbs pushing off, like a streak of blue lightning, mouth wide open, instantly biting at Lin Yu's throat. Just as the Riftwind Demon Wolf approached Lin Yu. In Kai's stunned eyes, Lin Yu's figure flashed. He used the complex vines and giant trees around the tree hole as cover, lightly leveraging a thick trunk, his whole body arcing through the air. The Riftwind Demon Wolf missed completely. What? Kai's cruel smile froze, eyes almost popping out. A high schooler without a summon pet can dodge a second-rank wind monster attack with pure body? How is this possible? Before Kai could react. The next second. Lin Yu forcefully pushed with his legs, using the rebound, instantly leaping over 10 meters, appearing directly in front of Kai. Impossible. You weren't like this on the arena. Who are you? In the terrified gaze of Kai, Lin Yu grabbed his throat and lifted him up completely. Ugh. Kai's feet dangled in the air, his hands clinging tightly to Lin Yu's arms, struggling desperately to break free. Lin Yu watched Kai's face turn purple-red from suffocation and extreme fear, then suddenly clenched his palm with force. A crisp crack of bone sounded, accompanied by a muffled snap as his throat and windpipe were crushed. Kai's eyes bulged, and in an instant, all life left him. Awah! The Life-Own Demon Wolf, which had wanted to protect its master, was instantly swallowed by the wave of insects. Bang! Lin Yu tossed Kai's corpse aside like garbage. The insect tide immediately crawled over Kai and began devouring him. Lin Yu returned to the tree hollow and picked the poison spit fruit. Chapter 47, Lead the Calamity Eastward. At the other end of the forest, with a sound of bones breaking, the cries for mercy abruptly stopped, and the thick stench of blood spread through the air. Li Feng lay lifeless in a pool of blood, while the storm mantis had been torn in half, scattered in the nearby bushes. Standing on Li Feng's body was the shadow bloodlion, exuding a murderous aura. So boring, you can't even block one strike of mine, yet you dare call yourself a genius? Zhao Kuang flicked the blood from his fingers, looking down at the scattered limbs and broken arms, his eyes flashing with sadistic and crazy delight. In this lawless place without any rules, Zhao Kuang's bloodthirsty nature was fully unleashed. Here, he did not have to worry about rules or laws, he could freely enjoy the ultimate pleasure of killing. Go, Shadow Blood Lion, find the next prey. Zhao Kuang leapt onto the Shadow Blood Lion's back and pushed deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away in another dense forest, Chen Shui lay on the back of a poisoned swamp frog, pale, breathing heavily, his eyes full of ecstatic terror. He clutched a fully red vine radiating strong blood energy, the Blood Marrow Overlord Vine. The Blood Marrow Overlord Vine, if eaten and refined, could strengthen a beast tamer's body. Chen Shui was very lucky, finding it in a hidden ground hole shortly after landing. However, just as he picked the Blood Marrow Overlord Vine, by coincidence, he ran into Zhao Kuang, who was hunting in the forest. Faced with Zhao Kuang's threat of murder and looting, Chen Shui, fully aware of the vine's value, refused to hand it over. He used all his strength, relying on the poisoned swamp frog's bouncing ability in complex terrain, escaping the ground hole in a thrilling run. Roar! Behind him, the deafening roar of the lion grew closer. Damn! Damn! Is this guy crazy? Chen Shui glanced back. The shadow blood lion smashed through all bushes and vines in its path, crazily closing the distance. Poison swamp frog, quick! Corrosive venom! Block it! Chen Shui yelled hysterically. The poison swamp frog croaked and sprayed a large amount of black toxic liquid, trying to block the pursuing path. Facing the rain of venom, Zhao Kuang only let out a disdainful, crazy laugh. This soft poison wants to stop me? Shadow Blood Lion, go straight through. The thick blood aura on the Shadow Blood Lion instantly vaporized the approaching venom into nothingness. Its huge body leaped forward, instantly covering dozens of meters, its sharp claws almost touching the poisoned swamp frog's back. It's over. Watching Zhao Kuang getting closer behind him, Chen Shui's eyes flashed with a hint of despair. The poisoned swamp frog's strength was nearly exhausted, and his own spiritual power was almost gone. If caught, the result would definitely be being torn to pieces by the Shadow Blood Lion, becoming fertilizer in this forest. Just as he was in despair, Chen Shui's peripheral vision suddenly caught a familiar figure. Lin Yu? The moment Chen Shui clearly saw Lin Yu, he was first stunned, then a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. You came at the perfect time, come be my scapegoat. Chen Shui immediately came up with a plan. Although Lin Yu was weak, he was still a living person. As long as he could lure Zhao Kuang over, with Zhao Kuang's bloodthirsty personality, he would definitely kill Lin Yu. And as long as Lin Yu could hold off Zhao Kuang and the Shadow Bloodlion for 10 seconds, it would be enough for him to completely shake off the pursuit. A dead comrade is not a loss to me. Lin Yu, blame your bad luck, you're right in my escape path. Lin Yu, sorry, you'll have to use your life to buy me a few minutes. Chen Shui immediately darted past Lin Yu. The next second, with the deafening crash of a giant tree breaking, Zhao Kuang, eyes bloodshot with murderous intent, riding the Shadow Bloodlion, charged into the clearing. Chen Shui, you can't escape now. Die for me. Zhao Kuang roared, preparing to order the Shadow Bloodlion to kill the fleeing Chen Shui. Just as his gaze swept over the figure standing to the side, Zhao Kuang's voice abruptly stopped. Lin Yu? Zhao Kuang's pupils shrank sharply. A blood marrow vine that could enhance the body was certainly tempting, but compared to that herb, what was clearer in his mind was the order Zhao Li had given before entering the dimensional rift. Shadow Bloodlion, stop. Zhao Kuang did not hesitate at all and yanked on the mane of the Shadow Bloodlion. Roar! The Shadow Bloodlion, in its berserk state, let out an unwilling roar, its 4 strong claws gouging out deep furrows of over 10 meters in the moist soil, stopping its body less than 5 meters from Lin Yu. Zhao Kuang decisively gave up the pursuit of Chen Shui and fixed his gaze on Lin Yu in front of him. In the distant forest, Chen Shui, who had been secretly watching, was overjoyed when he saw that Zhao Kuang had really stopped. Ah, truly the king of luck. Lin Yu, thanks. Chen Shui laughed wildly and then disappeared deep into the dense forest. In the clearing, a strong wind stirred up fallen leaves all over the ground. Lin Yu turned his head, glanced at the direction where Chen Shui had disappeared, then turned again to face Zhao Kuang and the Shadow Bloodlion, who were blocking his way, exuding killing intent. He understood that he had been used as a shield by Chen Shui in a scheme to draw the danger away. But Lin Yu didn't care. Because whether or not Chen Shui had lured them, the fight with the Zhao family had always been a life-or-death situation for him. But now, he was going to kill one more person. He. Ha ha ha. Zhao Kuang leaped off the Shadow Bloodlion. From his high vantage point, he looked down at Lin Yu, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. It's like searching for something impossible and finding it without effort. Lin Yu, I've never understood. Why would the master care so much about you? He even thinks that someone like you, a worthless coward who couldn't even fight in the arena and surrendered out of fear, could kill Zhao Tang? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu's eyes slightly narrowed. Looks like those 2 useless men whose heads I crushed didn't make Zhao Li any wiser. Since Zhao Li sent you to find me. It seems like he couldn't wait any longer. As his words fell. Boom! A violent murderous aura exploded from Zhao Kuang's body in an instant. You want to die. Roar! Sensing his master's fury, the Shadow Bloodlion let out a roar that shattered the clouds, its body instantly enveloped in blood-red flames, and the terrifying spiritual pressure caused the surrounding trees to tremble. Chapter 48, One-Sided Battle, Seal Broken. Shadow Bloodlion, tear him apart. Shadow Stealth. With Zhao Kuang's roar, the Shadow Bloodlion, in its berserk state, let out an ear-splitting roar and instantly merged into the dark, mottled shadows of the forest. Lin Yu immediately summoned Bai Zhi upon seeing this. As soon as Bai Zhi appeared, the previously calm shadow beneath her feet. Suddenly, it violently churned like boiling water. Then, several chains burning with intense blood-colored flames erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around the 8 legs of Bai Zhi. Got you. A flash of smugness appeared in Zhao Kuang's eyes. Facing the blood shadow chains coming from all directions, Bai Zhi's eyes showed a trace of disdain. Its abdomen suddenly contracted, and it directly spat out a large amount of spider silk in all directions. The moment the spider silk touched the blood shadow chains, the chains were instantly corroded, riddled with holes, and melted apart. As the restraints were broken, Bai Zhi's front limbs elegantly swung and crossed in midair. Venomous slash. Several crescent-shaped dark purple poisonous blades instantly tore through the air, slashing towards a patch of bushes on the right. Roar! Accompanied by a muffled groan of pain, the Shadow Bloodlion, which had been hiding in the dark, was forced to reveal itself by the poison blades. Immediately, several wounds appeared on its fur, and a few drops of intensely corrosive venom dripped to the ground, instantly burning deep pits into the soil, sending up black smoke. How is this possible? Zhao Kuang, standing from a distance, was immediately struck by a huge wave of shock. He stared at Bai Zhi, barely able to believe his own eyes. His second-tier, fully berserk Shadow Bloodlion, actually had its moves easily neutralized by a first-tier spider in the first exchange, and even got injured. Lin Yu had been hiding his strength. I can't keep wasting time like this. Chasing down Chen Shui earlier took too long. The blood frenzy of the Shadow Bloodlion has a time limit. Once it expires, it becomes weak, and defeat is inevitable. A fierce gleam flashed in Zhao Kuang's eyes, and his mind quickly shifted tactics. Catch the king first. No matter how monstrous the beast of a beastmaster was, the beastmaster's own body would always be the most vulnerable weakness in this system. As long as I kill Lin Yu, this strange white spider will naturally collapse from the backlash. Shadow Blood Lion, cover me! Zhao Kuang suddenly let out a roar. The Shadow Blood Lion understood at once, enduring the excruciating pain from its wounds, and once again activated Shadow Stealth. It crazily created massive fluctuations in spiritual energy from the side, trying to draw Bai Zhi's attention. At the moment when the Shadow Blood Lion and Bai Zhi's skills clashed, kicking up clouds of smoke, Zhao Kuang immediately charged towards Lin Yu. Zhao Kuang's muscles bulged, and violent spiritual energy formed a layer of qi around his body. In an instant, he pierced through the explosive wave of force, his speed so fast that it left a trail of afterimages in the air. Die! Taking advantage of his sprint's momentum, Zhao Kuang threw a heavy punch, gathering all his strength, heading straight for Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Kuang charging at him and gave a slight smile. Good come. Lin Yu raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and directly met Zhao Kuang's punch. Looking for death. Seeing that Lin Yu dared to meet him with his bare body, a trace of ecstasy flashed in Zhao Kuang's eyes. Bang! With a loud bang, the shockwave instantly sent the soil under their feet flying. The moment their fists collided, Zhao Kuang's ecstatic expression froze. He felt as if his punch had hit steel. A recoil force that he couldn't resist shot up through his arm, flowing back into his body. Crack! Zhao Kuang's finger bones and wrist bones were instantly shattered by Lin Yu's casual punch. Zhao Kuang let out a scream, and his entire right arm lost all feeling. Lin Yu seized the opportunity, sweeping out his right leg, delivering a brutal kick to Zhao Kuang's abdomen. Zhao Kuang sprayed a large mouthful of blood, his body flying backward. Lin Yu's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, catching up to Zhao Kuang still in midair. Fists, elbows, knees. Each of Lin Yu's attacks carried devastating power, the muffled sound of body blows echoing across the clearing. Zhao Kuang, like a punching bag, was relentlessly pummeled in midair by Lin Yu. His ribs had no idea how many had broken. Blood stained his entire body. Under the relentless blows, Zhao Kuang realized an extremely terrifying truth. Lin Yu himself was the real monster. He was even 10,000 times more terrifying than the beast pets. Roar! In the distance, the Shadow Blood Lion, seeing its master in mortal danger, desperately broke through the poison net and rushed over to support. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Kuang used his last breath to create some distance, falling in a disheveled state beside the Shadow Blood Lion. He half knelt on the ground, coughing up blood in large gasps, his face swollen and deformed at this point. He knew, today was the day he would fall. He fell because everyone thought he was a useless insect-type awakener, but no one realized he had hidden his true strength, and it was so terrifying. In Zhao Kuang's bloodshot eyes, there was no fear of death. Instead, there was a madness born from completely abandoning life and death, burning to the extreme. Ha! Ha ha ha! Good! Very good! Zhao Kuang coughed up blood while laughing madly, as if crazed. Lin Yu, I take back what I said. You're not a waste. You're fucking a complete madman. A monster. But, if you want to kill me, Zhao Kuang, you'll have to shed some blood too. Zhao Kuang suddenly straightened his body, pressing both hands tightly on the Shadow Blood Lion's back. At this moment, he extracted all the remaining talent boosts he had left, without holding anything back, to enhance the Shadow Blood Lion. A terrifying blood-colored spiritual energy storm instantly raged around the man and beast. Shadow Blood Lion, Blood Shadow Annihilation Cannon. The Shadow Blood Lion gathered an energy sphere with a diameter of more than 2 meters, radiating a destructive aura that seemed capable of destroying the world. Come, die with me! Zhao Kuang shouted hoarsely, full of rage. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Kuang opposite him, and indeed, Zhao Kuang was a formidable opponent. But, it's over. Bai Zhi, Heaven's Web. In an instant, Bai Zhi burst out with dazzling white light, releasing all the spiritual energy within her without any reservations. A large amount of semi-transparent dark purple spider silk rapidly wove and spread in the air, forming an enormous web that covered a 100-meter radius, blocking out the sky and sun. The heavenly web, with an unstoppable crushing force, came down on the incoming Blood Shadow Annihilation Cannon. The two terrifying forces directly exploded in the open ground, and a blinding bright light instantly lit up the entire forest. In the center of the light, Zhao Kuang stared wide-eyed. He watched as the ultimate killing move he had sacrificed his life for was, under the corrosion and strangulation of Bai Zhi's heavenly web, disintegrated and melted piece by piece. I lost. Zhao Kuang's body began to gradually collapse under the energy impact. He tilted his head back, facing the impact. How refreshing. In the next second, the heavenly web crashed down. Zhao Kuang and the Shadow Blood Lion, in this absolute destructive energy, were instantly shredded and evaporated, turning into blood-red ashes flying in the air, scattering with the wind. Although the battle was over, the terrifying energy storm created by the collision of his and Zhao Kuang's ultimate moves did not immediately subside. The massive shockwave swept across the surrounding several kilometers, towards a hidden valley. Boom! The energy aftershock slammed into the ground of the valley. Countless dirt and rocks were lifted into the air, and underground, dozens of meters deep, a silver-glowing suppression formation was exposed to the air. This was a seal specifically set by the military to suppress a first-order dimensional rift boss, with the purpose of allowing students to adapt in advance to dimensional rifts. However, this formation, which had already become somewhat fragile due to the erosion of time, suddenly erupted with sparks at its core after enduring the terrifying energy shockwaves from Lin Yu and Zhaoquang that far exceeded the First Order. ZZZZZ. Then, the metallic array patterns began to crack, inch by inch. Bang! The seal was broken. Chapter 49, The Furious Beast Tide. Outside the dimensional rift, in the military blockade area. Alarm bells rang throughout the entire camp, breaking the previously orderly work. In the main control room of the military base, the huge holographic monitoring screen was flashing wildly with red light. On the screen, the once stable dimensional rift entrance was now undergoing a drastic change. The massive vortex started to twist and boil violently, and the originally silver-white space turbulence at the edges now became violent, with dark red turbulence faintly visible. What's going on? Minister Lin walked into the control room and looked deeply at the screen. Several military technicians responsible for monitoring the dimensional rift were now sweating heavily, their hands frantically striking the control panel. One of the supervisors suddenly turned his head and reported loudly. Minister, we've detected serious chaos and violent tendencies in the magical energy inside the dimensional rift, and the suppression formation deep underground has failed. The supervisor swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his voice trembling slightly. The first stage peak boss that was sealed inside, for some unknown reason, it's escaped. The boss has escaped? Another technical officer stood up anxiously and suggested loudly. Minister, once the boss escapes, it will surely trigger a collective rampage of the ordinary beasts inside the dimensional rift, and it might even cause a beast tide. Although those students are the top talents of this year's Zheng City class, they can't possibly hold off the endless magical beasts. Should we stop the exploration plan immediately, forcefully open the backup rescue passage, and send in the military to bring them back? All eyes in the control room were instantly focused on Minister Lin, waiting for the decision of the highest commander of the Zheng City Defense Zone. Minister Lin stared at the red alert on the large screen, a trace of seriousness and contemplation flashing in his eyes. After a few seconds, Minister Lin slowly shook his head. No need to open the rescue passage, the exploration plan proceeds as usual. Minister Lin's voice left no room for discussion. But Minister, they are just a group of students. The technical supervisor immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Quiet. Minister Lin's gaze swept across the room. A greenhouse cannot grow real soldiers. She extended her hand and pointed at the dimensional rift data on the screen. Don't forget, this is just a first-stage dimensional rift. No matter how harsh the environment is inside, or how strong the escaped boss is, its limit is still the first-stage peak. These seedlings we've sent in all have first-stage peak beasts, and their talent is among the best in all of Zheng City. As long as they put away their laughable arrogance from school, see the situation clearly, work together, and stop fighting alone, they can definitely overcome this difficulty. There was a look of military determination in Minister Lin's eyes. In the future, on Blue Star, they will face high-level, even myth-level, world-ending beasts. If they can't even deal with a sudden beast tide in a first-stage rift, and if they don't have the awareness to cooperate in extreme situations, then dying in there would be their own fault for being outmatched. The military doesn't need weaklings who only know how to endure. Minister Lin's words were like thunder, and the technicians in the control room exchanged glances, ultimately obeying the orders and quietly returning to their posts, watching the data. Inside the dimensional rift. Roar! The once relatively calm forest was now enveloped in a faint layer of blood-red mist. This blood mist was mixed with a strong aura of violence, instantly filling every corner of the forest. Under the influence of this magical energy, all the local magical beasts in the forest immediately became enraged. Not only did they enter a berserk state, but their size also swelled, and both their speed and strength were enhanced. Now, only 7 people remained inside the dimensional rift. In a swampy area at the edge of the forest. A lone student from No. 2 secondary school, covered in blood, was desperately rolling and crawling through the mud. Behind him were a dozen magical beasts, their eyes bloodshot and raging. Help, someone save me! The student screamed in despair. Just a few seconds ago, his peak-tier pet, in order to cover his retreat, was instantly overwhelmed by a swarm of beasts. It didn't even last 10 seconds before being torn into pieces, scattering across the sky. He frantically searched his body, trying to find other weapons for defense. Roar! A shadow leopard suddenly leaped up, its sharp claws piercing straight through his thigh. Ah! With a piercing scream, the isolated student was quickly engulfed by the swarm of beasts. Within just a few seconds, all that was left was a puddle of blood and some torn cloth. At this moment, only 6 survivors remained in the dimensional rift. Deep in the forest, Song Wanqing, Chen Shui, and 3 others. They had originally been scattered across different areas, joyfully searching for their opportunities and precious treasures. However, the sudden blood mist and the berserk beasts shattered their illusions completely. Faced with the never-ending onslaught of beasts, they quickly ran out of strength. They were forced to retreat continuously, being pushed back by the beast horde, until the 5 of them found themselves on a rocky high ground that was easy to defend but hard to attack. What exactly happened? One of the injured men shouted in despair, looking at the dense beasts crazily climbing the high ground, his eyes filled with terror. Why are there suddenly so many beasts? And they can't even be killed. How would I know? My poison swamp frog's spiritual energy is almost used up. Chen Shui's face was pale, panting heavily. He had already exhausted a great deal of energy from escaping Zhao Kuang's pursuit, and now, facing the beast tide, he was defenseless. All of their pets were injured to varying degrees, some even near their limits. Facing the endless waves of beasts below, the defense line they barely established was on the verge of collapsing, with the possibility of it breaking at any moment. Despair spread quickly among the 5. In the midst of this life-or-death situation, a cold voice instantly snapped the panicking group back to reality. If you don't want to die, shut up. Song Wanqing stood at the very front of the high ground. Frost Snow Spirit Fox, Extreme Cold Domain. With Song Wanqing's command, a powerful icy blue chill erupted from the high ground, instantly freezing the first dozen beasts charging forward into ice sculptures, with a large area slowing effect buying the group precious time to breathe. Song Wanqing turned to look at Chen Shui and the others. What are you still hiding your strength for at a time like this? The situation is clear now. The beasts in the forest have undergone some kind of mutation. If you're still thinking about fighting alone and preserving your strength, then no one will leave here alive today. We rely on the rocks, put the defensive pets at the front, and let the offensive pets in the back rotate to release skills, altogether resisting the beast horde. Upon hearing Song Wanqing's rebuke, Chen Shui and the others shook. They were all smart people and knew that Song Wanqing was right. In the face of overwhelming numbers, any selfishness or internal fighting would only lead to death. Damn it, let's go for it. Chen Shui gritted his teeth and took the lead in commanding the poison swamp frog to retreat into the defensive line, starting to spray poison to assist in defense. The other 3 immediately put away their personal plans and directed their pets to fill in the gaps in the defense line. 10 kilometers away from the rocky high ground where the 5 were struggling, Lin Yu observed the mist with a calm expression. Although the roars of beasts echoed in the distance, no beast dared to approach him. Tens of thousands of insect-type beasts surrounded Lin Yu, forming a dense, impenetrable bodyguard circle. Any non-insect-type beasts that tried to approach Lin Yu didn't even need his command, the surrounding insect swarm would instantly pounce on them. Lin Yu slowly stopped walking, raising his head to look at the explosions in the distance. Chapter 50, Rescue. At the location where the 5 were trapped. Frost Snow Spirit Fox. Ice Soul Phantom. Song Wanqing's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and her previously cold voice now carried a hint of hoarseness. Under her command, the Frost Snow Spirit Fox was desperately squeezing out the last bit of spiritual power in its body. Poisonous swamp frog, don't stop. Push those 2 shadow leopards back. Chen Shui shouted, his eyes bloodshot, screaming in desperation. 5 people, 5 beast companions, were back-to-back on the rocky highland. After the initial panic, the threat of death forced them to unleash their full potential. They had clear roles, the defensive beasts blocked the gap on the mountain, while the offensive and control beasts took turns releasing their skills from behind. With their coordination, they managed to hold off wave after wave of monster attacks. However, deep down, they all knew that this resistance was nothing more than a slow death. Down below, after killing one batch of monsters, another batch immediately climbed over the bodies of their fallen comrades, continuing upward. They couldn't find any escape route and could only passively defend, enduring the blows. Why hasn't the rescue arrived yet? Zhang Hao, his spiritual power completely exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, staring at the dense tide of beasts below in despair. Even if there's no surveillance inside, with the magical chaos in the crack, the military outside can't possibly not detect it. No one answered him. Bang! At the front of the defense line, a giant berserk bull withstood the corrosion of venom, violently smashing through one of the defensive beasts in the front row. 2 shadow leopards seized the opportunity and sprinted up the highland along the gap, their sharp claws aimed straight at Zhang Hao, who was sitting on the ground. Be careful! Song Wanqing's face changed drastically, wanting to call the Frost Snow Spirit Fox to help, but it was already too late. As she watched the bloodthirsty jaws rapidly grow in her vision, Zhang Hao closed his eyes in despair. The defense line was about to collapse. At that critical moment, Bai Zhi, Heaven and Earth Net. Toxic Cutter. In midair, a giant dark purple net descended, instantly covering all the monsters ahead. The giant net immediately contracted, and the originally elastic spiderweb became taut, with the sound of flesh and blood being sliced echoing sharply. Dozens of monsters charging at the front were instantly decapitated, their thick blood splattering everywhere. The group, who had just escaped death, stood frozen for a few seconds before erupting in a burst of joyous relief. "We're saved! The rescue from the outside is here!" Chen Shui's voice trembled with excitement, and everyone looked up, following the direction the skill had flown from, filled with hope as they gazed at the distant blood mist. The mist was slowly blown away by the wind. What appeared in their line of sight was not the fully armed military rescue team. Instead, it was Lin Yu. On his shoulder was Bai Zhi. And behind him, a dense swarm of countless first-tier insect-type monsters. The cheering among the people on the highland came to an abrupt halt. Lin Yu? So many insect-type monsters. Chen Shui immediately widened his eyes, thinking that Lin Yu must have died at the hands of Zhao Quan long ago. Song Wanqing also slightly opened her mouth, looking at the scene in disbelief. Lin Yu was calmly standing among the berserk beast tide, and those insect-type monsters were actually bowing to him. Only then did everyone realize that Lin Yu had been pretending the whole time. His true strength was probably more terrifying than all of them combined. Facing the shocked and stunned gazes of everyone, Lin Yu didn't explain anything. He glanced at the group of people trapped on the highland, then turned to Bai Zhi and said, "Bai Zhi, help them clear a path." Hiss. Bai Zhi let out a light cry, contracting its abdomen, and countless spider threads poured out, instantly clearing a large portion of the monsters blocking their way. Immediately after, the insect-type monster army behind Lin Yu charged into the berserk beast swarm. With Lin Yu's involvement, the previously impenetrable beast tide was forcefully torn open, creating a safe passage leading straight to the outskirts. Lin Yu stood at the edge of the passage, looking at the 5 people on the high ground. "Now, charge out through this path. Stop dazing, go." Song Wanqing reacted first. She knew this was not the time for questions. She decisively commanded everyone, quickly withdrawing from the high ground, and began sprinting along the blood path Lin Yu had cleared. Under the cover of insect-type magical beasts, the beasts on both sides could not approach the passage at all. Song Wanqing, being the strongest among the 5, voluntarily stayed at the back to provide cover. When she passed by Lin Yu, her steps slightly paused. She looked at Lin Yu anxiously and said, "Lin Yu, hurry and come with us, we can't stay here." Lin Yu stood still, his gaze passing over Song Wanqing, looking at Chen Shui running at the very front of the group. "You go first, I'll cover the rear." Seeing that Lin Yu was still calm, Song Wanqing did not insist and turned to continue following the group. "Lin Yu, hurry and catch up too." Chen Shui at the front ran the fastest, his strong will to survive making him push almost with all his strength. Seeing the safe zone at the outskirts getting closer, he felt wild joy in his heart. However, just as Chen Shui passed a midpoint in the passage, Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. The originally solid defensive line suddenly loosened the moment Chen Shui ran past. The beast pack immediately charged through the gap. Several frenzied iron-armored pigs and shadow leopards that had been violently hitting the outer passage surged in through the gap. Bang! An iron-armored pig charged straight at the sprinting Chen Shui. Chen Shui had no time to react and was knocked flying, rolling on the ground for several turns, falling heavily into the beasts outside the passage. After a few beasts got through the gap, the surrounding insect-type magical beasts quickly blocked it again. Song Wanqing and the other 3 behind, though startled, still successfully passed the line. Chen Shui. Hearing the scream behind her, Song Wanqing turned sharply. Seeing Chen Shui trapped and surrounded by beasts, she instinctively wanted to command the Frost Snow Spirit Fox to go back and save him. At that moment, a hand stopped her in front. "Your spiritual power is exhausted. If you go back now, it would only be a meaningless death." Song Wanqing paused slightly. "Take them and get out quickly, staying here will only distract me." Lin Yu looked at the beasts ahead. "Don't worry, I will save him. Once I get him, I will immediately come out to join you." Seeing the power Lin Yu showed, Song Wanqing nodded. "All right. Be careful, we will wait for you outside." After saying this, she turned to protect the other 3, disappearing into the distant mist along the passage. Only after Song Wanqing and the others' figures completely disappeared did Lin Yu slowly retract his gaze. He moved his wrists and slowly walked toward the direction where Chen Shui was trapped. The insect army advanced with his steps, slaughtering all magical beasts along the way. Chen Shui's poisoned swamp frog had its hind legs bitten off by 2 shadow leopards, lying in the blood pool, barely alive. Chen Shui's legs were also crushed by the beasts, forcing him to crawl painfully on the ground, deep wounds on his calves constantly oozing fresh blood. "Don't come, get away." Chen Shui desperately waved a broken wooden stick he had picked up somewhere. Just as Chen Shui thought he was doomed, a sudden disturbance came from the beast pack ahead, and the surrounding beasts began to retreat. A tall and upright figure, passing through the thick blood mist, slowly reached him. Chen Shui lifted his head excitedly. When he saw that the person was Lin Yu, his eyes, scattered from despair, instantly burst with intense light. Lin Yu. Chen Shui threw away the wooden stick in his hand. He rolled and crawled towards Lin Yu. He reached out his blood-soaked hand, trying to grab Lin Yu's feet, his head tilted back, and his voice hoarse as he begged. Lin Yu, save me. Please, save me. I don't want to die yet, I don't want to die here, please take me out of here. Chapter 51, Be a Dog? Then stay behind and hold the line. Lin Yu. Please, save me. Chen Shui tightly clung to Lin Yu's leg. He cried while making excuses for himself. Just now outside, I really had no choice. Zhao Kuang chased me too closely, my mind went blank and I led Zhao Kuang towards you. Chen Shui lifted his blood-soaked face, his eyes full of flattery. Brother Lin, please don't hold grudges against me, just let me go like a fart. As long as you take me out, I swear I will serve you like a cow or a horse from now on. Lin Yu lowered his head, calmly looking at Chen Shui. From the moment Chen Shui tried to shift the blame and use him as a scapegoat, Chen Shui had already been dead in Lin Yu's eyes. Oh? Serve like a cow or a horse? Lin Yu repeated in a flat tone, preparing to lift his foot to finish him off completely. In that instant. Roar! A roar suddenly erupted from the forest behind, instantly overpowering the growls of all the nearby beasts. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of breaking trees, a dozen thick towering trees were violently snapped by a force. Dust filled the air as a giant bear, 3 meters tall, covered in dark golden fur, with a strong smell of blood, burst through the fog and appeared in Lin Yu's line of sight. A Tier 1 dimensional rift boss, Peak Tier 1, Dark Golden Claw Bear. As soon as the Dark Golden Claw Bear appeared, the oppressive force belonging to the overlord of this territory made the low-level beasts around instinctively take a few steps back. Chen Shui, who was lying at Lin Yu's feet, completely collapsed when he saw the Dark Golden Claw Bear. He couldn't even speak a word of begging. Lin Yu looked at the roaring Peak Tier 1 boss, his face showing a trace of disappointment. A monster of this level isn't even worthy of being a match for Bai Zhi and Lin. Roar! The Dark Golden Claw Bear clearly didn't take the two of them seriously. It roared and stood up, its massive body aimed at Lin Yu, slamming down heavily. Lin tore through the void and instantly appeared next to Lin Yu. Feeling Lin's presence, the Dark Golden Claw Bear, which had just been arrogant, flashed a trace of fear in its eyes. Before it could react, Lin appeared in front of the Dark Golden Claw Bear in an instant. Lin, use Void Tear. A black-purple spatial rift flashed in midair. Before it could make any defense, the massive body of the Dark Golden Claw Bear suddenly froze midair. Then, its body was instantly split in two. Two halves of the incomplete corpse crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Lin lightly landed in front of Lin Yu. Seeing this, Chen Shui was so stunned by Lin Yu's power that he couldn't speak a word. Whether it was Lin Yu's ability to command beasts or his two beast companions, it deeply shocked Chen Shui's understanding of common sense. Before Chen Shui could snap out of his shock, Lin Yu looked at the group of beasts, who were getting restless because of the boss's death, and said to Bai Zhi and Lin beside him. Alright, there's no one else here now. Bai Zhi, you don't need to keep up the disguise. Return to your original forms. At Lin Yu's command, Bai Zhi immediately reverted to her original form. Faced with Bai Zhi and Lin's bloodline pressure, the surrounding low-level beasts all shuddered in fear. Chen Shui let out an unbelieving roar in his mind. This is impossible, this is not scientific. How long has he awakened his talent? An average beast tamer is already considered a genius if they reach an intermediate beast tamer in a month. How could he, in just a few months, cross 2 major realms and become an elite beast tamer? And, why did the elite beast master contract a second-tier beast pet? What kind of monster is he? Looking at Bai Zhi, who was excited after the restrictions were lifted, Lin Yu said. Go ahead, treat this place as a training ground, and you can unleash your full potential. Okay. In the next second, Bai Zhi spit out a sky full of spider silk, trapping and corroding a large group of magical beasts. After seeing the methods and trump cards Lin Yu showed, Chen Shui's heart, which had been in despair, reignited with a strong fantasy. Lin Yu, no, Lin Gu. You are so amazing, you are a real god. Seeing Lin Yu revealing his secrets without any hesitation, Chen Shui immediately felt that Lin Yu must be planning to reuse him and take him as a trusted confidant. Otherwise, why would he let him know such a shocking secret? Lin Gu, I was blind before. I am willing to be your dog, as long as you take me out, my life belongs to you, Chen Shui, I will definitely be your most loyal dog. Chen Shui reached out again to grab Lin Yu's foot, his tone full of flattery. Chen Shui raised his head full of hope, waiting for Lin Yu's favor. Facing Chen Shui's ridiculous flattery and promises, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't expect that Chen Shui would go so far for survival. Lin Yu slowly raised the foot that Chen Shui was holding and kicked his hand away. Be my dog? Chen Shui thought that Lin Yu had been moved, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he nodded wildly. Yes, yes. I am the master's dog. All right. Then, what do you think is the most important thing about being a dog? Chen Shui was stunned for a moment, then immediately blurted out without hesitation. Obedience, absolute obedience. If the master tells me to bite someone, I will bite them. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Yu slightly nodded. Very good. Since you're so obedient, and you seem to enjoy leaving others behind earlier. I saw you running the fastest earlier, I almost couldn't stop you. Ha! Chen Shui was stunned upon hearing this. He then realized that the gap was intentional by Lin Yu. Lin Yu turned to look at the exit direction. Since you like to leave others behind so much, stay here. Slowly, help me hold the rear. After finishing, Lin Yu turned and left. Behind him, the insect-based defense line immediately dispersed as the insect swarm scattered when Lin Yu left. No. Lin Yu. You can't do this to me. Chen Shui screamed in despair, looking at Lin Yu's gradually disappearing figure. The next second, without the deterrence of the insect swarm, the surrounding magical beasts immediately locked onto Chen Shui, who was unable to move on the ground. The scream behind him was soon drowned out by the sounds of countless magical beasts chewing and swallowing. Chapter 52, The Hidden Emperor of Shadow. Outside the dimensional rift. As the time for the exploration to end drew near, there was no movement at the entrance of the dimensional rift. What's going on? The magical energy inside is so chaotic, why is no one coming out yet? A battalion commander stationed by the military frowned, looking at the data on the screen jumping wildly, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. This group entering the dimensional rift are the top talents of Jiangcheng this year, and even people from the Zhao family are among them. If the entire group is wiped out, even though the military signed a life and death agreement beforehand, it will still cause a huge stir. Just as everyone was on edge. Buzz. The once chaotic dimensional rift vortex suddenly shook violently. Then, 4 disheveled figures staggered out of the rift, supporting each other. They're out. Medics, hurry. The battalion commander immediately led people to meet them. When he saw the 4 of them covered in blood and their spiritual power completely drained, his face changed, and he urgently asked, "What happened inside? Why are only you 4 out? Where are the others? Where is Zhao Kuang?" Song Wanqing's face was pale, panting heavily, and reported with lingering fear. Inside. I don't know why, but the magical beast suddenly increased exponentially. And all of them fell into a berserk state, triggering a beast tide. There are too many monsters, we can't kill them all. We are trapped on a high ground and will soon be overwhelmed. Song Wanqing swallowed hard. Thanks to Lin Yu, he saved us. Lin Yu? The captain froze for a moment, his face full of disbelief. The Lin Yu you are talking about, the one from the 3rd school who awakened the insect-type talent? How is that possible? The captain instinctively argued. He had seen this batch of students' records. Lin Yu was not only insect-type, but also the weakest among them all. The berserk beast tide that even Song Wanqing and the others could not resist, yet this insect-type beast master somehow managed. It really was him. A man nearby gave a bitter smile in agreement. If he hadn't cleared the way for us, we would all have died in there. At this moment, Minister Lin, who had been standing in the back in front of the large screen, heard their conversation. Her gaze passed over the crowd, looking toward the dimensional rift entrance. What about the others, are they still behind? The captain asked urgently. Song Wanqing bit her pale lips, a flicker of worry in her eyes. During the retreat, Chen Shui was separated by the monsters. Lin Yu stayed behind alone to cover us, to save him. As soon as she said this, all the military personnel around gasped. In the berserk beast tide, he stayed alone to cover the rear, which was no different from sending himself to death. While Song Wanqing was extremely anxious and the captain was preparing to request permission to send someone in to assist. A fluctuation came again from the entrance of the dimensional rift. Inside the dimensional rift passage, Lin Yu stood just 1 step away from the exit, retracting Bai Zhi and Lin. He looked down at himself, unharmed, and shook his head. No, I can't just go out like this. Lin Yu reached out, tearing several rips in his clothes, then casually wiped some monster blood from the ground on his cheeks and chest. After doing all this, he took a deep breath, putting on the exhausted, heartbroken, pained appearance of someone drained of spiritual power. Humming. Lin Yu staggered out of the dimensional rift. Lin Yu. Seeing Lin Yu covered in wounds, weakly walking out, Song Wanqing and the others rushed forward with joyful relief, their hearts finally settling. However, when everyone looked behind him, they found no one there. Song Wanqing trembled as she asked, Lin Yu, what about Chen Shui? Lin Yu lowered his head slightly, his chest heaving violently, voice heavy and hoarse, full of heartache and pain. I'm sorry, the beast tide kept increasing, I couldn't hold it back. Lin Yu paused, as if struggling to suppress his guilt. Chen Shui at the last moment, to cover my retreat, was overwhelmed by the monsters. He couldn't escape. Hearing this, Song Wanqing and the others' eyes immediately filled with tears. They felt an intense mix of guilt and gratitude toward Lin Yu. If Lin Yu hadn't held the rear, they couldn't have made it out. And Chen Shui, at the very last moment, chose to sacrifice himself to protect his teammates. It's not your fault, you already tried your best. Song Wanqing comforted with tearful eyes, and Zhang Hao and the others looked at Lin Yu with deep respect. A faint trace of indifference flashed in Lin Yu's lowered eyes. While everyone was immersed in grief and the relief of surviving, Minister Lin walked out with steady steps. At the same time, the soldiers monitoring the dimensional rift suddenly stared at the screen, shouting in terror. Minister! Something's wrong. The magic inside the dimensional rift is rapidly dropping, the values are falling sharply. Everyone turned their heads sharply. They saw the dimensional rift behind Lin Yu shaking violently, twisting, its once full magic being drained as if sucked out. In just a few seconds. With a light bang, the dimensional rift entrance, amidst a ripple in space, completely closed, disappeared without a trace. The dimensional rift is gone? The monitoring soldier swallowed hard. The boss in the dimensional rift was killed, everyone inside came out, and the rift disappeared. At this, the whole room froze. The captain suddenly turned sharply toward Song Wanqing and the others, asking urgently, "Who among you killed the boss?" The four of them looked at each other, shaking their heads in unison. "We didn't even see a shadow of the boss. Just the beast horde nearly killed us," Zhang Hao quickly explained. If it wasn't the four of them, then it had to be someone else. In an instant, every gaze in the room focused on Lin Yu, leaning against the armored vehicle, catching his breath. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Yu awkwardly scratched his nose. Lin Yu cleared his throat. "I did encounter the boss. But there was a reason. The situation was too urgent. The boss suddenly charged out and targeted Chen Shui. Chen Shui was trying to protect me, and I had to fight it to survive. By luck, I happened to kill it." Only then did everyone suddenly realize. Everyone came out, which means that 10 people went in, and only 5 survived. Even Zhao Kuang died inside. Minister Lin gave Lin Yu a deep, sharp look, as if trying to see right through him. "Do not announce the news that the sealed dimensional rift disappeared, for now." Minister Lin turned decisively and gave orders to the military personnel. Then, she briefly questioned Song Wanqing and the others about the details of the Beast Horde riot and waved her hand. "Send vehicles to safely escort them back to the city and let them rest well." "Yes." The captain immediately arranged the armored vehicles. Song Wanqing and the others felt relieved and got onto the military vehicles one by one. Just as Lin Yu pretended to be weak and prepared to slip onto a vehicle as well. "Lin Yu." Minister Lin's voice rang out. Lin Yu stopped, turned around. "You, stay." Chapter 53 Lin Yuan. Inside the military command tent. "Minister, the casualty report is out." A deputy officer held the report, his face dark as he stood before the desk. Out of the 10 top talents selected from all schools in Jiang City, only 5 came out alive. The loss rate is as high as half. The deputy officer swallowed hard, continuing with a bitter tone, and this was just a first-level dimensional rift, the lowest danger level. Even though everyone signed a death waiver before entering, losing 5 top talents at once is hard to explain to society or the schools. Even more troublesome. The deputy lowered his voice. Among the 5 who died, one was Zhao Kuang, a direct heir of the Zhao family. The Zhao family has deep roots in Jiang City. Their people dying in a military trial will never be forgiven. Behind the desk, Minister Lin quietly listened to the report. The Zhao family? Her tone was calm, yet carried a heavy pressure. When did military trials become a place for the Zhao family to cause trouble? After the great disaster, everything now was fought back bit by the beast tamers. Ignore the Zhao family. If any troublemakers act up, I will handle it. If anyone wants to hold someone accountable, I, Lin Yuan, will take full responsibility. The deputy stiffened, immediately straightening his back. Yes. However, Minister, the deputy sighed, a note of regret in his voice. This first-level dimensional rift was suppressed by the military with much effort, meant as a safe training ground for senior students. Now the boss inside is dead, the rift collapsed and vanished, and Jiang City's training field is interrupted. We will have to wait for a new rift to appear, then send troops to clear it again. Lin Yuan slightly nodded. I will find a way to allocate resources for the training field later. After saying this, Lin Yuan stood up and picked up the tablet on the desk. Striding quickly toward the tent's exit. You stay here to handle the aftermath, I will go check on that student who stayed behind. On the open ground outside the camp. Apart from the sentries on duty, there was no one around. Lin Yu was sitting on a supply box, keeping a weak, panting posture. Footsteps stopped in front of him. Lin Yu lifted his head and saw Minister Lin returning. My name is Lin Yuan, the highest commander of Jiangcheng military. I think you should have met me before. Lin Yuan looked at Lin Yu and straightforwardly gave a brief self-introduction. Lin Yu held onto the supply box, pretended with some effort to stand up, and hoarsely replied, Sanzhong, Lin Yu. I have met Minister Lin. Lin Yuan ignored his courtesy, looking down at the tablet in her hand, reading slowly. Lin Yu. Orphan of the Jiangcheng beast tied 10 years ago, now 18 years old. A few months ago at Sanzhong's awakening ceremony, awakened F-level insect-type talent. At this point, Lin Yuan lifted her head, staring at Lin Yu. Tell me. Lin Yuan's voice was cold, carrying a pressure that seemed to scrutinize everything. Zhao Kuang, who had a second-level beast pet, died in there. How did you, an F-level insect-type junior beast tamer, not only survive, but also save others in the raging beast tide? Facing the questioning, Lin Yu had long expected the military would interrogate, so he followed the mental draft he prepared and began to seriously make things up. Minister Lin, I survived entirely by luck. After entering the dimensional rift, I found a very narrow rock crevice, easy to defend, hard to attack. My insect beasts are weak, but small and easy to hide. I used them as sentries. Lin Yu coughed twice, continuing, later, when the beast tide erupted, I set some poison insect traps in the dark while the boss was fighting Qin Shui. Just then the boss stepped into the traps badly wounded, and only then did I manage to finish it. After hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Lin Yuan slowly shook her head, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes. Is that so? Lin Yuan coldly saw through Lin Yu's disguise. First, your clothes are torn, but the rips are even, clearly not claw marks from a magical beast. Second, the blood on your face is very fresh, only on the surface, not soaking into your skin texture at all, which means it was just smeared on not long ago. Lin Yuan stepped closer. Most importantly, even though you try to hide it, I can still feel a very strong killing aura from you. That is absolutely not the aura of someone who survives only by hiding in traps. As soon as the words fell, she gave Lin Yu no chance to explain or argue. A terrifying pressure instantly burst out from Lin Yuan, like an invisible towering mountain, crashing heavily onto Lin Yu. Lin Yu's pupils shrank sharply, the weak disguise instantly broken. He only felt his shoulders sink heavily, and his body instinctively took a defensive stance. Such a terrifying pressure. Lin Yu thought in his heart, secretly amazed. He knew that his current physical strength was comparable to a third-level magical beast. But even so, under Lin Yuan's pressure, he could not move. What level is this woman at? Elite beast tamer? Or master-level beast tamer? No, maybe even stronger. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Yu's forehead. Just as he was about to reach the limit of his body and summon Lin for a desperate fight, Lin Yuan immediately withdrew the pressure. Her gaze at Lin Yu carried extreme shock and amazement. The pressure I just released, even ordinary high-level beast tamers cannot withstand. Lin Yuan stared at the panting Lin Yu, her voice full of disbelief. You, a junior beast tamer, actually withstood it with only your body. Lin Yuan no longer beat around the bush, speaking directly. A first-tier insect-type beast pet could never kill the boss inside, nor could it give you such a monstrous physique. Lin Yu, what are you hiding? Faced with Lin Yuan's outright questioning, Lin Yu took a deep breath, calming the surging blood and energy within him. He knew very well that in front of someone like Lin Yuan, continuing to act dumb was meaningless and would only provoke the military's hostility. To gain the military's protection or trust, he needed to show enough value. He looked at Lin Yuan and threw out a half-truthful bait. In response to Lin Yuan's half-skeptical question, Lin Yu remained calm. He threw out the explanation he had carefully prepared, half-true, half-false. Minister Lin, actually, I have been hiding my true strength. My beast pet is not a first-tier mid-level, but a second-tier mid-level mutated insect-type magic beast. Also, it possesses a rare psychic attribute. Under the enhancement of my talent, it can briefly control low-level insect-type beasts around us. However, due to my current psychic strength, the number is roughly around 100. Upon hearing this explanation, a flicker of realization flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. If it was a second-tier mid-level, combined with the psychic control of 100 low-level insects, then the insect army she heard about earlier making the way could just about make sense. As for my physical body, Lin Yu coughed, intentionally making his breath sound somewhat disordered. That is another supplementary skill of my talent. I can briefly borrow my beast pet's power to enhance my own body. Just now, to resist your pressure, I overextended my psychic power, and now, I'm just barely holding on. After hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Lin Yuan nodded. Controlling 100 low-level insect beasts is already an outstanding army formation for an intermediate beast master. What's even rarer is that you can borrow your beast pet's power, which compensates for the beast master's body's fragility, the fatal flaw of being easily decapitated. Lin Yuan gave her praise without holding back. Lin Yu, although your insect-type talent is only F-grade, your talent skills are very good. If you continue to grow stronger, there will definitely be unexpected results in the future. Looking at Lin Yuan knew that he certainly hadn't told the full truth. This ability he had definitely wasn't something that an F-grade talent should possess. But it didn't matter. In this cruel world, everyone had their own secrets, and she wasn't interested in digging further. Lin Yuan looked at him with piercing eyes and officially extended an olive branch from the military. If you're interested, once you become stronger, the doors of the Jiangcheng military will always be open to you. Thank you for your recognition, Minister Lin. Lin Yu nodded slightly, neither agreeing nor rejecting immediately. Lin Yuan didn't say anything more and quickly waved her hand, summoning a soldier. Send Lin Yu home safely with a special car. Half an hour later, a heavy-duty military jeep with military plates drove into the city. Lin Yu sat in the spacious backseat, watching the Jiangcheng nightscape fly by outside the window. Far from the bloody and murderous dimensional rifts, the neon lights of the human city made him feel somewhat unreal. Looking at the reflection in the window, Lin Yu's gaze gradually became sharp. Military protection is ultimately external force, and it's just temporary. Only by becoming stronger, strong enough to crush everything, can I truly control my own destiny? Only by becoming stronger, the strongest, can I protect everything I hold dear. The jeep stopped in front of a slum area. Lin Yu opened the door and got out. After sending the jeep away, he took a cab back to his villa. After washing off the bloodstains, Lin Yu changed into a clean and loose set of pajamas, and finally relaxed after a tense day. He walked to the center of the living room, his mind focused. Come out. 2 summoning arrays lit up. Master. As soon as they appeared, Bai Zhi turned into a fleeting shadow, eagerly rushing towards Lin Yu. Bai Zhi's 8 legs tightly wrapped around Lin Yu, her head frantically rubbing against his chest. Master, you finally allowed Bai Zhi to come out. Bai Zhi lifted her head, a few compound eyes flashing with sickly obsession and madness. Bai Zhi hasn't been like this with Master for a long time, only Master and Bai Zhi are alone together. Every time we're outside, Bai Zhi can't get close to Master, and Bai Zhi almost feels like she's going to split from the discomfort. Bai Zhi's spider legs tighten more and more, greedily sniffing the scent on Lin Yu. Master's scent smells so good, I really want to wrap Master up in spider silk, hide him in a place only I know. That way, Master's eyes will forever be on me. Is that okay? Bai Zhi looked at Lin Yu seriously, blinking her eyes. Lin Yu gently rubbed Bai Zhi's head. Okay, as long as Bai Zhi likes it. But if Bai Zhi keeps squeezing, I'll be suffocated by you. Yes. Master. Bai Zhi released some of the pressure, but still clung tightly to Lin Yu. On Lin Yu's other side, Lin looked at Bai Zhi, who had monopolized Lin Yu's embrace, jealousy burning in her eyes. Listening to Bai Zhi's unchecked words, Lin snorted coldly and walked in front of Lin Yu. Noisy spider. Master needs a sharp blade that can cut through anything, not a pet that only knows how to act spoiled. What did you say? Bai Zhi instantly turned her head. A lowly insect that only knows how to swing a knife. Do you want me to eat you? You can try. Lin coldly replied, her purple scythe already tearing at the space around her. Seeing the two about to turn the villa into a battlefield, Lin Yu furrowed his brows. He grabbed Lin's arm. Lin is really powerful, if it weren't for Lin, the dimensional rift wouldn't have been so easy to solve. Hearing Lin Yu's praise, a hint of redness immediately appeared on Lin's cheeks. She silently leaned closer to Lin Yu, hoping for more affection. After calming the jealous pair, Lin Yu began to assess the current situation. Lin has been stable at the peak of the second stage for some time, only needing an opportunity to break through. And Bai Zhi, after this battle with a large number of low-level monsters in the dimensional rift, has already touched the threshold of the second stage peak. Lin Yu then took out the poison saliva fruit he obtained in the dimensional rift. The moment the poison saliva fruit appeared, Bai Zhi, hanging on Lin Yu, immediately had her eyes light up. Bai Zhi stared fixedly at the poison saliva fruit, drooling slightly. Eat it, this is prepared for you. Lin Yu patted Bai Zhi's head and handed the poison saliva fruit to her. Thank you, Master, Bai Zhi loves you the most. Bai Zhi happily took the poison saliva fruit and swallowed it whole. Boom! The moment it was swallowed, a dazzling white light erupted, centered around Bai Zhi. The violent spiritual power surged wildly in the living room, the blinding white light completely enveloping Bai Zhi's body. Countless white spider silks sprayed out from her body, wrapping around her in layers. In just a few seconds, a 2-meter-high white cocoon was formed in the center of the living room. Thud. Thud. Inside the light cocoon, the sound of heartbeats echoed again and again. Each beat was accompanied by a powerful oppressive force radiating outward. Lin Yu stood up, his eyes reflecting the dazzling cocoon. With the help of the poison saliva fruit, Bai Zhi should be able to break through smoothly. Chapter 55, Bai Zhi, Transformed. 2 hours later. Lin Yu stood in front of the cocoon, carefully watching the changes in the cocoon. Crack! Suddenly, a sound of cracking was heard. The cocoon began to spread fine cracks like a spider's web. As the cracks widened, terrifying oppressive force emanated from inside the cocoon. Then, with a loud bang, the cocoon completely shattered. The dazzling white light poured out like a tide, flooding the entire spacious living room, making it as bright as day. As the blinding light gradually receded, the white spider-like body had disappeared without a trace. Amid the pure white spider silk falling from the sky, a small and graceful figure slowly emerged. Her figure was petite and delicate, about 1.55 meters tall, with silver-white long hair flowing like a waterfall down to her waist, the strands of hair faintly shimmering with a soft glow. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her cheeks had a sickly pale and fragile look. Her small, smooth jade feet were bare, stepping through the air without a speck of dust. She was only covered by a layer of pure white gauze, transformed from the origin spider silk, which outlined her delicate waist and small, yet incredibly curvaceous body, barely visible. On her forehead, there was a faint white spider pattern, which, combined with her extremely pure lowly-like face, added an extra touch of deadly seduction. Especially those bright, ruby-like scarlet eyes, which at this moment shimmered with a trace of chilling madness and sickness. Evolution successful. Name, Tianluo Weaving Princess, White Weaving. Level, Lower Tier 3rd rank. Form, Human form. With White Weaving's breakthrough, Lin Yu also officially broke through to become an advanced beast tamer. Boom! Before Lin Yu could carefully examine White Weaving, a surge of unprecedented, immense primal power rushed through the soul contract, flooding into his body like a broken dam. Ugh! Lin Yu grunted and knelt on one knee. Under the wash of this myth-level primal energy, his spiritual power surged terrifyingly once again, and his consciousness sea almost turned into a tangible ocean. With just a thought, he could crush all living beings within a 100-meter radius. His physical strength also broke through 2 levels, advancing to the physical strength of a 3rd-rank upper-tier magical beast. Now, ordinary 3rd-rank magical beasts could not hurt him in the slightest. At the same time, 2 exclusive divine abilities awakened in Lin Yu's mind after White Weaving reached the 3rd rank. Divine Ability Weaving Destiny Domain. Within the domain, White Weaving skill power, speed, and binding strength double, the toughness and toxicity of the spider silk increase exponentially. The domain will slowly absorb the enemy's spiritual power and convert it into her own energy. Any enemy that touches the spider silk will be invisibly restrained, as if their fate is tightly controlled by the threads. Divine Ability Thousands of Threads, a combination of offense and defense. The spider silk within the domain can be transformed at will. It can pierce and strike like a rainstorm, instantly condense into spider spears and spider blades for single target attacks, or instantly weave into a strangling net to trap the target. Divine Ability. Lin Yu took a deep breath, just about to feel the surge of power within him. But he immediately sensed that the atmosphere in the living room had shifted. White Weaving, floating in midair, was now looking down on him from above. Those once innocent and dependent scarlet eyes were now filled with an extreme heat, obsession, and even a beastly greed and desire. She was like a hunter who had found the perfect prey, ready to pounce at any moment. At this moment, the Lord of 10,000 Insects Law in Lin Yu's mind suddenly flickered madly. Law 4, Reproduction for the King. The transformed beast pet will intensely desire to reverse push you, reproducing for the king, viewing it as the ultimate honor. Seeing the detailed explanation of this law, Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply. This law, why have I never seen it before? Could it be that it only appeared after White Weaving transformed? Master. White Weaving slightly parted her red lips, making a soft and sweet lowly voice, but her tone carried a disturbing level of sickness and fanaticism. She stuck out her delicate little tongue and lightly licked her enchanting red lips. Master's taste has become even more delicious. White Weaving now really wants to eat Master, bite by bite. You dirty, lustful spider, stay away from your master. Feeling the blatant desire and fierce aggression emanating from Bai Zhi, Rin, who had been standing nearby, instantly stepped in front of Lin Yu. Rin unleashed the peak of her 2nd-tier aura, and the 3 pairs of purple wings on her back trembled violently, swinging the amethyst sides, turning into afterimages to try to block Bai Zhi's approach. However, faced with Rin's full-force explosion, Bai Zhi, who had already reached the 3rd tier and awakened her divine skill, lazily turned her head, curling her lips into a scornful cold smile. A tiny 2nd-tier bug that hasn't even taken shape dares to shout in front of me now? Bai Zhi didn't even look directly at Rin, raising her slender, jade-white hand and lightly waving it at the void. Divine Skill 1000 Threads of Transformation. Countless semi-transparent spider threads, exuding terrifying pressure, instantly formed in the void. Rin didn't even have time to react, and her limbs and wings were tightly entangled by the dense spider threads. You let me go. What are you going to do to Master? Rin struggled desperately, wildly chopping with the amethyst sides, but the amplified 3rd-tier threads were impossible for her to cut. Even using spatial power, Rin could only try to cut one thread at a time, with no idea when it would end. Rin was tied into an upside-down silk cocoon, only her head exposed, suspended high in the middle of the living room. Bai Zhi turned her head, looking at Rin hanging in midair, humiliated and furious, a cruel and sick sense of pride flashing in her crimson eyes. She raised a fair finger to her red lips. "Sh little bug, don't disturb Bai Zhi in Master's private world. Just hang there quietly, open your eyes and watch how I serve Master." After dealing with the troublesome Rin, Bai Zhi stepped lightly in midair with her bare jade-like feet, then turned into a white light, carrying a sweet, enticing fragrance, instantly diving into Lin Yu's arms. The impact knocked Lin Yu directly onto the wide, soft sofa. Just as Lin Yu tried to sit up, Bai Zhi, calm down. But he didn't have a chance to refuse. Bai Zhi's small, soft body straddled him directly. She lightly reached into the void, and countless threads instantly wrapped around Lin Yu's wrists and ankles. "Bai Zhi, what are you doing?" Lin Yu looked at her with surprise, trying to struggle free. To his shock, his third-tier advanced body couldn't break free from these seemingly delicate threads. "Master, stop struggling. You belong only to Bai Zhi." Bai Zhi bent down, her silver white hair falling over Lin Yu's chest, sending a ticklish shiver. Her stunning, adorable face flushed with a dizzying red, her cold, soft body pressed tightly against Lin Yu, her red lips nearly biting his earlobe. Bai Zhi finally can truly own Master, not just as Master's beast pet. Bai Zhi's gaze grew mad, filled with a greedy hunger to devour Lin Yu. Bai Zhi will drain everything from Master and produce the strongest descendants for Master. The next moment, the threads formed into a misty white veil, enveloping the entire sofa. Rin, struggling in midair, widened her eyes at the scene. You. Chapter 56, the first Shura field appears. The next morning, sunlight poured through the windows into the messy living room. The sofa was unrecognizable, with broken threads scattered around. The air still faintly carried the sweet, enticing, blood-pumping fragrance from last night. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if his bones were about to fall apart. He sat up, pounding his lower back hard with his hands, letting out a bitter laugh. "Even with a body comparable to a third-tier advanced magical beast, I still can't do it." Last night's madness from Bai Zhi was beyond belief. It completely exceeded Lin Yu's understanding. Bai Zhi was not only incredibly passionate, but what was even more dangerous was that, in her extremely excited state, she activated Divine Skill Weaving Fate Divine Domain. With the boost of the Divine Domain, Bai Zhi's physical attributes and endurance grew exponentially. The entire night, Lin Yu felt like a small boat caught in a storm, ready to capsize at any moment, being forced dozens of times by Bai Zhi. If it weren't for his inhuman physique, an ordinary person would have likely turned into a dried corpse by now. At this moment, the culprit, Bai Zhi, was contentedly lying on Lin Yu's chest. After a night of nourishing, her once sickly pale skin now had a layer of alluring flush and glow, with a sweet smile playing on the corners of her lips. Occasionally, a murmuring sound escaped her lips, "Master, Master, don't run." At this moment, a light sound of sizzle came from the air. After being trapped for the entire night, Lin finally broke free when Bai Zhi fell asleep and her spiritual power dissipated, tearing from the inside. Lin lightly landed from mid-air. At this moment, her eyes were burning with extreme anger and jealousy. She exuded an icy murderous aura, and the violet crystal wings behind her trembled slightly from extreme unwillingness. Without saying a word, she walked up to the sofa and raised the violet crystal scythe high in her hand. The scythe was aimed directly at the sleeping Bai Zhi. Just when Lin Yu thought Lin was about to take revenge and intervene. Swish! A cold light flashed. The already damaged sofa was split in half by her blow, the blade grazing Bai Zhi, showing just how much resentment was packed into this strike. After splitting the sofa, Lin turned around and stared at Lin Yu from a higher position. She arrogantly lifted her chin, coldly snorted, her tone full of pride and mockery. "Master really had a great time last night. With this horny spider, did you forget about everyone else's well-being?" Lin turned her head away, her voice was cold, but it betrayed the desire in her heart. "You clearly promised me that I am your sharpest blade. Since you like human-shaped pets so much, I can transform too. I want to." Seeing Lin's appearance, clearly jealous yet trying to act aloof, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. He endured his aching back and stood up, walking over to Lin. He gently reached out and stroked Lin's scythe. "Alright, don't be angry. I did make you feel wrong last night, but Bai Zhi happened to have encountered the opportunity for the poisonous saliva fruit. Don't worry, after this external trouble is dealt with, I promise you, my next priority is to find the top-tier dark and space-based materials for you." Lin Yu gently pinched the edge of Lin's thin wing, his eyes sincere. "You will always be my most important and irreplaceable partner. How could I neglect you?" Hearing Lin Yu's gentle and sincere promise, the murderous aura on Lin slowly dissipated. "Humph, don't think a few sweet words can make me forget." Lin arrogantly snorted, but her body honestly nudged into Lin Yu's palm. After finally calming Lin down, Bai Zhi on the sofa slowly woke up. Bai Zhi sat up, her silver white long hair falling to her waist. She glanced at Lin standing beside Lin Yu, and immediately a victorious look appeared in her crimson eyes. Ah, a certain little bug that hasn't even transformed yet, are you jealous of Bai Zhi? Bai Zhi provocatively teased. You're asking for death. Lin's eyes grew cold, and the violet crystal scythe was raised again. Just as it seemed like another home-destroying battle was about to erupt in the living room, Lin Yu quickly grabbed both of them. Stop, I don't want my house to be destroyed by you two and then end up wandering the streets. Lin Yu exerted his authority as the master and then, looking at Bai Zhi who was barely dressed, felt a headache coming on. There was no women's clothing in the villa. Lin Yu had no choice but to turn and walk into the bedroom. He took a white shirt, one that he usually wore, from the wardrobe and handed it to Bai Zhi. Put this on for now to make do. Bai Zhi took the white shirt and shook it in front of Lin, deliberately speaking in a sweet, almost fake tone. Although Bai Zhi can make clothes from spider silk, but this shirt is full of the owner's scent. Since it's the owner's personal clothes, of course, Bai Zhi has to wear it. After speaking, Bai Zhi put the shirt on. The shirt's hem just covered the top of her thighs, exposing a pair of pale, slender legs, and with her pure and innocent little girl face, the sense of innocent desire was instantly raised to the max. Seeing Bai Zhi's pretentious look, having taken advantage and still acting coy, Lin was shaking with anger. Shameless spider. Bai Zhi hid behind Lin Yu, stuck out her head, and made a face. Watching the two constantly bicker, Lin Yu helplessly shook his head, turned, and walked into the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. Listening to their chattering and squabbling from the living room, Lin Yu, cutting the bacon, couldn't help but smile slightly. Since the events from 10 years ago, Lin Yu hadn't felt the warmth of family. About 10 minutes later, Lin Yu placed fried eggs, bacon, and toast on the dining table. As magical beasts, Bai Zhi and Lin didn't need to eat human food, only absorbing spiritual energy in crystal cores. But Bai Zhi confidently pulled out a chair, sat down, grabbed a knife and fork, cut a piece of fried egg, and put it in her mouth. With a face full of happiness, she praised. Wow! The food the owner makes is really delicious. Bai Zhi is human now, so from now on, I'll eat breakfast with the owner every day. Seeing this, Lin, who had never been interested in human food, also refused to back down and walked over. She used the tip of her purple crystal scythe to pick up a piece of bacon and put it in her mouth. Though she didn't taste anything special, she still forced herself to say, I want to eat too. Bai Zhi immediately put down her knife and fork, pouted in dissatisfaction, and said, What kind of bug are you to eat human food? Don't disturb my sweet breakfast with the owner. As long as it's the owner's, I'll take it. Lin refused to yield, and the two locked eyes across the table, sparks flying in the air. Just as the two continued to argue, Lin Yu's gaze was suddenly drawn to the morning news playing on the living room wall. On the television screen, the official announcer, dressed in a black suit, appeared solemn. We interrupt this program with an urgent news update. Last night, a rare internal riot occurred at a level 1 dimensional rift outside Jiang City. Among the 10 talented students from various schools who entered the rift for trials, 5 tragically fell. Then, black and white photos of Qin Shui, Kai Yi, Zhao Kuang, and others appeared on the screen. The announcer continued reading the official statement. Currently, with the internal riot quelled, the dimensional rift has closed and disappeared. The Jiang City military expresses its deep sorrow. Watching the news on the television, Lin Yu calmly took a bite of his toast. In Jiang City, at the Zhao family estate, Zhao Li calmly looked at the file in his hand. Just moments ago, he received the list of casualties sent by the military. Zhao Quan was dead, yet Lin Yu had made it out alive. Lin Yu. At Lin Yu's villa. Lin Yu suddenly sneezed without warning. He grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth and said, What's going on? Someone missing me? Bai Zhi and Lin were still staring at each other, fighting over the last piece of toast. Just then, Lin Yu's phone, which had been placed on the table, suddenly rang. Lin Yu picked up the phone and saw the name Song Yun flashing on the screen. He answered the call. As soon as the call connected, Song Yun's anxious voice came through. Lin Yu, where are you now? Hearing the mature woman's voice on the phone, Bai Zhi and Lin, who had just been bickering, instantly united against a common enemy. They all turned their heads at once, staring intently at Lin Yu's phone. Bai Zhi was even more furious, puffing out her cheeks and muttering complaints in a small, sickly voice. That wicked woman again, she took advantage of me being away and ate the master before me. I really want to melt her with poison. Lin Yu ignored Bai Zhi's grumbling and asked into the phone, what happened? On the other end, Song Yun spoke rapidly, I just saw the news, Zhao Kuang died in the rift, and you came out alive. After Zhao Li finds out, he definitely won't let it go. Song Yun's voice was full of worry. After failing again and again, he might ignore face and law and take action against you. You need to leave Jiang City quickly. Should I send someone to help you? After hearing Song Yun's anxious warning, Lin Yu glanced at Bai Zhi beside him, straining to listen, then at Rin, full of fighting spirit. No need, Sister Yun. Thank you for calling to warn me. But, I don't plan to leave for now. Lin Yu put down his coffee cup, eyes turning to the sky over Jiang City. Since Zhao Li is ready to act, I won't sit and wait to die. Lin Yu. Are you crazy? That's the Zhao family. Before Song Yun could finish, Lin Yu hung up the phone. Chapter 57, Using the Body as Bait. After breakfast, the tense atmosphere in the living room temporarily eased. Lin Yu thought for a moment and pulled Rin, who was sulking over not getting the last bite of toast, back into the beast control space. The spacious living room was left with only Lin Yu and Bai Zhi. Lin Yu turned his head, eyes landing on Bai Zhi in front of him. She was wearing his white shirt and casual pants on her lower half. Since Bai Zhi had taken human form, as long as she didn't show her powers in public or meet someone very strong, no one could notice her difference. Seeing this, a trace of calculation flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Song Yun had said on the phone, Zhao Li would stop at nothing. Instead of passively defending, it's better to give them a weakness proactively. He looked at Bai Zhi, I'm going out for a while. Do you want to come with me? Really? Bai Zhi's crimson eyes lit up instantly, and she excitedly leaped into Lin Yu's arms. Bai Zhi can go out with the master. After getting ready, Lin Yu took Bai Zhi out of the villa, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the busiest downtown area of Zheng City. Half an hour later, they got off at the commercial pedestrian street in the city center. As soon as they appeared, they immediately drew the eyes of countless passers-by along the street. Lin Yu's figure was tall and upright, his temperament deepening and growing colder. Beside him, Bai Zhi's pure yet subtly deadly beautiful face made passing boys stare in awe. Hearing the restrained gasps around them, Bai Zhi felt no fear, only pride, hugging Lin Yu's arm tighter. Lin Yu deliberately led Bai Zhi deeper into the busiest part of the shopping district. He seemed to be wandering aimlessly but was actually releasing spatial awareness the whole time. As Lin Yu walked and secretly scanned, Bai Zhi suddenly stopped. She tugged Lin Yu's sleeve, pointing at a luxurious high-end women's clothing store, eyes full of curiosity and desire. Master, Bai Zhi wants that. Lin Yu followed her gaze and saw a shop selling all kinds of dresses. Alright, let's go in and pick some that suit you. Always wearing mine isn't right. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Once inside, the dazzling array of beautiful dresses instantly made Bai Zhi's eyes go wide. Although she was a magical beast, encountering so many colorful human clothes for the first time completely triggered her innate feminine love of beauty. Master, please wait while I get changed. Bai Zhi eagerly picked up a few sets of skirts and dashed into the fitting room. Soon after, with a swish, the fitting room curtain was pulled open. Bai Zhi emerged wearing a set of JK uniform. The top was a perfectly fitted snow-white shirt, with a red bow tied at the collar, perfectly accentuating her petite yet surprisingly curvy figure. The bottom was a deep blue high-waisted pleated skirt, with the hem stopping just a third of the way up her thighs. She had also specially paired it with white stockings to match the JK style. The white stockings tightly wrapped around her straight, well-proportioned legs, with just a hint of softness, creating a stunning line of absolute territory between her thighs and the skirt's hem. Paired with her silver hair and innocent, sparkling lowly face, the pure innocence and the unintentional desire she exuded, combined to create a visual shock that could drive any man crazy. Bai Zhi placed her hands behind her back, gently lifting her toes, her cheeks flushed, and her crimson eyes gazing at Lin Yu with anticipation. Master, do you think it looks good? Lin Yu looked at the scene before him, filled with overwhelming charm, his heart warming slightly as he nodded. It looks great, it suits you very well, Bai Zhi. Hearing the master's praise, Bai Zhi was so excited she nearly jumped, quickly turning around and running back to change into the second outfit. This time, it was a black and white gothic puffed skirt. When she walked out again, her entire aura changed instantly. Layers of black lace and pure white ruffles intertwined, making her look like a vampire princess who had just stepped out of a dark castle. The salesperson immediately helped her tie her silver-white long hair into high twin tails, with the tails hanging on both sides. Under the skirt, she still wore knee-high white stockings that gently hugged her legs. Oh my! Sir, your girlfriend is unbelievably beautiful. The salesperson's voice trembled with excitement as she frantically handed more styles of Lolita skirts to Bai Zhi, all the while continuously praising Lin Yu. I've been selling clothes for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen someone wear a gothic skirt and white stockings like they walked out of an anime. Your girlfriend's looks, no matter what she wears, she's definitely a fairy descending to earth. And with you, sir, being so handsome, you're simply a match made in heaven. When Bai Zhi heard the salesperson say your girlfriend, her heart instantly bloomed with happiness. She secretly glanced at Lin Yu, only to find that he was calm and composed, not even refuting the title. Master didn't object. So in Master's heart, Bai Zhi is his girlfriend. Bai Zhi's fingers trembled with excitement, wishing she could immediately use spider silk to tie Lin Yu up and hide him forever inside her body. Just as Bai Zhi spun happily in front of the mirror, wearing the gothic puffed skirt, Lin Yu's originally gentle gaze suddenly sharpened. He caught sight of several murderous gazes locking onto him from a dark alley across from the women's clothing store. Finally, they've taken the bait. Lin Yu sneered coldly inside his mind. On the surface, he pretended not to notice, continuing to smile and enjoy Bai Zhi's fashion show. After trying on dozens of skirts, Bai Zhi walked up to Lin Yu, her small hands twisting together, her head tilted up with a pitiful expression. Master. I really like all these skirts. Seeing Bai Zhi's current adorable, pitiable appearance, Lin Yu turned to the salesperson. Please wrap up all the ones she tried on earlier. All of them? The salesperson was overjoyed, quickly packing everything while showering Lin Yu with compliments. Sir, you are so good to your girlfriend. Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness. The total for these dozen skirts came to 100,000 alliance coins. Carrying the large bags, Bai Zhi, full of excitement, immediately threw herself onto Lin Yu's arm, practically hanging onto him. As Lin Yu passed by a small stall, he casually bought her a bunch of bright red candied hawthorns. Bai Zhi took a bite of the candied hawthorn, and the sweet sugar coating melted in her mouth. A happy smile spread across her face. At that moment, while eating the candied hawthorn, Bai Zhi proudly showed off to Lin in the Beast Master space. Ah, the outside world is so much fun. The master not only bought me so many beautiful skirts, but also this sweet candied hawthorn. And just now, everyone kept saying I'm the master's girlfriend, and the master didn't deny it. Isn't that little bug, who can only stay locked in the Beast Master space, crying from envy? Inside the Beast Master space, Lin pretended to not care and retorted, boring low-level interests. Only a useless thing like you, whose mind is full of lust, would get so happy over a few cheap clothes. I don't care about that, I only care about how to kill for the master. Listening to their extreme bickering, Lin Yu shook his head without making a sound. By now, he had noticed the faint feeling of being watched, and the killing intent was increasing rapidly. Lin Yu continued to lead Bai Zhi through winding streets, heading straight toward a cold weapon store. Boss, I'd like to buy a dagger. Lin Yu walked up to the counter. The shopkeeper looked up, glanced at Lin Yu, who looked like a high school student, and then picked out a few affordable, regular daggers. Young man, these styles are fine, good for self-defense or as gifts. Each one is only a few thousand. Lin Yu casually picked one up and lightly ran his thumb across the blade's edge, his brow furrowing slightly. Too brittle. Boss, do you have anything better? The shopkeeper paused for a moment, then lowered his voice and reminded him. We do have some, but those are not cheap. Money's not an issue. Let me see them. Seeing Lin Yu's confidence, the shopkeeper immediately turned around and brought out several exquisite metal boxes, introducing each one. Lin Yu's gaze finally settled on a dagger with a dark gray body and a cold gleam along the edge. This one is made from D-class rare alloy. It's very tough. With enough strength, you can cut through the skin armor of a second-tier magical beast as easily as cutting tofu. Lin Yu picked up the D-class alloy dagger and weighed it in his hand. With his current strength, ordinary weapons would break after just a few explosive strikes, but this dagger would barely be enough for tonight. I'll take this one, 150,000, right? Lin Yu swiped his card to pay. After buying the dagger, Lin Yu continued to take Bai Zhi on a random stroll. By the time the sky gradually darkened, he hailed a taxi on the roadside. In the taxi, Lin Yu's gaze occasionally flicked to the rearview mirror outside the window. In the reflection of the mirror, more than a dozen black SUVs were tailing them. When Lin Yu and Bai Zhi returned to the villa, the sky had already turned to dusk. Thick, black clouds had gathered in the sky at some point, and the oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. It seemed like an unprecedented storm was about to pour down. At the same time, in Jiang City, at the Zhao family estate, Master, a high-level beast master who had been tracking Lin Yu for the entire day, was reporting Lin Yu's movements. Lin Yu appeared in the city center's commercial district this afternoon, accompanied by a silver-haired girl of unknown identity. He spent the entire day shopping with the girl for 3 hours, trying on dozens of dresses, eating a bunch of candied hawthorns. Then he went to a weapon shop and spent 150,000 on a metal dagger. He just took a taxi back to a villa on the outskirts of Jiang City. After hearing his subordinate's report, Zhao Li's eyes flashed with doubt. Shopping? Buying skirts? Eating candied hawthorns? A villa? And then buying a dagger? He's not an orphan from the slums, so where did the villa come from? Showing off like this, is he trying to use himself as bait to lure me out, or is he just ignorant and fearless? The next second, with a muffled crack, the hard redwood armrest was crushed by Zhao Li's grip. But I have no more patience left, Tanger. A penniless orphan from a slum, even if you have some tricks up your sleeve and someone backing you, I still want you dead. Since you're baiting yourself to lure me in, I'll make sure you understand, there's only one law that remains unchanging in this world, that is, the weak are prey to the strong. Zhao Li gritted his teeth, his eyes bursting with a killing intent that cared for nothing. In the face of absolute power, any scheming is just a dying struggle. Send my order, prepare to strike tonight. After speaking, Zhao Li turned and looked out the window. It's going to rain. Boom. Outside the window, a massive bolt of lightning suddenly split the dark sky. Chapter 58, Killing Intent on a Rainy Night. Night fell. The heavy rain poured down. Zhangcheng was hit by an unprecedented ferocious storm. The huge raindrops hammered the ground relentlessly, raising a white mist of water on the asphalt road. Because of the extreme weather, the streets of the entire city were empty. Under the dim, flickering streetlights, Lin Yu, holding a black umbrella, walked step by step toward the Zhao family estate. Whoosh! The fierce wind howled past, causing the century-old trees on both sides of the road to sway violently, making cracking sounds. However, the umbrella in Lin Yu's hand remained still, unmoving. Raindrops gathered along the black umbrella, forming lines that slid down continuously, dripping to the ground by his feet. The shadow beneath the umbrella deeply hid most of his face, only revealing an aura as cold as the storm itself. Meanwhile, outside the Zhao family estate, hundreds of Zhao family's beastmasters were gathering urgently under the pouring rain, the wind making their raincoats flap loudly, the atmosphere in the crowd tense and oppressive. This is freaking insane. Haven't seen such a heavy rain in years, and the master calls us all out in the middle of the night to get drenched? A few Zhao family members wiped the rainwater from their faces, cursing loudly. I heard it's to deal with a high schooler named Lin Yu? A mere 18-year-old brat, does it really need all of us Zhao family's beastmasters? This is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I was just lying in bed with a woman, and they dragged me out to freeze. Once we catch that little brat, I'll break a few of his bones and rip out all his teeth to vent my anger. Hearing his subordinates grumbling, the leading general, Zhou Ming, suddenly darkened his face. Shut the hell up. Zhou Ming scanned the crowd fiercely and warned in a harsh tone. That kid's not simple, even young Master Zhao Quan got taken down by him. Today, everyone must focus and do their best to kill Lin Yu. Seeing that the crowd still looked unconvinced, Zhou Ming sneered. The master has given an order. Today, anyone who kills Lin Yu will be rewarded with 100 million alliance coins. What? Hearing the figure of 100 million alliance coins, everyone in the storm immediately quieted down. Soon after, everyone's breath became heavier, and their eyes, washed by the rain, sparkled with fervent light. Holy shit! 100 million? This kid's life is worth more than a fourth-tier magical beast. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, leader. Young Master Zhao Quan must have been careless and underestimating him. We have over 100 people here, just one spit from each of us could drown that high schooler. This 100 million, brothers, is ours today. Not even a god can save him now. While the crowd was excitedly discussing the bounty. Boom! Another loud thunder rumbled in the sky, instantly tearing apart the dark night sky, illuminating the road in front of the estate. Leader, look! Someone's up ahead. A sharp-eyed Zhao family member suddenly pointed through the rain, shouting loudly. Everyone quickly looked up in unison. At the end of the road, Lin Yu held an umbrella and slowly walked into everyone's sight. Zhou Ming frowned, suddenly stepped forward, pointing at the black figure in the rain and shouted sharply. Stop! Ahead is the Zhao family manor in Zhangcheng. If you are in the wrong place, get out fast, and stay away if you don't want to die. Lin Yu, however, acted as if he did not hear, still holding the umbrella, stepping through the pouring rain, continuing forward without hurry. As the distance closed, under the searchlight at the manor gate, everyone finally saw the figure under the black umbrella. Those slightly thin shoulders and youthful features clearly looked like a high school boy. The tense nerves of the crowd finally relaxed, and they immediately burst into disdainful laughter. Who is this reckless brat? Not even fully grown, and dares to storm the Zhao family? Are you deaf? If you don't want to die, leave quickly. Don't force us to release the beasts to tear you apart alive. Facing everyone's mockery, Lin Yu stopped. He lifted his head and gently raised the edge of the umbrella. Under the black umbrella, a pair of eyes cold as frost appeared, deep and piercing. The moment Zhou Ming saw that face, he was shocked. Before this, Zhao had already given Lin Yu's photo to Zhou Ming and the others, ordering them to show it to everyone and attack immediately upon seeing him, without hesitation. Lin Yu? Is that you? Zhou Ming stared at the boy holding the umbrella, hardly believing his own eyes. You actually dared to come alone into my Zhao family manor? What? He is that Lin Yu? Hearing the name, those who were mocking stopped for a moment. But immediately after, their eyes turned greedy as they looked at Lin Yu. Ha ha ha. This 100 million alliance coins are mine. Next to Zhou Ming, a mid-level beast master named Wu Jian reacted the fastest. Driven mad by greed, he didn't even bother to summon his beast. Relying on his own body, he smashed the water on the ground, creating a blur, grinning fiercely as he charged at Lin Yu. Die! Wu Jian raised his fist high, aiming straight at Lin Yu's head. Facing this deadly attack, Lin Yu held the black umbrella, and just as Wu Jian's fist was about to hit his nose, Lin Yu slightly turned, narrowly avoiding the powerful blow. Then, Lin Yu slowly clenched his right hand into a fist, suddenly powering his waist. Boom! A muffled sound of flesh and bone breaking exploded in the storm. Wu Jian's arrogant laughter stopped abruptly. In an instant, his chest was completely destroyed. Blood mixed with broken organs erupted into a mist, splashing the faces of several behind him. Thump! Wu Jian crashed heavily into the water, instantly staining the surrounding rain a dark red. Everyone was shocked. This is impossible. Wu Jian is a mid-level beast master, yet his body was smashed by just one punch. Monster, he is not human, he is a beast in human skin. Looking at the pile of broken flesh on the ground, Zhou Ming felt a chill shoot straight to his skull. Stop staring, show all your strength, don't underestimate him. Everyone, summon your beasts immediately, kill him. With Zhou Ming's terrified roar, hundreds of colorful summoning circles lit up in the rainy night, the violent spiritual energy temporarily clearing the storm around. Huge beasts, radiating terrifying pressure, roared out from the formations. A 5-meter, heavily armored, lower-tier 3rd-level iron-armored earth dragon. A 2nd-level peak scarlet flame mad lion, burning with fire that the rain could not extinguish. And a 3rd-level middle-tier thunder horn giant rhino, flashing blinding lightning from its head. Bloodthirsty demon ape, shadow wind wolf, 2-headed poison python. Lin Yu slightly raised his eyes. 7 high-level beast masters, 39 mid-level beast masters, and over 100 low-level beast masters. Not a single one left. As soon as the words fell, a ripple suddenly spread through the space behind Lin Yu. Bai Zhi slowly walked out from behind Lin Yu. Facing the oncoming army of beasts, like a tsunami, Bai Zhi's crimson eyes instantly filled with excitement and fanaticism. She clenched her hands in the air, and countless spider threads instantly surged. 2 skills, exploding at the same time. Heaven's Net. Venomous Cut. In midair, countless massive spider webs intertwined in an instant, trapping the heavily armored earth dragon and thunderhorn giant rhino at the front, who didn't even have time to unleash their skills, firmly bound in midair. No matter how frantically they twisted their bodies, they could not break free at all. The spider threads that trapped the beasts suddenly tightened in an instant, laced with deadly poison, accompanied by a spine-chilling, dense cutting sound. The oncoming beasts, like fragile white paper, were instantly shredded into countless pieces of meat. The head of the crimson flame savage lion was instantly sliced off. The thick body of the 2-headed poison snake was twisted by the spider webs into a sky full of bloody chunks. The sky was filled with beast blood and shattered meat, mixed with the rainwater corroded by the deadly poison, pouring madly onto the Zhao family's heads and faces. Chapter 59, The Bloodthirsty Butcher, The Bloodstorm in the Sky. At the same moment the beasts died, screams of agony erupted one after another from the crowd. Dozens of beast masters all simultaneously suffered soul backlash. Their faces turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted wildly from their mouths, their bodies collapsing in the muddy rainwater, clutching their heads and wailing in pain. Zhou Ming looked at the shattered remains of the beasts on the ground, and the crimson blood quickly gathering into a river, a wave of unprecedented terror immediately washed over his body. He finally understood why the family head had to mobilize everyone to deal with a mere high school student. Zhou Ming stiffly lifted his head and looked at Bai Zhi in midair, his pupils sharply constricting, his voice stuttering. A humanoid beast pet? This is impossible. Zhou Ming shook his head in disbelief, staring at Lin Yu, screaming, "You, an 18-year-old high school student, how could you possibly have a myth-level beast pet? This absolutely can't be true. Illusion, this is definitely an illusion. You, a poor orphan who crawled out of the slums, how could you possibly protect such a beast pet? There's absolutely no such absurd thing in this world." Zhou Ming struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva mixed with rainwater. He knew that if he retreated today, he would die for sure. Only by fighting back would there be a chance of survival. He screamed at those around him, "Don't be fooled by him. This kid must have used some high-level illusion item to disguise a lowly bug as a mythic beast to bluff us." Hearing Zhou Ming's words, the others immediately calmed down. Right, he's just a poor high school student. Even if he got it by luck, how could he protect it? And he dares to show it to the public. Zhou Ming, as long as we kill him, the illusion will naturally be broken. Everyone who can still move, command your beast pets to restrain that humanoid beast pet. The rest, follow me to surround and kill Lin Yu. He's just one person, and the beast master's body is the most vulnerable. Once we get close, we can still kill him. Hearing Zhou Ming's command, the remaining people grabbed onto the last straw of hope. Some of them, with bloodshot eyes, commanded their remaining beast pets, desperately charging toward Bai Zhi in midair. Meanwhile, the remaining dozens of beast masters took out their weapons and, following Zhou Ming, roared as they charged towards Lin Yu. "Come out, Rock Bear Bell." Zhou Ming roared, and the summoning circle in front of him burst with light. A 6-meter-tall, rock-armored 3rd-tier middle-ranked Rock Bear Bell roared out and charged fiercely towards Lin Yu. Facing the Zhao family members charging from all sides and Rock Bear Bell, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty madness. He casually tossed the black umbrella in his hand into the pouring rain and drew the newly bought D-class alloy dagger. Good timing. Lin Yu's eyes sharpened, and instead of retreating, he advanced. A mid-level beast master rushed to Lin Yu's side first, and the D-class alloy longsword in his hand cut through the air with a whistling sound, fiercely slashing toward Lin Yu's shoulder. Lin Yu did not dodge or avoid. Clang! A metallic clash echoed. The D-class alloy weapon struck Lin Yu's shoulder, not leaving a single mark, but instead, the impact caused the beast master's long sword to fly out of his hand. What kind of monster flesh is this? In the beast master's shocked gaze, the alloy dagger in Lin Yu's hand sliced through the rain with a cold gleam, instantly cutting through his throat. Blood sprayed out, and the beast master hurriedly covered his neck with his hand, staring at Lin Yu in terror before collapsing to the ground. Lin Yu's figure moved like a ghost through the crowd, each swing of the dagger, each punch, knocking down one person after another. Bang! A domineering straight punch shattered the chest bone and heart of a mid-level beast master. The dull thud of flesh hitting and the piercing screams intertwined in the rainy night. Lin Yu was covered in blood, yet the more he killed, the more excited he became. His third-tier superior physique made him like a slaughter machine, an overwhelming force against the mid to high-level beast masters. At that moment, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the rock bear, Bell, charged towards Lin Yu. The giant bear paw, with a howling sound tearing through the air, slammed down toward Lin Yu's head. Smash him into meat paste. Zhou Ming, standing beside the rock bear, blocked Lin Yu's escape route. Facing the full force of a third-tier mid-level beast in Zhou Ming's pincer attack, Lin Yu swung his left arm up with force, choosing to directly take the blow from the rock bear's giant paw. Boom! A deafening roar sounded. The ground beneath Lin Yu cracked inch by inch, countless stones and water splashing into the air due to the violent backlash. When the water droplets settled, Zhou Ming was horrified to find that Lin Yu had, with just his left hand, forcefully taken the full blow from the rock bear. Roar! A flash of confusion appeared in the rock bear's eyes, unable to believe that this small human was actually able to withstand its strength. Good strength, but too slow. Lin Yu sneered, bracing against the rock bear's massive strength. His right arm muscles bulged, and with the insane power of a third-tier superior, he thrust the dagger viciously into the rock bear's chest. The dagger sank into the rock bear's chest, drawing out a large amount of hot blood. The rock bear roared in pain, its other paw swiping furiously toward Lin Yu's waist. Lin Yu quickly pulled out the dagger, his body leaning backward, dodging the swipe of the bear paw. Immediately after, he slammed his hands on the ground, and his legs shot forward, delivering a series of heavy kicks to the rock bear's head. The rock bear was kicked backward, crashing into the muddy water, sending splashes everywhere. Zhou Ming, seeing the rock bear, a third-tier beast, being suppressed by Lin Yu in close combat, turned and tried to run towards the estate. Where do you think you're going? Lin Yu darted forward, grabbing Zhou Ming's head from behind and slamming it violently into the ground. Zhou Ming tried to struggle, but Lin Yu stomped on his right arm, breaking it, and with no mercy, the dagger pierced through his throat, pinning him to the muddy road. Seeing Lin Yu's terrifying physique that could even challenge a third-tier beast with just his fists, the remaining people started to flee in panic. Crazy. He's not a beast master, he's a human-shaped beast. Run. The remaining people frantically rushed toward the thick iron gates of the Zhao family's estate. However, just as they were about to reach the gates, a purple-black tear suddenly appeared beside Lin Yu. Having watched the battle in the beast master space for quite a while, Rin, who had been holding a belly full of anger for a long time, finally made a shining entrance. Stupid fools who only use spider silk, you kill too slowly. Rin held a purple crystal scythe, proudly mocking Shiro, who hovered in midair, while transforming into a deadly streak of purple lightning in the night, pushing the peak second-level spatial cutting power to its limit. A dazzling purple light swept across the heavy rain. Those who screamed and tried to run froze the moment they touched the gate. The next second, a dozen bodies were cleanly sliced in half, blood gushing out like fountains. Even the explosion-proof iron gate, weighing several tons, was blasted into flying shards by Rin's furious strike. Meanwhile, 500 meters above the Zhao family mansion, a heavy anti-wind drone marked Jiangcheng Meteorological Bureau struggled against the strong wind, recording this once-in-a-decade super thunderstorm. A few kilometers away, inside the Jiangcheng Meteorological Bureau monitoring room, Duty Officer Lu Yang held a cup of hot coffee, idly passing time. What the hell is this weather? Haven't seen such heavy rain in a long time, the thunderstorm index is off the charts. Lu Yang complained while tapping the keyboard. Better record this carefully, maybe post it on the official account, could get a little trending heat. He put down the coffee and casually glanced at the live feed from the drone. At that moment, boom! Another thick thunderbolt struck, lighting up half of Jiangcheng, and the night vision on the screen suddenly became much clearer. Seeing what appeared on the screen, Lu Yang's eyes widened, almost spraying coffee on the screen. What the hell? What is that, red rain? In the 2 seconds of lightning illumination, Lu Yang saw in shock. In the center of the storm below, a blood-red mist was rising against the rain, slowly twisting upward. And the blood-red mist grew thicker, turning the rain itself red. Seeing this, Lu Yang got goosebumps all over, but his sharp media instinct made him immediately alert. Great! After waiting so long, finally hit the big scoop. Lu Yang's face was red with excitement. If this footage goes out, it will shock the whole internet. After recording this shocking blood rain video, Lu Yang immediately turned to ask the nearby drone operator. Quick, check it, where is the drone now? Where did this red blood mist come from? The drone operator quickly looked at the controls and said. Brother Lu, coordinates show 500 meters above the Zhao family mansion in the South District. Chapter 60, Cut the Past, Rebuild the True Self. Inside the meteorological monitoring room. Quick! Lower the drone to 300 meters, I want to see clearly what's happening below. Lu Yang stared at the rising, almost vision-filling blood-red mist on the screen, breathing fast with excitement. As a media man with a pathological sense for hot news, his instinct told him something shocking enough to rock all of Jiangchang was happening below. Yes. Brother Lu, lowering altitude, but this storm is too strong, GPS signal is unstable. The drone operator, sweating heavily, struggled with the drone. The screen was blurred with noise and water ripple effects from extreme thunderstorm and high electromagnetic interference. As the drone slowly descended to 300 meters. Boom! Another thunderbolt struck suddenly. In the fleeting light, Lu Yang glanced at the screen, then the hot coffee he just drank sprayed all over the screen. He jumped up suddenly. Both hands pressed on the table. Damn, what is that? What's happening down there? What the hell is going on? Even though the image was extremely blurry, blocked by heavy rain, Lu Yang still saw through the shaky footage the terrifying scene unfolding below. In the wide front yard of the Zhao family estate, the water had already risen past their ankles. And in the crimson flood, a brutal battle was taking place at that moment. On the screen, dozens of black dots and huge dark shadows were fiercely attacking a lone figure at the center. Despite the blurry outline, Lu Yang was horrified to realize that the dozens of heavily armed people and beasts were no match for the lone figure at the center. They were continuously falling. Look over there, is there something in the air? The drone operator exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yang stared at the screen with all his focus, and saw a white figure moving strangely fast through the air. Although the shape was unclear, through the blurry outline, it was faintly visible as a human-like figure. The white figure seemed to be controlling something, and wherever it passed, beasts and people below fell in large groups. On the ground, right beside the surrounded figure, there was a flashing purple figure. The purple figure was like a deadly purple lightning bolt in the dark night, moving at an unbelievable speed, too fast for the naked eye to follow, only catching twisted purple streaks. Through the blurry footage, it could be vaguely discerned that it was a humanoid figure, seemingly holding a giant purple long sword, crazily weaving through the crowd, harvesting life. The more he watched, the more his scalp tingled, and his skin crawled, but an intense excitement surged straight to the top of his head. What the hell is this thing? They are fighting. No, this is crushing. A one-sided crushing. Lu Yang said excitedly, his voice even trembling. Even though the images were unclear, the sight of the two white and purple figures killing in the rainy night, and the intense killing intent emanating from the surrounded figure, seemed to pierce through the screen, filling him with a suffocating sense of despair. Suddenly, Lu Yang reacted, sharply turning his head to look at the operator, his eyes filled with horror and fanaticism. Humanoid? Beast? Or maybe some kind of high-level space or lightning beast we've never seen before? When did Jiangchang get such a terrifying beastmaster? Lu Yang grabbed the operator's shoulder, speaking passionately, can you figure out what's down there? The drone operator looked at the screen, swallowed hard, and said. Lu bro, the core figure being surrounded should be human, a beastmaster. But the other two humanoid figures, I can't say for sure. The operator paused for a moment. However, humanoid beasts, when did Jiangchang get mythical level beasts? Lu bro, wake up. Even globally, mythical beasts are extremely rare strategic level beings. How could two appear all of a sudden in our small Jiangchang? It's absolutely impossible. The operator shook his head, comforting himself. I think the Zhao family might be doing some high-tech holographic training or secret special training. After all, the Zhao family head has been mentally disturbed ever since his son died. It's normal for him to create some big disturbance. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang immediately shook his head in disagreement. As a top-tier media professional, he trusted his instincts and, even more, the chilling killing intent that made him feel suffocated through the screen. Training? Have you ever seen training that produces such killing intent that almost leaks out of the screen? Lu Yang shook his head wildly, his eyes full of fanaticism. Seeing is believing. Even if it's fake, I can guarantee that. As soon as I send out this video, it will absolutely explode across the entire league's news world. This is definitely the biggest scoop of the year. Keep descending, drop me down to 200 meters. I want to see clearly what is happening below, see exactly what they are. Hearing this, just as the drone was about to continue descending, a violent purple lightning bolt instantly struck the drone. A blinding white flash flickered across the screen, then the image shook violently and turned into gray-white snowflakes. In the monitoring room, Lu Yang froze for a moment, then angrily slammed the table, shouting at the operator in a harsh voice. What is happening? What happened? Why is the image suddenly gone? Reconnect it immediately. The drone operator looked at the completely lost signal on the control handle. Brother Lu cannot connect. The drone was hit directly by that lightning just now, the system short-circuited and exploded, it has fallen. Hearing this, Lu Yang almost exploded with anger. He stared at the gray-white screen, trembling with rage, pointing at the operator's nose and cursing violently. Damn you, you useless trash. Do you know this was my big chance? The biggest exclusive hotspot. And you just let it slip? Couldn't you have avoided that lightning? The drone operator looked mournful, eyes full of grievance. Brother Lu, this was a super thunderstorm. One of those with max thunder index. Controlling a drone in this weather, the chance of being hit is very high. It's not something you can just dodge, and the GPS signal is also lost. We don't know where it fell, we have to find it. Lu Yang's expression changed sharply at the words have to find it. He immediately calmed down, realizing a new opportunity. He took a deep breath and grabbed the car keys on the table. Crash during a thunderstorm is normal, but I must get this video. Let's go, get in the car, follow me to near Zhao Family Manor. Lu Yang quickly put on his jacket while giving orders. Such an important hotspot, we must release it before everyone else. This news, I, Lu Yang, will control it. The two of them rushed out of the monitoring room, got into an SUV, and drove against the raging wind and storm toward Zhao Family Manor. Meanwhile, outside Zhao Family Manor, Lin Yu walked expressionless to Zhou Ming's corpse, stepped heavily on Zhou Ming's chest, and slowly pulled out the dagger deeply stabbed into Zhou Ming's throat and into the ground. Lin Yu casually shook the blood off the dagger and coldly scanned the surroundings. At this moment, except for those beast masters screaming in pain under the soul backlash, already completely unable to fight, only a few scattered guards and frightened magical beasts remained. Lin Yu's eyes were icy. Since I decided to act, then leave nothing alive. The dagger in his hand cut through the throats of the remaining enemies, ending their lives. At that moment, Bai Zhi and Midair let out a sweet but sickly laugh. Lowly insects, since you came, all of you will stay to play with Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi suddenly clenched her hands in the void. Divine skill weaving fate domain. The world suddenly fell silent, all airflows and light were forcibly frozen. In the next moment, countless white threads shot violently from the void, spreading crazily from the center outward, instantly forming a huge hemispherical domain. The threads interwove layer by layer, crossing horizontally, vertically, and diagonally, forming a huge semi-transparent net, completely enclosing and sealing the space. Cold white light shimmered along the threads, edges carrying faint silver glow, each one slightly trembling, creating visible spatial ripples. Lightning struck from afar, hitting the threads and instantly being sliced apart and dissolved, turning into tiny electric sparks flowing along the silk. The entire divine domain resembled a giant white spider cocoon inverted over the world. All things outlines were all outlined by spider silk, all movement and stillness all showed clear patterns on the silk web. Those Zhao family people and guards who originally wanted to escape were completely sealed inside this area. No. What happened? Why can't get out? So many spider webs, I am bound and cannot move. Those people who ran away turned back, just saw Lin Yu, whose whole body bathed in blood, stepping on beast-broken corpses slowly walking, and Lin, who held a purple crystal sickle, approaching them like a ghost. Looking at the three people who completely killed into madness, everyone's mental defense completely collapsed. They rolled and crawled toward the tightly closed Zhao Family Manor hall main door behind them to escape. Lin Yu stepped on broken limbs and severed arms all over the ground, step by step killing toward the steps at the manor hall entrance. At this time, the blood of hundreds of beast masters and beasts was flowing down along the more than 10 white jade marble steps, surging down, splashing layer after layer of blood-colored water flowers, gathering into a red waterfall giving off a strong fishy smell. When Lin Yu while dealing with remaining enemies while walking up the steps. The purple crystal fin wings behind Lin vibrated at high frequency, making a harsh buzzing sound, instantly shattering the surrounding heavy rain. Lin Yu stepped on the pouring red waterfall, step by step walking up the steps, stopping in front of the tightly closed luxurious redwood door of the Zhao family hall. In the air, the strong smell of blood was so thick that it almost made people suffocate. Lin Yu slightly lowered his head, looked at the dagger in his hand. Because he killed too many people and beasts, plus his terrifying explosive power, at this time the blade edge already had several uneven broken gaps and curled edges. Lin Yu casually threw the curled dagger into the pool of blood under his feet, making a cold crisp sound. He slowly raised his head, letting the rain dyed into scarlet by blood coldly hit his face. Lin Yu slowly closed his eyes, in his mind, recalling everything that happened before. Since that tragedy 10 years ago, he had always shown weakness to others, living carefully and miserably. But what he got in return was endless mockery and contempt from everyone. For survival, he had to infinitely lower his posture, endure cold eyes and bullying, yet still hard to fight against the ruthless grinding of this damned life. In those dark and depressing days, he had countless times thought of just leaving, going underground to find his parents. But whenever he was near despair, in his mind always echoed his mother's dying instruction full of blood and tears. In the future you alone must live well, no matter what difficulty you meet, cannot easily give up. Just like this, Lin Yu gritted his teeth, endured one suffocating hardship after another. Until he awakened his talent, life, finally had a heaven and earth overturning change. Zhao Tang's provocation, Wang Lai's interception killing, Bai Zhi's arrival, Lin's submission. These one by one, each and everything, made Lin Yu deeply realize. Blindly lowering his posture had no use at all. In this world where the strong eat the weak, the strong can stand high above, freely decide others' life and death, and arbitrarily humiliate the weak. And the weak can only be like ants on the ground, forced to accept the cruel teasing of fate. Only by becoming strong enough to step all rules under feet, strong enough to control his own fate, this is the true starting point of life. Since the day of awakening, he had the perfect chance to change fate. So, he must hold it tightly, fiercely. Sweep away all obstacles that dare to stand before him. Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, determination showing in his eyes. Hide from heaven's will, avoid cause and effect, all kinds of shackles trap the true me. He pushed with all his strength. The main door was thrown open with a loud bang. The instant the door swung wide, the expensive agarwood and incense that had been burning inside the room were instantly torn apart and vanished without a trace by the icy wind rushing in from outside. In its place came the strong, pungent smell of blood from outside, mixed with the bone-chilling wetness of the storm, violently flooding the entire luxurious hall. Chapter 61, The Prelude of the Storm. Inside the hall, Lin Yu leaned one hand on the doorframe, the other hanging naturally at his side. On his fingertips, it was unclear whether it was rain or blood, dripping steadily onto the floor. He slowly lifted his head, fresh blood sliding down his cheeks. Lin Yu stepped over the high threshold, walking into the hall step by step. In the vast hall, only the sound of Lin Yu's footsteps echoed. Each step, soaked in blood, left a clear crimson footprint on the expensive carpet. In the very center of the hall, only a few guards remained, their legs trembling with fear. At that moment, a secret door deep in the hall slowly opened. Zhao Li, dressed in black Tang attire, stepped out slowly. The guards, seeing this, clutched at the last straw of hope and scrambled to hide beside Zhao Li. Zhao Li stopped, his gaze passing over Lin Yu standing at the doorway, drenched in blood, and then out to the outside, blocked by white cobwebs with corpses everywhere. Seeing the elite of his family, cultivated for decades, reduced to shredded flesh, a sharp shock flashed in Zhao Li's eyes. But on his face, full of the marks of age, there was no trace of panic. As a veteran who had ruled Jiang City for most of his life, his first reaction was disbelief. An 18-year-old orphan from the slums could not have achieved this alone. Behind him, there must be an invisible hand driving everything. Zhao Li stared coldly at Lin Yu, his eyes carrying the pressure and scrutiny of someone long in power, and slowly spoke. Killing through my Zhao family's front yard alone, impressive. But with just you, an orphan from the slums, you lack the foundation. His voice echoed in the hall, sharp and certain. Tell me, who is using you to destroy my Zhao family? In response to Zhao Li's test, Lin Yu casually wiped the blood from his face and coldly interrupted. You're overthinking. To kill you, I am enough alone. His eyes were like knives, his tone full of undisguised killing intent. Since the Zhao family head's final words are done, let's move on. Zhao Li, enraged, laughed in return. Fine. If you refuse to call out who is behind you, then I will kill you first, and naturally your backer will appear. A terrifying spiritual force erupted from Zhao Li's body. Come out, netherworld three-headed dog. A massive black summoning circle blazed to life in the hall. A 10-meter-tall, three-headed peak-tier, netherworld three-headed dog roared out. Its body burned with ghostly blue flames, and all three heads locked onto Lin Yu instantly. Just by turning its massive body, the 10-meter dog tore a huge hole in the estate. Tear him apart, netherworld three-headed dog. Use netherworld stomp. Zhao Li shouted. The three-headed dog howled in unison, its huge body leaping high, fiery claws descending like mountains onto Lin Yu. Before Lin Yu could dodge, Rin from outside dashed into the hall like a phantom. Rin swung in midair, opening a spatial rift, forcibly stopping the dog's downward strike. Boom! The violent energy shockwave shattered the furniture and glass in the hall into pieces. Zhao Li looked at Rin, pushed back half a step, and commented. A spatial type. Second-tier peak, truly stunning. Sadly, the gap in realms cannot be filled by talent. Underworld three-headed dog, underworld fire pillar, block her movement. Following Zhao Li's command, the middle head of the underworld three-headed dog suddenly opened, a thick dark blue fire pillar spewed out like a fan, instantly turning the left side of the hall into a sea of fire. Lin, Void Shuttle, cut its side waist. The purple crystal thin wings on Lin's back vibrated at high frequency, her body disappeared just as the flames were about to engulf her, and the next second appeared instantly in the blind spot of the underworld three-headed dog's vision. The purple crystal scythe fiercely slashed its side waist covered with heavy scales. Bang! Sparks flew, the spatial power left a half-meter-long blood mark on the underworld three-headed dog, but for the huge body of a third-tier peak magical beast, this was far from fatal. Too naive, underworld three-headed dog's power crushes. Zhao Li waved his hand. Ignoring the wounds, the other two heads of the underworld three-headed dog suddenly turned 180 degrees, releasing two violent exploding fireballs at close range. The fierce explosion erupted in front of Lin. Even though she blocked with the scythe in time, the absolute power of the third-tier peak still threw her heavily, smashing her into the hall's support pillar. After more than 10 rounds of intense combat, Lin kept leaving wounds on the three-headed dog through spatial shuttling, but the underworld three-headed dog had thick skin and strong flesh, with incredible recovery. Under Zhao Li's seasoned command, the underworld three-headed dog used wide-range fire breath and absolute power to force Lin back. Lin gritted her silver teeth, the vibration of her purple crystal fin wings visibly slowed, her strength drained rapidly, gradually falling into disadvantage. Seeing this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Li's eyes, thinking victory was certain. It's over, underworld deathlight. All three blood-red mouths of the underworld three-headed dog opened simultaneously, three streams of energy began to converge, about to release a deadly attack capable of flattening the entire hall. At this critical moment, Bai Zhi, who had just finished dealing with everyone outside, slid into the hall along a spider thread, raising her hand. A white spiderweb shield instantly formed in front of Lin. Boom! The underworld deathlight was diluted and dispersed the moment it hit the spiderweb shield. Seeing this, Zhao Li was suddenly stunned. Two beast pets? How could your spirit power endure this? You're just a high school student who awakened a few months ago, how could you step into the ranks of elite beast tamers? When he realized Bai Zhi was in human form, his pupils contracted violently. Human-shaped magical beast. This is the legendary human-shaped beast pet? The whole alliance has barely a few myth-level beasts, how could one appear in an orphan's hands? Zhao Li's mind raced, trying to find a reasonable explanation. But when he looked at Lin Yu's eyes, cold like a god looking down at ants, he immediately understood. Yes, that explains it. A waste with F-tier talent, repeatedly countering the people I sent, I should have realized. I first thought you hid your strength, but in F-tier talent, still a worm-type waste, I couldn't understand how even hidden, it shouldn't be like this. Later I suspected someone supported you secretly, but I couldn't wait to find out everything. Turns out you are not F-tier, but S-tier or God-tier talent, and received extraordinary talent bonus, otherwise you couldn't so easily control a myth-level beast. Zhao Li stared at Bai Zhi, seeing through her spiritual power fluctuations. Hiding your skill, so what? Not F-tier, so what? Even a myth beast, you are only lower third tier. But my underworld three-headed dog is third-tier peak. I can compensate for the suppression of my status with my realm. The Hellhound of the Underworld, tear her apart. Zhao Li roared unwillingly, commanding the Hellhound of the Underworld to charge. Bai Zhi, use the heavenly web, tighten the formation. As you command, Master Bai Zhi's hands flew, and countless spider threads wove together in the hall. At first, relying on its peak third-tier enormous spiritual power and berserk state, the Hellhound of the Underworld roared, barely tearing through the first few layers of the spider webs Bai Zhi had woven, its claws coming dangerously close to her several times. Seeing this, Zhao Li's eyes sparkled with hope. Do you see? This is the difference in realms. No matter how powerful a mythical beast is, as long as I kill you, this mythical beast will be mine. Seeing Zhao Li, who was still resisting, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with disinterest. He spoke coldly. Bai Zhi, stop playing around. Finish it off. All right, master. Upon hearing the command, the mockery in Bai Zhi's eyes immediately turned into cold murderous intent. She stopped holding back, and the suppression power of the weaving life domain instantly closed in on the hall. The Hellhound of the Underworld, which had just been able to barely defend itself, suddenly let out a terrified whimper. It felt the surrounding space shrinking as the spider webs tightened, and the webs that had wrapped around it instantly transformed into countless spider-threaded spikes, stabbing into the Hellhound's body. The Hellhound of the Underworld twisted its body, trying to break free from Bai Zhi's control, but the spider threads slowly pierced deeper into its body. The moment the spider threads pierced, poison surged through the threads and was injected into the Hellhound's body. In pain, the Hellhound of the Underworld began thrashing wildly, and the more it struggled, the deeper the spikes from the spider threads pierced. With the poison taking effect, the Hellhound of the Underworld began losing its sanity. Unable to endure the excruciating pain, the Hellhound began spewing flames at itself, trying to burn the spider threads around it. Deadly poison cut. Before the Hellhound of the Underworld could burn through the spider threads, the threads inside its body immediately shredded its internal organs. The hellhound of the underworld's movements abruptly stopped. Put. The beast pet died, and Zhao Li suffered a soul backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to hold himself up, gripping the wall behind him with both hands, gasping heavily for air. Lin Yu, seeing this, slowly walked toward Zhao Li. Zhao Li lifted his head with difficulty, staring at the slowly approaching Lin Yu, then suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. As expected of a mythical beast, even with the realm suppression, it's still no match. It's all my fault for being too impatient. Otherwise, even with your mythical beast, I would have had confidence that I wouldn't lose. Zhao Li wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes showing a sense of resignation, as if he had seen through life and death. But I don't regret it. To lose to a mythical beast tamer at the mythical level, I, Zhao Li, lost without complaint. Suddenly, his tone shifted, and Zhao Li fixed his eyes on Lin Yu's. But Lin Yu, you possess a mythical level magical beast, and that means you'll forever be in the storm, unable to escape. With such forbidden power, you are destined to be at the center of the storm. Jiang City is just the beginning, and countless higher-ups will be watching you. As long as you possess a mythical beast, you will never find peace. You, a lowly person from a slum, are not worthy, nor can you possess it. Hearing Zhao Li's final hysterical words, Lin Yu walked up to him and slowly bent down. Higher-ups? No matter who they are, as long as they dare to reach for me, I will not hesitate to sever their hands. He straightened up and coldly looked down at Zhao Li, the center of the storm? Let it come. Since the day I awakened, I've been ready to face this unprecedented storm. As for you, you will no longer see it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li's whole body suddenly trembled. He looked at Lin Yu, knowing that in this moment, the end was already decided. Zhao Li laughed wildly and slowly closed his eyes. Lin Yu turned around expressionlessly, speaking lightly. Bai Zhi. A single spider thread suddenly tightened, a drop of fresh blood dripping from it. Zhao Li's head, sliding slowly down his neck, fell heavily at Lin Yu's feet. Chapter 62, Annihilation of the Family. With Zhao Li's death, Lin Yu stood expressionless in the pool of blood, the killing intent in his body slowly receding at this moment. In midair, Bai Zhi, who had just killed the three-headed ghost dog, now slid down the spider thread as if taking a leisurely stroll. She immediately hid the sickly murderous intent she had just shown, putting back on a cute and clingy face. Master. Bai Zhi stepped on the blood, walking with full attentiveness to Lin Yu's side. In her hands, she was holding a crystal core glowing with eerie blue light, the crystal core of the three-headed ghost dog. Like a child seeking praise, Bai Zhi held the crystal core in front of Lin Yu, looking at him eagerly. Lin Yu looked at the crystal core and nodded, taking it. Lin Yu scanned the surroundings. The once luxurious Zhao family manor had completely fallen into ruins during the recent battle. Seeing this, Bai Zhi understood immediately. Her crimson eyes flashed, and the divine domain that had once covered the entire manor began to retract. As the divine domain shrank, Bai Zhi collected all the resources accumulated over 100 years by the Zhao family one by one. Master, I'm sorry. At this moment, a weak voice full of guilt and coldness came from the side. Lin Yu turned his head. Rin, who had been knocked away by the three-headed ghost dog earlier, now held her chest, staggering toward him. Her eyes, usually full of pride and disdain, were now filled with unwillingness and guilt. She lowered her head, blaming herself for being too weak, for not being strong enough, and for needing Bai Zhi to save the situation earlier, failing to protect her master. Lin Yu looked at Rin, usually proud, now like a little girl who had done something wrong. He stepped in front of her and spoke gently to comfort her. You did very well. To withstand a peak second tier against a peak third tier for more than 10 rounds, you will become even stronger in the future. Hearing Lin Yu's comfort, Rin's self-blame eased significantly. Stepping out of the ruined hall, seeing the front yard littered with corpses and rivers of blood, Lin Yu picked up his umbrella again. He knew the commotion from this battle was huge and would soon draw the attention of officials and other great families. Lin Yu's eyes hardened, speaking coldly. Rin, use your spatial power to wrap the three-headed ghost dog's flames, burn away all traces and aura here. At your command, master. Rin lifted her head. Her purple crystal scythe sliced through the void sharply, and a strange purple-black spatial rift tore open at the center of the hall. Then Rin used the spatial cutting power to wrap the residual ghost flames of the dead three-headed ghost dog, forcibly stripping and compressing them, and under the aid of the spatial rift, the remaining ghost flames burned fiercely. In just a moment, raging flames erupted in every corner of the Zhao family manor. The fire shot high, lighting up the pitch-black rainy night like daylight. Even though rain poured from the sky, it could not extinguish the burning flames. Lin Yu watched the fire grow stronger in the storm, waiting until he confirmed that all traces of himself and the two beast companions had completely disappeared. Only then did he bring Bai Zhi and Rin into the beast realm, turning to vanish into the rain. Not long after Lin Yu left, a black SUV, struggling through wind, rain, and mud, shakily approached the Zhao family manor. The car door opened. Lu Yang, terrified, rushed out. As they saw everything clearly through the towering flames, the two froze in place. What appeared before their eyes was the front yard of the manor, littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Countless broken limbs, and faces twisted in extreme fear and despair before death. The air thickened with the suffocating stench of blood, gathering like a river, even the torrential rain unable to wash it away. This wasn't some kind of drill, this was a massacre that wiped out a family. At that moment, Liu Yang's mind went blank, his stomach churned violently, and an unprecedented feeling of disgust surged, reaching the sky. As a journalist chasing major news, he thought he had seen enough dead bodies, but as he looked at the scene in front of him, his worldview shattered in that instant. Watching the raging fire grow bigger and stronger under the lash of the rain, Liu Yang suddenly snapped back to reality. His body was still trembling with fear, but his professional instincts as a top-tier media person took over, overcoming his physical discomfort with lightning speed. Big news, huge news! Liu Yang exclaimed, his eyes burning with wild fervor. Big news, this is the biggest news ever. The Zhao family in Jiangcheng has been wiped out. Not even the torrential rain can put out this strange fire. Shivering, trembling, Liu Yang took out his high-definition DSLR camera from his jacket and started snapping photos of the broken bodies and blood-soaked water around him. Crazy, they're all crazy. Liu Yang muttered to himself while frantically taking pictures, a mix of fear and madness swirling inside him. Liu, we're here to find the crashed drone. The drone operator said, watching Liu Yang, almost collapsing in the blood-soaked water, swallowing nervously as he reminded him. Liu Yang froze, realizing that with the fire so fierce, they couldn't get near the mansion for the moment. His eyes sharpened, and he quickly gave orders. Right, the drone. Go quickly. The last GPS signal disappeared towards the grass at the edge of the mansion. Go find it. We can't lose that data. I'll stay here to take photos and notify people to put out the fire. After assigning tasks, the operator crawled away, moving quickly. Liu Yang kept walking, continuing to take photos of the ever-growing flames. As he watched the fire grow fiercer, his mind couldn't help but wonder, what strange force is this, that not even a torrential downpour can extinguish it? Only after he had taken enough photos that would send shockwaves through the news world, did Liu Yang pull out his blood-soaked phone, cranking the volume up to maximum, and dialed the fire brigade special task force. Hello? Fire department? The Zhao family mansion in the South District is on fire. A huge fire has broken out. Send everyone you can, hurry up and put out the fire. 10 kilometers away, at the Fire Department Special Task Force Command Center. The call was answered by a young firefighter, who had only recently started the job. He listened to the torrential rain pouring outside the window, heard Liu Yang's frantic shouting on the phone, and was momentarily stunned. A helpless, wry smile appeared on his face. He replied in a disinterested tone, Sir, I can report you for making a false alarm. Please, use your brain. Listen to the sound outside. Jiangcheng is experiencing a once-in-a-decade torrential downpour. The entire Alliance's waters are about to flood the city. What kind of fire could burn in this weather? A raging fire? Are you joking? Besides, it's the Zhao family, all high-ranking water and earth beast masters. If there was a fire, do they really need us? Hearing the young operator's disbelief, Liu Yang, desperate, shouted back, declaring he worked for the Meteorological Bureau, trembling as he shouted the truth. I'm from the Meteorological Bureau. I'm not making a false report. The Zhao family is all dead. The ground is covered with pieces of flesh. They've really been wiped out. The fire is strange, the rain can't put it out. But even though Liu Yang was pleading desperately, the young operator still thought it was a cruel prank, preparing to hang up the phone. At that moment, bang! The door to the command room was slammed open, and the fire chief, who had been resting in the office. With a pale face, stumbling into the command room, she hysterically issued the order. Emergency assembly. Call everyone for an emergency assembly. Raise the alert level to super dangerous. A super dangerous energy reaction has suddenly appeared in the direction of Zhao Family Manor in the South District, setting a blazing fire, and the flames have turned the sky red. Hurry! Everyone, move out with me. Not a second can be wasted. Hearing this, the young operator froze in place, the phone he was about to hang up slipping from his hand and falling to the ground. He turned his head and, through the command room window, looked out in disbelief. The sky, once dark, was now truly illuminated by a strange and fierce fire, pushing back against the pouring rain, turning the night sky over half of Jiangcheng into a blood-red glow. He muttered in a daze, everything he said, it's true. At the same time, 1 kilometer away from the manor, the operator sent to search for the drone was trudging through the knee-high wild grass and mud, holding a flashlight against the torrential rain. Damn, the GPS signal disappeared right here. After searching for a long time with no success, the operator wiped the rain from his face, panting heavily, and lifted his head, trying to relieve his tense nerves. Just then, taking advantage of the firelight from the manor in the distance and the lightning flashing through the sky, he suddenly saw it. Under a flickering streetlight not far away, there was a figure in the rain curtain. It was a person, slightly thin, holding a black umbrella, walking slowly towards the darkness, with his back to the flames that engulfed Zhao family manor. In this torrential rain, near the ruins where a massacre had just occurred, there was actually a person, as if walking in an uninhabited place, strolling under an umbrella. The operator instinctively felt something was wrong with the figure and tried to stop him. "Hey! Brother in front, did you see what happened here?" The operator gritted his teeth, pulled his leg out of the mud, and while shouting, he panted heavily, chasing after the black umbrella figure. When he finally managed to run to the streetlight, the figure who had been walking under the umbrella had suddenly disappeared without a trace. There was nowhere to hide, and the surroundings were empty, with only the reflection of the water under the streetlight, the raindrops causing ripples in the puddles. The operator stood under the streetlight, dazed, rubbing his eyes, staring at the strange scene in front of him. Damn, this is insane. He thought it was just the heavy rain messing with his vision, combined with all the dead bodies he had seen earlier, causing him to hallucinate. He shook his head vigorously, shivering, not daring to think more about it, and turned back to continue searching for the drone. Chapter 63, Breaking News, Panic Across the City. The torrential rain gradually ceased at dawn, and the fierce wind that had raged all night began to calm down. By the time the sun rose, Zhao family manor had completely turned into a desolate ruin. Around the manor, the once valuable vegetation had already turned to ashes, the smell of burnt wood and the strong stench of blood filled the air, making people feel nauseous. Outside Zhao family manor, firefighters were slumped all over the ground, exhausted and drenched, with their faces covered in black soot. They looked at the high-pressure water hose in their hands, which had already been turned off, with despair in their eyes. "Captain, the fire's finally out." One young firefighter, slumped in the mud, gasped heavily, too exhausted to even lift a finger. The fire captain wiped the soot from his face, looking at the manor, now reduced to a heap of blackened ashes, and shook his head bitterly. "Out, my foot! Last night we even brought in high-level water element beastmasters, and look, who could move that fire even a little? That fire was cursed, it wouldn't even be touched by water, it just burned away the last bit of Zhao's wood chips and then vanished on its own." At this moment, the entire Zhao family estate was already completely surrounded by the city defense army and the law enforcement vehicles. Outside the triple-layered yellow and black caution lines, the sharp sound of police sirens rose and fell, plunging the whole Jiang City morning into extreme oppression. Lu Yang's overnight headline news: Jiang City collapses. Century-old Zhao family wiped out overnight by rainy night butcher, along with a few blurry but still recognizable pictures of blood-soaked ground, eerily burning flames in the pouring rain, and countless censored limbs, exploded on Jiang City's internet instantly. All listed stocks under the Zhao family's name hit the daily limit down immediately at market open, and the entire financial system of Jiang City suffered a massive blow. The other two major families in Jiang City all guessed whether one of their own secretly wanted to kick the Zhao family out. Inside the Li family villa. Smash! A set of purple clay tea utensils was violently smashed on the marble floor. Li Zhen, head of the Li family, stared at the news on his phone, his eyes red, looking at the butler beside him, his voice trembling. "Who did this? Has it been investigated? Was it those crazy people in the Zhou family who secretly hired an assassin?" Master." The butler wiped cold sweat from his forehead and reported tremblingly. "The Zhou family just called to probe." Their head of the family stuttered, they also thought it was done by our Li family. Li Zhen fell back in his chair, hands gripping the armrests, murmuring to himself. "Impossible. Even if the Li and Zhou families joined forces, they absolutely could not uproot the Zhao family overnight. That old bastard Zhao Li had a 3-stage peak nether Cerberus under his control, and he didn't even send a distress signal before dying completely?" Li Zhen suddenly raised his head, eyes full of terror. Could it be that Zhao Li offended some top figure above, and was casually erased? "Order everyone in the Li family to stay indoors for the next few days. Whoever dares to make trouble now, I will personally kill." The same suspicion and panic spread wildly across all the major chambers of commerce and families in Jiang City. By late morning, in front of the Zhao family ruins, the mayor of Jiang City, the commander of the city defense army, the director of the law enforcement bureau, and other major figures of Jiang City all arrived at the Zhao family estate. The forensic doctor walked over holding the freshly completed autopsy report. Swallowing, he said. "There is no trace of any hot weapons or large-scale explosive skills at the scene. According to the examination, some of the victims were instantly cut by extremely terrifying blades. Such wounds were likely caused by a high-level space-type magical beast." Hearing this, the commander's eyelids twitched sharply, and he exchanged a glance with the mayor. "And the others?" "The others died even worse, from an unidentified high-level poison and silk thread strangulation. The toxin corroded their flesh and organs into blood water, not a single piece of whole meat remained." After hearing the report, the entire hall was silent. After listening to the forensic report, the city defense commander looked at the mayor. Space-type cutting, high-level poison strangulation, to wipe out the Zhao family overnight with such overwhelming methods, the killer's strength is definitely far beyond level 4. The killer is at least a master-level beast tamer, or even higher. Jiang City, when did such an all-powerful figure arrive? The mayor wiped cold sweat from his forehead and decided, the whole city is under martial law, continue the investigation. At noon, inside Lin Yu's villa. After fighting all night at the Zhao family estate and then being forced to battle Bai Zhi more than 10 times, Lin Yu slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Lin Yu saw Lin Rin being stuck to the ceiling by several spider webs. Her purple eyes were full of resentment, teeth gritted, staring at Bai Zhi who had just woken at the side of the bed. Mum. Lin Rin's mouth was blocked by spider webs, and seeing Lin Yu awake, she immediately tried to make a sound for help. Lin Yu helplessly rubbed his forehead and saved Rin down. After Rin landed, she immediately rushed toward Lin Yu with a wronged face to complain. Master, you finally woke up, look at that nasty spider. The moment she came back last night, she stuck me to the ceiling, and even blocked my mouth, making me keep watching her and Master. Beside them, Bai Zhi lazily stretched, covered her mouth and softly laughed, her scarlet eyes full of sick mocking. Oh my, this smell is so sour. A fool who cannot even beat a third-stage stupid dog only deserves to be hung on the ceiling by Bai Zhi as a chandelier. You nasty spider, I will kill you. Rin was so angry that the purple crystal thin wings behind her shook crazily. But the next second, Rin turned her head, bit her lips hard, and looked at Lin Yu with that extremely unwilling gaze. Master, I also want a breakthrough. I have been stuck at the peak of second stage for too long. Rin's voice carried a trace of stubbornness and grievance. If I was also third stage last night, I would not need her to come save the scene at all. Master, I cannot wait even 1 second, I do not want to fall behind this nasty spider who only spits silk and goes into heat. Seeing the two start another familiar round of verbal fighting, Lin Yu looked at Rin whose eyes were full of grievance, and among the resources gained last night there were indeed some suitable for Rin. Alright, you two stop arguing. Lin Yu spoke to interrupt. From the spoils looted from the Zhao family last night, he picked out several space-type materials suitable for Rin. Then he took out the crystal core of the nether three-headed dog. He handed the crystal core to Rin. I believe Rin will give me a big surprise. Rin held the materials handed by Lin Yu and nodded. Rin will definitely not disappoint Master's trust. She did not hesitate at all and directly swallowed the crystal core and materials in one bite. In an instant, Rin's body burst out with a terrifying space storm. Countless purple-black space cracks crazily moved and intertwined around her, wrapping her whole body inside a violent void singularity. Within the twisted cracks, one could vaguely see Rin's monster body crazily reorganizing and stretching. Watching Rin about to transform, and that faintly visible body outline, it seemed to faintly have a trend of surpassing herself. Bai Zhi by the bed, her scarlet eyes instantly sounded a level 10 alarm. She absolutely would not allow Rin to take away Master's attention. Bai Zhi grabbed Lin Yu's arm and dragged him toward the living room while pulling. Master, do not look at that purple idiot, let her slowly break through by herself. While acting spoiled, Bai Zhi resentfully pressed her face against Lin Yu's arm and rubbed. Bai Zhi is hungry. Last night Bai Zhi had to kill people, had to weave webs, and after coming back still had to. Bai Zhi is so tired. Bai Zhi wants Master to cook noodles for me. I want it now. Lin Yu helplessly tapped her forehead and could only let her pull him into the kitchen, simply cooking 2 bowls of steaming egg noodles. In the living room, sunlight came in through the curtains. Lin Yu and Bai Zhi sat face to face slurping noodles. Lin Yu casually turned on the TV, and the news channel was broadcasting today's news. This station urgently interrupts. The Zhao family in Jiang City was tragically wiped out last night by an unknown terrifying force. The scene is like hell. Experts speculate the murderer is extremely cruel and bloodthirsty, very likely a beast master above master level. On the TV, it also showed the terrified faces of official big figures in front of the Zhao family ruins. And outside the TV, Lin Yu picked up a bite of noodles and blew on the heat with a blank face. Bai Zhi, with a well-behaved face, carefully picked up the fried egg from her bowl and placed it into Lin Yu's bowl, her smile sweet like a girl next door. Master, eat egg. You were also tired last night.